rather say it was horrible. As a human, it is horrible. I don't think we should have gun violence like this in our country. Um, and yes, we can talk about what happened to him. I just switched to the kids at the school. And don't give in to it, because I see it's happening a lot right now, and that's the narrative that they're pushing is like, quote unquote, the left doesn't have enough empathy, and they're happy about his death, and all this other stuff. So I try just don't even buy into it. I acknowledge it is not okay for these things to happen to anybody. That's just my opinion as a human.
All right, come on now, wrap it up.
Yeah, and that's it. Just kind of like, don't give in. Don't give him the more fuel.
Okay. Hey, I've told. Good to see. All right.
The double standard for me is how there's bipartisan condemnation of the killing of Charlie
Michael,
Kirk.
let me just say this to the mods real quick. I'm hopping in the shower, so I'm not going to be able to pull people up and conduct this conversation for at least 20 minutes or so. Anyway, yeah. So I just want you guys to know that I need you to be on alert. Thank you. Sorry, Michael. Go ahead.
All right. So the double standard is the bipartisan condemnation of the Charlie Kirk killing, but only the Democrats or left people condemned the political assassination of Melissa Hortman in Minnesota. The Republicans said almost nothing. So that's another double standard. Everybody is condemning Charlie Kirk, but only the left condemned the killing of Melissa Hortman.
It's so disrespectful. They made no comments.
Added to the.
Yeah, you can go ahead. It's disgusting. I mean, it's so plain for us to see.
So, are we forgetting that Charlie Kirk called Rittenhouse a hero after going to a protest and shooting 3 protesters? Are we forgetting about that? The reason why I asked, because you mentioned how the left had something to say about a certain thing, but Republicans didn't. So, yeah, that's the only thing.
Yeah, I want to also correct Robert. They actually did say something about the assassination. They were saying things like "Nightmare on Wall Street," remember, where they were making fun of that assassination.
Well,
they weren't silent. Republicans weren't silent. They were just making fun of it. They were condemning.
Okay. So when I say that, I mean, in terms of coverage, in terms of any officials from elected officials coming out and making bold statements about, the horror of what occurred. That's what I'm talking about. As far as the memes on social media, what people say in that space, yeah, that's whatever. I'm speaking about one of our or several of our elected officials going before a podium, having a press conference, and having a discussion about what occurred and how it occurred. And we didn't see any of that. That's what I'm talking about, not social media, sir.
Hey, real quick, because I know you're talking Sandra, I know you're talking in the chat. Yeah, it is breaking from a Fox News reporter that's got, I want to preface this, that's got unnamed sources that she has not released, which is often the case, that people remain anonymous, that the shooter, Charlie Robinson, was living with a transitioning male girlfriend that may have provided some assistance. I want to again say this is early. This is breaking. The Guardian had to retract their story yesterday about him being a hardcore leftist. But the New York Post just posted it as well. I wanted to say it is out there. You're going to hear about it. Give it some time.
I like this. Wait, so let's be clear in real time, and I'll be very brief. Notice what we just heard. Notice the station. Take note of the station that we heard it from, right? And so we know that what the Post is about. We know what Fox is about. Notice that this story hasn't been confirmed or any of that. what this is a piece of propaganda to begin to shift this and try to redirect this into this trans issue to associate, again, some type of mental problem, right? You know, y'all know how I feel about trans, so we're not even gonna go there. But the point is, this is MAGA diversion tactics. You have to understand how they plant these stories and how they go about it. So we'll see if this story catches legs, but right now we are at the beginning of it, and in real time, that is my assessment of what I just heard. This is an attempt to turn this, to add this to the they. So something like this, for example, when we question what is the they, take an incident and a report like this. Boom, you know what? The followers, they're going to take that and put that under the they category, right? Then it'll be another story. It might be something regarding some Mexicans and something negative about that. Boom, they take that, they put it under the they. Boom. It could be another situation where a black man is incident with black folks and it's negative. It's a negative story. They take that, put that under they. Next thing you know, under they have a portfolio of targets. They have the groups that they need to go after. They understand the message. Some of them are going to be violent, right? Some of them are going to use their platforms. They're just different strategies that are being deployed to address the they. And we have to be smart enough and use our cognitive to see this shit. Like, y'all gotta really just stop and pay the fuck attention to the...
Oh my God! Shit, right!
Alan, yo, I only spoke for a minute, like less than a minute. Like, I'm looking at my time, part of my power. I can't help my power.
Look, can I just say something? Even the story itself, which, mind you, Fox News, New York Post, owned by the same Murdoch people. All right, so let's remember that. Also, part two, the story was that he was living with somebody who's trans. What if he was living with somebody who's Russian? What if he's living with somebody who's black? What if he's living with somebody who's Hispanic? Who the fuck cares?
Right.
This is a white supremacist dude who was raised in a MAGA Republican right-wing gun-toting family. What does all the other shit matter? So because he lives, even if it's true, which I doubt it's true, because they're just throwing this bullshit out there, just like the FBI made up a story about trans words on the bullets by the FBI, purposely, to create a narrative that it's them. But the reality is, it doesn't fucking matter. The guy was the guy, and it doesn't matter if he was adjacent, friends with a trans, living with a trans, dating a trans. None of that fucking matters. It is him. And look what they try to do in real time, right in front of our face. God damn it, are we toast?
You know what?
Can I keep it real? Oh, go ahead. Winston.
Spear, you are Jewish, right?
Yes.
This is. I'm not. Trust me, I don't mean no harm when I ask that. But this is what we need. And more often than what I would like to hear, I don't hear anybody from my community except for probably me, Just Prince, or anybody that does not have like any record.
Hey, Ann! Listen to the psychopaths of Clown World!
Plus community. I just want to tell you thank you. Because the previous speaker was almost getting ready to go down that rabbit hole, and he had to reel himself back. But then it took you to fucking matter. And this is what we need. That's what I was talking about earlier this morning with First Lady, that this is what the fuck we need. I want allies like Spirit. Fuck the rest. I'm not saying all white people, all Jewish people, all different people, different ethnic backgrounds.
I'm not an ally.
No. Let's stay there. Hear me out. You are an ally to me because I'm a black man. Fuck me being part of. You know what I'm saying?
He doesn't like to get patted on the back this long.
So you're an ally to me. I'm an ally to you. This is what it's about. It's about human being decency. And as we continue to see, you got the right that continues to incite this stupid ass bullshit. And it doesn't matter. But then we hear somebody from my community say, we gotta be smart, we can't fall for the okie doke, but you can't even say your goddamn self. It don't fucking matter. But somebody who's Jewish can say it don't fucking matter.
Alright.
You don't have to go down this rabbit hole about, oh, well, that's a mental illness, but we don't want to go there. No, fuck that. It don't fucking matter. Kids just lost their fucking life. And a racist guy sit in the fucking head. And people want us to beg us to have empathy for this motherfucker. Hell fucking no. So thank you, Spirit. Thank you for being a fucking ally to me as a fucking black man and to my black sisters in this motherfucker. That's what we need. It's not gonna be y'all. It's not gonna be y'all. It's gonna be us niggas. Us house niggas that's gonna hold us the fuck back.
I'm gonna let that sit for a little bit before I say something.
Okay.
I might crush a little bit of the vibe right now.
You hear that shit,
I
Aaron?
know, Scotty, that was a rhetorical question when you said, "Who the fuck cares?" Bro, the fucking MAGA whites care, bro. That's why. That's why that was crucial, bro. Because they plant these motherfucking seeds, and you know that they're not gonna see the redaction, right? They're not gonna see them when they pull it back and be like, "Oh shit, that's my bad. We gotta erase from your memory that this went out." But it's already there. It's gonna be spread. It's gonna be viral, and it's gonna be too late, right? So that's why it matters.
Yeah,
Candace Owens is proof of this. Candace Owens really did a lot for his legacy, more than we realize. And she did a lot for him as a person. I had no idea how responsible she was for the success of him and his career. I would say she's more successful for his career than he is of hers.
Can I ask a question here? So where's the line though? You know, with like, I understand if you don't want to have empathy for Charlie Kirk and all that, but I understand a lot of the things he said were inflammatory. But where's the line of
where was the line with him?
No, but like, where's the line before someone should die? You know, for what?
I mean, it's not about people that are celebrating or are indifferent. I don't think that they're saying that someone should die, but when you go back and listen to, he was not only was he racist, but he was sassy
and out of 48 hours, I've never heard anyone actually play a clip or provide any evidence whatsoever that Charlie Kirk was racist, nor have I ever heard anything specific. Just total generalizations every single time. Nobody has ever been able to say anything specific, ever.
People want people to show some humanity. Well, he showed none while he was here. None. You can't go around talking that much shit and talking about people and saying all of these negative things, and then people want people to have sympathy or anything for you. This is just crazy. And the further this goes, shows the amount of white fragility and the white privilege in this country, because y'all really think at the end of the day we supposed to straighten up and say it's wrong. Fuck that.
Yeah.
I really want y'all to understand, fuck that. Nobody has to straighten up and fly right when it turns to be about white people. And it's kind of, it's very offensive, because it's always well, come on, you guys. No, fuck not. But come on, where? Did y'all come on with Freddie Gray or any of the hundreds of black people when we told y'all, and y'all made comments about old boy being a drug addict and this and that? So no, I don't ask the line when niggas is alive. Nobody was asking that line. Where's the line? So you should have asked him when he was here.
You know what I thought about? I thought about something.
Jesus Christ.
2 seconds. I thought I
But you've been on. Let him reply, please.
Okay, I'll go after him. Thank you. Pardon me, Coach. I'll go after him.
No, yeah.
You want Robert to apply
I
or the
agree
other guy?
with all of that culture, but like I just mean like, you know, when people are still kind of like praising death and like being like so doesn't that create more? You know what I mean? Like if I'm over here like good for him that he died, like so the next guy might be empowered to be like, oh yeah, we should kill these people that we don't agree with. You know what I'm saying? You know the kind of type of rhetoric that I'm not
LCIS.
I'm not saying
That's the rhetoric. That's what he stood for. That's what he stood for.
Hey yo, I'm gonna be honest with y'all. My nerves is bad. I can't listen to this whole talking over each other. You motherfuckers are adults. Shut the fuck up and let people talk. Like, this shit is fucking corny. Every day we do this shit. Like, come on, shut the fuck up for real, because I'm about to start getting real nasty. So, go ahead, finish, my dude. Like, I couldn't hear what you were saying because the other motherfuckers was talking.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, I've been waiting to speak. I was letting everyone else speak, so thank you. But, man, sorry, I kind of lost my train of thought. But anyways, I'm just saying, like, where does it stop? Because that kind of rhetoric will kind of create more people like that. We're like, yeah, fuck him, he should have died. Then the next time you're like, oh yeah, I feel empowered to kill this person because I don't like what they say now. You know, but I understand what you're saying. We're like, there's consequences to the things you say, you know, but it doesn't mean we should walk around shooting people. Because for me, so let me tell you personally, for me, like I'm not black, right?
Wait a minute, no, let's pause there. Let's pause there for a second, because you said something. When have you heard somebody say, yes, he should have died? In here.
Oh, I'm not saying anyone in here. I'm just saying there's
3 minutes ago? Are you in the shower still?
When somebody makes comments like that, can you please say, not in here.
And this is why you have to record these
Because I
people.
need to understand. Because
They backtrack, Howard. They're a bunch of backtrackers.
The majority of the people, especially people that are in green beans, are not rooting for the death of this man because he said X, Y, and Z. They're just simply saying, hey, you know what? Don't ask me to
He was a racist, Howard, but no one has ever produced any evidence yet whatsoever that he was a racist.
I agree. Yes. But
Howard, nobody has ever played a clip. Nobody has ever cited an article. Nothing. It's all opinion.
Are you for done, First Lady? I'm sorry.
What room is this? This is politically correct. Documenting liberals.
I don't want when somebody says
It might be you, Howard. I can't believe you donated to my campaign. Thank you, Howard. And thank you. Joe B is also a contributor to this campaign. Joe B mailed cash.
Passion or they're not showing sympathy does not relate or correlate to the fact that, yes, he should have died or people should go around shooting. Because then that makes a crazy argument. And I can't speak for the other people and why they're saying what they're saying. I can only speak for what I'm saying, or the people who are speaking today should only be speaking from their own I perspective. Because the I perspective is the loudest voice that you can have. Because guess what? Nobody can argue with your opinion. Because your opinion is your opinion. But when you try to start speaking for other people, it's a little difficult. But go ahead. I'll be quiet.
So I just want to stop here because we always brush over this when we have these conversations. There is a standard in America that white people and their shit matters more than everybody else. Everything you just said, whether you meant to it or not, but this is why people say people are indoctrinated, and you are, like, if you were educated in this country, you're going to have some form of racism, patriarchy, and homophobia, because it's built in. You just asked us. Now, mind you, when he was here, nobody black never did nothing to that man. He had something to say about our women, stuff to say about our pilots, our schools, this, that, and the third. In his death, we didn't have anything to do with him dying. In his death, you still want us to watch what we say. Hold on, let water, please. Let something come from our reaction. Even though we never had shit to do with him, his death, his life, nothing. All he's done is speak bad on black people. But again, It's black people's responsibility to watch if we can't smile too much, we can't do this, or else we're gonna embolden. Man, are y'all motherfuckers crazy? Do you see why black people be so on edge with y'all? Y'all don't give a fuck about shit we do. If we lose a life, none of this has ever happened for any black person. Let's just be clear. But y'all want us to control how we act, control, even though we have nothing to do with this. Only thing we've gotten from this man is disrespect. But we're supposed to all of a sudden have some respect on reserve for this white boy who hated us when he was here. And then if that's not enough, then we gotta watch what we do or say because we don't want to trigger other motherfuckers to do something else. Like this is fucking crazy. And this is what y'all do to black people. And I'm just done with it. I'm done with this whole, like, y'all really treat niggas like we are fucking superheroes and circus animals at the same time. We supposed to have the knowing and the wherewith, and then we supposed to be super respectful but play dumb with you motherfuckers at the same time. Y'all gotta stop.
I think there's a level of humility. I think there's a level of respect that has to be, extended because at the end of the day, was still a father, was still a husband. The way that he was shot, yes, did he say some things that were absolutely deplorable? 100%. But should he have been killed? And that's the thing that we really have to think about. And what's very
before you even go down that road, First Lady just addressed that nobody said that he should have been killed. We just literally addressed it. Yes, you did.
I didn't say that.
Okay, but you're making that statement. That's not what anyone's saying.
These are things that are happening out here on social media.
Okay, well, in here, she just went. Okay, well, we're not gonna address things that are going on in the world.
We have to because these are things.
No, we don't. No, we don't. We're right here.
This room is not the world.
Okay, well, you should go and write notes to those doctors' offices or things. Well, we're talking about what's going on in here and what black people are. So we can't. So like she said, she can't speak for anyone.
We're talking to everybody.
Yeah, I am. I'm
Mike.
There you go.
So I'm just setting boundaries. She just went and said we're not going to discuss. Okay, so no, evidently you didn't because you just did what she asked you to do.
I definitely did.
Okay, I'm gonna put you down because you don't know how to shut the fuck up. Yeah, cool. So I just want to make sure that everybody hears. We're talking about what's going on in here, what we hear each other say in here. Like, don't bring my cousin's friend's doctor said this. Great. Okay, you should go write a note to them. Talk about what you hear in here. That's what she just said.
Anyway, so I'll just land my plane because I think everybody has a right to.
If you bring it back up, I'm gonna kick your ass out.
I'm saying, the topic is the topic. And
okay, so play with me. So play with me.
I don't know what this.
Come on, gentlemen, please. Listen, it's Saturday
Mike sucks about boot light.
No, he fucking sucks. Like you made a parameter, and then you gonna do like this is type of shit that we always deal with. Don't take
Mike, I'm not taking up for anybody. I'm just trying to move the conversation forward. Mike, I did just say you weren't listening.
Absolutely, yeah.
Okay, I just want to make sure that everybody understands, not just you. When we're having the conversation, if you're going to speak about something outside of this space, then I prefer us just speaking about what's talked about here. But if you're going to say it, then make sure that you're speaking and saying that, like, this is what this is saying. What can we do about that? Nobody is saying that here. So that's why I don't understand how does that contribute to the conversation. Because all that does is make people try to fight back with you about what somebody else said, not about what they said. So why can't we deal with what people are actually saying here?
This is what the shit on black people.
Come to a conversation.
Say that. And she had to say that's crazy. She didn't even have to tell all of these adults.
Robert,
hush. I'm just saying though.
One mic on First Lady. One mic on First Lady. Go ahead, First Lady.
Child. So I'm just saying, if y'all think about it, if we talk about what somebody else said, the other person that you're talking about said it, they not here to defend what they mean. But if you talk about what somebody says here, then they can actually say what they mean. Doesn't that make sense? That makes for a better conversation versus us arguing. Because what's going to happen is we're going to start arguing about what somebody else said, and they not even here. We don't even know what they saying. Does that make sense? It don't make sense.
I get what you're saying. I guess for me, whether it's in the room or not, and again, I'm not trying to, have a back and forth with anybody. But I learned, as a child, if you don't have anything nice to say about somebody, just don't say anything. And what's being said, even when people are not necessarily being direct, there is an undertone with the whole, and then, people go on these whole views about, oh, you expect black people to do this and do that. I mean, nobody expects you to be human. Because at the end of the day, if this were to happen to somebody on our side, if somebody happens, if Amanda Seals were to, God forbid, were to get, assaulted, or somebody else, these are people that we do see publicly in this room. We have seen people publicly, kind of like being very casual and nonchalant about it. We wouldn't feel good about that. But if you put that energy out there and you're responding to somebody just because, you didn't happen to like certain things that the person said, I just, it's a complete contradictory. If you can't see that, if we can't see that, then our humanity and our humility is very different.
Why is he still talking? He's not saying anything, First Lady.
Because this is his way to, and I want to make sure y'all notice this. This is a coon's way to have something to say about black people when black people ain't have anything to do with it. Because I'm being real with you, and I mean it as a description.
Y'all can't have a conversation.
Okay, so let me say in kid gloves, he you Google got to do like bitch is a coon. Like that's what the fuck it is. I don't know how to say it no other way. He's a fucking coon.
Wow.
I'm just saying if we're talking about things that are I'm gonna put you to the fucking ground because you cannot fucking bye. Get the fuck out with your dumb ass.
The whole conversation.
Yeah, because we have to be real. We're not kid glutting adults.
There you go.
You gotta shut up.
Okay, Maggot.
We're not kid gloving adults. We're talking about things that are happening in the world. So a coon is a coon. We're talking about things that are said in this room. He cannot stay. Ma'am, please stay on mute. He can't stay on topic, and it doesn't work because there's nobody in here that says that. So in order to disparage black people, he has to find something from outside of the space. And, no shade, I'm not being nice today. So you come back up ugly, but I'm still going to roast your ass.
Wait, listen. I'm coming right to you, Prince. You know why? Because you asked while I was in the shower.
And you're a faggot, by the way. You're a faggot, so that's
right.
Or you, girl. I'm about to post your picture, and we'll see who looks more like a faggot. Stem-head looking ass bitch.
That's a violation.
He's a Charlie Kirk. That's what it is.
No, it's not a violation. That's how they really feel.
Okay, stop. You don't have to feed into it. Stop it. I'm trying not to use profanity today, but you guys are really pushing me, and I feel the F word getting ready to roll off of my tongue.
You know what?
Today is Saturday. Today is sadness for some of us, okay? So, Shabbat. Chill out. All right. I did not bring him back up on stage. I don't know who brought him back up. But, Mike, that is absolutely, for me, I would just throw you out of this space.
He called me a coon. But he called me a coon.
You have a
wait a minute. So you think that a coon is relatively equal to the F word?
It's not about equal. He threw a shot, I threw a shot. Fair is fair.
Answer our question.
No, it's not. It's not fair.
So
Anyway, I'm moving the conversation. Mr. Prince, everybody take a break.
You were just talking about how we were supposed to have.
He called me a coon.
I said, God damn it, shut the fuck up! The fuck is wrong with y'all? The fuck, I just said it! Calm the fuck down! And y'all motherfuckers can't do that shit! Now chill the fuck out! The fuck? I am not your mother. I said I'm 87 years old. That would make me your great grandmother to some of y'all. Now treat me like a goddamn grandmother and shut the fuck up! Mr. Prince, one mic on you.
I gotta say, that brought back memories because my grandmother showed was like that. But speaking, what is annoying and saddening for me is that our own people are doing the same thing that white folks are doing, which is gaslighting us, shaming us, and all this other stuff for simply feeling indifferent. From my understanding, from what I heard in this conversation thus far, people are on the level of indifference or just simply not giving a fuck. And either one does not translate to he deserved to die. It does not translate to that. You have strangers all over the world that you hear about dying, and honestly, you don't skip a fucking beat. You don't. You may think, oh, I lift up prayers and thoughts, but you really don't give a fuck other than that. It's not stopping your day. It's not keeping you from eating. Well, shit, this situation might. But anyway, respectfully, don't bring up this idea that if this happened to someone you loved, or if this happened to your father, or if this happened to your cousin, or if this happened to a friend of yours down the street, motherfucker, it has always happened to us. We have always heard, seen, all felt the vitriol when it comes to when one of us dies. It's fucking ridiculous for that type of question to always be brought up. And I was expecting that more from the white folks in the room than another black person. I'm fucking sick of it. It's a part of our fucking history that anybody fucking dies. Whether it be a traffic stop, stopping somebody in the store, putting their foot on their neck, having a mental break in public, they die without any context and nuance about what's going on with that individual. It happens all the fucking time. Where memes are put up, where comments are made, where racial slurs are thrown out. That nigga deserved to die. We heard all this shit before. He should have just complied. All this other shit. So fuck you, respectfully, and respectfully, fuck this. Like, well, who the fuck do people think they are to try to shame people and giving some emotional labor for a fucking stranger?
Right.
Let's not forget, here's the thing that people forget. When it comes to influencers, political people, and all this other stuff, people who have a mic, the loudest fucking voice, and all this other stuff, and a consistent platform that allows them to spew hate, disrespect, racial slurs, incorrect information regarding stats, going for a group of people, influences people. Why you think Trump was so much in fucking trouble when it came to his words and how people relate that to how January 6th happened? Like, you'll be surprised when it comes to, statistically, when it comes to this type of thing happening, where people spew this type of stuff, and the percentage is quite high when it comes to the likelihood of somebody acting on the words of these individuals that have the mic, that have the power, and spew consistently hate, discrimination, everything about a group of people. So for people to sit here and say that it was only his opinion, it was only his thoughts and beliefs, I think I even heard, again, this is from, I will take First Lady's advice. This is from people outside of this space. This has not been said in this space. But people saying that he was killed because he spoke truth, that's been debunked. That has over and over again been debunked. When it comes to the stats that he said about black people, it was totally false. So no, there was no truth in this man at all. Period. So you want to ask, if this happens to us, how would we feel? How did people feel with certain other people who spewed such hate in the past? How did they feel about that? Were they crying over him? Did they have, or her, whomever? I'm sure they had family. I'm sure they probably cried for the individual. But how are you expecting the people that was the target of an individual's spewing of hate to somehow spend some emotional labor to lift a prayer up?
to say I'm sorry to hear that. Oh, it's a tragedy. When it's okay to still just say, I don't give a fuck.
So we just
Y'all gotta watch out. Mike, the last time you played with me, homegirl, I told you. Now if everyone wants a PTR, you will see a fat bitch with I guess some type of moles or something on her face, a lot of discoloration, freckles. But if you look in the middle of her lip, she has a large herpes bump that looks like it's out of control. You need to take some sea moss and get you some oregano oil and get your immune system under control before you worried about whatever kind of fag I am. You are very overweight. You have about 6 chins. You have a really bad skin condition. You look terrible, bitch. You look awful, girl. Look at you. I want you to take a good hard look at yourself and really, really think about before you ever part your lips to me again, bitch. You got about 500 pounds to lose before you ever fuck with me. With that big ass fucking pointy ass bump on your lip, bitch. You bitches got fucking nerve. I should come punch you in your mouth and bust that shit so it can skeet all over your face. Have a good day, fat bitch.
Please wear gloves. Please wear gloves.
Yes.
Can I just add something really quick? Oh, no,
That was diabolical. That was.
So was that bomb? Bitch, you better shut the fuck up talking to me, you fat ass bitch.
Jesus be offense. Wait. Chill back. Who just said can I?
Katrina. That was Michael.
Katrina said Michael.
Yeah.
Michael. I haven't heard from Michael. Who said Jeremy? Was that Jeremy said that? Can I get in the queue? Okay. All right. So Michael, Katrina, Jeremy, Malak, you trying to get in there?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. So I haven't heard from Malak all day. I haven't heard from Mike. So let's get the people that we haven't heard from. Jeremy, haven't heard from you today? I don't think.
Earlier. Yeah, I can go. Malak go first for sure.
Okay. All right. Okay. Go ahead.
Okay. I was just gonna say, obviously, all sorts of people can do crime, cause harm, assault other people. Doesn't matter, your ethnicity, your background, whatever. We know this to be true. But specifically in terms of political violence, this really seems to be a problem from young and middle-aged white men. So they have predominantly, young white men are significantly overrepresented in terms of political violence, especially far-right and white supremacist violence. And I can, give a whole host of examples, but maybe just to keep it brief. So I feel like if we're really going to talk about this problem of political violence and what's going on and how do we deal with this and the cause, whether it was Charlie Kirk's hateful rhetoric or the man that murdered him, and obviously that's not to equate the two, but just to say that there's really this issue, particularly on the far right, but more broadly among young and middle-aged white men, of doing this kind of political violence, and it's been the case for decades. So I just want to know when we're going to take that seriously in this country and actually deal with this problem of what all these white men are doing.
Was that an open question for anyone, or we keep them to the queue?
I think we should keep it.
White people should keep their mouth closed.
Malik, I don't think anybody's going to do anything about it because it serves certain people's political objectives.
Explain.
So, the current situation is very useful politically for the Trump administration, right? We know that Kirk is another pawn in the game, and his death is being used for political ends, right? So I think that these groypers and these agents of chaos, ultimately are going to serve the purpose for political objectives. And I don't think this is the first time that that's been the case. It's just a little bit different that these people could be so openly, because of the power structure now being in control by such right-wing figures. In the past, I think that it was like, it's never been this way, right? But they still were not ready to deal with the root causes of these issues, right? But people were more willing to be upfront about the fact that these people were already violent in their rhetoric, violent in the things they promoted, etc., etc. Now it's just politically useful, so nothing's gonna happen. All right. Happy Saturday, everybody. If you just getting here, I've already had my crash out for the day. Thanks a lot. I appreciate those that contributed to my crash out. It's like
Damn, I missed it.
and I don't understand why.
Can we rewind, please?
No, I don't want to be that way.
It wasn't that bad. If we really
Can we not interrupt the victim's story here, guys?
Thank you. Thank you. Oh my God.
Can we invite Cyndia back up on stage?
Yeah. Do you really want to crash? Because clearly the conversation.
Yes, because he looks like a mixture of Sinbad and Medea.
Will you
so
stop?
everyone needs to call him Cyndia.
Can you stop? Can you stop? Can you stop?
Ugly ass. Bitch, I told your motherfucking ugly ass. They're gonna have to pull me off your motherfucking ugly ass every time, huh? Cause you terrible looking and you got bumps on your lips. Go ahead, first lady, though.
Be nice. Okay.
Bumpy.
You see that? You see how I try to get people to be nice? You can't get people to be nice.
But where's
all this conversation?
He's a terrible person. Like, that's really the problem.
But we were supposed to go to Jeremy. We were supposed to go to some other people.
And me.
And Michael. Michael was the person. So here's the thing. Michael, one mic on you.
Thank you. I don't like talking to her directly, so I'll just say to the space. White people stealing black people's stuff is just dumb, and I'm tired of it. So I'm gonna ask that Monica change her PTR, and if she doesn't, could the mods enforce her changing it by removing her, because I'm tired of people stealing our stuff, and she stole my PTR.
Michael, you made this PTR?
I did, yes.
It is nice, and I will delete it.
Thank you.
I did add it, so I did creatively adjust it, but it's no problem.
Girl, don't even do it.
You're already there.
It's okay. Listen, we don't have to like one another, right, to be in conversation. And that's my ask of everyone. You sure, Mike? I don't want to bring you up because I don't want y'all fighting. I already got a headache that y'all done gave me because you guys don't know how to be nice to one another. And some of the way I told you, how you frame your words sometimes, it causes disruption.
Come on up, Valtrex, Valerie.
Oh, Lord Jesus. Why do I need to crash on a Saturday?
I warned him when I saw this picture. You don't remember? I said, if I was you, I would leave me alone. Baby, when I tell you I've been sitting up in my room like Brandy writing jokes about this bitch in her face, she is toasted. I'm like, this is a roaster's dream. To look like this and be trying me, girl, please. But I'm gonna leave you alone. I'm gonna let you talk about stuff. Just don't say nothing to me, and probably put some lip chapstick on or something, because that bump is, that shit on your lip. Got some shit on this lip, my nigga.
That's not right.
He needs a haircut too.
What is happening? Stay focused.
Good morning, culturally. Good morning, Mel. Hi, First Lady.
Hey, Red. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Happy Saturday.
All right, so I'm going to Jeremy. Jeremy, you were in there. I know.
You can put me in the queue as well.
Okay.
Can I get in the queue as well?
Okay. I just said Katrina wanted to get back in as well. Oh, my friend. I'm not gonna call you, but hi, Invisible. Go ahead, Jeremy. My mic on you.
Yeah, I'll be really quick. I think I just want to make sure that everybody is reminded that we don't have to defend why he was killed, because we didn't kill him, right? It was the white dude from Utah that killed him, and we don't even know why he killed him. So that's the trap trying to set all of y'all, is they're trying to plant these seeds like people are insinuating this and they're trying to assume this, they need to be respect this. But we didn't kill him though. Right? So there's none of that shit is the reason, because we don't know the reason right now. So don't fall for the trap. So I just want to say that. And thank you Malak for mentioning the history and the scientific evidence of white on white violence.
Yeah, thank you, Malak.
Everything that you just said was facts, because at the end of the day, we don't know any of these variables. And in math, you cannot figure out the answer when you just don't have all the clues. And we don't have it. We have assumptions, but we don't have everything. The guy said he's not talking. He's not talking to the investigators. He hasn't written anything. They've talked to his friends, they've talked to family members. And what we do know is the stuff that y'all don't even want to talk about. Y'all don't want to talk about that he grew up in a house on the right side of things. We don't want to talk about that. We don't want to talk about that he's been playing with guns forever. We don't want to talk about that. We don't want to talk about gun reform. No, we don't want to talk about that. Because perhaps maybe if we had gun reform, then maybe, just maybe, I don't know, this wouldn't happen. Who's next?
Yeah, can I get in the queue?
So basically, I mean,
I was in the queue as well.
Oh, wait a minute, Mike. You can't come in and jump the queue, babe. Wait a minute, hold on.
I already said I was in the queue after.
I know you said you were in the queue, but I believe Katrina had been waiting as well, way before you got back on the stage.
Right. Okay.
Mm-hmm. Go ahead, Katrina.
I'll be very quick. So, in regards to the fact that it's all white killers, I think in the fact when we had mass shootings, a lot of times people were saying that, it is, if you look at it, it is all white men. And I think at one point they, a certain group of people in this country don't want to take responsibility for it, and they don't want, quote unquote, their guys to be at fault. So the killers or the mass shooters were never black or Hispanic. It was always a white man. And now I think that's why they started this whole thing of transgender and the libs and the Democrats, because again, they don't have to take responsibility that it is something in their group that's going on. So to me, I think that's why the whole transgender thing is really being pushing. The other thing is when somebody says, a person is a person and nobody should be killed for their thoughts and opinions. I would like to see that person who says that, like, genuinely, to fight for every single death row inmate. Also, we should probably then change our Seditious Act, and because in there, for you just to spread the information of the enemy or the ideology of the enemy, you could be punished by death. So, no, actually, you cannot. In this country, by law, you can be killed for what you believe and what you're saying. So let's stop putting people down when they just genuinely didn't like the guy and they don't care.
Okay, so I've got.
It's horrible. Thank you, my sister.
I got breaking news. Again, take some of this shit with a grain of salt.
Is this? Where's the queue? Wasn't somebody after Katrina?
It's breaking news.
And please substantiate it, because there's been a lot of
I'm trying to get dressed. Go ahead, Mike.
Yeah, listen.
Was it Mike?
How did Mike get in front of me?
Yes, indeed, it definitely was.
Mike. Wait, 1 second. Because King. No, wait a minute. Because this is what we had. I had Katrina. I also asked if Monica wanted to speak. I didn't hear her say yes. King and Rez had said that they wanted to get in the thing before you came back up on stage. I'm just saying, but if you know how to behave, then they wouldn't have to throw you down in the thing.
That's the game. I get it.
I don't play games, sir. Don't equate me to game plan. I don't have to play games, cause I'll boom this bitch. Period.
Yeah, he's a little bit.
And if you don't know me by now, trust and believe, I will. I don't have to play games. I don't have to be here for this. Are you crazy?
Greg Sharp on these niggas first lady.
Hello? Oh no. Go ahead, King.
Yeah, so have you guys already talked about the fact that dude is suspected to be a groiper, which is the people who follow Nick Fuentes?
Yeah.
Have y'all already discussed that?
I haven't heard about that.
Yes, we discussed it on
This is white nationalists versus white nationalists.
Right. And so I think that a good reference for people to catch up on, like a historical reference, is that back in the 60s, there's this dude named Rockwell. He was a Nazi in America, American Nazi, right? This is the 60s, right? He is even pictured like sitting in the Nation of Islam meeting, and he admired Elijah Muhammad because of the separation. Like there was overlap between their belief on the fact that black people and white people needed to be separated. Anyway, he was, said a lot of things about niggas, just that sounded quite familiar to what we hear now, coming out of some of these influencers, Kirk included, talking about, birth rates and out of wedlock and crime. And like he used to say these same things, and the fact that white people needed to get guns to protect themselves from everybody else and all of this shit. He was also assassinated on a college campus in the 60s. And the person who shot him was also a Nazi. He was executed by someone on his same side ideologically. And when he was dead, when he died, people on the news kind of said the same thing, like hate begets hate or violence begets violence. But again, because the administration, like the people in the seats of power, were not like having these same views. Like these people weren't chastised publicly. It was just kind of like accepted, that when you say inflammatory, provocative things, like it, it happens. Nobody celebrated, but I mean, I'm sure there were people celebrating because this dude wore a Nazi uniform, right? Whereas today, people just wear regular clothes. But I think that, it's being used. Stephen Miller has been on the news talking about how liberal institutions need to be destroyed and threatening people with exile. As far as people who are liberal or in liberal institutions. And so they're like people are on his side are totally ignoring the fact that this dude was a groiper and that all of the shit that is written on they said were written on the bullets and the cartridges and whatever, were all in alignment with the means. The means that groiper people share. So they're ignoring all of that, and they're moving forward with this narrative that these are left-wing people. So just be up on that. And the guy's name was, his last name was Rockwell. Just type in Rockwell Nazi college assassination.
Wait, can I ask a quick question? So the stuff around the
no.
Okay,
no,
I just
because there's people
understand
that waiting to speak, and that was I understand, but that was quite a long submission, so we got to keep it moving. Thank you, Kate. We'll come back. You'll get back in the queue, and then you can ask her at that time. Rez, you've been waiting. Good day, good now. What's on your mind?
Thanks, First Lady. I think this entire situation is entirely insane because white on white crime is real, right? And that's what we're not addressing. Because this is white on white crime. Period. Exactly. Point blank. Full fucking stop. Like, let's be real clear. A young white man shot a young white man. And on the same day, right, there was a school shooting. Hello? White on white crime. Again. I mean, hello? What are we talking about, people? Same day. This all happened. And that news story was buried again because there is all of this that is continuing to happen because we have this gun violence in this country that is at a rapid pace, right? But I'm going to pivot a little bit because this is where I am having a problem with some of this situation. I'm a taxpayer. I am a military veteran, a retired military veteran at that. Did 22 years in the Army. Retired from the federal government on top of that. And you use my taxpayer dollars for a podcaster to be flown on Air Force Two, to use active duty Air Force folks, to give him military honors, to transfer his body to Arizona. I got a problem with all of this. And then you have a sitting congressperson introducing a bill to put his body in the rotunda, which is only reserved for presidential and literally officials or people who have literally contributed to this country, right? So it is weird to me that y'all are not outraged by any of these things, that your taxpayer dollars were literally used to transfer this citizen of the United States of America on Air Force Two. Y'all weird to me. I'm now going on mute. And he was given military honors. What the motherfucking hell?
Thank you.
I'm going on.
I would love to be able to step in. So again, I mean, number one, this was a tragic killing that took place. I don't think that, if we're making a big deal about how he was buried and things like that, I think that, if that's your worry,
buried,
the fact that he was, rather than he was shot in cold blood for no reason, this is what I was talking about with.
These are unserious people.
Right, just let him say what he gonna say, and just don't even respond because keep
Don't let him say that. Wait a minute. Y'all erupting again. Y'all got this erection going on. Y'all got to hold your erection. Seriously. Put it on the table.
You're literally
Just be quiet. Zip it. 1 second.
Oh, no.
1 second. Thank you. All right.
Yeah, you're literally hearing, the different.
Don't address the people. Say what you gotta say. You want the people.
But you just said to talk about what's going on in the room. I'm just
yeah.
what's going on in the room. So
yeah.
So absolutely. So you have somebody that's commenting on how he was buried and they're a tax-paying citizen and all of these different things. And the net of it is that there was somebody that was shot in cold blood, and they shouldn't have been. This was a political assassination, and that's a very terrible president. But instead of talking about that, it becomes about I'm so angry that my taxpayer dollars are being, this is the type of stuff that, and this is the reason why people say, hey, there's no humility, there's no humanity, there's no grace, and it just seems very hateful. And what's going on is that people are making these statements, they're putting posts out and so on and so forth, but
now you're going outside the room.
But underlyingly, this is how they feel when they start talking about taxpayer dollars and different things like that. And it's just a shame that this is where we are in this country. It's such a shame.
Okay.
It's such a shame that we're at this juncture in our society that somebody can be shot in cold blood because we disagree with certain things that they said, and we're just sort of being very passive in our sort of attitude about it. It's very, very shameful.
Okay. Well, thank you for your opinion. You're entitled to it. We're going to keep it moving. Who was next? Water?
Okay. You eating? Okay. All right. What's Stefani? Go ahead. I saw your mic.
Yeah, I just wanted to say that I keep hearing First Lady, people keep talking about that there was some form of political violence. The only political violence that anybody was susceptible to on the same day that he died, were those children. Haven't we been talking about, we need some form of gun reform in this country to protect children? They were the only ones that was caught in the crossfire of the political violence. That should be the only thing that we should really be concerned about. But because America has made him a martyr, we want to look at him and recognize him as a political figure. I think that's ironic. And yes, my hard-earned tax dollars were spent on a podcaster to ride the Air Force One with a president who lowered the U.S. flag to half staff for his quote-unquote untimely death that he orchestrated himself by the rhetoric that he spewed. But we keep talking about there was a political violence. There was no political violence. The only people that were caught in the crossfire, and what I consider, which we all should be considering as a political violence, are those children. And then lastly, people need to stop trying to incite this whole thing about people celebratory over his death. Nobody, that shit is not real. That shit is not real. If I'm not mistaken, I believe somebody from the House or the Senate went on national television and said, and I quote her accurately, I have her name on the tip of my tongue. She said the left is responsible for his death. Pretty much saying that the blood of Charlie Kirk was on the left's hands. But we have not heard anybody from the African American community spew that fucking rhetoric and say that we are celebratory towards this man's death. And y'all house niggas are going to be the detriment of our community. Trying to hold the line for white supremacists who wouldn't even hold your dick so for you to be able to piss. Okay? Or wipe your ass.
Stay focused.
I'm focused, First Lady. I'm gonna give me a haircut so I can look sick.
I know that's right. You can go. Let me just check with Water, because Water did come back off mic again. Water, are you there?
Yeah, thank y'all. Appreciate it. Real quick, I just wanted to go with what Prince was speaking. Dr. Prince was talking about how they trying to sell him even after, like, his one job was to influence, right? That was his whole job, one position in life before his untimely passing was to be an influencer, and furthermore to be sent around college to college, grooming kids to influence. So if he wasn't able to achieve then in his job, why is it my responsibility, your responsibility, or the government's responsibility to
Okay, Notorious, hope you've enjoyed. This has been Politically Correct by Patty. And First Lady, this is Documenting Liberals. This is candidate Congressman John Kitover. Okay, this is petition onboarding candidate John Kitover, Illinois 16. I'm going to turn the chat off. I'm also going to turn hand raising off. And we are also going to pin our link Okay, this is petition onboarding candidate Kitover John. The link is above if you want to donate.
Affidavit.
Testing. Testing.
This little thing helped me more than my last therapy session. It's called the PMD, a lifelike plush toy.
And now we take great pleasure in presenting to you the star of our program, Miss Kate Smith.
Hello, everybody. It is my happy privilege to introduce a new song, God Bless America. While the storm clouds gather all across the sea, let us swear allegiance to the land that's free. Let us all be grateful for a land so
It's a good way to filter shit. If they can't actually get into the court, I think they're a waste of time. It's a good way to filter shit.
Kind of makes you think of Blake, doesn't it? Makes you think of a lot of things. We're going to be in this yet, Mom.
Hello, son.
Hello, darling.
New song?
Brand new, first time of the year. Brand new, my eye. You know, I threw that song out of Yip Yip Yap Tank 22 years ago. Sounds better now.
What's in your head? You are the source. Transform.
And now we take great pleasure in presenting to you the star of our program, Miss Kate Smith.
Hello, everybody. It is my happy privilege to introduce a new song. God bless America.
What's in your head? You are the source. Transform the darkness into light. Sound.
While the storm clouds gather
The time that teaches you how.
far across the sea,
The time
let
that
us
teaches you how.
swear allegiance
What's in your head? You are the source. Transform the darkness into light. They can be used.
Let us all be grateful
Expose
for
them.
a land so
Into
clear.
remind us.
As we
The
raise
time that teaches you
our
how.
voices in a solemn
Try closing the app completely.
God bless America, land that I love. Stand beside her and
Try
guide
closing the
her
app completely and then
through
click
the
it.
night with a light from above.
Yeah, you are the source. Transform the darkness into light as the
To
sun.
the prairie, to the ocean,
Let's push right.
white with gold. God bless America, my home, sweet home. God bless America, land where
We all need my book.
stand beside
Push
her
right.
and guide through the night with a light from above. From the mountain to the
There's a
prairie,
cesspool of mental illness.
to the ocean, white with
True.
gold.
But
God
I found it where
She's my miracle child. So how does your miracle child get cancer? How does that happen?
There was a mass, basically a test-ball-sized tumor at the base of his brain. We were rushed over to our local children's hospital, and that's when they told us that he had cancer. We couldn't believe that something that big was inside his little head. And everybody always says the worst sentence in the world is you have cancer, and it's not. The worst sentence in the world is your child has cancer. Our oncologist reached out to St. Jude.
St. Jude knew exactly what was happening. They already had a clinical trial going on. The discoveries that St. Jude...
Hey Sean, how you doing? I'm gonna try to send you this invite again. Hey Sean, how's it going?
Yes, sir.
Hey, how's your day? Can you hear me?
It's going pretty good. I can.
Oh, good. Okay. Are you on a cellular or are you on Wi-Fi?
Cellular and Wi-Fi.
Oh, okay, cool. Yeah, I've been using this app for many years now, and I have over 30 YouTube accounts that have accrued over 25,000 videos of people having conversations on this app. It's kind of like an art project. So I'm glad you were able to download it. It's just a free way to have a conference call. But there's big social and political implications in this app. So if you use it, over the next few weeks and go into rooms or add people or look at my friends list and add those people, but you can hear a lot of interesting conversations happening on this app.
I was noticing that yesterday.
So how many dogs do you have?
Just the two.
What is Pedialyte?
Pedialyte is just electrolytes for something you would give to children for, if they were sick.
Yeah, like dehydration, right?
Dehydration, of course, yes.
Yeah. So basically, I just wanted to introduce myself to you, and then have you introduce yourself to me. Then I wanted to ask you about your priorities. I guess if you were running for office, and Heather here is also in Rockford, and she's going to be doing this petition onboarding with us. Say hello to Heather. Heather also responded to the Craigslist ad. Hi Heather, this is John. This is Sean. Nice to meet you, Heather. If you want to unmute, there's a little mute mic button in the bottom right. Also, there's a house attached to this room. If you click in the top where it says elect candidate Congressman John Kitover, you can join the actual house here on this app. And I'll make you both moderators on here. Just let us know whenever you can unmute or join the convo. Or if you can't speak, Heather, you can completely close the app down, restart it, and then rejoin the room. And that usually fixes it. Hey, Heather. Yeah, I think that's what's going on. I just saw a local senator who is a Democrat in my neighborhood who I've met before, and I did sign her petition because I've met her in the real world, and I know she's got a good heart. So, hey, Heather. And we'll try to keep this brief. We can go to like 1:30, 1:35 if you have the time.
Roger that.
All right,
So
well.
that you're ex-military as well.
Yep, I was in the South Carolina and the Illinois Army National Guard.
I was Arkansas National Guard, 39th.
Yeah, I went to Arkansas once, and it's a beautiful state. Really beautiful.
It is. It is.
Yeah, I was very happy to actually get to that state and see Little Rock. I asked the taxi driver, I said, what do you think about renaming this airport after the Clintons. And hey, Heather, can you hear us? Can you unmute? I don't know what the bug is. If you're not on Wi-Fi, sometimes that is a problem. All right, well, hey, Heather. Yeah, we... Hey, Heather, how are you? We can hear you now.
Alright, that's good.
Hi, Heather. This is Sean. Sean also lives in Rockford, correct?
Correct. Just
So-
moved here.
Okay, great. And you live in Rockford, Heather?
Yes, I do.
Okay, great. So this is the petition onboarding for the campaign. We're just going to briefly introduce ourselves to each other. I'm going to ask you a basic question. If you were running for the president, what would your top 3 priorities be for we the people? Then we can talk about how to download the PDF for the petition. If you need to print, if you need to go to the UPS store, if you have a printer, but printing will be required at the present moment. So does that agenda sound good? Is there anything else you guys want to add to the agenda?
No, that's fine.
Okay, great. Well, let me just introduce myself to the two of you, and then you can go and we'll do round robin. Name is John Zachary Kitover. I live in Chicago, Illinois. 42 years old, a graduate of Niles West High School, and a graduate of the Citadel Military College in Charleston, South Carolina. I have a Bachelor's of Science in Business Administration. Graduated with some distinctions and honors. Then I served in the Army National Guard from 2002 to 2006. And then 2007 all the way up to 2019, I've been working in digital marketing, media buying, and ad operations at Google, Microsoft, Hearst Publishing, Cox Communications, working across a wide spectrum of consumer products. Then I started working for the Census Bureau and the IRS, opening and closing federal facilities for those agencies. And then in May of this year, resigned, and I'm full-time running for Congress in the 16th District against Darren LaHood. I'm a 2-time Trump voter. The first election I ever voted in was for George W. Bush, and then I felt we got duped, and I stopped voting for him the second time. I did not vote, I believe, because I couldn't stomach John McCain. But anyways, we are in 2025. We're $37 trillion in debt, and we have $100 trillion in unfunded debt liabilities. My first 2 acts, if I get into Congress, are to propose a defunding the big beautiful bill and initiating and proposing a balanced budget act. We have gathered approximately only 30 signatures that I did last weekend in Bloomington, Illinois. The response was fantastic. As soon as you mention Darren LaHood, people want to grab the clipboard out of your hands and sign right away. So I'm very optimistic that we can get the signatures. Daily it's possible to get 60 up to 250 signatures. I did find at the Illinois State football game, tailgating is an excellent place to meet people and get signatures from people who are in a happy place. So tailgating, if there's a high school or a college in the area, tailgating is a great place, or in and out of the stadium. So that's my introduction. Sean, go ahead.
My name is Sean Wilson. 45 years old, ex-military after 15 years. BSN is what I went to school for, Bachelor of Science in Nursing. And as far as my beliefs in the Republicans, I voted for Bush as well. Once again, I was kind of thrown back by McCain, so I didn't vote for a while. Coming from the southern states, the Clintons kind of were, we wanted to support the Clintons due to the fact that I'm from Arkansas, but that's when I noticed that a lot of defunding started raising, our national debt started increasing, and kind of the Democrats ran with it from there. So I would like to see a lot more as far as my top three, I would say mental health, which I would believe would help us with the homeless issue that we have. More state funding for rehab facilities, and I would like to see a little bit more support for our VA, our veterans.
Okay, great. Thanks, Sean. I may have forgot to mention my priorities, but go ahead, Heather, if you want to introduce yourself and maybe tell us your 3 priorities.
Name's Heather Smythe. I'm 41. I'm not really political either way, but I'm fresh into it, so would love to know more either direction. Like I said, just now kind of getting more political in my beliefs and which way, so I'm just researching anybody and everybody, and never really voted too much because I didn't think my vote ever mattered. I guess my 3 priorities would be, like Sean said, mental health. I do suffer from that. I found my dad dead in my backyard, so I have PTSD and have a service dog. The other one would be definitely state funding for rehab services and veterans. I do feel that there isn't enough there. And the third one would be, I guess, just overall safety in schools and stuff like that is much needed. I don't see enough of that. And that would be my 3.
Okay, great. My 3 priorities really is to lower your property taxes, lower your income taxes, and lower your public and private debts. I think a lot of the problems we have in society, maybe why there isn't so much abundance for everybody, is because Fortune 500s and our government has taken so much from us over the past 100 years, and in particular over the past 25 years. So that's the type of perspective I have on economics, federal borrowing and spending. The mantra of this campaign that I have been encouraging all participants to say over and over again is stop borrowing, stop spending. I think the COVID-19 vaccine response and our military-industrial complex can't exist unless we borrow and spend. And it's proven in the congressional record in HR Acts. Darren LaHood passed the HEROES Act, the CARES Act, and other multi-trillion-dollar acts in support of COVID-19 vaccine response. Most of that money went to Pfizer, Moderna, Sanofi, J&J. So that is the messaging that I'm bringing. Now let's move to the petition gathering. So I'm going to email you both a link to the Illinois Election Commission, or you can Google it, but I'll send it to you. And it's a PDF. You'll have to go to the 11th page, and you'll have to find a place to print if you don't have a printer at home. Do either of you happen to have a printer at home?
Yeah, I do.
Okay, great. I would just print off 3 sheets and put it on a clipboard. You can, I'll send you a pre-completed one so you can see what you want to fill in at the top. If you print 1 sheet and then fill it in and then just hit copy and create 2 other sheets, you won't have to fill in the other sheets by hand. It's simple notation like my name, the Republican Party, where I live, where the district is that people are signing in. So it's very easy to fill out, and I'll give you a pre-filled petition that you can just copy over. So when you go out, the whole thing is about positive vibrations and bringing positive vibrations to the voters, to the petition signers, and ask them, please write legibly as if someone could read it. Because a lot of people are scribblers in the same way that a doctor's prescription is a scribble, and that signature will get challenged, and effectively you're just wasting your time. So we really need to calm people down, say, hey, can you take the deepest breath of the day before you sign? Put them in a relaxed state, and their signature will be a little higher, but verbally remind them, please write legibly. We really need to be able to read it because it will be challenged. I usually like to just quickly introduce myself, say, hey, excuse me, I'm John. Can I get 10 seconds of your time to sign a petition? That's how I generally introduce myself. So if you want to practice your pitch,
It's really a pleasant introduction, and tell them that we're trying to get rid of Darren LaHood. And not many people, most people know who he is, surprisingly. It's very surprising. I don't think I had one person not know who he was unless they were, not in the state. A lot of people were on vacation or from out of town. So I guess any thoughts? Have either of you signatured? I mean, I know Heather, you said you're new to this, but Sean, have you done petitions before?
I have. Eddie Armstrong back in Arkansas is one of my best friends. He's a Republican for Arkansas, so.
Okay, great. Well, Heather, if you and Sean feel comfortable exchanging information and you want to meet up and canvass together, feel free to do that and coordinate. So the campaign has raised about $620. We've already spent about $400 going to Peoria or going to Bloomington last weekend. That was for gas and hotel and dinner. We only got 30 signatures out of that 400, so the ROI wasn't that good. I'm trying to spend as little as possible, but I'm willing to also contribute personally $1,000. So the campaign can pay you basically $15 an hour or $1.50 a signature. It's however it goes for you until we exhaust all the funds. So I'd be happy to compensate you for your time. I would also, encourage you to create some social media about the campaign, about the activities that you're doing. Self-promote yourself if you feel comfortable. And that's about it. I mean, that's my pitch to you. I thank you both for your time today and responding to the Craigslist ad. I have had great success off of Craigslist. And, you meet real people. And I hope this is a fun and transformative journey for the both of you in Rockford.
Roger that.
No problem.
There's also the Rockford casino that I saw, which is amazing, which might be a great place to petition outside of the entrance there. And then there also is a Rockford calendar of events that I'll share with you both, which would be great places to get signatures. And
the art festival is downtown this weekend, so.
Great, yeah, I think I saw that. And I also saw one of Illinois' most amazing gardens is in Rockford. I never had heard of it, but it looks amazing. Do you guys know what I'm talking about?
Anderson Gardens?
I think that's what it's called. But yeah, it's like a Japanese style garden.
Yes.
Wow. Well, I'm going to go up there probably next weekend. And I'm going to probably rent an Airbnb for 2 weeks. So I'll be up there gathering as many signatures as I can. I'm also going to share with you the district's voter roll for Rockford for possible door knocking. But I have to get that email off to the Illinois Election Commission to pull that data. So I'm going to probably get that by Tuesday, Wednesday, or Thursday at the latest, and I'll share that with you. So I got your text. So I will send you the links to the PDF, and if you're free this evening, or however you guys want to start going about it, I'm happy to help you on any questions real time. You can also always open a clubhouse room and just send me a link to the clubhouse room. But are there any other comments, questions, ideas, or opinions?
Negative.
Yeah, not at the moment.
I guess I can. I want to know more about your ideas, but I've already done some website research, so I'm going to do some studying that way.
Yeah, Ann here is actually a campaign contributor. She helped a lot getting Trump elected. She created a marketing campaign called Walk Away Democrats. And Sean and Heather here are petition gatherers in Rockford, Illinois for the campaign. Ann, welcome to the room.
Hi.
Ann also recently got a job. Congratulations, Ann.
Thank you. I'm so happy and excited to start. I couldn't believe how hard it was to find a job. It was wild.
So, yeah. Yeah, that's the problem about balancing the economy with borrowing and spending. So many jobs are tied to just borrowing and spending. They're not jobs tied to for profit. So, we could get deeper into economics, but I also want to point out the campaign link donation above, the antidote link. That is how anyone can contribute to the campaign. There are there are donation rules on that page. If you're, not a U.S. resident, you can't donate. And do you have any motivating words for Sean and Heather here as they possibly start gathering our first signatures for us in Rockford today?
I don't know. I don't think I know these people. Where did they come from?
Sean and Heather, tell Ann how we met.
Yeah, I was an ad on Craigslist, and it was for Rockford.
And then John brought you guys on to Clubhouse?
Correct.
Oh my gosh, what a nice guy.
Yeah, I've used Craigslist in many ways throughout my life, and it's always been profitable and fantastic. Craigslist is really a social network in a way. It's also, an ad spam network. There's a lot of spam on there, but occasionally you come across real, authentic people or people who are giving away things or selling great things at great prices. There's also, the element that you can get robbed, just like on Facebook Marketplace. So, always confirm.
Yeah. That's happened to me once over a rental.
So Ann, I know you said you wanted to help with the campaign. I was thinking about ways today maybe you could help. I know you probably have limited time, but how's your TikTok going? Because TikTok could be a big component of this campaign, and it's very hard to get traction on TikTok.
Well, it is, but it isn't. It just depends on what time of day. So there's certain times of the day that the algorithm will hit. So like usually, well, if it's in the morning, it's usually like when people are on their way to work. So that's like super early. And then people kind of like around 7:30 p.m. And then also 10 p.m. It's like what I noticed the best times that you can get traction. But on Saturdays and Sundays, 1 o'clock p.m. is the best time.
All right, well, this officially concludes our onboarding for petition gathering. I'm going to leave the room open for... Yeah, we just did about a 20-minute introduction, and then we talked about petition circulating.
So do you have a TikTok account?
I have multiple TikTok accounts, but no followers, but I am posting regularly.
Well, yeah, then just let me know.
Can we do we can do a shared live stream on there? We can do a shared live stream on there, right?
Yeah, we can. Can you start a live? They give your followers. They used to have a restriction. You had to have like 1,000 followers, but I don't know if that's.
Yeah, I can't live yet because I haven't grown the account enough.
Okay, so you can't like start one on your own, but you can join one.
I'm pretty sure. But you know what we could do is, who wants to do an interview is Jazzy. I told her that she and I would make great content if we were to do an interview. So basically what I want you to do is to interview and fundraise and, be the fundraiser for the MC basically. But whatever platforms, whether we do it on all of them at the same time, YouTube, Instagram, TikTok.
Yeah, but you're the streamer. I don't know. I'm not. That's not my forte. So, but yeah, whenever you and Jazzy want to make time, I have like a decent following on there, but I have like 11,000.
So Heather and Sean, I want to tell you that politics is social, and being social is being political in a way, but. What I'm saying is, if you help fundraise for the campaign, it's pretty much 100% pass back to you. Anything you help fundraise for this campaign will go into your pocket for your petition gathering, or you'll be paid as a host. So
This app is a great platform for fundraising. I have raised $600 on it, which is amazing, and it wasn't me, it was the people on the app that did it. A former guy on this app named Roger Mayhem, a libertarian, helped do a lot of the fundraising because he is very intelligent and people enjoy engaging with him. But he was run off the app by what I would call radicals, or you could call them extremists, you could call them racist, you could call them 100 other words, but he was run off the app because they doxed him. They found out his personal information and they were threatening him and posting at places, and so he was so upset he eventually left the platform. But he helped raise a lot of funds. I'm a very public and transparent person. I have people mailing campaign donations to my house because you can find out where I live, things like that. So, but yeah, the opportunity to fundraise is on this app. It's on X Spaces. So any creative ideas or content you want to create that can help fundraise will get passed back to you. And hopefully you can help us gather petitions. Heather, is there any other questions, ideas, or opinions you might have?
Not offhand at the moment, at least.
Okay, great. Well, I will text you soon, and I hope you have a great weekend, and look forward to speaking with you soon.
Yeah, no problem. You have a good afternoon, too.
Okay, thanks, Heather. Have a great day. Talk to you soon.
Yep.
Take care. Bye-bye.
What does mea culpa mean? What?
My bad.
Mea culpa?
Yeah.
Like your MO?
Yeah, like what does that mean? Mea culpa.
Modus operandi, which means like your plan of action. So like
Those are
your
different.
MI, what your goal is or what your plan is. Like,
Somebody kept saying your name in a room. They were like, Yale's mea culpa. I said, what the fuck is that?
Who said that?
Daddy.
Okay.
Oh.
So I had a strange situation last night where I ended up defending Bibi Kapara of all people in Amir's room because they were like going after him for blaming, effectively like, but they were criticizing him for blaming. There was a lot of speculation about whether it was a Jew or a Muslim or a black person or who was it that killed Charlie Kirk, and they were criticizing him for blaming Muslims. And at the same time, they were trying to convince me, literally a day earlier, that like some crazy conspiracy with the Mossad, and asking me to go read Hebrew language press to find him some Israelis to pin it on. And I'm just like, listen, you can speculate all you want, but like you're being kind of a hypocrite by trying to like accuse people of Islamophobia when literally you're blaming every obscure crime on the. They also blame 9/11 on the Jews, so it's like
it's two sides of the same coin. That's why
it's kind of like
it's proven it was done by the Zionists.
Like I find the Palestine movement and the Zionist movement increasingly similar. They are similar. To me, they're two sides of the same coin. After October 7th, everything just excelled so fast, and people became radicalized overnight. And I do feel that they're very similar.
So I've been ostracized from the pro-Pally room. A lot of the people in there said nice things to me after. There's a few Pallies.
The Palestinians were ostracized from the Palestinian rooms.
Anyway,
because
now
they thought it was too anti-Semitic too.
Interesting. Yeah, it's very bizarre. It kind of reminds me. Remember October 7th? There were some like rumors going around about the beheaded babies and the burns, and like Israel did, to its credit, correct the record, but because like the crimes were horrible enough that we don't even make shit up, right? And similarly, like my view is it doesn't discount the fact that like Israel, I think, is doing horrific war crimes in Gaza, but we don't have to make shit up to we don't need to. It just discredits whatever movements you're running when you pile on every fucking political crime in the world and every problem in your life and attribute it to the Mossad. It just sounds really absurd at that point. You're not really helping your case. Like people just say things that there is evidence for, and if there's no evidence, keep your mouth shut. That's my view. My hot take. No thoughts? Okay.
I think a lot of people are, unfortunately, using this cause to further their own agenda or plan, whatever it is. Definitely think that with Amir, because I don't understand how somebody can, for 2 years straight, every single day, he's had rooms for hours every day. He has to be getting paid. I just don't believe it. Who has that kind of time on their hands? They gotta be getting
People
paid.
say I'm getting paid. I'm not getting paid, Yali. I think people just say that. Like, no one's getting paid. We just don't have lives.
Yeah, that's definitely a factor as well. No offense, but
were you the one who speculated I'm getting paid? I feel like
I didn't think that you're getting paid, but I do think that you're affiliated with probably some left-wing organizations that might be shaping your biases and agenda, or it may just be mainstream American Jewish organizations and institutions. I don't know.
No, the mainstream. I'm like really fed up with the mainstream Jewish organizations. They've been extremely cowardly, I think, in this situation.
Well, I think a lot of Jews are, because they've been raised. There's a huge failure of Jewish educational organizations in America and Canada, because you have a whole generation of Jews saying, "What the fuck? Why didn't you teach me anything?" and withhold information. They feel betrayed and hate their parents now, and blah 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 blah.
So you feel like they should have given us a more nuanced view of like the history of the state of Israel and a little more honest.
We didn't learn about Palestine. I went to the same school. I grew up in Vancouver. I went to the same school as Seth Rogen. All these people, Nathan, whatever his name is. We all had the same Jewish education. We didn't learn about Palestine.
Nathan Fielder? You have talented classmates. Nathan Fielder is amazing.
Yeah. He was out of the school by the time I got to 4th grade, but yeah, he went there too. We didn't really get an education about it. My parents kind of told us about it. But nothing really. And I think that a lot of Jews have grown up now and are feeling a little bit like maybe who did get more of an education, that their education was skewed. But all education is propaganda, so I don't know.
Well, so for me, it's less the education. The education obviously is lacking, but like I feel like our like the ADL and the APACs and even the Holocaust museums are just sitting there like kind of cowardly, like sitting on their hands, scared to say anything. When like this is really sort of shattered American Jewish identity, and it's something we're all struggling with, and it's a trauma that's sort of come to our doorstep, even if we try to ignore it and say it has nothing to do with us. And I think they've been really cowardly in actually helping us navigate this. And they won't call Israel out when it's wrong. And they are just have complete incoherence in their messaging. And so I think they're just alienating more and more Jews from institutional Judaism. I think they're not representing us. I think it's...
Well, it is unprecedented times as well. Like I personally don't like the ADL very much because...
They're like defending Nazi salutes. Like, what the hell?
Well, it's not that. It's because you're in the business of anti-Semitism, and that's concerning to me.
Yeah.
You don't have a business unless you have anti-Semitism, and that.
So they drum up anti-Semitism, exactly.
But I think all these kinds of things, like these organizations that are based off of identity politics, you're invested. Your product is identity politics, and your product is the anti-Semitism or the whatever, and if you don't have that product, you don't have money, you're not generating money. So I do see it as these institutions, ADL included, is a bit more corrupt and obviously negative.
Have you heard Seth Rogen talking about how all of us Jews were lied to as kids about the state of Israel?
Perplexing to me.
Can I play that clip? Do you guys want to hear the clip of Seth Rogen?
We have this, he went to Sharon Tzedek as well. His parents met at a kibbutz in Israel. They still go to Sharon Tzedek. His parents' row is, they still go. So I don't know what happened there. Because maybe his parents, because they're both Israeli, I don't know. He went to Torah actually, for elementary, but certainly high school. And we went to the same camps, Camp Tikva. Like, I don't know. Josh, see, this is why I hate saying shit on this app and having this conversation, because people will twist it. Israel's in the business of anti-Semitism. It's such an oversimplification and generalization of a statement that Israel's not in the business of anti-Semitism. Anti-Semites are in the business of anti-Semitism. But there are also people who use that fear and use that to generate popularity, sympathy, whatever, votes. And it's not unique to Jewish people. They do this in every country, every group of people. The Arabs, they use Israel to scare the Arab world.
Okay, Ellie, I just want to play this clip real quick.
Okay, go.
They also think that as a Jewish person, like, I was fed a huge amount of lies about Israel the entire life, you know? Yeah. They never tell you that. Oh, by the way, there were people there. They make it seem like it was just, like, sitting there. Doors open. Hours for the taking. Like, it literally, they forget to include the fact to every young Jewish person, basically, like, oh, by the way, there were people. I'm afraid of Jews. I'm 100% afraid of Jews. That's it. It'd be nice to live somewhere that was not a part of the Christian apocalyptic prophecy. It's also probably a good idea. It's like, maybe settle somewhere that, you know, the Christians only grow up to die in order for the... Yeah, and then they want us all to go there. They needed a certain number. They need us to go there so we can die. So yeah, but that, could you imagine living in Israel? Would you ever go live in Israel? No, it would be... They also think that...
So that was the Seth Rogen clip where he's talking about the upbringing Yaeli and I had, where a lot of Jews become disillusioned with their Zionist sort of narrative that we've been fed, that is just very sugar-coated and you know, one side. And then you grow up, you learn some facts, you read Benny Morris and Israeli historians, and it's like, it kind of shatters your innocence, because you had one view of Israel, and then you get another one. And so Yaeli is sort of advocating for a more nuanced, full picture.
I think that the mainstream narrative is also false, though, too. Like, it's more honest, but I actually, a few years ago, I literally went to the library at LaFayette University, and I started bringing up old articles because I got so hyper-fixated on the subject. And it's so much more complicated than people want to believe, that, like, these white people came from Europe and stole homes. It's just so much more complicated.
But that's not the narrative I was raised with. I was raised as a Zionist.
No, I wasn't raised with that one either.
So when I got to college, I learned about the Nakba, and I read, my Jewish friends actually were the ones who taught me about it. Okay, let's move them down.
I don't think I heard the word Zionist or Nakba ever until my 20s.
So I heard it from, like, you know, my Palestinian friends, my lefty friends, and I took it with a grain of salt, but it was my Jewish friends, actually, who had the same upbringing as us, Yaeli, that really, they were like, read Benny Morris, read Tom Segev, and they gave me books by Israeli historians that kind of dismantled all of these stories that we heard, and kind of it wasn't a lie, but they told literally the other half of the story that we didn't know about, you know, and it's very shattering, because we had this one perception of...
There's a third part too in Arabic, which is absolutely fascinating. If you ever get a chance to, like, check out the Arab historians, this conflict has so many faces. It's got an English one, an Arabic one.
Do you speak Arabic, Yaeli?
Like, my grandparents spoke Arabic, so I can understand it. Yeah, a little bit.
Yeah, a little bit. Yeah, like 20 words.
Welcome back, Ellie.
Hey, I talked to ChatGPT, and he apparently had quite a bit to say about the whole genetic situation.
Good. Come on, this is not the problem.
What?
We're not talking about this anymore. We've moved on.
Yeah. Listen,
Make it quick.
I'm not going to talk about it. I just want to say that I tried to send you a link to the chat convo, but for some reason it's not sharing for me the convos. It's like always giving the 404 broken links. Never mind. About the historians. If you talk to any person that lives, like, in a country, right? And you look at the history that is being taught in schools, that history is always a propagandistic narration that's supposed to kind of, like I said before in some other room.
Let me cut you off for a second, Ellie. Ellie, you were talking about American Jewish education, the way we learn about Israel, in this very glowy, fetishistic way, which is not the same as in Israel. In Israel, they do teach about the Nakba in schools to some extent, but in American day schools and Jewish day schools, Jewish Sunday schools, we learn a very, very glossed over version of it. And so when we go to college and we find the full story, it's very shattering because we had one image of our identity and how it's enmeshed with Israel, and then we find out all this bad shit happened. So, like, for example, specifically, like, we never heard the word Nakba growing up. We were never told about the true story of what happened in Palestine, or what sort of the version of the Palestinians' version of the history. And so when you hear the other side, it's a little bit disorienting. That's all. It has nothing to do with what they do in Israel. I know in Israel they start to teach about the Nakba in most schools.
It's irrelevant. Even if you teach about the Nakba in schools in Israel, the history is still propagandistic. It's not painting like the historically quote-unquote correct.
We try. We get full propaganda in our veins with no context.
No, yeah, but again,
that's why you hear the honest in the next room going like fetishizing Israel, like wow, even the dogs are perfect, even the air is cleaner, but they invented cherry tomatoes. Like they sound they sound like they're like
Disneyland. It's kind of like the Jewish Disneyland. It's the Jewish. I don't know.
There is nothing unique about Jews having like a rosy picture of their state. From like any other people that have a rosy picture of their state. Most states' atrocities are omitted from their history books.
We're talking about American phenomena, Ellie, that with all due respect, you don't know that type of like the shit that we consume in America. It's very different than in Israel. They're much more realistic. They live in reality. We don't live in reality when we learn about Israel.
I think that's the right way to do it, though, is just be realistic. And the kind of Israeli way is, yes, it's not very flattering, but it doesn't create a generation whose identity is called into question 20 years later.
And you feel lied to. It makes you angry. It makes you like.
No, it just makes you angry. Every other nation that has a rosy picture of their own history, none of them, for some reason, get like disillusioned when they learn. When they eventually.
It's not our nation. It's like part of our ethnic identity development. We've just over time become enmeshed with Israel as our identity.
Listen, I don't get like why I say one thing and then they respond to completely different points.
Because you're talking about our nation. This is not our nation. This is just somehow bizarrely.
If you do not consider yourself an Israeli, okay?
No.
I give like zero thoughts what someone else in some different country learns about Israel, to be honest. Like, I just draw parallels between how people learn about their own nation. Okay? When people learn about their own nation, usually it's like, some people are a bit more accurate. Some people gloss over more of the inconvenient history. If you look at Japan, for example, they gloss some inconvenient truth about their state. And so on and so on. And usually when people learn that the history that they've been learning in school was rosy and propagandistic, people do not get disillusioned. That's not a true phenomenon.
Well, in America we do, because because I'll tell you why. Because in America we have to, unlike in Israel where your Israeliness makes you Jewish, we have to like lean into our identity in different ways. So some people do it by identifying with Israel, some people do it by obsessing over anti-Semitism and the Holocaust, some people do it by practicing religion or studying Torah, right? And so, but most people do it by just, because most of us are secular, we do it by engaging with our history and our culture, and Israel's part of that, and the Holocaust is part of that. And so when it becomes, when a state which is fallible and is not moral, it's inherently pragmatic, not moral. It has to decide between two immoral choices most of the time, and you enmesh that with your spiritual, religious identity or even your cultural identity. It becomes very, very complicated, because the only way to be Jewish in America is to lean into these things and to enmesh it with your personal, value system, right?
I would suggest that your explanation has nothing to do with the true reasons for that phenomenon. You describe something. No. Listen. Like, I'll state my point, which is irrelevant to me living in America or not. The phenomenon of disillusionment with your propagandistic history is a phenomenon that has much more to do with your political leaning. Okay, if you're, for example,
Yellie's on the right, and she also is disillusioned.
Well, yeah, what are you disillusioned with?
Not gonna do any.
And by the way, it's not, I'm not saying it's a right-left issue. It has like something to do with like some of the like how you perceive your identity and what it hinges on. Not for everyone the identity hinges on the accuracy and the truthfulness of the history.
I'm gonna do any yoga. Cram that book, and I'll take you to my boat at the beach for dinner.
Okay.
But I would love to hear like, what are you disillusioned with?
I think she's on the phone.
Yeah, she's on.
And how deep is her identity crisis?
But I appreciate you dismissing my disillusionment because you see me as
Wait. I'm not dismissing. I'm saying it's completely valid, and it is due to like your political and moral kind of worldview.
Okay.
I'm not throwing shade at you.
So I don't know, there's a documentary, I don't know if you like documentaries, but there's one called Israelism that sort of captures this sort of American phenomenon of American Jews that are raised, they go to Zionist summer camp, and like the way people who don't practice Torah, who are not like halachic Jews, the only way to really like, being Jewish is really a choice, the alternative is assimilation. And so to engage with it, we do different things like go to summer camp and go to Hebrew school and obsess about the Holocaust and talk about Israel all the time. And so we learn this very sugar-coated narrative about Israel and how it reflects, they're a light unto the nations and they're the most moral army in the world and all these sort of like talking points. And then you get to college and you meet actual Palestinians and you find another side of the story. And so in our context, in our American context, we don't have the same existential threats that you have in Israel. And we also don't have this like inherent Jewishness that we need to engage with our Jewishness to be Jewish, right? You guys don't, because you have by virtue of your Israeliness, you're just Jewish. And so we're in this like thing that we want to engage with it, but the way we've been taught to engage with it is to engage with the state where we find increasingly hard to defend, like its actions over the years.
And you think that nothing to do with politics?
Huh?
You think that what you described nothing to do with politics?
Sure, politics is all these things are interconnected. We can't separate anything out. Politics is involved, but people on the right and on Yali over here says, I don't want to speak for her, but she's more to the right of me. She's part of the Bibi Kapara crowd, pro-Israel crowd, and she also feels that the way she was learned about Israel and her temple was not accurate. So when she grew up and started to read history and learn about the Nakba, it was very, very shattering for her too, right? And so
I would love to hear it from her.
So she wants to, like me, thinks that if you want the next generation to feel close, to participate in Jewish life and Jewish institutions, which is way more important than in Israel, by the way, because in America, if you don't, you're just not Jewish, and so, like, there's nothing that attaches you to the ethnic identity if you don't participate in any of these, like, institutional structures. So if you want people to continue doing that, you have to tell them the full story and not lie to them so they become, like, disillusioned with it,
but the full story is also subject to your, like, lens through which you perceive the story. I can give you, like, one full example that kind of... Buttercup?
Yeah. Medical purposes will be okay because some people smoke.
Oh, never mind.
I lost you, sorry. The full story is what?
As I'm saying, so I can give you like one example that kind of shapes, I think, your perception of this whole story. Like one kind of moral principle or rule that if you like difference in that view kind of shapes your narrative quite a bit. I think if you view like history and what happened through the lens of aggressor-aggressed, and you think that if someone aggressed against you and therefore like there have been some consequences of that aggression that have been negative to the aggressive side, right? In general, and you deem yourself to be the one that's been aggressed.
I personally did it,
right? That kind of vindicates your history. So even if you have not been taught some details of how you defended yourself, like in a less kind of convenient, morally
Are you saying that the knuckle was self-defense? I have a friend who's trying to make this.
I'm saying
there were explanations for each of these massacres, right?
If it is your view, I'm doing a descriptive kind of explanation. I'm saying then, and I want to draw a difference. Then, if you think that even if you have been aggressed, for example, it doesn't it doesn't excuse it. Then you have to, for example, then if you went and done something, for example, wrong. You are like the brain shifts to you, and that would color differently your perception of the situation. And if you, in the first place, disagree with the fact that you have been aggressed, and you think that you have been the aggressor, that will further shape your perception. So for you, your political leanings, I can account like very easily for like why this whole situation was.
I agree with my political leanings. I'm very informed, like you are. I grew up with this at our Shabbat table my whole life, right? This is a very, very important part of my cultural identity that I was raised with. So I'm familiar with the Zionist talking points, and I'm familiar with the existential threats that Israelis face. And I'm also familiar. I think for us, for American Jews that are disillusioned, I think it's twofold. One is when you go to college, you learn about the Nakba, you hear a different version of the history. Just not that we were told those lies, but we were really told half the story. We weren't told about the massacres. We weren't told about all the stuff that's documented by the new historians in Israel, right? So we learn all this shit, and we're like, okay, that's not great, but at least it's in the past. Then we watch the mowing the lawn policy, which what we see is this outmatched two parties. One of them is dramatically, exponentially stronger than the other, and one of them is occupying the other and restricting, resources to the other, and restricting movement to the other. And every couple of years they go in and just kill 2,000 people, or like maybe sometimes a few Israelis die, but mostly it's just thousands of dead Palestinians. We see it all over our airwaves, and it becomes harder and harder to defend this policy, which seems brutal and unnecessary and disproportionate. And is breeding more and more like extremism on the other side. And so Jews find themselves in a situation where like, okay, we can live with the fact that bad shit happened in 1948. That was in the past. But then you see in the present these policies that are becoming increasingly hard to defend, and because Jewish identity in America has become so enmeshed with defending Israel and spouting these talking points, it puts us in a very uncomfortable position. And so I think that is what creates this sort of cognitive dissonance, and a lot of people just want nothing to do with it. And then when October 7 happens, those of us who said we want nothing to do with this and just don't talk to, let them fucking kill each other, we don't care, it's not our problem. Now it's our problem because it's become like everybody's problem. It's become a worldwide. I know it sounds callous to say this to an Israeli who actually like is dealing with trauma, and you're dealing with actual war and existential needs. But like it has affected all of us and forced us. It's come to our doorstep whether we like it or not. And so those of us who were raised with Zionism, disillusioned by it, are like especially frustrated that now we have to answer for what we see as the crimes of the Israeli government.
A, I don't see why you have to answer for anything. B, again, what you said fits very neatly into my perception that everything that you just said fits very much into your political worldview of how you assign blame, what do you see as justified, what do you see like as a necessary consequence of some action, and so on and so on. Like this is totally like in mind.
Yeah, I just wanted to read
Sean's got some scripture he wants to read.
Yeah, these are just Bible flashcards. Feel free to cut me off when you think you've heard enough.
I never hear enough of you, man.
Just take the deepest breath of the day. Hold it for 10 seconds. He has told you, O man, what is good, and what does the Lord require of you but to do justice, and to love kindness, and to walk humbly with your God. My health may fail and my spirit may grow weak, but God remains the strength of my heart. He is mine forever. I know the plans I have for you, declares the Lord, plans to prosper you and not to harm you, plans to give you hope and a future. I am persuaded that neither death nor life, nor angels, nor principalities, nor powers, nor things present, nor things to come, nor height, nor depth, nor any other created thing shall be able to separate us from the love of God. Where your treasure is.
Amen.
Amen.
Sorry, go on. I thought you were done.
Come now, let us reason together, says the Lord. Though your sins are like scarlet, they shall be as white as snow. Though they are red as crimson, they shall be like wool. Whoever humbles himself like this child is the greatest in the kingdom of heaven. Wait patiently for the Lord. Be brave and courageous. The steadfast love of the Lord is from everlasting to everlasting on those who fear him. Just for you, a collection of 101 promises from Psalms to guide your path.
Where's that from? Inspire.
Yeah, those are just little Bible flashcards I have. Let me take a picture of them and I'll update my PTR. Got them at a Bible bookstore.
That's great. You want some other mystical wisdom literature that I can send you that I think you would like?
Sure.
Yeah. It's funny. There's this whole thing in theology where like the theologians are always arguing, but the mystics are always on the same page. It's this funny dynamic where like you take a Catholic monk and I like a what is it, Sufi mystic, or like a Buddhist monk, and like they kind of are all aligned on the wisdom, right? But not on the application of the wisdom.
That sounds good.
Yeah, it's kind of like this thing in like monastic circles where like, you know, Catholic monks and Buddhist monks, they have this like thing that they all agree on. They just don't agree on like how to apply it.
Can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Can you say that again for me?
Are you recording me?
No, I'm not trying to do it. See, I was reading a text on my phone. I wasn't paying attention to you. Just trying to be honest.
Okay. Just making sure, because I know sometimes you like to record stuff.
Yo.
I am live streaming myself though, so technically you are being recorded, but not targeted.
That's right.
Islamist. Thank you very much.
Okay, hold on. Can I respond to this real quick?
For an understanding Indian perspective.
Yeah.
I wanted,
hold on.
I wanted some clarity on Buttercup's position.
Yeah, Houdini, just give me a second. Let me just respond to AJ.
Sure.
So I don't know if you're, you know, how well learned you are in history, but historically speaking, when Jews were being persecuted, they actually fled to the Islamic world. The Ottoman Empire. I mean, you can go to Jewish history.
Some stories.
No, I mean, these aren't sob stories. This is just like historical reality.
Can we stay on topic? Houdini, say what you want to say. Houdini, speak.
Actually.
Yeah, sure. You know, I for one, as an American, I love my goddamn country, and you know, I'm not confused about what I am or who I am or this identity. You know, I feel that there are people who are perhaps, lost about what side to choose, but if we're American and we're sticking to American values, then, there's certain things we do and don't support. It's just that simple. So, I, for one, am a Christian, and I feel that, the Middle East, those Arabs over there, they're not my people. Nonetheless, the response from the group, the Jew group,
Israelis?
yeah, it seems disproportionate. I'm just, as an objective observer, it seems, a bit.
You're not an objective observer. You're an outside observer.
Ellie, let him finish. Ellie, we don't have to rebut everybody, okay?
Yes.
He's just airing his grievances, okay?
Okay. I'll shut up.
Anyway.
Yeah.
Anyway, I'm not a confused American. I know what my identity is, and I'll be, frank. I think something, I'm not sure what it is, but I think something's up. Something's very fishy, and, it needs to be looked into.
And your point. So what's the fishiness?
Well,
what's fishy about it?
The foreign policy that we've been applying towards this, nation state, I'm not going to lie, I used to sleep on the notion of Israel and just how perhaps severe,
You think they're too influential in our politics, is what you're saying?
Yes, absolutely. That's the point that I was going to get to.
And that's a good thing or a bad thing?
Bad.
I think, yeah, absolutely a bad thing.
So when other countries do this, like Arab nations with like 10 times more money and influence, that is okay, or you have a problem with all countries?
Daniel, with all due respect, are we engaging everyone who says they have a limited, they've been following this conflict very minimally?
I know. I'm asking him if the problem is, generally speaking, about like influence, or specifically about Israeli influence, because Israel is obviously not even in the top 10 influencers on foreign policy, or even by state.
What are you talking about?
Listen.
Not the first
AIPAC is very, very powerful.
Again,
They've derailed so many races, even on our local.
Not my question. My question is this a general rule, or specifically just about AIPAC?
Especially Israel. No other foreign country has this type of influence on our local races.
So your rule is only on Israel, not the general rule.
No, they
for
have
the
an exception.
Americans.
They have a different type of influence on our domestic politics where foreign interests don't, because they have a different type of lobbying entity. They're registered differently.
All right.
Those are American
This is
Jews.
Houdini, I don't think you want to speak to this, but this is something we're pretty familiar with, that I can take this from here, if you don't mind.
Yeah, you can do your thing, but, don't it sounds like you're underestimating what is, what I know, and I'm pretty familiar. I'm just having a good time. I decided to come on the app and, engage. This is a nice app. I like it. I can make connections and relationships and stuff, but,
it's a great way to stay in shape.
See, Houdini, Buttercup is a Jew, so she sees you as a goy, so
That's such a fuck off, Ellie.
Yeah.
No, I don't. I see everyone as equal. I'm a humanist, atheist Jew.
But more no.
She's like Chris Martin. She sees us as human being on Earth.
Even the Israelis.
Listen. I'm looking at, our foreign
Speaking of
policy.
the Israelis, hi Amos. How is Halastar Lirkot?
ריקודי עם. הורה, ההיא, שירה.
He's gonna sing for us. Halastar Lirkot. Did I do the accent one?
Did you play the hora? Can you tell us about the hora? ההיא עם ההיא, שירה.
Rikudei Am.
Rikudei Am, but I think it's still there.
Okay, that was a commercial break. Thank you, Amos.
Thank you, Amos. You're good. I'm gonna mute him for a second and have you mute. Okay, is it better? Alright, that's better. Alright, what were we talking about?
American APAC and influence on the American politics, and if it's only specifically about Israel, and you said yes, your problem is specifically with Israel, not with.
No, APAC does have disproportionate influence. No other foreign country. They represent American Jews, so that's why they're so influential.
Can you show me the metrics that you say that they have unproportional influence?
Daniel, so I covered politics for many years and local races and state races across the country and federal races, and they have immense influence over, they throw money behind. These are American Jews, they're not Israeli. It's not an Israeli government, it's American Jews on behalf of Israel, so they register as a local domestic lobbyist instead of a foreign lobbyist.
And what about the ones that are working for the Ummah or for other countries?
They have to register as foreign lobbyists. They don't have that domestic influence.
If they're Americans, they are not foreign by definition. So why do American Jews need to register as foreign agents? Why are you doing it to yourself? You don't feel that you're American?
It's like in Russia, they have to register as a foreign.
But they are not foreign.
Under FARA, if you are representing the interests of another nation,
they are not representing another nation.
Yes. APAC is representing the interests of Israel, which is another nation. It's not representing the interests of Jewish people. No, the American-Israeli Political Action Committee is not representing Israel.
Right, the American Israel there is what's being represented is the relationship between America and Israel as represented by American voters. It is not an arm of the Israeli government. There are exactly $0 that come to AIPAC from Israeli.
Actually, we don't know that.
That's bullshit. It has it doesn't take any government money.
No, it's all traced. It's very, very well tracked at where all the money comes from.
Individual.
Very strict laws for people who donate to this campaign.
Let's make a pact. If we use the word Hasbara, we'll call you an anti-Semite, okay? We'll start throwing anti-Semite around.
Yeah, of course. Why not?
We try to avoid it in this room. We can understand that
try to talk about the issues.
You guys are
detrimental.
You guys are like the black, but on steroids.
Alright, Houdini, you're spicy.
No, I actually agree that the Jews in America and the blacks are very similar in their whining and bitching and not looking in the mirror. I agree with you. But and this is why I'm saying I don't want to throw around anti-Semite labels, so please don't come with the Hasbara labels. Okay?
Okay, so I want to read something for you guys. Guys, I'm going to read a little bit about AIPAC's influence, okay? Guys, are you listening? The American-Israeli the AIPAC, which sharply boosted its lobbying last year in the midst of Israel's war with Hamas, and a corresponding surge in anti-Semitism, more than doubled its political action committee campaign spending as Americans elected a new president and decided whether Republicans or Democrats should control Congress. AIPAC and its affiliated super PAC reportedly spent $95.1 million in 2004, including donations to endorse candidates. That's more than double the $44 million spent during 22 races.
A quarter of just the plane that Qatar gave, not to talk about all the money that they're spending in the United States. Just the plane was like $400 million. You're talking about $95 million.
Listen, you asked how to compare. I'm answering your question.
Let's Spanish. You want to tell me that this is
Daniel, I'm answering your specific question. AIPAC outspends every other political committee identified as pro-Israel by Open Secrets. Some of the money went to...
You're comparing AIPAC to other pro-Israeli... No, comparing to others. Not... Get out of the Israeli obsession. Compare AIPAC to others. Not to other, yes, amongst Israeli, yes.
Let me respond to Daniel really quick. It's not about... If it was about money, right? Kamala raised more money than Trump, 5 to 1 or something like that. It's not about money. So if you go to the AIPAC YouTube,
they boast a 98% win rating. So
yes, what do you understand from this?
So what I'm saying is not really about the money, it's about the influence. And
no, the other way around, sweetie.
Yeah, it's not.
No, it's the other way around. Your conclusion is wrong. The reason that they have such a high success rate is because they only go with the candidates that they believe or they have enough estimates that they will win. They don't go with anyone. You're kind of mixing it. Okay, so what do you understand? No, so I want to explain. Hold on 1 second. I want to ask you a question. I explain to you what I get from it. I understand. Relax for a second, Jesus. Relax. So let me relax. I want to finish my. I will finish. So I told you what I understood from this. Now can you tell me what you understood from this success rate?
What I understand, because you say it's about the candidate that you think is going to win. So why did you take money from the black man who gave a pro-Palestinian stance?
What are you talking about? Can you give me some information?
I forget his name, but AIPAC supported a black man until he gave a pro-Palestinian stance.
Jamar Bowman or
yes. So if it's about win rate,
it's not just about win rate, okay? It's obviously going with the candidate that they believe in and that they can win. If they don't, it's not like it's not a horse show that you put your money on the winner and you get them. The candidate needs to align with our values in a way. And if you are supporting Free Palestine and calling for the destruction of Israel, then yes, those Jews disagree with this foreign policy.
Okay, so it's an Israeli lobby.
No, it's a foreign. It has to do a lot with foreign policy, obviously.
Okay.
The same that Bauman is dealing with foreign policy, talking about Free Palestine.
Okay.
So they can also have an opinion.
Thank you.
And it's okay that there are other opinions. Like it seems like some opinions are completely legitimate, free speech, democracy, and when it's pro-Israel, it's corruption. We should whatever. Check how much. Seriously, did anyone check how much money directly, not via American Iranian, actual money that is going from, for example, Qatar to the United States, to the education system, to the academia from all those Arab countries. And then ask yourself, why do those countries pay hundreds of millions of dollars for the education system in the United States? Isn't the United States the biggest economy in the world, all the money in the world, printing money? Why do you need to have so much money getting from them? And before that, what are they getting back? What is their interest? And you don't ask those questions.
What's AIPAC getting back? They're winning races and installing your politics.
No, this is not what I was talking about. You're just listening to yourself.
I wasn't listening. You're right.
Maybe someone else can answer if they were listening and not just to themselves.
Daniel,
I'll tell you what we're getting back. It seems like
what they're getting back. What is Qatar getting back for putting hundreds of millions in the universities of the United States? What is Qatar getting back from giving America, which is not a welfare country, a free 400?
You're right, Daniel. You're right.
Why no one is asking any questions?
We are, Daniel. We are asking questions.
Yeah, I hear.
Fundamentally, our political system is corrupted because of our campaign finance system, which allows these big interests to fund.
You allow it. Because you need to understand that this obsession with Israel is what enables genociding Jews, starving Yemenis, doing whatever people want in the world. Even Russia can do whatever the fuck they want, because everybody is obsessed with this unproportional. You want to talk about proportionality? Your obsession with Israel and Jews, like the global obsession, is unproportional. The amount of UN meetings that were done on Gaza, compared to the number of casualties, compared to anything else that is happening in the world, is like, I have the data, okay? I will give it to you in a minute. It will be mind-blowing.
Daniel, you asked what do they get, right? One of the things they get is a radicalized college population of young people.
Oh, Colin, you really believe that about the protesters?
Let them speak. Why every time that someone speaks something that it kind of contradicts what you believe, or like shakes you immediately shut them up.
Yeah.
Let them speak.
No, it's a Jew, bro.
Oh, hold on. I actually want to debunk some of the stuff that I was saying.
Let Colin finish. Let Colin finish first.
I was speaking in the middle of speaking. I don't understand.
Speak.
Thank you. Yeah, I do believe that. I do believe that there are foreign influences on college campuses. I absolutely believe that. But just a point for Daniel, right? I agree with you, Buttercup, that our campaign finance laws, Citizens United, etc., is a major problem. But it's not a unique problem to the Israel lobby. It's a problem for the entire lobbying system. And what Daniel is saying is that there's an outsized attention to the corruption in our lobbying system. There's an outsized attention to Israel when there could be attention on all of those other things, big pharma, big oil, big tobacco, right, and other interests of other countries, other relationships, foreign policy interests, and things like that. This is not unique to the Israel lobby.
We had a whole discussion yesterday where I was trying to convince Buttercup that and explain to her the mechanism through which the Israeli story is much more interesting, period. Like, you cannot sell more papers talking about nothing. Ukraine, Yemen, Syria, blah, 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 blah. All that, like, you can hold people's attention for a day, a 2, a 3. You talk to people about...
Splash with the bombs everywhere, right? That's not exactly low profile.
Listen,
not
again,
under the radar.
If Jews provide you with news, it is good. If Jews do not provide you with news, you will still find a way to report on something, okay? Like, you cannot tell me that when the Israeli news cycle has been low, it was not still out proportionate, getting out proportionate attention in comparison to any fucking thing else that's going on.
It's the most belligerent state on the planet right now.
They were talking about Ukraine.
Right
they were
now.
talking about Russia. They were talking about Ukraine and Russia before this.
Before this. But the Ukraine-Russia thing is going on constantly. There are much more people dying there.
More belligerent than North Korea.
No, North Korea is not that belligerent. It's just slowly killing and starving their population, and nobody gives a fuck. Like the horror of North Korea, and again, like, people who wants to just every day hear about the horrors of North Korea.
All right, let's stay focused on this real story.
Exactly. You see,
the topic. We're speaking Hebrew. Ali, look at this story. Look at the name of the room.
So wait, really? We are not Buttercup story time?
It is, but it's in Hebrew, so we want to talk about Hebrew.
No, but you see, like, I cannot hold your attention with the horrors of North Korea even for 3 minutes. So
you go on tangents, Ali. Let's be real. It's okay.
North Korea.
That's why we love you.
We're not
You know a lot of shit, and you like to share it, and sometimes it gets sidetracked.
Yeah.
You know, I'd like to know where are the videos of Hamas killing the IDF, like in mass or in large number? Do those exist?
Not IDF.
They don't have, like, now it's not happening that they're killing IDF soldiers in mass. But there are events that are happening, like.
I'm actually glad that you acknowledge that, right? You see, they're not killing the IDF, as you say.
We're
right?
killing them.
Yes.
Them, yes.
And I'll tell you what, you're killing them at a extremely disproportionate rate, all right? They have
disproportionate to what?
They have about, excuse me, can I speak? Jesus.
Yes, speak. Jesus is not here, but you can call Moses.
No, Jesus is everywhere.
Okay, got it.
Funny.
All right.
Christ is king. Anyway, there's a disproportionate casualty rate that exists in Gaza. You know, they have 60 times the amount of casualties that Israel had. All right, and last time I checked, there isn't an Iron Dome excuse me. What is wrong with this cockroach? Can you shut your cockhole?
Cockroach is your no.
Can you shut your
You're
cockhole?
done. No. You're done. You're done. You're
shut your
done.
mouth. Why did Daniel keep interrupting him?
You're done.
Why do you keep? Wait, hold on. Why did Daniel keep interrupting him?
Listen.
Daniel speaking and you keep interrupting him.
I don't care. Yeah, cockroach, you can keep this Nazi rhetoric to somewhere else.
What do you mean Nazi rhetoric, man? Like he was speaking, and you keep fucking interrupting him. Why the fuck are you interrupting him?
He would be respectful.
Who dropped him down?
Well, why aren't you respecting him and his time, allowing him to speak?
Listen, dude, I will not accept being called a cockroach. You can move on.
When you act like a cockroach, you'll be called a cockroach.
Cockroach is your father. Shut the fuck up.
Yeah, you can call my father.
Shut the fuck up. Don't call me names and then act naive. I will not accept it, dude. You can accept it. Fine, I will not.
But did someone say good to more than 60 times?
He did. Daniel literally said good.
Why am I
that's,
being kicked?
you know,
I'm an American. Buttercup, you're an American.
That was uncalled for, Daniel. I think you owe him an apology. I think you owe everybody an apology, actually.
Why
All right, yeah, Daniel, we're gonna try this.
For the fact that not enough IDF soldiers are dying in your eyes? Because
I know, let's not get emotional. Daniel, let him speak uninterrupted for 1 minute, and then you can
just
speak,
ask me
okay?
a question. No problem. Go ahead.
All right, if you talk, you're going down. I love you, Daniel, but you're going down if you talk.
Yeah.
Go, Houdini, speak.
All right, thank you. So, again, there's a disproportionate casualty rate in Gaza, okay? And, you know, when we're observing the conflict, all right, I understand that, you know, there are certain groups that would like to soak up as much sympathy from the international community as they can, right? But it's difficult to do that when, you know, you seem so dominant, okay? The fact of the matter is, you said it yourself, IDF soldiers, they aren't dying, okay? The clips of IDF soldiers being assassinated, you know, political leaders in Israel dying in foreign countries, you know, I don't see it. So it just becomes a situation where it begs the question, you know, at what point is enough? These people, they don't have the capacity to resist. 70% of their infrastructure is gone. And, you know, somehow people still have an appetite for war. But, you know, there's no Iron Dome in Gaza. They don't have any fighter jets. You know, I'm not a fucking Arab. I'm a pale American, and I'm proud of it. But the fact of the matter is, you know, I'm seeing perhaps a bit of, I'm seeing a bit of an inconsistency in our foreign policy, and I'm just being frank.
Yeah.
What
maybe
truly
Hamas should
awoke
just
in me?
give up.
Okay, land your point.
Maybe Hamas should surrender.
Let him
if they
land.
don't have the capacity.
Colleague, we're not interrupting. Let him land. Land your point, Houdini. You just see a disproportionate outcome, right?
Yeah, I like
There's gross imbalance, right, between the casualty rate on both sides.
Yes, there's most definitely a gross imbalance, right? And, you know, the media...
It's been like that for every war with Gaza, 100%.
No doubt. I don't need your help, though. No disrespect.
It's always going to be that way.
I'm helping you land your point so we can move on.
No disrespect. I don't need your help.
It's always.
I don't see you helping the Jews.
I don't see you doing anything.
Wait. I suggest anyone who has a problem with the cockroach rhetoric to ignore that person and Buttercup can keep him here.
We're moving on.
I will not be engaging with.
Yes, he's done.
I will not be engaging with this argument. I suggest no one else who cares about this.
Okay, Daniel, can I
engage
engage
with
with
I think
it's fine. You can't defend your position, so you
I'm
know,
answering
to me.
now. Okay,
we heard you. Now it's Daniel's
I
turn.
will address this. First of all, this concept of proportionality is a made up.
Please don't.
They need to know it. I don't know. This is what I mean.
Don't entertain. Listen,
I know. I'm not gonna justify. Don't worry. I'm not gonna justify anything.
Not entertaining anything that was said after the cockroach remark.
Okay, let's just clarify. Houdini, are you aware that cockroach is a trope that was used by the Nazis to dehumanize Jews? Are you aware of that?
No, I wasn't aware.
Well,
of
that's
that.
why they're so sensitive to it. So you want to apologize?
Are you aware that it's not a very nice word to use?
My friend, stop. Houdini, do you want to apologize now that you know?
No.
Now that I know, moving forward, if I do it again, yes, I will apologize. But I won't apologize for that moment because I wasn't attempting to be prejudiced.
Well,
it's still a very rude
Daniel
thing to
sharing
call a
the
human
murder
being.
of the
You
murder
fucking
of
Can I answer right now? Okay,
you know,
finish the
I
question
just
like
don't
an hour ago.
on both sides, right?
All right.
So,
Well, can
Alright,
I
let's move
answer?
on. Stop. Daniel.
I did want to speak about APOP. So there's a little bit of a
I was just asking.
Despite
Okay, we're not talking. We need to respond first. Benny Adam, I want to respond to Houdini's claim.
They don't. Oh, you want to? Okay, because they don't want to.
Okay, Daniel.
I'm trying to.
Well, no, Daniel and Ellie said no. We're not going to respond to the.
No, Daniel wants to respond.
I'm trying to. My God, can I just answer for a second? Okay, so the concept of proportionality, as you presented, is a made-up concept. We should not hope for proportionality. I would hope for 0 people of the IDF that will die, and I will be completely happy with it. I think that in order for a war to be justified in your eyes, more IDF soldiers need to die. I don't see how is this makes sense. And
can we have an exchange? He responded to me. I'd like to respond.
This is what I wanted to do before, but you snapped at me.
Okay, so how about we do this? What's your name?
No.
Daniel, it says so in my PTR.
Oh, no doubt. Well, look. Maybe we started off on the wrong foot, but I think that we're all entitled to our perspectives. Here's the deal. War doesn't necessarily mean that, because 5,000 people died on your side, 5,000 people must die on my side.
Exactly.
Yes, I'm not shallow that way. But in any case, when it comes to the capacity of the Gazans, right, the fact of the matter is they are outmatched. They don't have fighter jets. They don't have an Iron Dome. They don't have nuclear weapons. 70% of their infrastructure is destroyed. They're on the verge of famine, according to a ton of international human rights groups.
All right. So maybe they should surrender. Hold on, I want to exchange with Houdini. Houdini. So maybe they should, if this is a situation so clear, okay, why don't they release the hostages and surrender and put down and say, okay, we are done with this war. Take your hostages back.
I'll be honest with you. This is my perspective. I think that Israel doesn't give a fuck about the hostages. And I'm not talking about
this is
all
not
of
what
the
I
Israeli
asked. This is not what I asked. This is not what I asked you.
I know it's not what you asked.
Blame Israel for
I know it's not what you
everything.
asked. I asked you about rebuttal.
If this is a situation in Gaza, that they don't have anything, and they're basically losing, the numbers, everything, why don't they release the hostages and say, okay, we pull down?
I'll tell you why. I'll tell you why. Just give me about 30 seconds without interrupting me, okay? The
You wanted to have a discourse and you interrupted me in the middle of the answer.
I'd like to go next. Can I be put in the queue to go next?
Who's this speaking?
The Israelis, okay?
Don't care about the hostages. We heard you.
Yeah, we heard about you, but
no doubt. But I'm sitting here having a conversation. You lose
cauliflower. Hold on, Houdini, you stopped me in the middle of the answer. You said, can I have an shut the fuck up, cauliflower. You're
Why are you being interrupted right now? Do you need to be punished?
I'm sure you love it.
I will bend you over, Daniel. You're not ready for it.
I doubt a straight man.
She cannot hold herself. Can you move yourself? I was in the middle of the answer.
You know what?
Cauliflower.
Okay, guys, Daniel, you have 60 seconds, and then we're going to cauliflower. Okay.
What about me?
And then Friend goes next.
No, Malaka, relax. I was in the middle of an answer. Houdini stopped me and asked me politely.
1 minute now. Go.
I will stop again. Every time I'm interrupted, I will stop again.
1 minute. No, 1 minute.
Let's see.
1 minute.
Okay, so. Okay, I will start again. So, I was in the middle of an answer, and then Houdini politely stopped me, even though he went mental when I stopped him, and asked me if it's okay that we will have an exchange, so he will be able to interrupt me. And I said yes, meaning that we will have an exchange. And now he basically goes on a speech, and when I try to interrupt him, Cauliflower and the rest of the band is like, Daniel, let him speak. So if he doesn't want to have a discourse, I want to finish my answer. If he wants to listen to himself, don't call it a discourse.
Don't speak
and Cauliflower,
for
no one asked for your opinion. I don't know who you are even.
Okay.
So the proportionality has nothing to do with war, okay? It's not a rule of war. When people talk about proportionality in war, it means that, for example, the type of attack and the ammunition that is used is proportional for the objective of that attack, okay? It's not about like, they raped 4 people, we would rape 4 people. They slaughtered 1,200, we would slaughter. It doesn't work like this. We would be okay with ending the war with 0 people that are dying in Gaza. They just need to release the hostages and put down the arm. And all your like bullshit, Israel doesn't care about the hostages. You're crying here about the tens of thousands of Palestinians are dead. Why don't you ask the exact same question with using the exact same metrics about the Palestinians? Don't they give a fuck about their own people? Don't you give a fuck about the Palestinians that all you talk about Israel? Palestinians can end this today, tomorrow, and yesterday by just releasing all the hostages and putting down their guns.
Okay, thank you, Daniel. Good time. Cauliflower, you want to add something?
Yeah, I'm gonna give my time to Houdini.
Okay.
That is very kind of you.
It was always the
Thank you so much. So, when you're in negotiation, right, for peace, I'm curious, if you're sincere about achieving peace, do you kill the negotiator?
Great question.
Yes.
Ask the Palestinians.
So, first of all, we're not negotiating peace. This is a hostage negotiation. Now, imagine, for example, there would be... I'm still answering. It's important to you.
One at a time.
I just want to say, Buttercup, it is my turn. He did answer my question sufficiently. He said, yes, we killed the negotiator, and I'm satisfied with that answer, but I'd like to proceed with the rest of my response.
It's a two-parter, Daniel. It's a two-parter. Let him finish his question.
I didn't finish my answer, though. No, Houdini still has time. Houdini still has
All right, give me one more question, Houdini, and then we'll move to Daniel.
You know what? Fuck it. Listen, guys. If it's about discourse about just hearing yourself, hearing the question, enjoy it.
He's so angry, like God.
Okay, I'm angry, and Otello, and Cauliflower, and Houdini. Listen, I don't give a fuck about anything.
It was always the women.
All right, enough, guys.
The young one.
Enjoy your still taking Houdini's time.
Otello, again, you and Cauliflower are like... No one asked not you and not Cauliflower. It's not his time, it's my time, and you're wasting it.
You guys, we're getting hung up on times. Enough. Let's move on. Let's be grown-ups. All right, can we move on from this topic because it's turning into a shit show.
Well, it's time to move on because one little guy
we've been
gets very
debating this for
emotional.
3 days. To fill you in, we've been debating whether or not it was smart for them to bomb their hostage negotiators when they were trying to negotiate the release of the hostages for 3 days now. No one's sure why the fuck Israel did that. Daniel has theories. I have theories. We all have theories. It was a criminal prime minister that did this.
I'd like to jump in. I'd like to jump in. Maybe I just go ahead and jump in. Maybe I just go ahead and talk. Houdini, it's my turn now. Houdini, it's my turn now. I've heard enough from you. I've heard enough from you.
Crazy.
God damn.
Sorry. All right, Houdini. Let me just clarify that, in these Jewish or these pro-Israel, pro-Pally rooms, we've been dating for 4 days now. Why Israel did this, and there's different theories, and nobody's really sure why they did it. But what we do know is that it failed. That there was the Mossad was maybe going to go in and do a surgical thing.
Buttercup, I'm so sorry for interrupting you, but I actually had a perspective on why they did it, and I was actually trying to complete my thought. Thank you. All right. So if we could rest our necks for a minute at least. Yes, Israel has no interest in peace. That's why they did it. Okay? They have an appetite for war, plain and simple. All right? You don't kill the negotiator when you're trying to sincerely negotiate peace. They killed what's that guy's name? I'm not good with Arab names.
Hania.
Yes, Hanea. They killed Hanea, okay, in Iran. All right, and he was a negotiator. Not only did they kill him, They fucking bombed Qatar and totally disregarded, the American relationship that they also value. All right? So the fact of the matter is, when you're out to expand, right, you need to engineer a threat. Okay? You need to create the demon so that you could further justify aggressive acts. Hence, Hamas being inflated to be this, organization that can rival Israel somehow, and they cannot. So,
okay, you made your point. Thank you.
I actually haven't. But you have more patience for Jews. You're exposing yourself. It's all right.
Okay, that's.
What do you mean by expand?
I'm giving you a chance to talk, Houdini, and you're being disrespectful.
No, you have more patience for Jews. It's Adi.
Okay.
It's clear for any observer that Israel is an expansionist state. This is disputable. Yes, they are literally expanding constantly into the West Bank from their settlements. They have expanded their borders into Syria when they got the opportunity. They are talking about annexing Gaza. Yes, this is an expansion. There's no doubt about it.
Thank you. Okay, so that's your opinion. See, we all have different views, and we respect each other's views. Houdini, that was a perspective that many of us have. I share your view that Israel is belligerent and out of control, and is a threat to regional stability, and we're all on the same page about that. Daniel has a different view, and that's okay, and we all respect each other's different views. But nobody knows what's in Bibi Netanyahu's head. He's a little bit crazy, and he's a little bit unhinged, and he's not. It's hard to know what he's thinking.
Do you know what my view is?
Yeah, tell us, Dan. All right, Dan, you want to speak, but keep it short.
No, you said
I mean, we've talked about it for 3 days, but I would love to hear what your view is today.
I'm trying to talk about it many times, but what happened now is what usually happens. You guys are not willing to engage anymore.
Get to your point.
Yeah, just make the point, Daniel.
So much.
No, you're not worth it, to be honest.
Then be quiet.
That's your choice. You can also not share your opinion if that's your choice. Jakob, you want to share your opinion?
So if we're going to move on, I did want to go back to the AIPAC thing. So what a lot of people get wrong, AIPAC, despite being called a political action committee, isn't registered as a political action committee. There are subsidiaries that may be, but AIPAC itself is registered as
they work with
501c4. Yes, yeah, but they are not themselves a political action committee by law. So they're registered as I think it's called a 501c4, something like that.
They file every document required by the Federal Election Commission.
Yes, but as a 501, yes, as a non-profit organ, they do not have to disclose how much money they raise, nor do they have to disclose where this money came from. So we don't actually know where the money is coming in from.
Really? Because we do track a lot. A lot of it is reported. Just there's a database for.
No, it would be not AIPAC itself, like the
non-profits have to report things a lot. Non-profits have to report a lot of things.
They don't have to
where they get the money from, who their salaries.
No, they don't.
Yes, they do.
They have to report expenditure. They have to report expenditure. What they spend the money on.
The important part is
where the money comes from.
Provide a source, okay?
You can ChatGPT this.
Okay, but okay. So ask ChatGPT for the source and post in the link so we can all be on the same page.
Here. I'll put the chat. The ChatGPT chat in the link and
hello
in the chat, and yeah, you can ask it like where the sources are from. I'm driving. I can't really do this right now.
Hi everybody. Can someone tell me what the title said?
It says Story Time with Buttercup, which is who's me.
Oh, so making up stories. What's the story?
We were. It started off just like getting to know people and hear their stories, but now we're kind of moved back into the usual bickering over Israel-Palestine.
Oh, free Palestine.
Got anything to add about the Qatari, the bombing, the negotiators in Qatar?
Hold on. AIPAC is a 501c4, not a 501c3, which is lobbying and advocacy groups are 501c4s.
No. And what are the regulations?
They pretty much have to file everything with the FEC where they donate money to.
Yeah, but not
Yeah,
where
where
it
do they
comes
get their
from.
money from?
They're getting it from.
And how much? Both of those things, they don't have to disclose.
No, I'm just pointing out. I thought you said that they were 501c3.
I forgot what the exact term is, but like the point is that they don't have to disclose how much they raised, nor do they have to disclose where they raised it from.
PACs and super PACs must disclose all donors above $200 per year to the FEC.
They're not a super PAC. That's the thing.
No, PAC.
They're not a PAC.
Yeah, but they have a PAC that spends money on races, and that PAC reports things, okay?
Exactly, but they themselves are not a PAC.
Right, but the people have to donate to the PAC for them to spend money on races, and all that is tracked.
If you donate to the PAC, yes, but if you donate to a PAC, which I know calls itself a PAC.
Okay, so I posted in the chat an article about who's funding APAC.
Good luck with this.
For decades, they didn't spend money directly on elections, but that's changed in recent years. They're hugely influential in our elections. Politico and other outlets have reported that it's prepared to spend $100 million on ads, blah blah blah. They are closely tied. Allies and affiliates have spent about $30 million in the 2024 election cycle. Sludge analyzed the group's federal. Oh, shit! It's paywall. Let's see if I can get it past the paywall.
There's like just Google past paywall, and like there's a bunch of.
Yeah, I found it. I know. Paste. Okay, so no, they won't let me go. Let's see, maybe another one works.
So, Buttercup, are you a convert or were you born into Judaism?
Doesn't matter.
To me.
I'm not religious.
You know, converts are considered Jews from birth.
No doubt. But Buttercup, do you have an answer or maybe not? I don't know.
I'm ethnically Jewish. I'm not religiously Jewish.
No doubt. So you were born a Jew.
Yeah, is that a problem with you?
Understood. No, it's not a problem. It just gives me insight into who I'm dealing with.
Why? What about it?
It's a distinction without a difference.
By the way, you know converts are not completely equal to like born Jews, right?
Oh yeah, that the only thing they can't do is marry a rabbi.
A Kohanim, yeah.
Yeah, Kohanim. So like that's about it.
No one's ever asked me if I'm a Jew in such an accusatory way.
Their last name won't have a tribal last name. They'll say Ben Avraham or Bat Sarah.
No, I won't lie, Buttercup. You know, in real life, you know, people love me. You know, I'm not here to like satisfy anyone's ears. You know, as far as I'm concerned, and I mean it with no disrespect, but fuck what you think. It's just one of those situations where, like, when I'm in these sorts of environments, oh my God, do I get sick and tired of the gaslighting. It's like organized crime in these conversations. You know, some of these people that are pro-Israel, they'll just words.
On this app, you mean? On this app, they are really nuts, the pro-Israel people.
Yes, not just on this app though. You know, it's a problem. It's just a trend. Like throughout the world, I'm bearing witness to. There are individuals who are pro-Israel, and they're not just Jewish. You know, you got that guy who's like the son of a Hamas leader, I think. You know, he's like, he's just nuts. Like his perspective is just detached from reality. So, you know, I tend to get frustrated during these conversations, and yeah, I get curious about people. Who are you?
So I'll give you some background. I'm unique kind of in this app because the pro-Israel people call me a Nazi and the pro-Pallies call me a Zionist. And so because I consider what's happening in Gaza a genocide, but I also have family in Israel, and so I want to see their safety. And I think they need a new model that's sustainable and gives everyone equal rights under the law and ends the bloodshed, blah, blah, blah. But the pro-Israel people are upset because I use the genocide word, and the pro-Pallies are annoyed because I ultimately, I think there should be. I don't know why they're mad at me. Honestly, they just because they throw me in purity tests. I need to be pure and have all my politics align with them 100%. But overall, people see me as more anti-Zionist, even though I don't take the label.
As an outsider, yeah, I see them as two sides of the same coin. If I talk to a pro-pally, let's say, these pro-pallies, they're great people for the most part, but, like, a lot of them will bring out that, that tendency, like, that you see from the mainstream media when you say something maybe a bit in the gray area. They'll just start labeling you and trying to censor you. And, the Jews are, or the people that support the pro-Israel position, they're no different. But, I wish you luck. You're definitely a unique person. I haven't encountered many like you, but I definitely wish you luck.
And I'm sorry we got off on the wrong foot if I was a little harsh. It's tough to manage these rooms because they get really chaotic quickly, so.
Houdini, I actually have a question for you. So earlier you said, you're obviously an American, and that you're a Christian, and that you have no affiliation with, the Arabs there, or you don't feel anything towards them. But do you feel any kind of affiliation towards the Arab Christians there?
Well, they're Christian, so, anywhere there's a Christian, Godspeed, I'm rooting for them. My God is rooting for them. And I think that answers your question sufficiently.
Yeah. Do you mind if I ask what kind of Christian you are?
I think it's an identity thing, to be totally honest with you. I haven't read the Bible in a while, but, I was raised in the church, and from time to time I go, and, I love my culture, I love my heritage, so I just embrace the identity that I've been given or that I've inherited.
Okay, so you're non-denominational, Protestant?
Yeah, consider me non-denominational.
Okay. Thanks.
And Amos here is our elder. He lives on a kibbutz in Israel, and he hosts these coexistence rooms. And so everyone loves him, from the right wing to the left wing to the nukhbas, he calls them, the pro-pallies and the pro-Israels. Everyone loves Amos. In fact, I overheard some Muslim Arab-speaking people who were talking about how they would rescue him if Hamas ever came for him. They would join. They would even join the IDF to rescue our beloved Amos when he got kidnapped.
Amos did get nutty after October 7th, though. I remember almost calling Gazans a human animal.
Wait, Buttercup, are you intentionally retarded or just by birth?
Who's calling me retarded?
Not Belish, man.
Prince.
Oh, Prince? Why are you calling me retarded?
For many reasons.
Well, let's be specific. Give me one reason.
It was always the women.
They would rescue Amos and join the IDF. Retarded statement number one.
Only one of them said that, okay, to be fair.
Excuse me. Yeah, okay, now it's one. And then if we look into the one, he's probably not even a Muslim. Okay, and then we get into, I'm all good and mighty. The pro-Israel crowd call me a Nazi, and the pro-Palestine crowd call me a Zionist. That's because you're a fucking Zionist. You're a fucking Zionist who thinks, okay, poor little Gazans are getting killed and genocided. But you know what? The rest of you fucking Jews who live on 80% of stolen land that was taken by killing Palestinians, it's fine. So my family lives there. They deserve to keep the stolen fucking land.
That's not, no, I think you misunderstood me, Prince.
Your stance.
Prince, do you want to talk about it or not? So, Prince, I don't know if you... I don't care if you call me a Zionist. I don't care if you call me...
It's not what I call... It's not about what
Neither the term Zionist or anti-Zionist is offensive to me, okay? So I'm a Zionist if that's what you want. That's what I am.
It's not because
that's fine. I am. We don't disagree. Why are you fighting me? That's fine.
Because you try to act all innocent when you're a fucking Zionist.
Okay. What's your point? I'm not objecting to any names you're calling me.
What the fuck is that?
I don't identify as a Zionist or an anti-Zionist for reasons that are maybe above. It's hard to explain because most Jews are categorized as Zionists, even if they're not. They don't identify that way.
That's bullshit. Benny Adam, what's the definition of a Zionist?
Okay, so I explained, I think, to Benny earlier.
Benny Adam, what's the definition of a Zionist?
someone who believes in the state of Israel, basically, or the right of Jews to settle that land. Which, by the way, I'm a Zionist.
Not you, but.
Okay, but Buttercup doesn't believe that. That's the thing. Like, I remember I asked her once explicitly on this.
When they had textbook definition Zionist, period. It doesn't matter. Oh, it's just.
No, it's literally the textbook definition does not
Alright,
matter.
let Benny speak.
Because, like, I remember asking her explicitly, like, do you think that Jews have a unique right to settle that land? And she said no. So, doesn't really make her a Zionist, does it?
I believe in a binational state. Let me tell you what I believe, okay?
Do you believe the state should be obliterated?
I believe in a binational state where everyone has equal rights under the law. I believe that people should be compensated. Can I finish Can I finish what I'm saying? I believe in a binational state. We should redo the whole thing. We need a new model which gives an independent, secular, binational state under the law that gives every person between the river and the sea freedom of movement and equal rights. The people who committed war crimes must be prosecuted equally under the law. The people who had their land taken away in 48 till today or had suffered any of the consequences of the 70-year atrocity must be compensated and given reparations. And I think that we need to have a new model that's sustainable because the old models created escalatory violence for 70 years. And for saying that, I've been called a capo.
Hold on. Do you believe the state of Israel should exist?
Not in its current form, no.
So in what form?
So the reason they call me a
Explain to you what form.
And what? It doesn't matter, bro.
A secular state. So basically, hold on, Buttercup. Under this hypothetical secular state, would there be a birthright for every Jew on the face of the earth?
No, there would be a non-discriminatory immigration policy that applies to everybody.
Okay,
there you go.
Okay, no, shut up. Here's the thing: we are 14-15 million Palestinians, overwhelmingly Muslim. What if we Palestinians decided we want to build an Islamic state? So we're gonna now have to take the opinion of our occupiers. Oh, dear Jews, would you like to live under our Palestinian Islamic state?
Wait, no, not all Palestinians want an Islamic state.
Bro, I said if we decided on. That's not a business, it's our choice.
Yeah, I mean, if you take into consideration...
So this is a challenge, Prince. I agree it's a challenge.
I prefer the Algerian model. Do you know what the Algerian model is? Every single motherfucker, and they settled in Algeria for way longer than they did in Palestine. Every single motherfucker who came on a fucking boat and took other people's lives should get the fuck out.
Okay, thank you for sharing your perspective. Some people.
By the way, the Algerians also kicked out the Algerians who cooperated with the French.
Yeah, that's
the collaborators.
That's
like you would kick out, like under your model, you would kick out the Druze as well.
That's our decision to make, bro. That's our decision to make, not the Zionist.
I think it's perfectly understandable, like why what this gentleman named Prince is offended, right? Because both of you are valid for feeling the ways you feel. Like if I was Buttercup, and I identified as a Jew, that was my identity, then yes, I would support the things and the concepts that support my people, and the notion of a Jewish state is one of them.
No other Jews have.
No, but she doesn't support a Jewish state.
State is probably going to be Arab majority, just demographically.
Wait. Hold on.
She supports Jews taking my land.
Hold on. Let me
reparations.
Fuck your reparation. Take your reparation and take your people and get out.
Okay, I wish I could, but I can't. Sorry, Prince. I don't know what to tell you.
Wait, so you don't support a Jewish state? You guys...
I support a new model. It's something else. I think it might be Jewish in character because of all the holy sites and all the history there. But I think we're going to have a secular government that allows everyone the right to vote. And the reason Jews oppose this binational state is for demographic reasons. They feel they'll be outnumbered and they'll establish exactly what Prince was describing, sort of an Islamic caliphate, which would enforce their type of government, and they also fear genocide. Both sides fear the other one's going to genocide them, or going to ethnically cleanse them, and both of their fears are justified, by the way, because both sides have elements that have threatened to genocide and ethnically cleanse the other side. So what we have the big problem is that both sides have a deep fear of being ethnically cleansed, and both of those fears are valid. And so that's why most people, I'm kind of on the fringe, most people, right, left, and center, think that we should have two states side by side because they think they're just going to kill each other and we can't trust them to be side by side. But I'm an outlier, and that's why the Jews think I'm a traitor because I'm going to get them genocided, and the Palestinians see me as a traitor because I'm going to get them genocided, and so I just have a fringe view, you know, and so I'm a monster apparently.
By the way, it's not that fringe. I've always been a one-stater. I don't think the two-state solution works.
Yeah, I think you know, at best this is a fantasy. At best, you know, because the Jews, based on what I'm observing, I don't speak for Jews, but the Jews, you know, they seem to be in love with themselves. They seem to be in love with their culture, and they're being socially engineered by the state to.
Okay.
I don't know.
Socially engineered? I don't know what that means.
No, that's actually true.
Look.
Wait, just like Buttercup, you were talking about how you grew up with like the Jewish education.
Yeah. I get what you're
in
saying.
The camps and the whatnot. That's social engineering.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't know if that, you know, struck a nerve. I think people should be in love with themselves.
Both sides are socially engineered to hate the other, to be honest. Like, let's be real about this situation.
Yeah, but one is a little bit more vindicated than the other.
Vindicated? What do you mean? The Palestinians because they got genocided?
Yes.
Well, before they got genocided and they taught them to invade and terrorize the Jews, then they were not vindicated?
No, but when in 48, or even before that, since the Balfour Declaration, there's a legitimate fear of being genocided or ethnically cleansed, which did happen.
Yeah, I know, I agree.
I mean, the Jews, they essentially, I don't know why I'm hearing an echo. Is there, you know, some sort of recording?
No. Oh, there might be a recording. Those two people that say anon in the audience, they're probably recording, but I'm not recording.
Oh, that's cool. You know, the Jews effectively started this, you know, decade-long conflict. Effectively, you know, any nation, and maybe you can prove me wrong. Maybe you're familiar with, you know, an aspect of history that I'm not. But based on what I understand, there's no nation that has ever existed that has just willingly, you know, given away land and just allowed people to establish countries for themselves. Okay, countries are born out of conflict, plain and simple, because whatever nation you're having to answer to that you want to secede from, they're going to be in disagreement with your secession. That was true for the Mormons in America, right? And, you know, I don't see why it'd be any different for Jews living in British Mandate Palestine. You know, the Palestinians, they see it as their land, right? They are the majority on the land. And here you are saying that I'm going to incorporate territory and form my own country. I'm going to carve out a piece of property on your land and
we all know the story.
Declare it my own.
Yeah.
I seen, you know, all of the Arabs in the neighborhood deciding to attack what essentially is a foreign presence because, you know, most of these people were fleeing from all parts of Europe.
Yeah, we're all familiar with the history. We don't need to recap it.
Anti-Semitism. No doubt, but I will anyway.
It's wasting our time, honestly. Like, it's hard to have a conversation if we're going to recap the whole history every time.
Find that impatience for the Jews in your room.
I'm very impatient for the Jews, trust me.
No doubt. I'm not seeing it, though. In any case, when it comes to, you know, those Jews starting that state in that territory, I don't see the Arabs as distinct in their human behavior for attacking them. It's, you know, nature taking its course. You try to start a state in my country, some separate country, and that means war.
Yeah, we understand.
It's been true for every country since the beginning of history.
Okay, fair enough. That's
No doubt.
we're expressing your view.
Oh, pleasure was mine.
Almos's room is open. If you want a more peaceful room, Houdini, Almos, the peacekeeper, coexistence, kibbutznik is open to his room. You can go over there if you want a different vibe. But here we fight each other. Which is more fun. Welcome back, Noah.
Yeah, what's up?
So Noah, I'm getting tried as a Zionist apparently, which is fine. I'll take it.
You're getting tried?
Yeah, Prince.
Tried and convicted.
There is also
Prince launched some pretty lengthy.
You're very controversial here on this app. I'm not gonna lie, Buttercup.
I know.
Everybody thinks you're on the mission. Like you're up to something.
I'm getting paid by the other side.
and
I bet your messages and back channels, are they going crazy, Buttercup?
Especially with BB, yeah.
Not so bad.
but please.
But like, you know, but people would make up stories about you, like BB, for example.
Oh yeah, he pretends he boomed all my rooms, right? He goes around telling people that he's booming my rooms like this is a grown man. This is a man in his 50s.
I don't think he's a grown man, actually. He crashes out. He loses his shit. I don't think a man loses his shit that quickly, not gonna lie. And screams like, you know, bro, are you a bit like insecure about your testosterone or what?
Sister Buttercup, can you hear me?
Yeah.
I just wanted to say that I got nothing but love and respect for you. I see your vision. You're like a revolutionary on this app, and I support you. I support you.
Thanks, Chucky.
He's saying that to you because he's running for presidency, so he wants to get...
Chucky for president.
Chucky, are you a part of the Buttercup Army?
I am. I'm a part of the Buttercup militia, man. I dedicate my life for her to protect her safety and her freedom of speech, man. No matter how many times people attack her, I'm gonna forever stand up for her.
Do you take a bullet?
Yeah, I'll take a bullet in the jugular for her.
Have you guys ever heard of John Mearsheimer?
Yes, we all know him. He's like the guy, he's an academic that talks about, he wrote the Israel Lobby, right? Like the AIPAC book.
Yeah, he wrote a 26-page paper in 2006. And, you know, you guys can read it for yourselves. I won't go through it. But I read it and I was like, wow.
I think most people in this room have read it or know of it, are familiar.
You would have thought, you know, he was in 2025. Like, it's literally... It's damn near, it looks like a blueprint.
What is it called?
It's the Israel Lobby and United States Foreign Policy, I think. It's by John Mearsheimer. This dude, by the way, right? Let's just take this into account. You know, he's not like the janitor at the White House or like the valet. You know, this guy worked directly under Bill Clinton, and he was like a professor at Chicago University. And of course, when he comes out with this paper, you know, the labels, they just start coming up. Oh my God, anti-Semitism. And I don't know, something's up. Something's definitely up.
Do you think the United States, right, this Christian country, predominantly Christian country, is it a military strategic alliance with Israel, or is it a religious alliance?
Do I think... Say that again? Sorry.
Is it more of a military strategic alliance with Israel, or is it more of a religious alliance?
Why the political Christian right aligns itself with Israel?
Yeah.
It's a more, I mean, I've heard different versions, but I think for most of them it has to do with their end of times predictions, right? Like their end of days prophecies.
Okay.
Where like all the Jews congregate in Israel and die somehow. I don't know exactly how it plays out.
I think that, you know, Israel perhaps started as a practical military ally, you know, because at the time at the time of Israel's inception, I think the Soviets had a lot of influence in the region, and the Israelis effectively assisted in undermining Soviet influence in that part of the world. But, you know, as far as the religious aspect of the conversation is concerned, I see religion being leveraged against the American public to essentially bamboozle folks into supporting things like the G word. I don't even gotta say it. you're a Christian, I believe in Christ. Well, Christ was a Jew, and you should support such and such Christian beliefs.
Sorry to cut you off, but I do want to move. I think I'm exhausted and almost has a very different vibe that I think we should support. And I'm moving over to his room. So almost, we'll see you on the other side.
Hey, we'll continue that talk.
There was a man
Talk about like talking right now. Some people out there, okay?
The sayings of the Buddha. Choices. We are what we think. All that we are arises with our thoughts. With our thoughts we make the world. Speak or act with an impure mind, and trouble will follow you as the wheel follows the ox that draws the cart. We are what we think.
There was a man a long time ago.
With our thoughts we make the world. Speak or act with a pure mind, and happiness will follow you as your shadow, unshakable. Look how he abused me and beat me, how he threw me down and robbed me. Live with such thoughts, and you live in hate. Look how he abused me and beat me, how he threw me down and robbed me. Abandon such thoughts, and live in love. In this world, hate never yet dispels hate. Only love dispels hate. This is the law, ancient and inexhaustible. You too shall pass away. Knowing this, how can you quarrel? How easily the wind overturns a frail tree. Seek happiness in the senses, indulge in food and sleep, and you too will be uprooted. The wind cannot overturn a mountain. Temptation cannot touch the man who is awake, strong and humble, who masters himself and minds the law. If a man's thoughts are muddy, if he is reckless and full of deceit, how can he wear the yellow robe? Whoever is master of his own nature, bright, clear, and true, he may indeed wear the yellow robe. Mistaking the false for the true, and the true for the false, you overlook the heart and fill yourself with desire. See the false as false, the true as true. Look into your heart. Follow your nature. An unreflecting mind is a poor roof. Passion, like the rain, floods the house. But if the roof is strong, there is shelter. Whoever follows impure thoughts suffers in this world and the next. In both worlds he suffers, and how greatly, when he sees the wrong he has done. But whoever follows the law is joyful here and joyful there. In both worlds he rejoices, and how greatly, when he sees the good he has done. For great is the harvest in this world, and greater still in the next. However many holy words you read, however many you speak, what good will they do you if you do not act upon them? Are you a shepherd who counts another man's sheep, never sharing the way? Read as few words as you like, and speak fewer, but act upon the law. Give up the old ways, passion, enmity, folly. Know the truth, and find peace. Share the way. Wakefulness. Wakefulness is the way to life. The fool sleeps as if he were already dead, but the master is awake and he lives forever. He watches. He is clear. How happy he is, for he sees that wakefulness is life. How happy he is following the path of the awakened. With great perseverance he meditates, seeking freedom and happiness. So awake, reflect, watch, work with care and attention, live in the way, and the light will grow in you. By watching and working, the master makes for himself an island which the flood cannot overwhelm. The fool is careless, but the master guards his watching. It is his most precious treasure. He never gives in to desire. He meditates, and in the strength of his resolve he discovers true happiness. He overcomes desire, and from the tower of wisdom he looks down with dispassion upon the sorrowing crowd. From the mountaintop he looks down on those who live close to the ground. Mindful among the mindless, awake while others dream, swift as the racehorse, he outstrips the field. By watching, Indra became king of the gods. How wonderful it is to watch, how foolish to sleep. The beggar who guards his mind and fears the waywardness of his thoughts burns through every bond with the fire of his vigilance. The beggar who guards his mind and fears his own confusion cannot fall. He has found the way to peace. Mind. As the fletcher whittles and makes straight his arrows, so the master directs his straying thoughts. Like a fish out of water, stranded on the shore, thoughts thrash and quiver, for how can they shake off desire? They tremble, they are unsteady, they wander at their will. It is good to control them, and to master them brings happiness. But how subtle they are, how elusive. The task is to quieten them, and by ruling them to find happiness. With single-mindedness, the master quells his thoughts. He ends their wandering. Seated in the cave of the heart, he finds freedom. How can a troubled mind understand the way? If a man is disturbed, he will never be filled with knowledge. An untroubled mind, no longer seeking to consider what is right and what is wrong, a mind beyond judgments, watches and understands. Know that the body is a fragile jar, and make a castle of your mind. In every trial, let understanding fight for you to defend what you have won. For soon the body is discarded. Then what does it feel? A useless log of wood, it lies on the ground. Then what does it know? Your worst enemy cannot harm you as much as your own thoughts unguarded. But once mastered, no one can help you as much, not even your father or your mother. Flowers. Who shall conquer this world and the world of death with all its gods? Who shall discover the shining way of the law? You shall, even as the man who seeks flowers finds the most beautiful, the rarest. Understand that the body is merely the foam of a wave, a shadow of a shadow. Snap the flower arrows of desire, and then, unseen, escape the king of death, and travel on. Death overtakes the man who gathers flowers, when with distracted mind and thirsty senses he searches vainly for happiness in the pleasures of the world. Death fetches him away as a flood carries off a sleeping village. Death overcomes him when, with distracted mind and thirsty senses, he gathers flowers. He will never have his fill of the pleasures of the world. The bee gathers nectar from the flower without marring its beauty or perfume. So let the master settle and wander. Look to your own faults, what you have done or left undone. Overlook the faults of others. Like a lovely flower, bright but scentless, are the fine but empty words of the man who does not mean what he says. Like a lovely flower, bright and fragrant, are the fine and truthful words of the man who means what he says. Like garlands woven from a heap of flowers, fashion from your life as many good deeds. The perfume of sandalwood, rosebay, or jasmine cannot travel against the wind, but the fragrance of virtue travels even against the wind as far as the ends of the world. How much finer is the fragrance of virtue than of sandalwood, rosebay, of the blue lotus, or jasmine? The fragrance of sandalwood and rosebay does not travel far, but the fragrance of virtue rises to the heavens. Desire never crosses the path of virtuous and wakeful men. Their brightness sets them free. How sweetly the lotus grows in the litter of the wayside. Its pure fragrance delights the heart. Follow the awakened, and from among the blind, the light of your wisdom will shine out purely. The Fool.
With IXL, not only does Charlie get extra math practice and guidance, but he's also able to explore other topics and skills he's interested in. There's an endless number of skills that match exactly what my kids are working on in class right now. And with so many...
How long the night to the watchman? How long the road to the weary traveler? How long the wandering of many lives to the fool who misses the way? If the traveler cannot find master or friend to go with him, let him travel on alone rather than with a fool for company. My children, my wealth, so the fool troubles himself. But how has he children or wealth? He is not even his own master. The fool, who knows he is a fool, is that much wiser. The fool who thinks he is wise is a fool indeed. Does the spoon taste the soup? A fool may live all his life in the company of a master and still miss the way. The tongue tastes the soup. If you are awake in the presence of a master, one moment will show you the way. The fool is his own enemy. The mischief he does is his undoing. How bitterly he suffers. Why do what you will regret? Why bring tears upon yourself? Do only what you do not regret, and fill yourself with joy. For a while, the fool's mischief tastes sweet, sweet as honey. But in the end it turns bitter, and how bitterly he suffers. For months the fool may fast, eating from the tip of a grass blade. Still, he is not worth a penny beside the master whose food is the way. Fresh milk takes time to sour, so a fool's mischief takes time to catch up with him. Like the embers of a fire, it smolders within him. Whatever a fool learns, it only makes him duller. Knowledge cleaves his head, but then he wants recognition, a place before other people, a place over other people.
You don't know.
from Vienna.
Let them know my work. Let everyone
At last,
look
the
to me for
Soviet
direction.
scientist who tells the
Such are his desires. Such is his swelling
made an
pride.
excellent impression at the conference.
One way leads to wealth and fame,
Statecraft regards self
the other to the
statecraft.
end
The
of
West
the way.
is now satisfied that
Look
none of
not
us
for
solely the results
recognition,
of operator error.
but
20th
follow
century
the
was. We
awakened
have you to thank for that.
and set yourself free.
Hero of the Soviet Union. Our highest honor. They haven't even given it to me.
The wise man.
Director of the Kurchatov Institute. I'm humbled.
The wise man tells you where you have fallen and where you
These
yet
rewards,
may
my
fall.
pleasure.
Invaluable secrets.
Comrade Charkov.
Follow
I
him.
understand my duty to the state. It gave us assurances.
Let him chasten and teach you and keep you from mischief.
Changes have been made. No
The
changes
world
even
may hate him,
discussed. The trial.
but
Once it's
good
over,
men
we'll
love
have
him.
our villains. We'll have our heroes.
Do not
We'll
look
have
for
our
bad
After
company,
that, we
or
can deal
live
with
with
our
men
reactors.
who do
And you
not
feel
care.
good?
Find friends who love the truth. Drink deeply. Live in serenity and joy. The wise man delights in the truth and follows the law of the awakened. The farmer channels water to his land. The fletcher whittles his arrows, and the carpenter turns his wood. So the wise man directs his mind. The wind cannot shake a mountain. Neither praise nor blame moves the wise man. He is clarity. Hearing the truth, he is like a lake, pure and tranquil and deep. Want nothing. Where there is desire, say nothing. Happiness or sorrow, whatever befalls you, walk on, untouched, unattached. Do not ask for family or power or wealth, either for yourself or for another. Can a wise man wish to rise unjustly? Few cross over the river. Most are stranded on this side. On the riverbank, they run up and down. But the wise man, following the way, crosses over beyond the reach of death. He leaves the dark way for the way of light. He leaves his home, seeking happiness on the hard road. Free from desire, free from possessions, free from the dark places of the heart, free from attachment and appetite, following the seven lights of awakening and rejoicing greatly in his freedom. In this world, the wise man becomes himself a light, pure, shining, free. The Master. At the end of the way, the Master finds freedom from desire and sorrow, freedom without bounds. Those who awaken never rest in one place. Like swans, they rise and leave the lake. On the air they rise and fly an invisible course, gathering nothing, storing nothing. Their food is knowledge. They live upon emptiness. They have seen how to break free. Who can follow them? Only the Master. Such is his purity. Like a bird, he rises on the limitless air and flies an invisible course. He wishes for nothing. His food is knowledge. He lives upon emptiness. He has broken free. He is the charioteer. He has tamed his horses, pride, and the senses. Even the gods admire him. Yielding like the earth, joyous and clear like the lake, still as the stone at the door, he is free from life and death. His thoughts are still. His words are still. His work is stillness. He sees his freedom and is free. The Master surrenders his beliefs. He sees beyond the end and the beginning. He cuts all ties. He gives up all his desires. He resists all temptations. And he rises.
I know, right?
And wherever he lives, in the city or the country,
what?
in the valley or in the hills, there is great joy. Even in the empty forest, he finds joy, because he wants nothing. The thousands. Better than 1,000 hollow words is one word that brings peace. Better than 1,000 hollow verses is one verse that brings peace. Better than 100 hollow lines is one line of the law bringing peace. It is better to conquer yourself than to win 1,000 battles. Then the victory is yours. It cannot be taken from you, not by angels or by demons, heaven or hell.
Here we go again. It's nacho night at the side of gas and diarrhea.
Sound familiar? Any of these digestive issues?
Better than 100 years of worship, better than 1,000 offerings, better than giving up 1,000 worldly ways in order to win merit. Better even than tending in the forest a sacred flame for 100 years is one moment's reverence for the man who has conquered himself. To revere such a man, a master old in virtue and holiness, is to have victory over life itself and beauty, strength and happiness. Better than 100 years of mischief is one day spent in contemplation. Better than 100 years of ignorance is one day spent in reflection. Better than 100 years of idleness is one day spent in determination. Better to live one day wondering how all things arise and pass away. Better to live 1 hour seeing the one life beyond the way. Better to live one moment in the moment of the way beyond the way.
There you go.
Mischief. Be quick to do good. If you are slow, the mind, delighting in mischief, will catch you. Turn away from mischief again and again. Turn away before sorrow befalls you. Set your heart on doing good. Do it over and over again, and you will be filled with joy. A fool is happy until his mischief turns against him, and a good man may suffer until his goodness flowers. Do not make light of your failings, saying, "What are they to me?" A jug fills drop by drop, so the fool becomes brimful of folly. Do not belittle your virtues, saying they are nothing. A jug fills drop by drop, so the wise man becomes brimful of virtue. As the rich merchant with few servants shuns a dangerous road, and the man who loves life shuns poison, beware the dangers of folly and mischief. For an unwounded hand may handle poison, the innocent come to no harm. But as dust thrown against the wind, mischief is blown back in the face of the fool who wrongs the pure and harmless. Some are reborn in hell, some in this world, the good in heaven, but the pure are not reborn. Nowhere. Not in the sky, nor in the midst of the sea, nor deep in the mountains can you hide from your own mischief. Not in the sky, nor in the midst of the ocean, nor deep in the mountains, nowhere can you hide from your own death. Violence. All beings tremble before violence. All fear death, all love life. See yourself in others, then whom can you hurt? What harm can you do? He who seeks happiness by hurting those who seek happiness will never find happiness. For your brother is like you. He wants to be happy. Never harm him, and when you leave this life, you too will find happiness. Never speak harsh words, for they will rebound upon you. Angry words hurt, and the hurt rebounds. Like a broken gong, be still, be silent. Know the stillness of freedom, where there is no more striving. Like herdsmen driving their cows into the fields, old age and death will drive you before them. But the fool in his mischief forgets, and he lights the fire wherein one day he must burn. He who harms the harmless or hurts the innocent, 10 times shall he fall, into torment or infirmity, injury or disease or madness, persecution or fearful accusation, loss of family, loss of fortune. Fire from heaven shall strike his house, and when his body has been struck down, he shall rise in hell. He who goes naked with matted hair, mud bespattered, who fasts and sleeps on the ground and smears his body with ashes, and sits in endless meditation, so long as he is not free from doubts, he will not find freedom. But he who lives purely and self-assured, in quietness and virtue, who is without harm or hurt or blame, even if he wears fine clothes, so long as he also has faith, he is a true seeker. A noble horse rarely feels the touch of the whip. Who is there in this world as blameless? Then, like a noble horse, smart under the whip, burn and be swift, believe, meditate, see, be harmless, be blameless, awake to the law, and from all sorrow free yourself. The farmer channels water to his land, the fletcher whittles his arrows, the carpenter turns his wood, and the wise man masters himself. Old age. The world is on fire, and are you laughing? You are deep in the dark. Will you not ask for light? For behold your body, a painted puppet, a toy, jointed and sick, and full of false imaginings, a shadow that shifts and fades. How frail it is, frail and pestilent. It sickens, festers, and dies. Like every living thing, in the end, it sickens and dies. Behold these whitened bones, the hollow shells and husks of a dying summer. And are you laughing? You are a house of bones, flesh and blood for plaster. Pride lives in you, and hypocrisy, decay, and death. The glorious chariots of kings shatter, so also the body turns to dust. But the spirit of purity is changeless, and so the pure instruct the pure. The ignorant man is an ox. He grows in size, not in wisdom. Vainly I sought the builder of my house through countless lives. I could not find him. How hard it is to tread life after life. But now I see you, O builder, and never again shall you build my house. I have snapped the rafters, split the ridgepole, and beaten out desire, and now my mind is free. There are no fish in the lake. The long-legged cranes stand in the water. Sad is the man who in his youth lived loosely and squandered his fortune. Sad as a broken bow, and sadly is he sighing after all that has arisen and has passed away. Yourself. Love yourself and watch, today, tomorrow, always. First, establish yourself in the way, then teach, and so defeat sorrow. To straighten the crooked, you must first do a harder thing, straighten yourself. You are your only master. Who else? Subdue yourself and discover your master. Willfully you have fed your own mischief. Soon it will crush you as the diamond crushes stone. By your own folly you will be brought as low as your worst enemy wishes. So the creeper chokes the tree. How hard it is to serve yourself. How easy to lose yourself in mischief and folly. The kashta reed dies when it bears fruit. So the fool, scorning the teachings of the awakened, spurning those who follow the law, perishes when his folly flowers. Mischief is yours, sorrow is yours, but virtue also is yours, and purity. You are the source of all purity and all impurity. No one purifies another. Never neglect your work for another's, however great his need. Your work is to discover your work, and then, with all your heart, to give yourself to it.
I was making so much money with DoorDash. I wanted to earn money in my free time, but I didn't want to go out and get a boring 9 to 5. That's when I found out how much money my friend was making with DoorDash. There are opportunities in
The world. Do not live in the world in distraction and false dreams outside the law. Arise and watch. Follow the way joyfully through this world and beyond. Follow the way of virtue. Follow the way joyfully through this world and on beyond. Or consider the world a bubble, a mirage. See the world as it is, and death shall overlook you. Come, consider the world, a painted chariot for kings, a trap for fools. But he who sees goes free. As the moon slips from behind a cloud and shines, so the master comes out from behind his ignorance and shines. This world is in darkness. How few have eyes to see. How few the birds who escape the net and fly to heaven. Swans rise and fly toward the sun. What magic! So do the pure conquer the armies of illusion and rise and fly. If you scoff at heaven and violate the law, if your words are lies, where will your mischief end? The fool laughs at generosity. The miser cannot enter heaven. But the master finds joy in giving, and happiness is his reward. And more, for greater than all the joys of heaven and of earth, greater still than dominion over all the worlds, is the joy of reaching the stream. The man who is awake, he is awake. The victory is his. He has conquered the world. How can he lose the way who is beyond the way? His eye is open. His foot is free. Who can follow after him? The world cannot reclaim him or lead him astray, nor can the poison net of desire hold him. He is awake. The gods watch over him. He is awake and finds joy in the stillness of meditation and in the sweetness of surrender. If you wound or grieve another, you have not learned detachment. Offend in neither word nor deed. Eat with moderation. Live in your heart. Seek the highest consciousness. Master yourself according to the law. This is the simple teaching of the awakened. The rain could turn to gold, and still your thirst would not be slaked. Desire is unquenchable, or it ends in tears, even in heaven. He who wishes to awake consumes his desires joyfully. In his fear, a man may shelter in mountains, or in forests, in groves of sacred trees, or in shrines. But how can he hide there from his sorrow? He who shelters in the way and travels with those who follow it comes to see the four great truths concerning sorrow, the beginning of sorrow, the eightfold way, and the end of sorrow. Then, at last, he is safe. He has shaken off sorrow. He is free. The awakened are few and hard to find. Happy is the house where a man awakes. Blessed is his birth. Blessed is the teaching of the way. Blessed is the understanding among those who follow it. And blessed is their determination. And blessed are they who revere the man who awakes and follows the way. They are free from fear. They are free. They have crossed over the river of sorrow. Joy. Live in joy, in love, even among those who hate. Live in joy, in health, even among the afflicted. Live in joy, in peace, even among the troubled. Live in joy without possessions, like the shining ones. The winner sows hatred because the loser suffers. Let go of winning and losing and find joy. There is no fire like passion, no crime like hatred, no sorrow like separation, no sickness like hunger, and no joy like the joy of freedom. Health, contentment, and trust are your greatest possessions, and freedom your greatest joy. Look within. Be still. Free from fear and attachment. Know the sweet joy of the way. How joyful to look upon the awakened and to keep company with the wise. How long the road to the man who travels with a fool, but whoever follows those who follow the way discovers his family and is filled with joy. Follow then the shining ones, the wise, the awakened, the loving, for they know how to work and forbear. Follow them as the moon follows the path of the stars. Pleasure. Do not let pleasure distract you from meditation, from the way. Free yourself from pleasure and pain, for in craving pleasure or in nursing pain, there is only sorrow. Like nothing, lest you lose it, lest it bring you grief and fear. Go beyond likes and dislikes. From passion and desire, sensuousness and lust, arise grief and fear. Free yourself from attachment. He is pure and sees. He speaks the truth and lives it. He does his own work. So he is admired and loved. With a determined mind and undesiring heart, he longs for freedom. He is called Udam Soto, he who goes upstream. When a traveler at last comes home from a far journey, with what gladness his family and his friends receive him. Even so shall your good deeds welcome you like friends, and with what rejoicing when you pass from this life to the next. Anger. Let go of anger. Let go of pride. When you are bound by nothing, you go beyond sorrow. Anger is like a chariot careering wildly. He who curbs his anger is the true charioteer. Others merely hold the reins. With gentleness, overcome anger. With generosity, overcome meanness. With truth, overcome deceit. Speak the truth. Give whatever you can. Never be angry. These 3 steps will lead you into the presence of the gods. The wise harm no one. They are masters of their bodies, and they go to the boundless country. They go beyond sorrow. Those who seek perfection keep watch by day and night till all desires vanish. Listen, Attila, this is not new. It is an old saying. They blame you for being silent. They blame you when you talk too much and when you talk too little. Whatever you do, they blame you. The world always finds a way to praise and a way to blame. It always has, and it always will. But who dares blame the man whom the wise continually praise, whose life is virtuous and wise, who shines like a coin of pure gold? Even the gods praise him, even Brahma praises him. Beware of the anger of the body. Master the body, let it serve truth. Beware of the anger of the mouth. Master your words, let them serve truth. Beware of the anger of the mind. Master your thoughts, let them serve truth. The wise have mastered body, word, and mind. They are the true masters.
This is the coolest hat my wife has ever gotten for me. Solar-powered adjustable fans built into the hat. And while it may look a little ridiculous, it's absolutely comfortable. The fan angle is easy to adjust and the lightweight mesh material keeps your head cool. I love the full brim hat because it protects the back of my neck from sunburn. At first I was worried the weight of the fans would pull down my hat, but there's actually an adjustable strap that makes it easy to fit.
Impurity. You are as the yellow leaf. The messengers of death are at hand. You are to travel far away. What will you take with you? You are the lamp to lighten the way. Then hurry, hurry. When your light shines without impurity or desire, you will come into the boundless country. Your life is falling away. Death is at hand. Where will you rest on the way? What have you taken with you? You are the lamp to lighten the way. Then hurry, hurry. When your light shines purely, you will not be born, and you will not die. As a silversmith sifts dust from silver, remove your own impurities, little by little. Or, as iron is corroded by rust, your own mischief will consume you. Neglected, the sacred verses rust, for beauty rusts without use, and, unrepaired, the house falls into ruin, and the watch without vigilance fails. In this world and the next, there is impurity and impurity. When a woman lacks dignity, when a man lacks generosity, but the greatest impurity is ignorance. Free yourself from it. Be pure. Life is easy for the man who is without shame. Impudent as a crow, a vicious gossip, vain, meddlesome, dissolute. But life is hard for the man who quietly undertakes the way of perfection with purity, detachment, and vigor. He sees light. If you kill, lie, or steal, commit adultery, or drink, you dig up your own roots. And if you cannot master yourself, the harm you do turns against you grievously. You may give in the spirit of light, or as you please, but if you care how another man gives or how he withholds, you trouble your quietness endlessly. These envying roots, destroy them and enjoy a lasting quietness. There is no fire like passion. There are no chains like hate. Illusion is a net, desire a rushing river. How easy it is to see your brother's faults, how hard to face your own. You winnow his in the wind like chaff, but yours you hide like a cheat covering up an unlucky throw. Dwelling on your brother's faults multiplies your own. You are far from the end of your journey. The way is not in the sky, the way is in the heart. See how you love whatever keeps you from your journey. But the Tathagatas, they who have gone beyond, have conquered the world. They are free. The way is not in the sky, the way is in the heart. All things arise and pass away, but the awakened awake forever. The just. If you determine your course with force or speed, you miss the way of the law. Quietly consider what is right and what is wrong, receiving all opinions equally without haste, wisely observe the law. Who is wise, the eloquent or the quiet man? Be quiet and loving and fearless. Or the mind talks, but the body knows. Gray hairs do not make a master. A man may grow old in vain. The true master lives in truth, in goodness and restraint, non-violence, moderation, and purity. Fine words or fine features cannot make a master out of a jealous and greedy man. Only when envy and selfishness are rooted out of him may he grow in beauty. A man may shave his head, but if he still lies and neglects his work, if he clings to desire and attachment, how can he follow the way? The true seeker subdues all waywardness. He has submitted his nature to quietness. He is a true seeker, not because he begs, but because he follows the lawful way, holding back nothing, holding to nothing. Beyond good and beyond evil, beyond the body and beyond the mind. Silence cannot make a master out of a fool, but he who weighs only purity in his scales, who sees the nature of the two worlds, he is a master. He harms no living thing. And yet, it is not good conduct that helps you upon the way, nor ritual, nor book learning, nor withdrawal into the self, nor deep meditation. None of these confers mastery or joy. O seeker, rely on nothing until you want nothing. The way. The way is eightfold. There are four truths. All virtue lies in detachment. The master has an open eye. This is the only way to the opening of the eye. Follow it, outwit desire. Follow it to the end of sorrow. When I pulled out sorrow's shaft, I showed you the way. It is you who must make the effort. The masters only point the way. But if you meditate and follow the law, you will free yourself from desire. Everything arises and passes away. When you see this, you are above sorrow. This is the shining way. Existence is sorrow. Understand and go beyond sorrow. This is the way of brightness. Existence is illusion. Understand. Go beyond. This is the way of clarity. You are strong. You are young. It is time to arise. So, arise, lest through irresolution and idleness you lose the way. Master your words. Master your thoughts. Never allow your body to do harm. Follow these 3 roads with purity, and you will find yourself upon the one way, the way of wisdom. Sit in the world. Sit in the dark. Sit in meditation. Sit in light. Choose your seat. Let wisdom grow. Cut down the forest, not the tree, or out of the forest comes danger. Cut down the forest, fell desire, and set yourself free. While a man desires a woman, his mind is bound as closely as a calf to its mother. As you would pluck an autumn lily, pluck the arrow of desire. For he who is awake has shown you the way of peace. Give yourself to the journey. Here shall I make my dwelling in the summer and the winter and in the rainy season. So the fool makes his plans, sparing not a thought for his death. Death overtakes the man who, giddy and distracted by the world, cares only for his flocks and his children. Death fetches him away as a flood carries off a sleeping village. His family cannot save him, not his father, nor his sons. Know this. Seek wisdom and purity. Quickly clear the way.
We tried everything, but Charlie still struggled with math. Then another mom recommended IXL, a learning program that really worked for her daughter. We thought, why not? Let's give it a try. With IXL, not only does Charlie get extra math practice and guidance, but he's also able to explore other topics and skills he's interested in. So if you're wondering if IXL is right for your child, I would say don't wait. You'll see a difference right away.
Out of the forest, there is pleasure and there is bliss. Forgo the first to possess the second. If you are happy at the expense of another man's happiness, you are forever bound. You do not what you should. You do what you should not. You are reckless, and desire grows. But the master is wakeful. He watches his body. In all his actions, he discriminates, and he becomes pure. He is without blame, though once he may have murdered his mother and his father, 2 kings, a kingdom, and all its subjects. Though the kings were holy, and their subjects among the virtuous, yet is he blameless. The followers of the awakened awake, and day and night they watch and meditate upon their master. Forever wakeful, they mind the law. They know their brothers on the way. They understand the mystery of the body. They find joy in all beings. They delight in meditation. It is hard to live in the world and hard to live out of it. It is hard to be one among many. And for the wanderer, how long is the road wandering through many lives? Let him rest. Let him not suffer. Let him not fall into suffering. If he is a good man, a man of faith, honored and prosperous, wherever he goes, he is welcome. Like the Himalayas, good men shine from afar, but bad men move unseen like arrows in the night. Sit, rest, work, alone with yourself, never weary. On the edge of the forest, live joyfully, without desire. The dark. One man denies the truth, another denies his own actions. Both go into the dark, and in the next world suffer, for they offend truth. Wear the yellow robe, but if you are reckless, you will fall into darkness. If you are reckless, better to swallow molten iron than eat at the table of good folk. If you court another man's wife, you court trouble. Your sleep is broken, you lose your honor, you fall into darkness. You go against the law, you go into the dark, your pleasures end in fear, and the king's punishment is harsh. But as a blade of grass held awkwardly may cut your hand, so renunciation may lead you into the dark. Or if in your renunciation you are reckless and break your word, if your purpose wavers, you will not find light. Do what you have to do, resolutely, with all your heart. A traveler who hesitates only raises dust on the road. It is better to do nothing than to do what is wrong. Or whatever you do to yourself. Like a border town well guarded, guard yourself within and without. Let not a single moment pass, lest you fall into darkness. Feel shame only where shame is due. Fear only what is fearful. See evil only in what is evil, lest you mistake the true way and fall into darkness. See what is. See what is not. Follow the true way. Rise. The elephant. I shall endure hard words as the elephant endures the shafts of battle. Or many people speak wildly. The tamed elephant goes to battle. The king rides him. The tamed man is the master. He can endure hard words in peace. Better than a mule or the fine horses of Sind or the mighty elephants of war is the man who has mastered himself. Not on their backs can he reach the untrodden country, but only on his own. The mighty elephant Dhanapalaka is wild when he is in rut, and when bound he will not eat, remembering the elephant grove. The fool is idle, he eats and he rolls in his sleep like a hog in a sty, and he has to live life over again. My own mind used to wander wherever pleasure or desire or lust led it, but now I have it tamed. I guide it as the keeper guides the wild elephant. Awake, be the witness of your thoughts. The elephant hauls himself from the mud. In the same way, drag yourself out of your sloth. If the traveler can find a virtuous and wise companion, let him go with him joyfully and overcome the dangers of the way. But if you cannot find friend or master to go with you, travel on alone, like a king who has given away his kingdom, like an elephant in the forest. Travel on alone, rather than with a fool for company. Do not carry with you your mistakes. Do not carry your cares. Travel on alone, like an elephant in the forest. To have friends in need is sweet, and to share happiness, and to have done something good before leaving this life is sweet, and to let go of sorrow. To be a mother is sweet, and a father. It is sweet to live arduously, and to master yourself. Oh, how sweet it is to enjoy life living in honesty and strength. And wisdom is sweet, and freedom. Desire. If you sleep, desire grows in you like a vine in the forest. Like a monkey in the forest, you jump from tree to tree, never finding the fruit. From life to life, never finding peace. If you are filled with desire, your sorrows swell like the grass after the rain. But if you subdue desire, your sorrows fall from you like drops of water from a lotus flower. This is good counsel, and it is for everyone. As the grass is cleared for the fresh root, cut down desire, lest death after death crush you, as a river crushes the helpless reeds. For if the roots hold firm, a felled tree grows up again. If desires are not uprooted, sorrows grow again in you. 36 streams are rushing toward you, desire and pleasure and lust. Play in your imagination with them and they will sweep you away. Powerful streams, they flow everywhere. Strong vine, if you see it spring up, take care. Pull it out by the roots. Pleasures flow everywhere. You float upon them and are carried from life to life. Like a hunted hare you run, the pursuer of desire pursued, harried from life to life. O seeker, give up desire. Shake off your chains. You have come out of the hollow into the clearing. The clearing is empty. Why do you rush back into the hollow? Desire is a hollow, and people say, look, he was free, but now he gives up his freedom. It is not iron that imprisons you, nor rope, nor wood, but the pleasure you take in gold and jewels and sons and wives. Soft fetters, yet they hold you down. Can you snap them? There are those who can, who surrender the world, forsake desire, and follow the way. O slave of desire, float upon the stream. Little spider, stick to your web, or else abandon your sorrows for the way. Abandon yesterday, and tomorrow, and today.
A fun and easy way to make cash. Sign up directly on the app. Choose your own hours. Get paid to deliver on your time. There are opportunities in over 7,000 cities. Keep 100% of your tips. Download the DoorDash driver app and get started today.
Cross over to the farther shore, beyond life and death. Do your thoughts trouble you? Does passion disturb you? Beware of thirstiness, lest your wishes become desires, and desire binds you. Quieten your mind. Reflect. Watch. Nothing binds you. You are free. You are strong. You have come to the end, free from passion and desire. You have stripped the thorns from the stem. This is your last body. You are wise. You are free from desire, and you understand words and the stitching together of words, and you want nothing. Victory is mine, knowledge is mine, and all purity, all surrender. I want nothing. I am free. I found my way. Whom shall I call teacher? The gift of truth is beyond giving, the taste beyond sweetness, the joy beyond joy. The end of desire is the end of sorrow. The fool is his own enemy. Seeking wealth, he destroys himself. Seek rather the other shore. Weeds choke the field. Passion poisons the nature of man, and hatred, illusion, and desire. Honor the man who is without passion, hatred, illusion, and desire. What you give to him will be given back to you, and more. The Seeker. Master your senses. What you taste and smell, what you see, what you hear. In all things, be a master of what you do and say and think. Be free. You are a seeker. Delight in the mastery of your hands and your feet, of your words and your thoughts. Delight in meditation and in solitude. Compose yourself. Be happy. You are a seeker. Hold your tongue. Do not exalt yourself, but lighten the way, for your words are sweet. Follow the truth of the way. Reflect upon it. Make it your own. Live it. It will always sustain you. Do not turn away what is given you, nor reach out for what is given to others, lest you disturb your quietness. Give thanks for what has been given you, however little. Be pure. Never falter. You have no name and no form. Why miss what you do not have? A seeker is not sorry. Love and joyfully follow the way, the quiet way to the happy country. Seeker, empty the boat, lighten the load, passion and desire and hatred, and sail swiftly. There are 5 at the door to turn away, and 5 more, and there are 5 to welcome in. And when 5 have been left stranded on the shore, the seeker is called O-Gati Nati, he who has crossed over. Seeker, do not be reckless. Meditate constantly, or you will swallow fire and cry out no more. If you are not wise, how can you steady the mind? If you cannot quieten yourself, what will you ever learn? How will you become free? With a quiet mind, come into that empty house, your heart, and feel the joy of the way beyond the world. Look within, the rising and the falling. What happiness! How sweet to be free! It is the beginning of life, of mastery and patience, of good friends along the way, of a pure and active life. So, live in love. Do your work. Make an end of your sorrows. Or see how the jasmine releases and lets fall its withered flowers. Let fall willfulness and hatred. Are you quiet? Quieten your body. Quieten your mind. You want nothing. Your words are still. You are still. By your own efforts, waken yourself, watch yourself, and live joyfully. You are the master. You are the refuge. As a merchant breaks in a fine horse, master yourself. How gladly you follow the words of the awakened, how quietly, how surely you approach the happy country, the heart of stillness. However young, the seeker who sets out upon the way shines bright over the world. Like the moon, come out from behind the clouds, shine. The true master. Wanting nothing with all your heart, stop the stream. When the world dissolves, everything becomes clear. Go beyond this way or that way to the farther shore, where the world dissolves and everything becomes clear. Beyond this shore and the farther shore, beyond the beyond, where there is no beginning, no end, without fear, go. Meditate. Live purely. Be quiet. Do your work with mastery. By day the sun shines and the warrior in his armor shines. By night the moon shines and the master shines in meditation. But day and night the man who is awake shines in the radiance of the spirit. The master gives up mischief. He is serene. He leaves everything behind him. He does not take offense and he does not give it. He never returns evil for evil. Alas for the man who raises his hand against another, and even more for him who returns the blow. Resist the pleasures of life and the desire to hurt, till sorrows vanish. Never offend by what you think, or say, or do. Honor the man who is awake and shows you the way. Honor the fire of his sacrifice. Matted hair or family or caste do not make a master, but the truth and goodness with which he is blessed. Your hair is tangled and you sit on a deerskin. What folly, when inside you are ragged with lust. The master's clothes are in tatters. His veins stand out. He is wasting away. Alone in the forest, he sits and meditates. A man is not born to mastery. A master is never proud. He does not talk down to others. Owning nothing, he misses nothing. He is not afraid. He does not tremble. Nothing binds him. He is infinitely free. So cut through the strap and the thong and the rope. Loosen the fastenings. Unbolt the doors of sleep and awake. The master endures insults and ill treatment without reacting, for his spirit is an army. He is never angry. He keeps his promises. He never strays. He is determined. This body is my last, he says. Like water on the leaf of a lotus flower, or a mustard seed on the point of a needle, he does not cling, for he has reached the end of sorrow and has laid down his burden. He looks deeply into things and sees their nature. He discriminates and reaches the end of the way. He does not linger with those who have a home, nor with those who stray. Wanting nothing, he travels on alone. He hurts nothing. He never kills. He moves with love among the unloving, with peace and detachment among the hungry and querulous. Like a mustard seed from the point of a needle, hatred has fallen from him, and lust, hypocrisy, and pride. He offends no one, yet he speaks the truth. His words are clear, but never harsh. Whatever is not his, he refuses, good or bad, great or small. He wants nothing from this world and nothing from the next. He is free. Desiring nothing, doubting nothing beyond judgment and sorrow and the pleasure of the senses, he is moved beyond time. He is pure and free. How clear he is. He is the moon. He is serene. He shines. For he has traveled life after life the muddy and treacherous road of illusion. He does not tremble or grasp or hesitate. He has found peace. Calmly, he lets go of life, of home, and pleasure, and desire. Nothing of men can hold him. Nothing of the gods can hold him. Nothing in all creation can hold him. Desire has left him, never to return. Sorrow has left him, never to return. He is calm. In him the seed of renewing life has been consumed. He has conquered all the inner worlds. With dispassionate eye he sees everywhere the falling and the uprising. And with great gladness he knows that he has finished. He has woken from his sleep. And the way he has taken is hidden from men, even from spirits and gods, by virtue of his purity. In him there is no yesterday, no tomorrow, no today. Possessing nothing, wanting nothing, he is full of power. Fearless, wise, exalted, he has vanquished all things. He sees by virtue of his purity. He has come to the end of the way, over the river of his many lives, his many deaths, beyond the sorrow of hell, beyond the great joy of heaven, by virtue of his purity. He has come to the end of the way. All that he had to do, he has done. And now, he is one.
And Afterword, written and read by Jacob Needleman.
Buddhism was born in India. In its beginnings, it conceived of itself not as a new religion, but as a reconstitution of what is essential in the vastness of the Hindu tradition. Taken as a whole, the Hindu religion can be likened to an Olympian armed campaign, with great generals dispersed abroad, their huge armies and infinitely variegated weaponry converging upon the enemy, the ego, under some divinely conceived master strategy. Compared to this, Buddhism appears upon the Indian scene as a direct, hand-to-hand attack with no holds barred, striking instantly and mercilessly at the enemy's weakest point. By and large, Buddhism has retained this quality of one-pointed practicality, even amid the later flowering of a metaphysics and mythology which, in all of its aspects, rivals the entirety of Hinduism. Put succinctly, the Buddha, who is understood to have lived and taught in the 6th century BC, taught that the principal cause of all human suffering and desolation is the deeply ingrained belief that there is such a thing as a self or ego that persists through time and change. Everything else in Buddhism, its art, philosophy, rituals, and techniques, originated as tools for the destruction of man's illusion that he is a self. This doctrine of no self, or non-Atman, is, as it is said, the diamond which cuts through all errors and confusions of humanity. According to this teaching, everything in human nature is in flux, and a man is nothing but a serial bundle of sensations, thoughts, and feelings, one proceeding from another with nothing to hold them together either in life or death. And not only man, but all things in the universe are without self, without a fixed nature that abides from moment to moment. In the endless and rigorously determined chain of cause and effect that constitutes the universe, we human beings fail by fixing our interest or desire upon one or another phenomenal aggregate, either within ourself or external to ourself. Therein is the root of all our sorrow. What can liberate us is the deep and thorough understanding of all things, including the personality, as causally determined processes of becoming. Consciousness, meaning the totality of thought, feeling, perception, sensation, pleasure, and pain, is not a being, but a passion, not an activity, but only a sequence of reactions in which we, who have no power to be either as or when we will, are fatally involved. Individuality is motivated by and perpetuated by wanting, and the cause of all wanting is ignorance. For we ignore that the objects of our desire can never be possessed in any real sense of the word, ignore that even when we have got what we want, we still want to keep it, and are still in the state of desire. The ignorance meant is of things as they really are, and the consequent attribution of substantiality to what is merely phenomenal, the seeing of self in what is not self. At first glance, this doctrine of no self seems in direct opposition to the Hindu view. But if there is any general view with which the Buddhist doctrine conflicts, it is surely our own Western worldview, as embodied not only in the popular understanding of Judeo-Christian doctrine, but in the goals our whole civilization has set for itself. The religions of the West have imbued us with the idea of an individual, eternal soul created by God, also in His way an individual, infinitely precious and irreducibly real. As our modern society drew away from religious doctrine, it substituted for the soul the idea of individual personality, not immortal perhaps, but for that very reason all the more our own and precious. The establishment of our identity, our role, has been the banner cry not only of scientific psychology, but of all the major intellectual movements of modern times, including existentialism and humanism. We measure a person's strength by what we take to be the distinctness and vividness of his individuality, and we all seek to make our mark, either as artists, scientists, or business people. To the Buddhist, all this striving is the pursuit of a phantom. The identity we seek to establish is nothing more than a thought, a picture in the mind of what we are or can be. It is in no wise based on fact. Our sense of persistence and sameness through change is a trick played upon us by the automatic functions of memory, and buttressed by the fact that we are given a name and treated by others as though we were a self. Indeed, our whole society is but a vast collection of sleepwalkers, each addressing the other and conceiving of himself within his own dream of selfhood. All our ideas of morality and obligation, blame and praise are based on this dream and serve only to strengthen the illusion of its reality. Putting the Buddhist doctrine of no self in the above way, its congruence with Hindu thought becomes clearer. We might say that for the Hindu or Brahmanic religion, human ignorance is the ignorance of who we are, of our ultimate divinity, where for Buddhism, it is ignorance of what we are not. We are not this ego. It is in fact the cardinal trait of Buddhism that its teachings are in negative terms. Break down the illusion, the error and the truth will appear by itself, for it is always there. It is only obscured and hidden by our ignorant beliefs about ourselves and the desires attached thereto. Of all the great religious teachers of the world, none has incarnated and lived the idea that ultimate reality is beyond the grasp of the ordinary mind with more purity and concentration than the Buddha. This in part explains why the Buddha's discourses say nothing about the existence of a supreme being, for example, or about immortality. Such questions tend not to edification, since they are put by the deluded mind, which is quite content to speculate endlessly about these matters, while clinging to the very beliefs which perpetuate its suffering. Its strategy of negation has misled many Westerners into thinking Buddhism is pessimistic and anti-life. Some have even thought of nirvana, the ultimate goal of Buddhist discipline, as a sort of spiritual suicide. Nothing could be further from the truth, and in fact there is no religion which has a higher estimation of human possibility. It is only that it is not spoken of directly and positively. The exalted level of nirvana can be seen indirectly by attending to everything which the Buddhists say it is not. It is not love, consciousness, peace, freedom, happiness, or immortality in any sense that we understand. We are given no words for it because we have no experience of it. And in the absence of a corresponding experience, names merely purchase further illusions. The Gospels, we may recall, also speak of the peace that passeth understanding. We come to the conclusion that just as the great mystics and saints of our own traditions could describe the supreme reality only by negation and analogy, so the Buddhist tells us of nirvana. Since, however, nirvana also designates the whole of reality, then we see why Buddhism also refuses to admit that our ordinary thinking and language can accurately be applied to anything that is real. Thus, reality is also named the void, or emptiness. A final note, especially important when we come to inquire if a genuine Buddhist way can take root on our own soil. Buddhist moral rules are never ends in themselves. It is essential to realize that ethical commandments in the Dhammapada are understood as necessary preliminaries to any greater spiritual development. What is especially valuable about the Dhammapada is that it shows us there is no real separation between true human morality and the process of inner development. The admonitions and insights in this great text resonate on all levels of our search for our authentic humanity. At one stroke, they bring inspiration to our halting everyday efforts to care for our neighbor and guidance in our efforts to look into ourselves for the radiant energy that is traditionally termed the Buddha nature. The Dhammapada presents itself as the actual sayings of Gautama Buddha and was originally compiled for the growing community of Buddhist monks. It was apparently in existence by the time of the Emperor Ashoka in 250 BC and quickly became popular with all schools of Buddhist thought and practice. It is now, no doubt, time for it to speak more universally to the whole of our morally and spiritually hungry modern world.
Does your dog hate bath time? You need to try this. This is our lick mat. We put some peanut butter on there. Look at how sad he is to get in the bath. He is sad, miserable dog. And then once he smells the peanut butter, he is completely fine. He doesn't even know he's getting wet. Got his back wet, and then you get the ears, get on top of the head, his chest and neck, and he doesn't care. And he gets a little treat at the end. We even use it to dry him off and to brush him after the bath. It's literally magic. Lick Mat's available now. Check him out.
Thoughts, Martin?
Oh, should have bought Dixie. These weak store brand plates are risky business.
Next time, get Dixie Ultra Plates. 3 times stronger than the leading store brand. Dixie, make it right.
Welcome to Being in the Way, the Alan Watts podcast, and today we're going to listen to the second talk from the Japan tours, Religion of No Religion. And this was a talk that he gave at Mount Koyasan, and it's a wonderful exploration of Buddhism. And without further ado, here is Alan Watts from Religion of No Religion.
I was discussing last night the Bodhisattva doctrine in Mahayana Buddhism and comparing it or relating it to the 2 great tendencies in Indian spirituality: anti-worldliness or otherworldliness and world affirmation, and showing how the idea that the highest kind of a Buddha is in a certain way a non-Buddha. The highest kind of a Buddha is like an ordinary person. And this comes out very, very much in various tendencies in Zen, where, for example, all the painting peculiarly characteristic of Zen Buddhism in the Chinese and Japanese tradition is, as it were, secular. It has a peculiarly non-religious atmosphere. That is to say, the painting of Shingon sect and Tendai sect, as you saw it in the museum today, was religious painting. You could tell at once that the subject matter of these paintings is religious. But with Zen painting, the way of dealing with philosophical or spiritual themes is secular. So that when an artist like Sengai, living in the 17th century Japan, paints the Buddha, there is something slightly humorous about the Buddha. He wears his halo over one ear. There is an informality, a slight raffishness. And so this comes from China, from those great Sung artists like Liang Kai, who painted the sixth patriarch of Zen chopping bamboos, looking like the most extraordinarily unkempt country oaf. So, also, the greatest Zen painting has as its subject matter not really religious themes at all. It uses pine branches, rocks, bamboos, grasses, everything of that kind. And you would never know that these things were icons. Likewise also in poetry, which we will go into more extensively in the future. The superb expression of Zen poetry is derived from the Chinese poet Hokoji, who says wondrous action, supernatural power, drawing water, carrying fuel. Now, that poem is a little bit too religious for Zen taste. And so, preferable to that is Basho's famous poem, The Old Pond, a frog jumps in, plop. Plop is the only possible English translation for the Japanese mizu no otto, which means literally the water's sound. Plop. But that poem, you see, is a very high-style Zen poem because it has nothing in it about religion. There is a poem on the edge, which also was written by Basho, which says, "When the lightning flashes, how admirable he who does not think life is fleeting." You see, the flash of a lightning is a Buddhist cliche for the transiency of the world. Your life goes by and it disappears as fast as a flash of lightning. That becomes a cliche. So, all religious comments about life eventually become cliches. And that's why religion always is falling apart and becoming a certain kind of going through the motions, a kind of imitation of attitudes. As if one would say, we've got a book called The Imitation of Christ. It's a terrible book. Because everybody who imitates Christ is a kind of a fake Jesus. So in the same way, there's all kinds of imitation Buddhas. Not just sitting on altars made of wood and gilded, but just sitting around in monasteries. So one might say then that the highest kind of religious or spiritual attainment has no sign about it that it is religious or that it is spiritual. And so as a metaphor for this, there was used in Buddhism from the very beginning the idea of the tracks of birds in the sky. They don't leave any tracks. And so the way of the enlightened man is like the track of a bird in the sky. And as one poem, a Chinese poem says, entering the forest, he does not disturb a blade of grass. Entering the water, he does not make a ripple. In other words, there is no sign about him to indicate that he is self-consciously religious. And this goes too for the fact that his not having any religious sign is also not something contrived. It isn't like Protestant simplicity. You know, all those Catholics with their rituals and how dreadful and insincere that is. But the real reason, you know, why Protestants think Catholic ritual is insincere? You know, it's expensive. Protestantism started in the burgher cities of Europe. Places like Freiburg, Hamburg, you know, and Geneva. Because the merchant class, who were the foundation of the bourgeoisie, got annoyed because every time a Saint's Day came around, all their employees got a day off because it was a holy day and they had to attend Mass. There were so many of these nuisance holy days and all these contributions that were assessed by the church, buying your way out of purgatory and saying Masses for the dead and so on and so forth, they found this not very economical. The priests were getting the money instead of the merchants. And so they decried as unbiblical and irreligious and wasteful all the finery of the Catholic religion and wanted something plain and simple. So it became, in course of time, a sign of being really religious, to avoid rituals and to avoid colorful clothing and splendor in churches, and to be as ordinary as possible. But that is not yet the real religion of giving no sign of having a religion, because this simplicity and absence of ritual itself becomes a sign, a way of advertising how spiritual you are. So the completely bodhisattva type of person doesn't leave any track, either by being religious overtly or by being non-religious overtly. How will you be neither religious nor non-religious? See, that's the great test. How will you avoid that trap of being one or the other? It's like, are you a theist or are you an atheist? See, the theist is caught by God and the idea of God, the belief in God, but the atheist is equally caught. Because an atheist is very often an atheist because he cannot stand the idea that God is watching him all the time. That there is this constant all-seeing eye prying on your most private life. And that there's this, you know how when you're a child in school and you're writing something or doing arithmetic and the teacher walks around the class and looks over your shoulder. Nobody wants to be watched like that. Even someone who's good at writing or at arithmetic doesn't want somebody looking over their shoulder while they're doing it. It puts you off. It bugs you. So the idea of the Lord God, who is watching us all the time, who is judging everything that we do, puts people off and they can't stand it. So better be an atheist to get rid of teacher. So, but the atheist, you see, the man who advertises his disbelief in God is a very pious person. Nobody believes in God like an atheist. There is no God and I am his prophet. So then, the true bodhisattva state is very difficult to pin down as being neither supremely religious nor blatantly secular. And people who think that the height of Buddhism or the height of Zen is to be perfectly ordinary have still missed the point, like the atheist has missed the point. But for this reason, then, there is an element in the art, the painting, the poetry, etc., which has been inspired by this kind of Buddhism. This kind of art where the subject matter is non-religious. Nevertheless, there is something about the way in which this non-religious subject matter is handled that stops you. And you know there's something strange about it. This is how I first became interested in Oriental philosophy and all that kind of thing. I had an absolute fascination for Chinese and Japanese painting, the secular painting, the landscapes, the treatment of flowers and grasses and bamboos. There was something about it that struck me as astonishing, even though the subject matter was extremely ordinary. And I just, as a child practically, I had to find out what was the strange element in those bamboos and those grasses. I was being, of course, taught by those painters to see grass. But there was something in there that one could never pin down, never put your finger on. And that was this thing that I will call the religion of no religion. The supreme attainment of being a Buddha who can't be detected. Who, in this sense, then leaves no trace You remember, some of you have seen those 10 paintings called the 10 Stages of Spiritual Ox Herding. And the author, there are two sets of these paintings. There's a heterodox one and an orthodox one. The heterodox one has as the man catches the ox, it gets progressively whiter, until in the end it disappears altogether, and the last picture is an empty circle. But the orthodox set of paintings, it doesn't end with the empty circle. The empty circle arises 2 from the end, 3 from the end. It is followed by 2 others. After the man has attained the state of emptiness, the state, in other words, of complete iconoclasm, the state of no attachment to any spiritual or psychological or moral crutch, there are 2 more steps. One is called returning to the origin, which is represented by a tree beside a stream. And the final one called entering the city with hands hanging down. That means the hands giving a handout, as it were, giving bounty. And it shows a picture of the fat Buddha, Putai, or in Japanese known as Hote, who has an enormous belly, big ears, who carries around a colossal bag. And what do you think this bag has in it? Trash. Wonderful trash. Everything that children love. Things that everybody else has thrown away and thought of as valueless. This bum collects and gives it away to children. And so it says here that he goes on his way without following the steps of the ancient sages. His door is closed. That's the door of his house. And no glimpses of his interior life are to be seen. So, in other words, it's like when you erect a building, while you're building it, you have all kinds of scaffolding up. That shows you that building is going on. But when the building is complete, the scaffolding is taken down. To open a door, as they say in Zen, you may need to pick up a brick to knock at the door. But when the door is open, you don't carry the brick inside. To cross the river, you need a boat. But when you've reached the other side, you don't pick up the boat and carry it. So the brick, the boat, the scaffolding, all these things represent some sort of religious technology or method. And in the end, these are all to disappear. So that the saint will not be found in church. I don't take what I say literally. The saint can perfectly readily go to church without being sullied by church. But ordinary people, when they go to church, they come out stinking of religion. There was a great Zen master once, and one of his disciples asked him, "How am I making progress?" He said, "You're all right, but you have a trivial fault." "Well, what is that?" He said, "You have too much Zen." Well, he said, when you're studying Zen, don't you think it's very natural to be talking about it? The master said, "When it's like an ordinary conversation, it is much better." And so another monk who was standing by listening to this exchange said to the master, "Why do you so specially dislike talking about Zen?" And he replied, "Because it turns one's stomach." So what did he mean when he said, when it's like an ordinary everyday conversation, it is somewhat better? When the old master Joshu was asked, at the end of the kalpa, when everything is destroyed in fire, there will be one thing remaining. What is that? And Joshu replied, "It's windy again this morning." So in Zen, when you're asked a question about religion, you reply in terms of the secular. When you are asked about something secular, you reply in terms of religion. So what is the eternal nature of the self? It's windy again this morning. Please pass me a knife. The master hands him the knife with the blade first. Says, please give me the other end. What would you do with the other end? See, here the disciple starts out with the ordinary. Please pass me the knife. And suddenly he finds himself involved in a metaphysical problem. But if he starts out with the metaphysical, he's going to get involved with the knife. So, now, to go deeply into the religion of non-religion, we have to understand what you might call the final ultimate attainment of Mahayana Buddhist philosophy. And this is contained in a school of thought which is called in Chinese Hua Yan and in Japanese Kegon. Kegon is the intellectual foundation for Zen. And there was a great Chinese master by the name of Shumitz, who was simultaneously a Zen master and the fifth patriarch of the Huayan sect. Hua, it means flower. Yan, garland. The garland of flowers. And it's all based on a Sanskrit sutra called Avatamsaka. This is called simply in Japanese, Kegon Kyo. A very big sutra. And the subject matter of this sutra are what are called the four Dharma worlds. And I must explain what these four worlds are so that you get the point. First of all, there is a level of being which we will call Ji. The word Ji, which is Japanese way of pronouncing the Chinese Chur, is the world of things and events. What you might call the common sense world, the everyday world that our senses normally record. The word Ji, the character in Chinese, has a multiplicity of meanings because it can mean a thing or an event. It can also mean business. An affair, not in a love affair, but something in the way the French say les affaires, for business. Something important. It can also mean affectation. Putting something on or showing off. And so a person who is a master in Zen is called Buji, which means no business, no affectation, nothing special. The poem says, on Mount Lu there is misty rain, and the river Jiang is at high tide. When you have not been there, your heart is filled with longing. But when you have been there and come back, it was nothing special. Misty rain on Mount Lu, river Jiang at high tide. But this nothing special is not a way of putting something down. Do you see that? I could say, well, it was nothing special. It didn't really amount to anything. That's one way of saying it was very ordinary. But Buji, just as it doesn't mean it was very ordinary, in the same way that the person who has no religion is really the most religious. Do you see? He's not just a common, ignorant moron. He looks like one, but he isn't. And you have to know what he knows in order to see that he isn't and to recognize him for what he is. So nothing special, Buji. It doesn't stand out. It doesn't, as we would say it doesn't stick out like a sore thumb. So the world of G then means generally the world of particulars, the world of multiplicity, the world we ordinarily feel we're involved in. So that's the first world. The second world is called the world of Ri. Now Ri, in Chinese, Li, is, as I explained to you when we were discussing the idea of the law of nature, the character means the markings in jade, or the grain in wood, or the fiber in muscle. But in the Huayan philosophy, the word Ri means the universal, underlying all particulars, the one underlying all multiplicity. The unitive principle as distinct from G, which is the differentiation principle. So, as it were, it's like this. When you see into the nature of this world, you start from G. You start from noticing all the particular things and being baffled by their multiplicity and dealing with the multiplicity of things. But as you go into this, you discover, as you understand things, what do you mean when you understand things? It means you become aware of their relationships to each other, and eventually you see the unity behind them. And it is as if the multiplicity of the world dissolved into unity. And so here you encounter a problem. I can see the world as a unity. I can see the world as a multiplicity. But how the devil am I going to put the two visions together? If I am to be a practical success in business, in family life, and so on, I have to observe the world of particulars. It's particulars that matter. I have to know chalk from cheese. But if I become a saint, a monk, or a hermit, then or even perhaps a poet or an artist, I will forget about the practical matters and contemplate the unity, the secret meaning underlying all events. But then all those practical people are going to say to me, you're falling down on the job. You've escaped from life. Because they feel that the world of particulars is the real world. But the other guy says, no, your particulars are not real. You make a success of things, yes, but it's completely temporary. You think you're an important person, that you're really contributing to human life. But actually, your success in doing this sort of thing lasts for a few years, and then you fall apart like everybody else does. Where's your success now? When you're dead? What happened to the millions of dollars you made? Where are you? They're all gone. So that isn't real from the standpoint of the person who concentrates on the unity. So then, to perfect our understanding, we have to go to the third of these worlds, which is called Ri Ji Mu Ge. Now, that means between Ri, the unity, and Ji, the particulars, Mu, there is no, Ge, block. That means the world of the universal and the world of particulars are not incompatible. Let's take two very different things and see how they can be united. Take shape and color. Never in a million years can you, with a black pencil that can draw shapes, make red. But if you have red, you can draw a circle. You can draw a red circle, even though the circle shape and the red color will never be the same. Yet red circle, they go beautifully together. So think of circle as G and red as Ri. The circle is the particular, the color is the universal. They go together. So then we might say the properly rounded out person is both spiritual and material, both otherworldly and worldly. This is the supreme attainment of a human being, to be both. Don't get one-sided. A person who is what you might call just a materialist ends up by being very boring. It's you know, you can live the successful life of the world and you can own every kind of material refinement. You can have the most beautiful home, delicious food, lovely women, marvelous yachts and cars and everything. But if you have no touch of mysticism, it eventually is all perfectly boring. And all those beautiful women turn out to be made of plastic. And you get tired of it. Then on the other hand, there are people who are purely spiritual. And they live in a kind of dry world where all luxury has been scrubbed away. And they are very intense people. When you're in their presence, of a very spiritual person, an excessively spiritual person, you feel inclined to sit on the edge of your chair. You're not at ease, because you know the eye of judgment is looking through you and going down into your very soul, and finding that you're just a scallywag after all. And here's this absolutely sincere, this dreadfully honest and unselfish person. Now he is like a wine which has no body. It is pure alcohol, pure spirit. And on the other hand, the materialistic person is like a soft drink, which is all sweet and sugary, but no alcohol. Good drink, you see, like a very marvelous wine, is not alcohol. It has alcohol in it. And it's not poured in, you see. You don't add so much alcohol to grape juice to make wine. The alcohol in a fine wine is part and parcel of the whole substance of the wine. And also, it has its body, it has fragrance, and it has all this grown together. So in exactly the same way, a superior human being has sensuality, that's the body, as in the body of a wine, and spirituality, which is the alcohol, the heady, the intoxicating part. And thus, this is something which is always puzzling to people brought up in a Western environment, because great spiritual people are often very, very sensitive, because they can't be materialists in the ordinary sense. They can't be straight, open sensualists, because for them the world is too wonderful for that. See, they can't go around just say picking up anything in a skirt and make love to that, see, because any human being is too marvelous to be treated as just a kind of sexual object. They may be very much a sexual object, but so marvelous, you have to stop with it and really go into the whole of that marvelous, wonderful personality. So there is a trouble, keeps coming up for the West. When you go to church and you suddenly go to a church where there's a marvelous clergyman, and you think he is the very exemplar of life, and you idealize him, and then suddenly there develops a frightful scandal that he has an affair with his secretary, and you think all is lost, that the faith has been sold out, that everything's going to rack and ruin, because he was not purely spiritual. And he himself may be terribly confused and worried about this. Because in our world, you see, we make the spiritual and the material mutually exclusive. But Ri-Ji Mu-Ge, this third world, means that between the spiritual and the material there is no obstruction. So we might say this would sound as if it were the highest level, but it's one more to come, which is called Ji Mu-Ge. This means then suddenly Ri has disappeared. But between Ji and Ji there is no obstruction. Between one event and any other event or events, there is no mutual exclusiveness. Shall I put it that way? This is the doctrine, the highest doctrine of Mahayana Buddhism, which you could call the doctrine of the mutual interpenetration of all things, or the mutual interdependence of all things. And its symbol is what is called Indra's net that is used in the Avatamsaka Sutra. Imagine at dawn a multidimensional spider's web covered in dew. A vast, vast spider's web that is the whole cosmos, and is not only a kind of a flat thing, but a solid thing, and a solid in 4, 5, 6, and n dimensions, covered with jewels of dew, all of which have rainbow coloring, and every drop of dew contains in it the reflection of every other drop of dew. And since every drop of dew contains the reflections of all the others, each reflected drop of dew contains the reflections, you see, of all the others, and so ad infinitum. Now this is the Mahayana vision of the world, which is to say, this is relativity, that whatever exists in this world and is characterized as something particular, as a thing, as an event, as something or other, you see, as a unit, this does not exist without all other such things and events. So that you might say any one event implies all events. And all events, the total universe, past, present, and future, depends on every single member. In other words, you may say, I can understand that I depend on this whole universe. There could not be me unless there was everything else. It is harder to see the corollary of that the whole universe depends on you. You might say, well, how can that be? Because I come into being, and then I go out of being, and before I was born, I'm sure the universe was here, and after I die, I'm sure it will go on. How can you say then that the whole thing depends on me? Very simply. It depends on supposing you're dead, and we're talking about someone in the past. Let's say we're talking about Socrates. And I'm going to say, this whole universe depends on Socrates. I may put it more exactly. It depends on Socrates having existed. You see your parents now. Some of your parents may be alive, but some of your parents may be dead. Without your parents, you would not have come into being. So you depend on your parents, even when your parents have gone. So everything, even when you disappear, the universe will still depend on you, on your having been here. Or if you have not yet arrived, it depends on your going to be here. So we can say, obviously, going back to Socrates, the fact that Socrates existed tells us something about the kind of world we're living in. this world once Socratized, and that Socrates and his wisdom was a symptom of the kind of universe we're living in just the same way as I showed you that an apple is a symptom of a tree. A certain kind of tree tells us something about that tree, what it functions, how it produces things. So a world which produced Socrates, or a world which produced John Doe, who was nobody in particular, and nobody ever remembered him or thought to write his biography. Nevertheless, for all his obscurity, the whole universe depends on him, and it depends equally on every fruit fly, every gnat, every vibration of every gnat's wing, and it depends on every last electron, however brief its manifestation may be. So that what this is saying is that everything that there is implies everything else. And all those other things, collectively, in their totality, which we call the universe, in turn imply each individual object, event, and so on. That's the meaning of Indra's net. So that this is called in Zen to take up a blade of grass and use it as a golden Buddha 16 feet high. When you have a chain and you pick up a link, all the other links come up with it. You see? Because it implies, if this is a link, it is a link in a chain. If it isn't, it's just an oval piece of metal. But if it's a link, up come all other links. So if you are an event, every event, there's no such thing as a single event. The only possible single event is all events whatsoever. That could be regarded as the only possible atom. The only possible single thing is everything. But the things that we call things all imply each other. We know what we are only in relation to what we aren't. We know of the sensation of oneself only in relation to a sensation of something other. So the other goes with the self as the back goes with the front. And your life, however short, everything depends on it. If that did not happen, nothing would happen. So in this sense, the whole world bears your signature. It would not be the same world if it weren't for you. You've heard, haven't you, what is called the pathetic fallacy? This was an idea of the 19th century, which said that it was false, wrong, to project human feelings on the world. The wind in the pine trees is not sighing. It's you who are sighing. The sun is not happy. It's you who are happy when the sun shines. So don't mix up your happiness with the sun. The sun has no feeling. The sun is not human. The wind has no feeling and is not human. The poet says, the moon doth with delight look round her when the heavens are bare. And the logician says, no, the poet looks round with delight at the moon in the bare heavens. How awful. I mean, if that's the point, you see, better not say any poetry, just have prose. But actually the moon does look round with delight when the poet looks round with delight, because the world of which one symptom is the moon is the same world of which another symptom is the poet. They go together. A world where there is a moon implies a world where there is a poet. A world where there is a poet implies a world where there is a moon. So in this sense, the moon can be said to look round with delight through the agency of the poet. Because you can't separate poet and moon. Just as you can't separate head and feet without destroying the unity of the body. So in that sense then, this whole world is a human world. And we should not take the silly attitude or philosophy called the philosophy of the pathetic fallacy, which says outside our skins it's all inhuman and dumb and blind force, and only inside the skin is there a human world. All this world is human because it depends not only on the existence of humanity in general, but on the existence of Mary Smith in particular. So the whole world is covered, as it were, with your personal signature. But at that moment when you suddenly seem to be everything, and to be Mr. A, you suddenly see the obverse of this, that your particular personality is nothing at all without everything else, without everybody else. I need, in order to be Alan Watts, I need every single other human being and the uncontrollable otherness of all those other human beings that I can't do anything about. They are going to be themselves whatever I do. And yet at the same time, I depend on all their difference from me, and yet they all depend likewise on me. So that I'm in a very funny position. The moment I would be egoless and say, I'm nothing without you, then suddenly I find I'm the kingpin. They all depend on me. Then suddenly, when I get swelled-headed about being the kingpin, I find I'm nothing at all without them. So everything keeps going bloop, 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 bloop. In other words, the moment you think you've got it in one state, it transforms itself into the other. That's the Gigi Muge. Now, in Gigi Muge, you see, you've got a vision of the world in which everybody is boss and nobody is boss. There is no one boss who governs the whole thing. It takes care of itself. It's a colossal democracy. But yet every man and every uguisu and every snail is king in this world. And at the same time is commoner. And that's how it works. And there is no great king, although in Hinduism they have an idea, a very strange one to us, called Ishvara. Ishvara means the supreme personal God, the top being in the Deva world. And many Buddhists believe that there is such a God. There is a ruler of the universe, but he is lower than a Buddha, because in the course of the endless cycles, Ishvara will dissolve into nothing. All gods, all angels are within the round of being. It's a very curious idea to our minds, and therefore, although Buddhists believe in God in that sense, they don't take it importantly. There are no shrines in Buddhism to Ishvara. So then, it is through Gigi Muge, this idea of the mutual interpenetration and interdependence of all things, that we have the philosophical basis for Zen as a practical, intellectual way of life. Because of the realization that the most ordinary event, the charcoal brazier, the mat, soup for dinner, sneezing, washing your hands, going to the bathroom, everything, all these so-called events, separate events, imply the universe. So this is why Zen people will use the ordinary event to demonstrate the cosmic and the metaphysical. Only they don't rationalize it that way. To see infinity in a grain of sand and eternity in an hour is still Riji Muge and not Jiji Muge. Jiji Muge is when you offer somebody the grain of sand, for God's sake, stop thinking about eternity. Here's just the grain of sand. There is no difference between the grain of sand and eternity. So you don't have to think about eternity as something implied by the grain of sand. The grain of sand is eternity. So in the same way exactly, our sitting here at this moment is not something different from nirvana. We are nirvana as sitting here exactly like this, you see. So you don't have to say any philosophical comment on the grain of sand or on our sitting here. That's called legs on a snake or a beard on a eunuch. You put legs on a snake, you see, and you embarrass the snake in its motion. And a eunuch doesn't need a beard. We would say in our idiom, don't gild the lily. Or Zen would say, don't put frost on top of snow. So all what you might call specifically religious activity is legs on a snake. Eventually, this is going to be eliminated, just as eventually we hope that government will be eliminated and will become unnecessary, because every individual will be self-governing and therefore relate properly to his brother, and the state will vanish. So too, at the same time, the church will vanish. And that's why in the book of Revelation, in the New Testament, it is said that in heaven there is no temple, because the whole place is the temple. So when we achieve the fulfillment of Buddhism, there is no Buddha, no temple, no gong, no bell, because the whole world is the sound of the bell. And the image of Buddha is everything you can look at. So a Zen master was asked, mountains and hills, are they not all forms of the body of Buddha? The master replied, yes, they are, but it's a pity to say so.
You've been listening to Alan Watts with The Religion of No Religion. This podcast was co-produced with the Ram Dass Be Here Now podcast network, and our theme music is by Zakir Hussain, courtesy of Moment Records. For further information about the Japan Tour series, visit alanwatts.org, and there you'll find all 8 talks. And today's was The Religion of No Religion.
Probably know Vistaprint for business cards, but did you know we print everything you need to get your brand in front of your fans? We print banners and signs that help your business stand out. We print postcards and flyers that get people talking, and we print must-have merch like tote bags, t-shirts, and water bottles. Whether you want a few or a few thousand, we print on everything so that customers can go from noticing your brand to falling in love with it. Right now, new customers can get 20% off with code NEW20, because if you need it, We print it at Vistaprint.com.
How dare you? Is this a Down syndrome sufferers coping room? What's happening here? Down syndrome sufferers. What's happening here? Alice, it's John. I'm sitting here in my living room relaxing, sitting in the sun. I'm sorry for yeah. Just give me a call back if you want to schedule or trip up by you. I don't know if veterinarians are open on Saturday nights, but you're having a great day and we'll talk to you soon.
Tell you.
If people are sitting in that room and basically co-signing what's being said in Amir's room, you're either terrorist sympathizing or you're part of the. You become part of the problem.
Yeah, but that doesn't definition terrorism. Acts of violence
Well, no, we're not doing any acts of violence on here talking about politics, are we? Surely.
And that's where, and respectfully, I could say when I think that room is actually more dangerous than a terrorist organization. It's like a recruitment camp, and it radicalizes people. In my personal opinion, right?
Yeah, and BB, to your point, in El Normal's first formulation, he actually said terrorist or terrorist sympathizer. So I know it's been contracted now to just terrorists through several iterations, but the original formulation was actually terrorist or terrorist sympathizer.
Just terrorists. You're either that or that, basically. Yeah. I'm neither.
Here, Teddy, my good friend, my brother. What happened on October 7th, sir? Tell the room.
I completely disagree.
I didn't ask you that, sir.
He knows that. I completely disagree.
What happened, sir?
Are you upset?
Sir, here's your big chance.
I don't need to tell you the ins and outs of the details. I can tell you I don't agree with it. Simple as
What
that.
happened?
I don't have to go. It's like 9/11. I don't have to go into the ins and outs details. I disagree with what happened on 9/11. Same as 7th of October. I don't have to give you detail.
Calmly. Teddy, you didn't see. I think maybe Teddy. There may be a cognitive issue. So I'll ask you again. What happened on October?
And killed loads of people.
I beg your pardon?
Went into Israel and killed loads of people.
I can't. Please say it slowly because I can't hear you. What happened? Hamas?
Israel and killed loads of people out of this acceptable. That's what happened.
Did you say Hamas did this?
And I completely disagree, but yes, Hamas. Yeah.
Wait, hang on. Did anybody else besides Hamas?
Just at a music festival? Hang on. Well, look, into Israel. Okay, let me take back what I said about the music festival. Into Israel. I'm like, you want the locations? Do I have to get up the individual coordinates of where people died and shit? What do you mean? Because there's a big difference between saying something like Hamas entered Israel, killed people at a music festival, to Hamas invaded Israel and actually had plans to go as far as Ashdod, Beersheba. Now you're trying to put words in my mouth because I'm not saying what you agree with. No, it's not a question. It's not a question of a. I said Hamas into Israel.
I agree. Hamas is just protecting their own. That's what I'm.
Malik Liechtenstein.
That's what I'm saying. Like me personally, as an Englishman,
you're not English. You're a Pakistani. You're a Pakistani. You're a Pakistani mouth. You opened his mouth and you're already insulting him. What the hell?
I'm not. Why could you accuse me of being some kind of ethnicity? Like that's weird. But listen,
why is that weird?
I just
isn't everybody some kind of ethnicity?
I just can't condemn Hamas. I'm sorry.
Malik, you're a Paki.
I'm not a Paki.
So we do racism in it as well then. Absolutely. Absolutely. You're a racist. So you're a racist to other people. You know what? So you're a racist to other people.
You're racist now?
And then when someone talks against Israel, they're anti-Semitic and you cry.
Wait. Is Pakistani a race now? I'm very confused.
No, but Pakistan is the word he said, P-A-K-I, that is like the N-word for Pakistani. You call us Jews. He knows that. Yes, it is. You call us Jews.
So the first half of the word, the first half of the word Pakistan means the N-word? Where are you getting this from? This is very creative.
Did you march with Teddy in London with Tony Robbins?
If you say Pakistan, does that mean N-word?
No, but I probably would. And it's funny, right? You probably weren't expecting me to say I probably would have gone to that, right? I would have gone to that. No, you wouldn't have.
Right, who's the Jew here? Who's the Jew?
You know literally nothing about me, right? Literally nothing.
To the Jew. Who's the Jew?
No, the guy said I wouldn't have gone to a Tommy Robinson like the Tommy Robinson mark. I would have gone. Like, why can't I go to something like that?
Who's the Jew? Who's a Jew?
I'm the Jew. I'm that Jew. I'm that Jew. Go ahead. I'm that Jew.
Okay, Bibi. So
I'm that Jew.
So what's your ethnicity?
Talk to me.
I just need to verify that you're a Jew. What's your ethnicity?
I'm Moroccan. What next?
You disqualified. You're not a Jew, mate.
Go ahead.
Judaism. Sorry, you're not a Jew, mate.
Jews, our ethnicity is Judaism.
Yeah. No, I know.
You said what, Daniel?
That's our ethnicity.
Yeah. Jews. This is our ethnicity.
Yeah, Jew is an ethnicity and a religion.
Well, it's an ethnicity. It's a nation of people, and that nation of people also have a religion that is Judaism.
Right. So not everyone can be qualified to be called a Jew. Maybe he's not a Jew. He's a Moroccan.
He's a Jew.
He's Berber.
Morocco is a nationality, or and not an ethnicity. We're talking about ethnicity. He's a Moroccan Jew.
Anyways, what's your point? What's your point, Malik? Or who was it, Malik? What's your point?
Euro.
What's your ethnicity?
It was Euro.
That's you. What are you fucking stupid? What's your ethnicity?
I'm a Jew. I'm a Jew.
From where?
Yeah,
from Africa.
Oh, so you're Hebrew Israelite?
No,
right?
I'm from
You're BHI? You're from Morocco too? No, fuck off, bro. I got no time for you goofs, honestly.
What was your parasha?
I dropped them. I'm kind of upset. Honestly, I don't appreciate. I didn't like the way you guys attacked. I'll speak straight up with Teddy, and it's not fair. Honestly, he didn't say anything for us to be on that fucking defense like that at all. He wanted to ask a question, and I'll be honest. You know what I mean? It's not nice.
Honestly, thanks for that, bro. But I get the impression that some people in here, just by me being a Muslim, like the Scottish guy here, I feel like there's some form of hate just might be me being a Muslim. Like,
no, and I'll say it. It's not about that, Teddy. It's not about that.
He asked me if I would go to this Tommy Robinson march today, and I said yes, I would have, because I would have done.
It's not about that, bro. What it is that. So there's two rooms, right? There's Amir's room and then there's our room, right? There's me, Uncle Norm, Aleph, Harry, Daniel, Grace, Nikki. Hold on. And then whenever we're sitting every day and when we see that room and we hear the shit that comes out of that room, people are getting. We're not emotional. We're that. You know what I mean? We're pissed off because we're like, what the fuck? So we don't cry about it, but so then whenever somebody comes in, they don't know your political views. They don't know that you are against Hamas or right. I'm not gonna put words in your mouth. They don't know, But El Normo knows because you know him. You guys have been in the same room together, so maybe he's got a legitimate argument with you, but. Me could you stop that? And I didn't think it's fair, but he should still be to speak.
I've got two sides to me. Like he's annoying. He annoys the shit out of me when he's in.
No, but we're proud of that. I'm very proud that he does that.
I'll react accordingly, right? I'll react accordingly. But I won't say I won't scoop too low. I won't bring in the religion. I won't bring in any of that. I don't do that because I don't want that to be done to myself, right? But then when I'm sat here and people are just insulting my faith, it's like a low blow, obviously, because if I was to do that to someone else wouldn't like it. So.
No, and I agree, and I think because we wouldn't agree, we wouldn't like it either, and we'd be dogpiling on you. So that's why I'm speaking up because that's. Really what we don't do, right? But we do call out hate, right? And I do think it's wrong if we're shitting on religion. And I find a lot of people that are ex-Muslims that come in my room, that's all they want to talk about is Muslims all fucking day, and they just want to attack Muslims. I want to attack the actual problem, like the people. But like the title of the room earlier, are all Muslims? Not all Muslims are terrorists, but all terrorists are Muslims, right? 2025. That's not a low blow towards your faith and the way you practice it, because are you a Muslim? I mean, are you a terrorist? No, exactly. So you wouldn't take offense to that. And if you did take offense to it, that would be a problem.
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean?
I feel like there's people that are like weak and like I don't know, but they're not able to have a discussion. They're not able to have. They get easily offended. You know? I mean, the religion says I probably shouldn't even be here right now. I think this like not this conversation.
I already know, and I already feel bad. I already know you're gonna get backlash. I already know when you're going to them, they're gonna call you a traitor. They're gonna call you a piece of shit, and you're gonna be spending hours trying to defend yourself, and you did nothing wrong. I already know, and I was like, fuck.
No, because I'm very blunt. I'm very like whatever, guys. If you really think if you know me that well, then you know look, that is. Never my intention. My intention is to have dialogue. I feel like sometimes you have to make yourself a little bit vulnerable to have a good conversation. I feel like when two sides have got their guard up, there is never going to be any actual dialogue. There's only going to be arguments, and yeah, that's it.
No, I applaud you. Listen, in order to be a successful person, you have to be comfortable in an uncomfortable situation, and I think you put yourself in an uncomfortable position, but you're comfortable with it, and I think that's great. And I do like, and I'm speaking out, and I'm saying I apologize that the way somebody was speaking to me, and I'm saying it publicly, and until you prove otherwise to me, I'm not gonna shit on you. But if you are, I'm gonna diarrhea all over you, right? And I would expect being back at me. Yeah, but you know what I'm saying? And I think we have every right to, and I think you have every right too. Fuck, are we to tell you who you have, what your faith should be and what you believe in, and that's not our job. We're not keepers of the world of religion. I think that's fucking wrong. You know what I mean? But I think it's totally in the realm of reality that do call out fucking hate. And if there's a group of people that are practicing hate, we gotta call that out. And I think everybody should. People need to be doing more fucking, man. That's the reality. More fucking. No, I'm not joking, man. And then the world will probably be a less cranky fucking place.
Yeah, literally. Everyone needs to get fucking married, man. If you're married and not happy, get divorced and marry someone else.
And the problem is, especially with Clubhouse, this is the problem, that people are shitbirds instead of fucking eagle, and they only want to come here just to fight because they're having a boring day, or they didn't husband, or whatever the case may be, and they're just pissed off, and they want to come on here and start a fucking fight, and they don't give a fuck if they're right or wrong. They just want to fucking shit on people, and that becomes problematic. And it's like what you were saying. When everybody's backs against the wall, you're not gonna have a peaceful fucking discussion. And the problem is, we need to be able to. You need to be able to. Especially, I feel that your religion and the people you hang around with are a threat to my religion and humanity. I should be able to have a conversation with you. I shouldn't just X you off and not know what your next move is. I want to know. I want to talk to you. I want to know what you think. Even if you're lying to me, it's okay. Lie all you want because it comes out, right? And I think people sometimes they're that problem. So yeah, if you won't speak, like I said, you're welcome to speak. And not everybody feels the way I feel, and as people do, majority of people in the room do. They understand what I'm trying to say. I'm not saying that I want to get up by a new pair of knee pads, come and visit you and get my knees. But I'm saying there's room for discussion. And I had conversations with you. And that's why when I asked the room before, I did it. And the people that aren't right now, I said, hey, and I'm going to mic. So we have a well-rounded discussion. He sits on the complete opposite end of the aisle, in a different point of view than what we hear every day in Amir's room. And if you got an open, I'm gonna mind. Everybody said we don't have a problem with it, so I did it. And when you sat there, and it was more than 40 minutes, I'm not joking. It's been over 2 hours. You didn't say nothing. And the first second you tried to speak, and you had shit on. I was like, that's fucking wrong. I asked. I got either side, and I don't need to ask anybody. You know what I mean? This is Harry and Alex's room, our house. But I asked because and Daniel's with me every day, and Grace is with me every day. But I asked, and everybody said I don't have a problem with it. We even got to hear Daniel's husband yell at him because he spoke too loud in the back. Like, this has been a great fucking room. It's the first time I ever heard Daniel's husband yell at him in the background.
but I think it pretty much is a good room, and I do believe that we are able as humans to sit in a base together and have a conversation. I don't find it very positive to fucking just shit on people for no fucking reason. There has to be some type of reason. Like, that's what I'm talking about.
It's been years now. But yeah, BB, do you remember that conversation when we were having about the fact that the hard part is, for me, is being able to talk to some people that are pro-Israel because their political identity and their religious identity are all intertwined. So by me just talking to them, they're going to feel like I'm attacking their religion.
It's not religion. I'm not a religious person, and I can tell you that I'm attacked, but I am a Jew, okay? And the attacks that the Jews get, it's not about religion, okay? It has nothing to do with religion. I understand that maybe from a Muslim point of view, the way that you understand religion, then you cannot apply it to us. But it's not even like the same, it's not the same thing. It's not really a religion, it's a different story with us.
It's a people.
So the attack is, yeah, exactly, it's a people. And the attack is not against the religion. It's not about like being offended in the name of religion or like keeping the I don't know, like the name of like whatever. No, the attack is about people, our people, my tribe, not my books or my beliefs or my religion. That is not the story. I understand why it could be easily perceived for people that are not Jewish because of the way that you guys perceive religion. It's separated from you, in a way. You convert, it's not, you're not part of a tribe in a way. In Islam, you're part of an ummah, of like a global thing.
That doesn't exist there, I think.
For us, it really is different. We are a tribe. This is why we lasted for thousands of years, even being in the diaspora.
Did it start from religion? Like, did it like even if you don't practice faith, right? For example, some of your traditions will be like from the religion, right? Do you see what I'm saying?
No, actually, it started as a people, the Hebrews, and then they received So the nation was created, the people was created before the religion. The religion, basically, and again, it's not really a religion for us, okay? It's more like guidelines. It's not the same. The word religion is like a very general term, but it's not the same in terms of like how do you accept it. In Islam, it's about submission. It's like the word of God, it's like this is what it says, this was.
Is it because we end it so much? So again, I was just joking regarding, the dating thing. Even though I was joking, but I was really serious. But we can go back to the conversation. I just wanted to, put a smile on everybody's face. Again, find balance, and in these conversations, because that's also needed. Okay.
First lady, I do have a difference of opinion. I don't really want no balance.
I just want to say that I have a lifetime. I have one of those Olive Garden lifetime, never-ending pasta passes.
Really?
What?
How do you get one of them?
I got that back in the day. I still got the card too.
What?
Yeah. So like for the rest of my life, I can have pasta soup.
Since we shooting our shots today,
wow.
Since we shooting our shots today, Rosalind, I got some Applebee's coupon.
Not Applebee's. She's a married woman.
Oh damn, I didn't know that.
And you're a married man. Go sit down. And close your mic, sir. Don't be flirting with nobody on the stage. You can't do that.
Wow. All right, Omarion, you want to go bowling, my nigga? No.
Now there you go.
Okay.
Omarion? Who's Omarion? Where's Omarion?
Everybody call me Omar. I said Omarion. On everything, but I think Robert calls me Omari in the chat.
What's your real name? Because that's not your real name.
Omari.
Yeah, because I know sometimes you guys be hanging with white people and y'all want to cut your name in half.
Okay. So check it out. So I appreciate you, First Lady, for stepping in, and Patty, what y'all said, about the death thing. It was wild. I mean, I come in, I hear it, and I'll be like, okay, I'm time to take a day off today, because I love coming in your room, but it was It was a lot the last couple of days. I mean, I ain't gonna be like, that's why y'all was like, come up. I'm like, yeah, no. y'all was celebrating, so I wanted y'all to have your moment.
Y'all, you gotta stop saying that y'all thing, man. Because first of all, I haven't been here because of that purpose. I haven't been speaking on this stuff because I know I got too much.
Well, not you. You're not in the car. You're not in the car in the situation. So.
I know, but when y'all say y'all, I get anxiety.
I promise you, I believe
because you disagreed with him.
Just y'all ever noticed?
Why y'all keep bringing this?
Check this out, y'all.
Over
We've been leaving. I can tell you, yesterday I done text lady 50 million times. I can't stay, or I got a headache. I got a migraine. This shit is like killing me. Lisa's room, I was in there for a good 30 minutes. Y'all kept going crazy. I had to leave. I can't do it, y'all. So don't say you go. I wish we had replays. Go into Lisa replay. I promise you, you'll see my ass disappear when y'all started acting too much. When y'all started talking crazy, I can't do it.
And I'm not defending y'all room anymore. I got cursed out trying to defend the integrity of y'all situation.
Who got cussed out? When you got cussed out at?
What y'all celebrated and Trump got shot. If it was Trump that got shot, would y'all be talking?
Man, they obviously tried to
No, I definitely would not be celebrating.
I'm gonna place him in the goo for the second time and don't bring him back up. Thank you, because this is a person now y'all talking about somebody who likes to sow dissension. That is the person right there. I don't know what you're talking about, sir. Those that have been here for more than 20 minutes know that is not the atmosphere of this conversation at all. That is not the temperature of this conversation, and I refuse to allow you to take us back 4 hours. I refuse.
This nigga trying to get us indicted. Fuck that. I'm convinced that we have MAGA operators who come in these rooms to do this shit.
So,
y'all gotta be
what
getting
room
paid.
you were supposed to be defending us in?
I don't know, the other room the other day where the conversation was getting a little dark,
and that's why
replays was on, and I was like, yeah, that whole celebration of death thing, you should not be doing it. It was this room or Lisa's room.
It wasn't in here because I can't. If it was, I left, so I went.
Wait a minute, Robert. Wait a minute. I'm not gonna be quiet for this. I'm not, because first of all, listen. I get sick of you grown ass people. I was at work that day and trying to have a room so you guys can talk. So whatever I heard, you guys go listen to the replays. Robert, that's not true. They were getting on you about something else. And you were in a conversation. Yes, nope. The replays are on the first room that was boomed. Go listen to it. Go listen. It had nothing to do with nobody crashing out and celebrating anyone's death. And you guys got the wrong one. I don't deal in death. I deal in life. I deal in health. I deal in cures. Don't put nothing on me. Don't put no jackets on me. You grown-ass people come and start talking about shit in people's platforms, then and then especially knowing when the people who were on stage, which was Debbie Haitian, whoever had a green bean, including you, were running the room. And now all of a sudden Lisa is coming out of people's mouths. It has nothing to do with me. Take ownership for your own behavior. It's not fair. It's disrespectful to me. It's disrespectful to the fact that I opened the room so you guys can talk. That's it. That's all I did. So now on, I'm going to be very careful how I move in these spaces.
Well, yeah, I was speaking about the room itself. Not so much about you.
Hold on. God damn, y'all. Lisa, that's why when you leave your room open, if you're leaving, you gotta make sure you have the right people in charge of your room.
Yep.
Because I'm gonna tell you like this. Even when lady went into the grocery store, she was like, "You gonna stay?" I was like, "Shit, I got a fucking migraine. Like it's gonna be on mail, right?" Like honestly, it's like you gotta have people that you know are gonna make sure that they keep the integrity of your room. And you do have some good people, but they gotta be able to freaking tell the other mods to chill.
Yeah, I've done a great job in your rooms. It's not about.
No, I'm not saying about that. I'm not. Okay, listen, Robert. You don't have to be modded. It's not a mandatory thing.
Her main mods. I think Deborah does well with telling people to chill out. Now Deborah's a little spicy. Haitian tells people to chill out. He's a little spicy. Pastor's actually mute.
Yeah, I'm too nice.
But y'all got Pastor. You gonna have to like bring some God into it or something, because honestly, like, sometimes, like, if I'm not here at all, I can promise you, like, before, when we used to have these rooms, when I was able to talk all the time, because I'd be in my office, I could talk all the time. I told y'all after this election, I'll probably be on mute, or I might not even be able to be in the rooms like that. And guess what? Lady's been able to hold it down. And even when Lady isn't able to hold it down, Mel holds it down. And even, like, Mel and Lady hold this bitch down. When everybody was running every which way because they can't fucking get their way, guess what? We, all three of us, have to hold it down. No matter whether we agree with each other's opinion, we hold it down for each other. You got to make sure that you have the right people running your room when you leave. You have the right people. You just got to tell them, like, hey, don't let them motherfuckers say shit that can fuck up my job. Don't let them say shit that's going to fucking, like, mess up the integrity of the room. And maybe they need to have that voice of allow MAGA on stage and say what the fuck they want, if that's what you want in your room. You know what I'm saying? And it's hard.
Yeah, I got you. I will, from now on, moving forward, I would just close my room until we figure this out, because I don't like, people coming in other people's rooms and saying that it's Lisa.
No,
Lisa, don't do that.
I know you wasn't in there, because at first when I came in there, you wasn't in there. Then when I came back to see if they calmed down, you was in there and you was like, what are y'all talking about? What's going on? Then you said something. They said something about the boom in the room. But you were in there when they did the celebratory shit again. And that's when I was like, yeah, I gotta go. I can't do this shit. And that's when I left. But that's only because I can't. This is just my personal feelings. Okay? And it's okay for y'all to be able to do what y'all need to do. I agree. Like, I'm okay with...
Hey, she's up back channel me.
Yeah, but that's the shit you gotta deal with when you're top left.
Yep.
And I really don't. I'm just
you don't. You can close it, but when you have your own house, you're gonna be held responsible because you're top left, right?
So
Patty is held responsible.
No, Patty's not responsible only. So if you look at my description, it says Mel, it says Patty, and it says Lady, and it also says Miki. Mm-hmm. So there are 4 people. Even though Miki ass ain't here and she on fucking chatter, guess what? It's all 4 of us. This house is our house. We live here. We're roommates. Last night, Mel made us some fucking grilled cheese sandwiches. Lady went on ahead and did a prayer for us. I cussed them out because I didn't want to fucking be in the room last night. Yeah, like, we live together. This our house. And then you and everyone else that's green beans, y'all are cousins. Y'all come through. Sometimes we get in a fight with our cousins because they don't fucking take their shoes off when they come in the house. Sometimes they want to motherfucking shit on our floor and piss on the floor like they drunk and shit. But it's okay. We still mod y'all because we all family in here.
But Lisa, let me just say this. I think Lisa is saying, hey, listen, I opened up the space because I wanted to have the conversation. I only had 30 minutes. And then some people took the conversation and took it to hell. That's what I'm hearing her say. And what I'm hearing Patty say is, next time, just be mindful. And maybe it's not even about a next time. It's just certain conversations. It's one thing when people talking about sex and talking about some other stuff. We can all kiki about that. But things that could possibly hurt us in our real life is something that I think Patty's more so talking about, just be mindful of, if I'm not mistaken. Not on the general stuff, we talk about, whatever crazy stuff we talk about. That's one thing. But in this case factor, because that's the reason why I said, let me put my foot down, because I need people to understand. I am not by no means necessary. I keep saying it. I would never celebrate anyone's death. That's not me. I don't stand for it. Period.
That's not true.
Oh, and FYI,
First Lady, that's not true, because we can't say that we will never celebrate somebody's death, because if somebody will kill our child, we will celebrate their death. If somebody will rape our child, we will celebrate that person's death.
Excuse me.
So
You can
depending
speak
on
for
the
yourself.
situation,
Wait a minute, ma'am.
I'm
Speak
gonna
for yourself.
celebrate.
Then you can speak for yourself.
That's what I just said.
Yeah, no, but you said we. You included me.
Me. I'm sorry, me. Okay? You're not gonna celebrate First Lady's not gonna celebrate nobody's death, no matter what they do.
I was and I wasn't talking about future. I'm talking about right now in the present moment.
We still talking about the white man? Okay.
No, girl. I promise you. Where's my what's the thing called? A cantata? What is it called? Chancleta. I'm getting ready to get my chancleta.
I'm saying yo hablo español. Muy bien, muy bien.
Sí, señor.
Your mama out the room. Y'all don't kick your mama out the room. She's talking about 420. Not this room.
Who's gonna kick my mama out the room?
Well, in this room, do not. Hey, if you got a green bean, your mama does not go nowhere. Maya doesn't go nowhere. Don't get me wrong; they get a little spicy sometimes, but they don't go nowhere. They belong here. They live here.
Your mama's one of the smartest people.
Your mama, you talking about this room or 420? And Robert got kicked out the room.
Oh yeah, she's talking
Robert
about 420.
Don't play with him in here. I don't know what's going on in 420 that certain people are getting kicked out, but do not fuck with your mama. Don't fuck with Maya. Do not fuck with fucking Robert and Eduardo. And I promise y'all, just like when Womack used to be president, I don't give a fuck.
Robert Bless. We're talking about your mama.
Really fuck with.
Oh, okay.
Don't fuck with Ray either. He that nigga.
Now you can kick Haitian out. I can give 2 bucks. Haitian Dom, whatever his name is down there, not my Haitian.
And
not
don't
Haitian,
be
blocked.
Don't forget about me.
Where my other phone at? You out. Here is my fucking Jewish cousin.
Don't mess with my Notorious.
No.
Notorious, but Notorious, I don't think they kick you out.
I don't kick nobody out. Y'all can crash the fuck out while I can. He get dropped.
Lisa, can I get a pass?
Hey, yo, better not with Ray either, because Ray's that nigga.
Everybody could crash out. I don't care.
Lisa, can I get like that suit pass that Patty got when not getting kicked out at 420?
I
Y'all keep
don't
talking shit
even know
about
what you
Ray.
guys are talking about right now.
Y'all keep fucking with
I
Ray.
have no
Y'all
idea.
getting taken to Cold Stone Creamery. I know
They're
that.
talking in the chat, so we're responding to the people in the chat.
I need that safe passage, Lisa.
Robert, I mean, whoever's talking, I don't know what you're talking about.
So,
What pass? I'm worried. What are you?
Hey, how you doing? I wanted to simply ask Lisa a question.
Mario wait for his wife. Now he can talk. That's crazy.
Why are you messing with me?
Remember, I told you there's people getting kicked out the room that day.
I already know who it is, so they won't be modded again.
Lisa.
I already know who it is. It's good. I don't like airing laundry out. I already know who it is, so they'll notice. Okay, go ahead. I'm sorry, Maury.
I'm Mama.
I was just asking, okay, so my question was to Miss Lisa. The mailers you get in the mail. So I got some coupons to Cold Stone Creamery, and I wanted to know if you would like to.
Oh my God. Not Cold Stone Creameries.
You get 3 free. You still got Cold Stones?
Yeah.
Yeah, they do.
Oh,
They're very
Now,
popular in
take
the
that
South.
picture down if you're going to be modded.
Yo, take her to the one on Crossway Boulevard.
Actually, gonna come to Houston. It's gonna be me, you, my 2 youngest daughters, and my wife. If you wanna come.
Y'all crazy. Or you trying to have a poly relationship. That's crazy.
Lisa too fancy, but you have to take Lisa to a local ice cream shop.
Could take her to BBQs or something. Yeah, there's this place called Amy's.
BBQs. That was wild.
There's this place called Amy's Ice Cream.
Yo, they still have BBQs on 42nd?
Yeah, it's still
Oh,
there.
wow. They made it.
That's why I said they wilding out. I'm not going to BBQs. But the creamery sounds nice. Thanks for the offer. I don't eat ice cream that much, but I would love
If
to.
you take Lisa, you gotta take Lisa to a Broadway. You gotta take her to a play or something. Yeah. See, I'm lactose intolerant, so the thing is, they got the ones with like less lactose.
Lactose intolerant.
If you want to go with the fam, you're more than welcome to.
I'd love to meet your wife and children. Yeah, that'd be great.
Sister wife. So Patty, what number I'm on? Like I haven't had any strikes in a while, so I'm still at 79,620.
Striking out every day. You know what? I be like listening to you talk, and I just be like, this nigga's a hotep from the whole tapping, stepping, twerking ass.
I think you should change your name to a white man's name.
A white man's name is crazy word.
But you entertainment, so that's the only reason why you up here.
Damn.
Hey, Omari, why are you hanging around black people for so long?
Let me just say, Omari and Just had a wonderful conversation today.
I missed it.
Beautiful, Patty.
I heard
it. Was very. Okay. It was very heartfelt.
Damn, I missed it.
So whatever points you lost, you haven't lost any points with me, Omari, but I feel like you gained points.
Yeah, but he be giving a lot of
it wasn't meant for me to hear your bullshit because you ain't getting no points with me.
I know.
He gives a lot of misinformation. He knows it because every time we freaking read him for the bullshit he's wrong in, he'll be like, okay, He give a lot of bad information, and you gotta stop this shit, dude. That's why I told you before you open your mind, go do a quick Google search first, right? And then fucking have the conversation. But a lot of the shit that be coming out their mouth be false. And you know this. Because you even said, yeah, okay, I'm on strike 3. When you first started really coming into this room, I said, you got 3 strikes and you're out. But guess what? You're on strike 2,000. So at this point, now, what does Lisa call these motherfuckers? Food. You my food. I'm playing with you.
So you in the spare cooking now?
Oh, really? Damn, I missed it. Y'all should have reported the room.
But it's cool though, Omari, because you're not too crazy. So you just a little. You don't know what the hell you're talking about. You're not crazy. You're not up here calling people bitches.
I think we just gotta give a pass to the people that were raised or grew up around white people.
Even Notorious, the only reason why he survived this is because he gets a little bit mad.
No, I'm not saying your parents. I'm saying like there's some people that grew up in white neighborhoods, right? So y'all went to white schools, so we have to give a pass to you guys.
Yeah, I went to a black school in high school, graduated in Pasadena, Altadena. And Lisa knows this.
What about before high school?
Mix.
No, you know what it is? He probably did go to an all-black school, but you know how some people may feel like shame of their past or whatever, and they're trying to adopt other shit. I don't know what's going on.
Yeah. I don't know. I don't get it.
There's a lot of black people like that. Not a lot. There's very few. But
where you say his wife was from again?
I don't know. We don't need to talk about my wife. I mean, look.
Where your wife is from?
She's just Polynesian.
What the fuck is that? Polynesian.
She's Hawaiian.
Polynesian. That's Chick-fil-A sauce. Polynesian.
You know, for real. What is Polynesian?
She's Hawaiian.
The Rock. It's like The Rock.
He's Hawaiian?
Jay Uso and shit.
You know them Hawaiians don't really fuck with white people like that.
Interesting.
Unless your wife is one of those Hawaiians that's very few and far in between that want to be so close to white. It's just like some of these black people. They want to be so close to white because they're embarrassed of the people.
They want to drink bleach so bad.
Yeah.
What's going on here?
This
is wild.
You know what you said, Omari? You know I got is really Hawaiian. You know this. They don't fuck with white people.
Omari, I got a brother just like a lot of you guys. It's just crazy. I just be shaking my head.
They feel like white people ruin their fucking
He went from Michael to Mike. My name's Mike. Call me Mike. Get the fuck out of here.
Man, I never been anti-black. I've been pro-black. I stay pro-black, and I stand by that. I don't get what y'all talking about. It's just,
no, it's like you guys are embarrassed of the other side, your side, your real side, your true side.
What's the truth? You see, the First Lady made a good point. Like,
your black side.
We don't want to say y'all or
your true side.
Paint, broad brushes. I think that's a really good point.
No, it's just when we hear you guys speak, that's the way y'all sound. And I'm telling you, you sound like
far from the truth.
Everybody, just say him.
Nah, but that's far from the truth.
Okay, Omarion.
Mel, like I said, man,
I don't know what's going on. I really don't know what's going on with you guys.
Is your wife from one of the Altar Islands, or she from?
Her family's from Kona, but she's from here, California.
So she's from Big Island?
Yeah, her family's from the Big Island.
Yeah, so there's a lot of whites out there.
His wife is related to Dwayne "The Rock" Johnson.
You're just making up shit.
The Rock is not from Big Island.
We know he making stuff. He says he's related to Trump and Obama. And Michael Jackson.
Omar
That means he's half and half.
the privilege.
Nah.
That's crazy.
Well, we was having a good conversation.
People on the Big Island are very liberal. People on the Big Island are very liberal.
Oh, shit.
Hey, bro.
Hey, Ray, what's up? You gonna do my family?
Yo, what up? I'm serious.
They be tying themselves to freaking parts of the island. Like, they be chaining themselves so that whites won't come and develop. Am I right, Omari?
Look, this is not about Mrs. Amari. This is about I love this room and y'all good people. I mean, I'm gonna leave her out. She don't even like Clubhouse. She can't stand Clubhouse, so I'm gonna keep her name.
Why ain't you proud of your wife? Huh?
You gotta say her name.
Yeah.
You know what? I'm with him too. I would not have my wife. I wouldn't be on this app if I was married and my wife didn't, or my husband didn't like it.
No, that was unrelated to his wife.
See, the relationship I'd be in would be a male type relationship, where my husband was okay with it and he can chime in every now and then. If your wife don't like it at all and she don't even want to be part of the conversation, or she doesn't like to listen every now and then, I wouldn't be on this shit, to be
That's
honest.
a good point, Patty. Yeah, I ain't mad at you. That's some good advice, relationship advice with this.
Patty always says the best things.
Yeah, but that's the thing, that this is 20 years.
I never fucking said that.
Y'all gotta wait 20 years to get like that. That's not the 1 year, 2 year relationship.
I got 30 years.
30. That means you're an old man.
Let me.
That means you're viejo.
Let me center myself real quick. Have y'all been offended by anything I said today? If you have been, please forgive me, because I don't like to offend people.
You didn't say that.
I understand. I just want to make sure I'm talking to the people in the goo.
Oh, okay.
I want to tell people that if I have said anything that has been offensive today,
I probably offended Brandy. You want to close the room and open it back up so she could come back in?
Let me drink on it and get back to you. I said offended. Offended does not mean shut up, Mel. You have to stop, Mel. You really have to stop.
I'm sorry.
You need the chancleta. You need
the chancleta. The chancleta.
Whatever. The thing.
The flip-flop. The flip-flop.
That thing. Yes.
No, I'm saying that's the only person that's gonna probably be upset with you is Brandy. But she be alright. She been saying fuck shit for a long time.
She can be upset with me because I told her that I was taking what she was saying personal. I told her I was taking it personal. She refused to not make it personal and continued on. And then in the chat, before I did anything, I said, and don't continue writing stuff in the chat because I'm telling you now, I'll kick your ass out. So you didn't want to adhere to the warning. Mm-hmm. So I gave you what you were looking for. She asked for it because I gave her the tools to not get kicked out.
What are you gonna do? You can't satisfy everybody. Fuck it.
No, but I was just talking more so about my overall sentiments today. If I have offended anyone, it was not I was not trying to offend anybody. And I understand about the space, and I don't want to put a tarnish on politically correct. I try to choose my words wisely and make sure that I'm not offending anybody because I don't want to block any of my blessings. Okay? So y'all can keep on trying to block your own blessings, but I ain't blocking my blessings by saying something that I know that can come back to me.
If you don't want to turn
that's why I'm apologizing.
Correct, you need to drop me right now.
Mm-hmm. She said baptize her downstairs.
First lady. And Patty, Sister Mike.
She said baptize.
I wanna say something. But these violent thugs were in Idaho fighting at a visual for someone who was recently murdered. And I just think we need to have conversations about the violence that's prevalent in that community. Idaho. Like,
were they white thugs?
oh, I don't see color.
What? I don't fucking believe it. I know, that's why you got that picture up, because you thought that was you. That's crazy.
First of all, the name is fucked up. Idaho. That needs to be changed. That's embarrassing. It's concerned.
I'm assuming it's white if it's Idaho. But, you know, I probably don't know shit, so I don't know. Hey, Tucker. Saturdays on Clubhouse. Turita-ra-ta-ru.
You hear me?
Yes.
You know, Idaho goes back to the 1800s. You know, Native American. Just for the record.
So I got a question. Lisa, are you opening tonight? Because we've been doing opposite roles the last couple of days, and you know, there's only.
Yeah, I got you. I'm sitting out for a minute. I got you. I like to sit out for a minute and relax and breathe.
Husband, just love me, okay? That's what you gotta do. Just love me, that's all you gotta do. Just lay down right here.
Just lay down right there.
I already fed you, just lay down.
Patty, Lisa wrote me in my back channel, and she said that she don't want to open up because y'all keep coming for her, and she doesn't appreciate it, and y'all keep leaving the carpet a mess, and y'all rearranging the furniture, and she doesn't like it. So I just want to let you know that's what she said in my back channel, even though she hasn't sent me a message in months. Just kidding.
You guys are so funny. I'm sitting here trying to meditate and cleanse my palate. Just trying to work back up. Oh, yeah, that's
But it made you laugh, so I mean,
it does make me laugh. No, cleansing my palate means meditation, hydration, looking at this beautiful water that's flowing down the river, just closing my eyes.
Where you at? Where there's water? Because that water in the Hudson is nasty.
Leave the water alone. That's all the water we got. What you want?
You can't even see through that water.
Patty.
She's talking about
These are violent words.
What are you looking at?
Hey, Lonzo.
No, I'm looking at here. So listen, you guys. Have you guys ever had this spirilla? It's a speech. It is spinach, bitterroot, sarsaparilla, and sea moss. It's supposed to be the best cleanser, but it's hard to drink. I'm trying to get it down right now.
That sounds like I would need Jesus afterwards.
I don't think that's
I think I will need Jesus.
So you gonna need him. When that stuff start cleansing what's going on in the inside, you gonna call on him.
That's why I'm gonna close to the toilet. Yeah, this is some good. It doesn't taste good, but it's supposed to really be a good cleansing and a blood cleansing. So
I'm gonna need you to call me before you start doing this hokey ass shit. Like,
I'm gonna send you some. It's spinach, bitterroot, sarsaparilla, and sea moss.
I'm quite regular, thank you. I'm quite regular.
Call her and let her know that you need to get all the ingredients before she continues drinking that mess.
First lady,
I'm sorry,
I can't turn around and look at
you can't tell her nothing. You're right. I'm sorry. You're right. She's hard-headed. I understand.
Oh my God. Okay, y'all. Well, let me finish this little bit.
Talking about her right there. I'm sorry.
That's all right.
Also, First Lady, I need you to know that the name Idaho was coined by George Willing in 1860 for the Colorado Territory, but it was a fabricated name, not an authentic Shoshone word meaning Gem of the Mountain. So, just so we all clear, that's crystal.
It's hasn't been really debunked either. So
Blah, blah, blah.
Okay, so give me 15 minutes. I gotta walk to the house. And listen,
Take your time, sis.
I'm good. Time. It's time. I see time.
Yeah, just make it an even 8. You know what I mean?
8 o'clock even?
8:15.
Okay.
8:15.
8:15? Okay.
Anybody watching the fight tonight? Anybody watching the fight?
You can't uphold.
Who's fighting?
You know what I'm saying? I'm just saying. So I'm just
Yeah, I
trying
got
to
you.
be
I'm
extra
never
time.
on time. I'm on
Exactly, sis. That's why I said
I'm on
8:15.
people love.
You know.
Okay, all right.
Tonight it's a Canelo fight, so I don't know who's.
Oh, there's a fight tonight?
Yeah, Canelo's fighting in Las Vegas.
Oh, really?
Mm-hmm.
I was supposed to be there. I'm just saying.
Oh, you're.
I don't know why I'm so full of jokes. Maybe give me some ice cream. Okay. Oh, wait a minute. Robert Blessed is free on Netflix. Is that true?
I don't know.
No, still.
Yeah, I believe so.
Boxing ain't the same in person. It's a whole different atmosphere when you're in person.
Yeah, I feel like it's violent shit. Enjoy it.
Lisa, you stay near the LES.
I'm sorry?
Say that out loud.
Wait, what did she say?
Nothing.
I'll ask you later.
That's a back channel conversation.
I'm just saying, I'm just trying to get these rivers right.
Oh, the river. Okay, so there's the Hudson River and the East River.
East River.
No, I'm not close to the East River. That's on the other side, Patty. I'm not close to the East River. Oh, shit. Does anybody know how much this Rivian truck costs? This one's not. I need a car, you guys. I keep asking you guys about cars, but this Rivian.
I think it's
I think it starts at $35.40. Don't
Isn't there a dealership up on 14th Street in the meatpacking district? I think there's a Rivian dealership.
Nigga, go get that.
You said on 14th Street?
Yeah, near the Apple store, I believe. That's right.
But she asked you how much it was. She didn't ask you where it is. She said, "How much is it?"
I'm giving giving her advice that if she wants to check it out in person, she can see it.
Right, but
No, I see them all the time,
Pat.
Pat.
Because if it's $80,000, she don't want it.
I can't afford it.
Okay, it's $124,000.
You a lie. You a lie.
Are you okay? Because I see them all the time. They can't be 124.
Yeah, I just made it up. And just you want numbers?
Yeah, there are a lot of them in the city.
40s, 50s. Let me see. Let me Google real quick.
My point is,
$100,000. He's not lying.
What?
The Rivian, the
they're a lot of money.
The
Oh,
SUV is
fucking God. I see so many of them. I would have never thought. It's a lot of them in the city.
Well, if you lease them, they're not that expensive. But if you're buying one, they're if you get a freaking
It starts at 76.
Yes, I'm saying
that's crazy.
Yes.
This is the R1S.
They got different versions. It starts at 63, actually. They got different versions.
The ones I was checking out in the showroom were like.
Are y'all talking about the 2026?
I see the 2025.
Ain't got no seats in it.
I'm on the
She
website.
probably will buy used.
Yeah, the one that is 120 is the quad.
Ooh, I don't even know.
So I know. Look, I'm telling y'all. Before these damn tariffs went out, I drove a Rivian. The 2026. They said the 2025 model at the time was a little bit under. It was like 98,000, something like that, or the one that I was looking at. Them Rivians ain't cheap. If you go to the freaking if you go to the actual dealership, ain't nobody giving you no base model. They're gonna at least have one extra on that vehicle. Like, there's no way you're just getting a base model. I'm gonna tell you like this. Even with a Tesla, they build them, but the ones, if you want one that's already factory built, they're gonna at least have one additional. The luxury vehicles do not come on base models. They gotta be built and shipped.
Right.
So you're not gonna get that 70,000, 80,000. Those vehicles start at 100,000.
Lisa, if it's helpful for you or not, there's also a bunch of dealerships along 10th Avenue. I went into the Volvo one. I think it's around in the 40s on 10th Avenue. And I saw a nice electric hybrid Volvo. That was pretty sweet.
I really don't. The Volvos make me look like a mom again. Once again, that's why this Toyota Highlander I don't want it. It makes me look like, yeah, this gotta go. So that's what I'm just looking. I see these Rivians left and right. So I'm thinking they're probably in the 40s.
No, they're not in the 40s, Lisa. They're
Okay.
75 and 80.
Okay, if she buys it new, if she buys it used, hello.
It's hard to find a used one. They're not around.
You don't know.
I'm gonna be honest with you though.
There's not a lot used.
If I was living in New York City, there's no way I would freaking like. It's not like you're using the vehicle to go to travel across the fucking country. Just get you a cheap vehicle. Like, I mean, you don't have to be in a luxury vehicle living in New York City. You're just going back and forth from one place to another.
Yeah, I might try to just sell this one and just keep the Jeep, but I have, now that the lease is coming up, I extended it. I gotta either get rid of it or get something else. That's the only thing I'm saying. I'm just trying to weigh my options. I have no idea that
If you get something, you gotta get it before September 30th, or at least.
Mel, the one that you guys were showing, the RS, the dual standard, it's hard to find a dual standard.
Oh, okay. That was the most expensive one, 120. Oh no, the standard is 76. The dual, the quad was 120.
I've never seen a dual standard. Even when I went to the dealership, there's no dual standard. The problem with the dual standard is it doesn't have enough miles to the charge. And what a lot of people don't realize with these electric vehicles, if you get a vehicle that has 270 miles to the charge, you got to take into consideration, because it's electric, and anybody that got an electric vehicle knows this, because it's electric, the weight you put in the vehicle, the things that you use while you're using the vehicle, that all decreases that 270. So with the SUVs, and that's why Tesla went away from the 75D, the 90Ds, because the 75Ds and 90Ds were draining the battery. And then wintertime, it drains the battery.
I was going to ask you about that. Is that a smart idea to get an electric vehicle in the cold, snowy state?
You can.
So it's okay even in a cold, snowy state. You just have to be able to, you have to have a vehicle that, you have to have access to a charger. So that's where people were having issues. Like if you're in a cold, snowy state, like somebody said something about Chicago. My aunt bought her son a freaking Tesla, but his car's in the garage. He keeps it charged. So what happens is the vehicle comes on and off, and that's to take care of the battery. When you have a vehicle that's just parked on the side of the street, it's a fucking waste of time. No, don't do it. But I think with the new batteries, it shouldn't be an issue.
Yeah, the new batteries is not that big a deal. It's the old stuff.
It's the old schools.
Go to Chevy.
I don't trust.
Or Honda. Go get the Honda Prologue.
Or just get a combustion. I brought my daughter a Prologue.
Just get on the bus and the train.
I just have a quick question. If you comparing a Jeep to a Rivian, I think they both the same.
Rivian is much better. It just costs more.
I'm just saying about the soccer mom idea. I don't think you're getting away from it.
Soccer moms.
Yeah, they're both SUVs, right?
That's my point.
It's nice.
Yeah, Jeep.
They are nice. I actually considered the back in January, but I didn't get it. So it's none of y'all business what I got. But
go to Kia and get
one. I think we should just embrace the soccer mom era.
That's a cheap one.
Especially if you 87. Like, if you 87, just rock your freaking SUV.
You know what I'm saying?
But Lisa got grown ass kids. She don't have to honestly, Lisa, you're wasting money. You live in New York City.
Come on, John. Good on Lisa. Like a Jeep hybrid.
Spirit, you right. I got all electric and I got hybrid, and the hybrid is better than all electric by far. If you
You going to the store?
I don't know about
I think it's easy.
My daughter had a my other daughter had a hybrid, and we got rid of the hybrid because she still had to do maintenance. So it's one thing.
That's the maintenance part.
Yeah, so this is the problem for y'all. Okay, got it. If you want to go ahead and pay all that money in maintenance and you want to take care of the electric, you can have it. But when it comes to the electric, the main thing you need to worry about is your tires because of the weight of the vehicle. Depending on if you, for me, I have that biohazard shit. I have to get my filters changed every 2 years. I don't don't really have fucking maintenance, dude.
Brakes. It said
brakes, oil.
No, brakes is not the same. If you got an electric vehicle, that shit ain't the same, dude. I have a fucking, I still, if y'all, I haven't changed a fucking brake ever because the way electric vehicles work is they slow down when you take your foot off the fucking acceleration.
That's the only thing I don't like. They don't coast the same. Like my electric vehicle, it's like I hit the brakes when I come off the gas. It's like I'm automatically hitting the brakes then.
No, you don't hit the brakes at all. What's going on?
Well, I'm saying that's what I just said. It's like I hit the brakes when I come off of the gas.
Right.
I mean, the electric vehicle
the problem we had with the hybrid is the problem. You still got to do engine, and then you got your regular maintenance for your electric. I'm not paying all that fucking money for that.
If you want an SUV, check the Kia. Kia makes a great SUV.
My daughter got a little Jeep hybrid. I ain't gonna lie, she loved that little hybrid. She run around.
The electric.
Yeah, my daughter loves her. She loves her 100% electric.
They make good cars.
EV9
is great.
You don't have
they
to
also have the
you don't have to do none of that.
Does she got a charger at her location where she at, or she can just charge at home?
Even with see, Lisa had to learn this when she rented that Tesla. Even with people thinking that New York City don't really have charging stations, they definitely have charging stations. You just have to know how to use your freaking car. Your car has one bolt, 2 bolts, and 3 bolts. You press the bolt, you go to navigation. As soon as you open that window, and that's why I was telling Lisa how to do it at that one day. You open the window as if you're going to navigation, and you press one of the bolts. If you want a 3-bolt where you can charge quick, you press that, and it'll show you all the locations. There's a fucking lot of fucking locations to charge your vehicle.
There is.
And almost every fucking garage in New York City has something, whether it's a fucking 1-bolt, 2-bolt, 3-bolt. I'm just talking about off of your test.
Even got them on campus at the colleges out here.
This is elitist.
The real stars, right?
Scotty, stop acting up, Scotty.
Get him, Scotty. Get him.
Right where you park, going to the schools, they got them in the parking lot. That's college.
It's alright. You still in somebody's parking anyway. Stop it.
College, and they have a freaking. You know that most of these colleges, the school she goes to, they have first come, first serve, and as soon as they sent us a list of the school, parking areas, I paid immediately. I went and signed my contract. Guess what? I kept renewing it.
You know the one thing that's free. There's no free gas, but there are free chargers.
100%.
There's no free gas anywhere in the country.
Are you smoking crack? Do you know that almost every major freaking... I can tell you this. You go to Target, you get up to...
Yeah, there's charging.
Depending on where you at. It can be anywhere from 2 to 4 hours of free charging. Who the fuck is charging their car for 4 hours?
Yeah, EV, like the EV to goes, like the ones, man, I don't know, that's where I just go, because this is faster, just get that shit done.
Well, then you don't know what you're talking about, because you just said there's no free chargers.
I said it's hard to find sometimes, you gotta drive.
Then there is paying chargers.
Yeah, so you gotta know where to look.
And it's not, they even have apps for this shit.
Yeah,
they have apps.
My wife has one at her job. It's a free charge. They have 2 charging stations at the job.
Are they the ones that can charge quickly, or are they the slow chargers?
Well, no, because they're for people that work. People that work there.
You go to Target. So I'll give you an example. I go to Target, right? I'm not saying I go now, but when I used to go to Target, I would park my car at the charging station. When I park my car at the charging station, you get at least, just me being in there for the time I'm in there, I at least can get 30 miles for driving 5 miles, and it's free. Then on top of that, there's a lot of states that if you actually, and Georgia's one of them, and Georgia's so fucking stingy with money. Do you know when I put in my goddamn charger, and y'all can Google this shit, as soon as I installed that bitch, they took a penny off my kilowatts. So do you know what that means for me? That means I don't pay for motherfucking charging my vehicle. So I'm riding around free. And on top of that, I'm still making money because I don't even fucking ride around enough to fucking be paying for my charging.
Do you have to send? Is it a longer line? Like, do you see the line kind of?
No. You know what? As southern and country as a lot of these states are, I think the worst state was probably Mississippi, and I was driving between Texas into Georgia. And I can promise you, even going through Mississippi, there are fucking superchargers, bro.
Past 2 of them in North Carolina on my way to South Carolina. When you go right across the border from Virginia, they had like a 20 station bay. When I tell you there were like 3 cars in that bay, right off of 95.
Exactly.
There's like, yeah.
It seemed like it'd be a lot of money eventually, and because they convert into electric cars eventually. Hopefully, they keep saying they are. In setting up charging ports, charging stations. That'd be like creating your own gas station if you can buy land and do that.
There's plenty of companies
They're still making
doing
a lot of money. Yeah, and a lot of companies get kickbacks for it. Not only that, I'm gonna give you an example, right? So if you go on 95 with Wendy's, they'll have a fucking bunch of charging stations right on that side of the Wendy's. You know why they do that? You know why they do that? Because they get service. So you're on 95. A lot of these fucking fast food restaurants, gas stations, they'll have it because they want you to come in and buy shit.
Yeah, and Nova's another one. So places that are rural, like state parks, and people taking their RVs and shit, and they need tow throughs. The Flying J's. I used 3 Flying J's on my trip to South Carolina.
So from
pulling the truck stop, one side was the trucks and the regular cars, and they had 4 or 5 chargers in this one day. 350 kilowatt chargers.
And those are Tesla. They're talking about Tesla chargers, are they?
No, these weren't even Tesla chargers. These would charge any kind of car.
Okay, because I know you got to get that adapter. I was reading.
No, the adapter actually came with my car. So with Tesla, they give you every fucking adapter. Yeah, with Teslas, they give you the adapters. They give you a bag full of adapters. I mean, if I was to fucking go to Europe, I got a fucking adapter.
Yeah, it's plenty of charging.
Even as small as Lansing is, all the grocery stores here have at least 6 to 8 electric chargers in the parking lot. Them things have been around for. I mean, I wasn't even seeing electric cars when I started seeing chargers, so they're everywhere.
Yeah, I'm thinking about buying a Tesla this year. I don't know if I already missed the rebate, so that's why I didn't actually end up getting one because that rebate's over. I heard so.
It ends on the 30th.
And who can you thank for that?
It ends on the 30th.
Who can you thank for that one?
First lady.
Remember when they had that freeze in Texas and people didn't have gas and all that shit? I was riding around.
When I was in remember the polar vortex in Kansas City when they was playing the playoffs? I was there when it was like minus 60 degrees. The only cars that were really moving was the electric cars. Mm-hmm. That oil was so fucking cold. People's engine was getting all fucked up. You don't have to warm up a damn thing in an EV. Just open your app and start that motherfucker.
Yep, let me tell you something. I be at work sometimes.
The batteries didn't work in cold, Patty.
They do.
Because we could only, like, when I went to Connecticut, when I left New York and went to Connecticut, we only could charge it to 80%, right?
No,
you can charge to 100%.
This is the thing, Lisa, and that's why I was telling you. So on, like, I got the Tesla app on my phone. I'm gonna show you something real quick. Tesla.
Do you get the self-driving feature?
Yeah.
Yeah,
I got
that
on my car.
too.
So check this out. The thing with your vehicle, you got this word called controls. On controls, let me tell you something. With my car, I can have that bitch cool down so that my fucking leather seats aren't hot when I get in that motherfucker.
Oh, yeah.
When it's wintertime, I can fucking have that shit heat up every so often so I don't fucking freeze when I get in my vehicle.
While you shopping in Target, you can have your air conditioner on when it's 120 outside.
My shit got dog mode. DOG. Look up dog mode for Tesla. You put that shit in dog mode, guess what? It gives a warning to anybody that looks out inside your vehicle, and it says, this dog, it pretty much tells them this dog has AC. It tells it tells you the temperature it is inside the vehicle because you left your dog in that car.
it fucking keeps the car cool so your dog is cool. On top of that, I have this thing where if you fucking walk past my vehicle, every one of them fucking cameras on my vehicle takes pictures, and I have a goddamn hard drive. So all I gotta do is take that hard drive. Like if somebody say you hit me, guess what, bitch? I got it on my hard drive. All I gotta do is put it on my computer, and it'll show you every fucking moving thing that happened while we got in that accident.
Yeah, that'd be dope, man. I'm getting the Tesla solar.
Y'all
That's coming.
you getting Teslas.
Well, yeah,
Yeah,
I'm getting the
it's a
solar,
car.
the backup battery.
There are plenty of manufacturers outside of Tesla.
You talking about the backup battery, the storage?
Mercedes got a good one
too.
Mercedes actually has a good electric vehicle if it hasn't been hit by tariffs, and it actually isn't depending on what type of vehicle you want, right? So I don't really spend money. I don't buy vehicles. So if I'm gonna buy a vehicle, I'm gonna get the top of the line. So if you want to get the top of the line vehicles when it comes to electric, Mercedes has by far, I think they have the best price for one. Like if you look at the Tesla Model X, or someone brought up Plaid a couple months ago, and we got an argument about Plaid. Even with the Tesla Plaid at that time, I think it was the Model X Plaid was at 110. You could have got you a goddamn Mercedes at like 108 and had a 31-inch screen TV in the back of your fucking vehicle. So make it make sense. I think Mercedes has a really decent vehicle. It has decent miles per charge. I like the Mercedes, so.
Don't forget the fight on Netflix tonight. So I don't know. I think it's free. So if y'all gonna watch the fight,
I'm going to a fight party. You gotta watch it. And it is, yeah, it is. You're right, Robert.
Free on Netflix.
If you got Netflix, it's free.
hopefully it's not slow and lagging like last time. The
always lag.
Well,
Free fights
technically-
always lag every time. Everybody get on the server and it lag. That's every free Netflix fight so far.
If you pay for Netflix, then it's technically not free. I mean, but if you are, like, using somebody else's and, like, you're, like, stealing someone else's code, then, yeah, it's technically free for you because you're not paying for it.
Okay, it's included.
Or you can do the 30-day trial. Do they have a 30-day trial or is it a week trial?
Do they still have that?
I don't know.
I ain't never heard no
I've had
30-day
Netflix
trial.
so goddamn long.
I done had Netflix for God knows how long.
Child, I had Netflix when they had CDs. Well, I didn't have it. My parents did. So my parents went to Netflix CDs because they didn't want to go to Blockbuster. How about that?
That's crazy. I saw you guys had a room. Was it 2 days ago? Don't fuck with cats. That shit was crazy. And a new one, The Devil in the Dorm. I don't know if the Devil in the.
When their ass went right back to the room, my ass stayed on Netflix. Stayed on that cat shit. That shit had me. My homegirl was spending the night that day. That shit had us fucked up. Y'all gotta watch episode 2 and 3. That shit is good.
Investigating.
What is it called?
Oh my god, that shit was
Don't fuck with cats.
No, I don't like that. I don't like it.
It was wild. Yeah, I didn't.
I don't like it.
I was scared episode 1, but
freaky
that's why
shit.
I was okay watching it because I had a homegirl over here. But I promise you, that shit was good, y'all.
Did y'all see The Devil in the Dorm Room yet, though? The true story of Richard Ray, or whatever his name is?
No.
Oh, man.
What is that on?
What is that one? We gotta
Netflix.
do that one night.
Netflix. The Devil in the Dorm Room was the wildest shit
I got
I ever
somebody
seen.
coming over Sunday.
No,
Yeah,
you
Devil.
gotta watch the romance con one. I forget what it's called. That's the new one on Netflix.
What is it?
It's by the Tinder swindler people.
Oh, the con, the
They,
thing that we also
the
watched
con.
there.
Oh, you did?
We
Okay.
watched that. We watched that.
These motherfuckers.
That is good.
So if you're looking
Let
for
me
two,
tell you something.
hold on, if you're looking for 2 new shows, The Wrong Number, what number is that? I think that's what it's called. That was crazy.
I saw that. That was crazy too.
And then The Devil in the Dorm Room. Those are the 2 craziest things on Netflix that you can come back to me and be like, damn, that shit was wild.
Now, me and Lady was getting frustrated because the person that was hosting that room that day kept telling us to go back and forth and up and down and shit. But
Sorry, here, fast forward there. I'm like, what is going on?
Like, I just want you guys to see the black girl story.
No, Patty, the thing is, and First Lady, it's like, y'all need to never part with your money. I don't care what these people say. If a dude's like, I just need 500 to make rent. You are canceled immediately. Because that 500 turns into $5,000, 140,000, and then $2 million. So get out of here.
Her first loan to him was $100,000.
Let me tell you something, baby. At this point, once you hit 35 or older, ambition got to be a motherfucker for me to be part with my motherfucking money. Ambition is a motherfucker. I'm talking about you got to have a fucking business plan. I'm going to look at your business plan. I'm going to read over it. I'm going to talk to my mom. We're going to fucking go through. I'm going to pull my fucking textbooks out on your ass. That's the only type of ambition I'm going to motherfucking invest in. And then on top of that, you're going to pull your motherfucking, I'm going to do a background check on your ass.
Exactly.
I am going to pull your credit. And then we're going to have a conversation on who you fucked last week and who you was fucking when you was 17.
That's why you can't never have, look, Spirit, I'm with you 100%. First of all, who want to go through that to get some money? That's crazy as hell. Second of all,
and who's gonna be dumb enough to not do it at this big age? Like, we work hard.
Let me get to my second point.
I would never want you to depart with your money for some fucking clown-ass broad who's able to have the fucking conversation. You don't want to fucking part with
Agreed.
your money.
Let me get to my second point. My second point, if there's anybody asking me that or asking you that at this age, that shit should already, that's a wrap for me. Like that.
Well, the bank gonna ask you.
No, I'm not asking nobody for no money. I'm good.
But I'm saying, if you're doing it, and if you're fucking going to the bank and you're trying, they're gonna ask you.
Yeah, they don't want to see your 2 years of everything.
Right, they're gonna want your blood type.
2 years, 2 years of tax returns, 2 years of bank statements.
They gonna want you to bend over and cough.
Yeah.
They gonna want it all. I can't ask you if it's coming out of my motherfucking bank.
I'm not gonna have to ask you. I'm not gonna ask no woman for nothing.
No, but I'm talking about ambition. You already got your shit together. I'm talking about sometimes, and we can't pretend that it's not a real thing. There are some men that have been trying, like, what was it? What was that movie that Will Smith did that was based on a true story? Dude was ambitious.
You talking about
Pursuit to Happiness?
Pursuit to Happiness, right. Guess what? Don't fuck around and discard your blessings. Because if he's a real ambitious man and he really got his shit together and he's really trying, like, I'm at that age where I'm not looking for a Mercedes Benz with a goddamn 31-inch TV in the back. I'm at that age where I'm trying to fucking like not play with people.
Let me ask y'all this though. This is what I'm thinking though. There's got to be a cutoff age for ambition. There's got to be a cutoff age for that. There's got to be an age where you should have had your shit by now.
Nigga, I'm still ambitious. What's going on?
I'm still ambitious too, but I'm straight though.
There's
I got
no cutoff for me. Like today, let me tell you something. And I'll go ahead, but I gotta black out my name. I'm number one in my peer group, and that's because it's about ambition. I don't care if I got a smile on your face. I don't care if I have to stay a little extra. Right now, I'm working like an enlisted fucking soldier. Like, there's a difference between ambition and fucking... Like, I'm still ambitious. There's still things I want to achieve. I want my motherfucking coin, son.
I'm highly ambitious.
Let me talk about this loan stuff. Go ahead, Chad.
I'm highly ambitious. Like, think about this. I go to sleep at 4, get up at 12, and that's by choice, right? I'm still chasing down major sponsors, even though I'm straight. I own multiple properties, blah, 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 multiple businesses, blah, blah, blah. And I still move like I'm hungry. But what I'm saying is ambition is different than asking somebody for something. Ambition, that's cool, but there's a certain age where a man shouldn't be reaching out to a woman for financial help. There should be an age where I don't care how ambitious you are, you should be financially stable enough to pay your own fucking bills and generate your own way without asking a woman for help. At some age, there's got to be a cutoff for that. No matter
what about Amazon's, what's his name? from Amazon?
Jeff Bezos.
Jeff Bezos. What about his wife working multiple jobs while he's fucking selling bullshit out of the goddamn garage?
Building together, that's way different than what age.
No, but that's still ambition. She's seen his ambition. She may have not liked that she had bullshit fucking shit in her garage and he's fucking on live trying to sell $5 necklaces and shit. But she knew what his ambition looked.
But how long ago was that?
Did that stop at?
But they were still old.
What age did he launch out to really become successful?
All right, wait, one second. Okay, I'm not going to use anybody else's situation. I'm talking about for right now, based off what Scotty just said. If you can't go to the bank and get a loan, my questions are going to be, what's wrong with your credit?
Right. That's why I said you got to check their credit. That's different.
So that's going to be the question number one. What's wrong with your credit? Because in that situation, he's sitting there, I got a lot of things tied up. No. Well, guess what? Let me help you get your credit together so you can go and get your own loan. Okay? Now, I'll help you do that. You know what I'm saying? Because it don't take that long to start getting your credit together. You start proving that you can pay stuff back, then your credit will start moving. It'll start moving. Don't take that long for that.
No, but I'm not talking about using your credit. I'm talking about so for example, if I can help you create your business plan, I'm gonna help you create it because right.
Okay. Yep. Oh, see. Okay.
You just volunteered to help fix his credit. I'm talking about me putting together the business plan. You got to give me the idea what it looks like on paper, what you have done in the past. I can help you put that together. Okay. Now, you know a real ambitious motherfucker. You know a nigga that's trying to scam you. Now, if you gotta use my fucking social security number to get a coin and we can't get your shit fixed, there's a problem.
Now we see eye to eye. I thought you were saying something different.
Look,
okay.
I want y'all to follow this, right? I want y'all to follow this. Bezos was running a hedge fund in the 90s. A hedge fund, right? Which means you're already successful by today's standards. Decided he wanted to do an independent business and then formed Amazon. By the mid-30s, he was a business leader again with Amazon. So what I'm saying is there has to be a cutoff age. If you're over 35 and you're looking for your wife to give you money, or not even your wife, or your girlfriend to give you money so you can launch your business. And if she got to make your business plan, you don't even need to do the business because you don't know enough about the business to generate a business plan. That shit gonna fail if she got to make it for you. I think there's got to be a cutoff age where you're giving grace to a man that is financially not capable of funding whatever he needs to get done or figuring out a way on his own.
Yeah, but Bezos also, so it was his wife that had to work multiple jobs. So you can say what he did in the 90s, who give a fuck. But back in the 2000s, there's a whole fucking story behind this. And they've talked about this. She had to work multiple jobs because the market crashed. Remember that?
Yeah, and they had a garage full. I watched the story, but what I'm saying is by mid-30s.
Fucked up.
If he was 45 coming to her like, look, I'm trying to do this business at 45, 50 years old, we might have a different story.
But he wasn't young, bro.
He was 30? That's not old. He launched it right when he was about 30 years old. I'm talking about 40s. You got somebody in your 40s talking about, go ahead and help me. I'm going to do this business, babe. I think y'all need to be careful.
I think, but see, I was speaking earlier today. I've been on my Martin Lucifer, Lucretia tip. And, every situation ain't for everybody. But individually, you meet a person and things might be a little different. However, I think that what can apply to all is if you're asking me for my social security number for you to get ahead, there's a problem.
That's a huge problem.
Okay, we all in agreement with that, right?
Definitely.
Okay, that's all I'm saying.
That's why I said check his credit. He needs to be honest.
Okay, Patty, so let me ask you this. You hella attracted to whatever gentleman, right? Random guy. And you were very attracted to him. Y'all have some type of chemistry, whatever, y'all doing y'all thing. And he's 47. And he comes to you saying, I got this business idea. I really want to launch this business, but I need you to help me with the finances and the business plan because financially I don't have it together. You gonna help finance that 47-year-old man's business and launch it?
No, I can help him put his business plan together. If you got the gift of gab and you got a really tight business plan and you're smart and you actually have real true ambition, a bank will give you some money if they think it's something worth fucking investing in.
That's where the ambition to me will come in. If he's really that ambitious, he needs to be going to that bank on his own. He needs to figure out how to create an LLC, how to create a paydex score, how to get his FICO to where it needs to be, how to go ahead and get the right trade lines.
You just asked me about would I help him create a business plan. Yes, I would.
Right, and I'm giving you the reason why he should be able to do it outside of it. Now I'm saying finance him. Are you going to help him with money? Are you going to give him some coin? Are you going to?
I don't have to give him coin because if he's that ambitious, I'm going to be able to help him put his plan together.
It's a non-traditional business. The banks won't finance it. Are you going to coin him?
No.
Good. That's what I want to hear.
Because he has good credit.
That's all I want to hear.
Or like Lady said, maybe he had a failed venture, and because he's not a Donald Trump where he's able to use his name, we can figure out how to help him fix his credit. You can have failed ventures where it fucks you up, right?
Yeah, that's a fact.
There's a lot of good people that had failed ventures. For example, like in 2008 where people lost their businesses, or even fucking during the pandemic. Dude, let me tell you something. My mom's a good person. My dad's a good person. But guess what? They almost lost their business. The thing that's crazy though is my mom's smart and she a fucking hustler. So she knew that maybe I should get some fucking what do they call it? Food trucks. And there was one restaurant and 2 food trucks that took care of the other restaurants. So and guess what? They was living from paycheck to paycheck to make sure people. And guess what? She didn't even do the fucking PPP loan because she did not want to be bound to making sure she held on to people because she didn't know what the future would look like. So that doesn't mean my mom is a fucking clown or a loser.
Well, she was married to him.
That's different too.
Yeah, but regardless of the fact, just because somebody has a failed venture, there's a possibility she could have had a failed venture. That doesn't make her a loser.
That wasn't the premise at all. That was never the premise.
Yeah, no, but you just said, there's situations where someone could be put in a situation. There's situations where people can fucking do everything.
That's so funny. We think.
I've seen it. That's very true. And the thing about that is your resilience, right? It's how you bounce back. I done had businesses go sideways, right? But what I didn't do is go to a woman for help. What I did do is figure that shit the fuck out. And in a very expensive market, my bounce back game is crazy. So I understand. I seen somebody go from a 6-bedroom house to their mama's couch. It happens. Shit happens, right? But it's your bounce back, right? And I'm not bouncing back with my hand out to no female. I'll be dead first. That's just not. It's not who I am. It's not a part of what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna figure that shit out.
All I'm saying is watch your damn money. That's all I'm saying, because there are a lot of people out there, both men and women, who are out to scam. And you can do some due diligence, but if you don't do the whole due diligence, you're going to get screwed. And that's the lesson in all of these scammer documentaries.
Nobody burned down a city at all. I want to that in there.
That was a
Thanks for calling in, Tom. Appreciate it.
The only thing I'll add too is I was on a campaign in out in the western suburbs, and I have to tell you, there were some people I run into, and they just said, "Hey, we're Democrats, but we are very sorry for what's happened." They're very compassionate. So there's a lot of great people out there.
Yeah.
Just say, "Hey, this is awful."
Yeah. Mark, your son Max is on the line, my good friend. So yeah, I'd like to.
Max has known Charlie for a decade or more.
Yeah. Okay, I'm gonna let him on the line. Hey, Max, how's it going?
Hey, Jenny. Hey, Max, boy.
It's a terrible, crazy week. I just hope that people don't get too lost on the tragedy itself, the shooting, and think about how much Charlie's accomplished in such a short amount of time. And like my father just mentioned, I remember when he started off. And as much as we all complain on your show and on my blog about the state of Illinois GOP, it was so much worse when Charlie got involved in the early, I think 2011, 2010. And it's just really amazing to see Charlie because also politics is very cyclical, and a lot of people that were around in 2010 aren't around anymore because they moved to Florida or found something better to do. But Charlie was in a lot of the same rooms as people are the LGOP now, and they were just as pathetic, just as empty. But where Charlie was such an inspiration, if he actually propelled and was able to kind of get
Max, tell people how Max was the president of New Trier High School and a conservative leader of New Trier High School. Charlie was the conservative leader of Wheeling High School, and they both debated. Tell people, what did Charlie do for you? Because I was thinking about it on my way here, Max. You got into politics partly because of Charlie, and I got into politics because of you. I mean, he's had a tremendous impact on all of us.
I wouldn't go that far.
I don't know.
What Charlie did for me and so many other people, I'm sitting on Twitter, is he got me on national TV for the first time, and it was the first time I ever got published in the Chicago Tribune.
Right.
It was because of a USA story that they hooked up and let me meet Mike Pence, and like I'm like one of so many, even people, one of our high school friends that he's a sports blogger. It's a church friend of Charlie, and Charlie introduced him to Brian Urlacher.
So many stories like that.
I mean, Trump's in because of him. Trump's in because of his help. You know what I mean?
Yeah. And I think a good lesson for everyone though is like to treat everyone with respect, because Charlie literally, I'm blanking on his name, but he treated the janitor of Wheeling High School with the same level of respect as he does the U.S. president. So
Max, last night at our party, there was all those we had hundreds of young men at the party, and a bunch of them told me, Max, they're like, Mr. Rice, if you want to raise money or do anything, you need to call us, because we're all Republicans because of Charlie Kirk.
Right.
These are young kids from Chicago that are Republicans because of Turning Point.
Mark,
different kinds of Republicans too. That's because like Charlie really is the gateway for so many different leaders today. Oh, they got their start, like a Candace Owens, for example. Yeah. But like so many others got their start through Charlie, and then blossom into whatever they're doing. It's amazing.
Yeah. Thanks, Max. Thanks. You know, and I gotta say, I have an 11-year-old and a 15-year-old that are both, one, they had to see it online, it happened, and two,
oh, terrible. I wish they didn't have to see that.
They were both huge fans, and I didn't even realize how big of a fan my 11-year-old was. But he was such an idol for younger, right-minded kids. He was, he's younger.
When I was down at ISU down in April, he was, even Charlie's staff, just great people, but the crowd was so energetic. I mean, there were so many people there.
Yeah. Hey, John. John from Fox Lake is on.
Hey, I'm pretty active on Facebook, and it seems like my circle of friends, the Gen Xers, Italian American community here in Chicagoland, but I will say for the most part, I don't know if it's my group, circle of friends, but we're taking this really hard, understandably so. And there's a few knuckleheads out there that are really posting some despicable stuff.
It's disgusting.
But I don't understand where the amount of hate is coming from. Maybe because Charlie was a man of Christ, because he believed in freedom of speech. But I don't want to take away from Charlie as a person. But I will say this, for me, yes, everything about, his life being taken away tragic. But for me, it's like freedom of speech. Someone tried to silence. The evildoers tried to silence the freedom of speech that we love in this country.
And John, they're trying to silence you and me and all of us through this, and it's not going to work. It's going to be boomerang and be the opposite. I for one, am going to be twice as loud. Look at that. And twice as famous.
Look at the millions of people. Every city is having vigils for Charlie. So this tells you something.
Yeah.
And let me say this. I respect both sides of the coin. Democrat, Republican, Libertarian. Everybody has a right. But when you say, that bullet was headed for him, he got hit or killed, that's disgusting. That's despicable. You need to look yourself in the mirror. If you celebrated his death in any way or manner, then there is something sick and wrong with you, with your mindset. Because nobody deserves to die. And you know what? Some of the stuff that I've seen outside this country, and I'm assuming that it's true, that I've seen online, I mean, this whole Charlie thing's been going crazy in Australia, in the UK, in Ireland, and Europe. There are people picking up the mantle. I mean, this is not just here in the U.S. This is worldwide. What this guy meant to people. Right. So that's all I wanted to say. I don't want to take too much time, but
I will add this. I think every suburb outside of Chicago in the next couple of days is having a vigil. So many, and the crowds are.
Arlington Heights at 12 o'clock tomorrow.
Park
Ridge, I was there. I was at
Park Ridge had a good turnout. So
we had a bunch of people.
It's just.
Shout out to Trump MAGA official that they organized that, and we all helped, and Casey helped, and it was an awesome time.
Yeah, you know, and it's that's how much good that he did. And then we got these leaders out there, these elected leaders, and this says why, where the problems are. How do these people so blue, like the Nancy Zetlers, you know, there's a
This razor might be the fastest way to shave your head. It doesn't use just one. It has.
But it's awful like that. So anyway, Mel, the lady, she did have a lot of red flags. However, I think she was blinded by some of this because, you know, he was so giving and loving, and, you know, he was loving on her daughters and all this. You know, he had to want to be looked like he had his stuff going on, but he really didn't. And as soon as he asked for me to get him a business and put it in my name, is what I'm saying, it would have been a no for me. Okay? And the problem was, she could have, well, we're not even married. So then he was like, oh, okay. This man went out for that reason, like, okay, we're married now what? So, again.
Oh, is she an old hoe or a young hoe?
She wasn't old.
Her daughters are beautiful. Her daughters are so beautiful.
It looked like Glorilla.
Her daughter looked like Glorilla.
No, both of them did. So the first one looked like Solange in the first take. And then when the second take came out, it's like when she took the little butterflies and shit out of her hair, she looked like
because of girls and like my girlfriend too young, what the fuck you look like, man? That's not just objective. Cute is a real thing.
This is a candidate.
Cute is not objective,
I need a charger, babe. Back in the kitchen. No, it's Cardi B's cousin. Be nice. Be nice, guys. Yeah, Cardi said that's her cousin. Don't play with Glorilla, because I love you. Yeah. That's what happens when our grandpa went to another state to fuck somebody.
I'm mixing.
Thank you to a lady. I got just what I was going to say. Hey, Night, what do you think the chances of getting Molly and Akiva on the stage at the same time? I'm just fucking around. I hope they both come up. I love Bob. Bob, I don't know why you have a pink ticket. Slippers, how you doing, man?
I'm doing great. I'm doing great. Another day in paradise. This traffic's a little bad, but you know, we make do. Wow, we're talking about the transgender community. You know, I don't know, y'all. Like, I mean, I think that a lot of people kind of understand my opinions on this particular issue. I'm not going to go as far as to say that somebody is mentally ill, but misguided, if you will. I do think that the issue with the children's influence on this matter is non-negotiable. I don't even know why people even try to entertain that conversation. That's like talking about whether it's appropriate to give a 13-year-old breast implants. Like, why are people even thinking about that? So, but as far as the adults that choose to identify as trans, listen, somebody can choose to identify as a bird. They can choose to identify as a bird and try to fly. It's not going to mess with my money. It's definitely not going to mess with my sleep. And it sure as hell is not going to mess with my peace or my relationship with God. So, I mean, hey, have at it. People can choose to belabor these points. And,
Slippers, let me ask you a question.
Sure.
Is being trans a mental illness or a sin? In your opinion?
A sin? That's not for me to decide. I don't think that transgenderism was referenced in the Bible, was it?
Not that I'm aware.
Yeah, so I mean, I wouldn't be the right person to speak on that. But for those of you who are interested in speaking to the person who does, have influence over making that decision, do it through prayer.
And for the record, for the newbies in the room and those who are keeping track, those who have lost track, just a reminder on Slipper's note, I identify as a Time Lord for the record. My pronouns are here, there, and everywhere. Thank you, JB.
Gotta love my Dr. Who fan over here.
Really quickly, can I say something else? Very, very, very short. Okay, very short. So, when we had, I was listening to a back and forth about, people on the internet getting people canceled and stuff like that. I'm going to be very clear in saying this. I'm absolutely fucking disgusted with the Republican Party that I belong to. The doxing and the bullshit that I'm seeing following people not needing some fucking emotional moment to where people are taking a wrecking ball to people's lives and putting out their personal information on the internet. Shame on you, and may you burn in fucking hell for being a hypocrisy.
Sounds like somebody has a legal problem. Somebody got doxxed.
How you doing, Akima?
Hey, stop it, JB.
I can't help it, man. She planted that seed in my head. Now you're King Akima all the time.
Now I do have that power.
I was speaking of power. I was hoping Marley can come up and you guys can break some bread.
Who was that person that you talked about?
That's from Nice Room last week. Your friend.
Oh fuck! The voodoo lady.
Exactly.
Hey, Jay, you just missed a room. I finally got my name. Me and you are brothers in another sense. I got my name in the room title.
No way. They took your virginity, huh?
I was in Jason Mewes' room, and he was mad that Charlie Kirk was a racist. And then he made a bet that he never said that. And so we made a room today to determine if he made $1,000 bet. And before we went to the new room, everybody, well, he's not gonna pay. He's too broke. Like, when the fuck y'all get this? Why am I broke for? Like, where y'all get that? The bet is on. As soon as I get to the room, I guess he doesn't listen to the replay. He was saying out of nowhere, Kim, you're a fucking idiot. You're a bitch. Now all of a sudden, Jason Mewes, the school teacher, just a gangster all of a sudden. So like now,
he was cursing at you. I've never heard Jason curse once.
He called me a bitch, an idiot, a fucking.
No!
He only did that.
That's not the first time I've heard him blow up like that, JB. Go ahead.
And he only did it so I can leave the room so you don't have to finish the bet. He clearly would have lost the bet. But it showed everybody in this room that he's a piece of shit. Though. Like, out of nowhere, like we was cool. We was kicking it, having jokes from one room to another. And then out of nowhere, I'm a fucking idiot and a bitch. I'm like, damn, I'm like, what's coming back, dog? I'm just saying, you fucking fighter. You don't know shit, you an idiot, you bitch ass. And I'm like, oh, wow, okay, I see what this is. You're a fucking child. I'm sorry to bring that to your room, man.
Nah, it's just all good. Listen, get it off your chest. I mean, listen, I don't fuck with you about the flat earth shit because, nine believes in Martians. So who am I to judge anybody?
Everybody, I got on that Normal ass in Jason Mewes' room yesterday because Normal tried to discredit me. Kim, you believe the earth is flat. No disrespect to Jewish people, but I like Normal. Well, you as a Jew, you believe the earth is 6,000 years old. So who the fuck is who's the craziest person? Me believing it's flat or you believing it's 6,000 years old? Norm got so fucking mad. But just shut the don't try to poke at me if you don't want me to fucking poke back. Just stop it.
I agree with that. So I'm gonna do a quick one. We sat down with David. Community conversations and collaborations. By the way, we made the big time. Do you know what I mean? I'm gonna tell you,
No.
John Kitover has named a house now called Community Conversation and Collaborations, and he's running rooms with our house name.
Fucking Looney Tunes. He's been on the air. God. He's such an. I remember I said I had planned on clapping back at him for taking shots at me in this very room a couple nights ago, and I said I'm gonna back off because one of my good doctor friends said, "Nah, don't give these weirdos any content. Don't let them frame you into the angry black woman if you pop back." And he just can't help himself. How are you a congressman and you're petty?
He's not a congressman.
This makes sense.
He's not a congressman.
His sources is always available.
Right. So, and you and I both know exactly what I've set into motion off of this app to address that through the Illinois State Police. So I'm surprised it's still
Well, let me say this. He did name a house after us, and I heard that little subtle plug. Craze said Craze Protective Services are available. Reasonable prices. You get in now, you get an early fall special. Let me say hello to David. David, how you doing, David?
Howdy, JB.
David, is this the Homeland Security guy?
Yeah, it is.
Is being trans a mental illness or a sin?
A sin? Hell no. Definitely not. Mental illness? I mean, I don't think so. If it is, so be. I have anxiety. I have a history of PTSD.
Do you wear a dress?
What? No, I don't wear a dress. But if I did, who gives a fuck? Why does it matter?
Bro, I agree. I don't give a fuck. Wear a tutu for all I care.
I think a lot of people care, and they're mad because they're told to care. Because Kid Rock told them to care. Kid Rock told them to be angry. Their Fox News told them to be angry. Why does it freaking matter? Okay, and then they bring up the sports epidemic, this big problem of, oh my God, women in sports. That's less than 1% of trans people. You care about it because you're being told to care about it. You're being brainwashed to care about it.
David, I disagree. Hold on. Don't mute up. Let's have the conversation. I disagree with you. I don't want a man in a boxing ring punching a woman in the face. I'm sorry. I just don't want it. It's wrong.
I do too. But is it really that big of an issue? How often is that happening in the United States?
The dude just
Just the fact that there's one case is
David, how many
Wait,
cases?
Sugar Belly, let me just say this, and you can engage with David, but let me just say this. The dude just won an Olympic gold medal. He was definitely a dude, and he beat up some woman in the ring.
But why is it getting more attention than kids being shot in school on Fox News?
Okay, David, can I just ask you a question? Because, I heard you say that the only reason why people care is because, they're told to care. So, for example, you gave the example of, Kid Rock told them to care or something like that. Can I just ask you, do you think that it's possible that there are people who care because it actually affects them?
A very small percentage.
Yeah, definitely a small percentage.
Okay, wait.
So 50% of the population, which is women,
wait, one second. So David, I'm just going to ask another question. Okay, cool. So for example, let's say I'm the Olympics committee, right? And my job is to make the rules on who can participate in a sport and who can't participate, right? If I say that anybody who identifies as a woman, regardless of whether that person is male or female, can participate in women's sports, right? Have I affected only the few people, let's say it's only 5 people who are like that? Or have I affected all the women in the women's category? What do you think, David?
I can see your point on that one. But how many women, there's such a small percentage.
No, wait, hang on. So if you can see my point, here's the thing, right, David? If you can see my point about me changing an Olympic rule, then you should also be able to see the point about if I change a law in a country, right? So if I change a law in a country on behalf of a small group of people, but by implementing this law, it captures half the population, then that means that by accommodating a small group of people, I have put half the population at risk. Do you not agree, or do you disagree?
I disagree.
Half the population at risk? Mm-hmm. No, I disagree. So here's what a greater risk is. Because, yes, I disagree with...
No, David, I'm not comparing degree of risk. So I'm not saying that this is the greatest risk versus this other thing's not a risk. I'm just talking about whether risk is there or risk is not there, right? So I'm saying that if, for instance, I say that, when it's time to identify who's a woman, people who are male can identify into the category of woman, does that not mean that every single time we try to see who the women are, we're going to end up capturing some men? And if that's the case, doesn't that make it more difficult for us to do things that specifically address the needs that women have? What do you think?
In a few occasions, yes. But my biggest point is there's a lot of hate toward trans people because of these small occasions.
No, that's not what is happening. So and that's my point. My point is that a lot of people like you think that people just hate trans people because of these issues, and that's not what is happening. What is happening is that there is a very large group of people, namely girls and women, half the population of the world, right, who are directly affected by changing these policies to accommodate trans people's desires. So the problem is not that the people are trans, and the proof that people don't have a problem with them because they're trans is the fact that almost nobody, like, if you look at all the debate about this stuff, if you look at all the people who are quote-unquote angry about it, right, the vast majority of these people are not angry about trans men. They're not. So what does that tell you? That tells you that the females of the trans population, most people don't have a problem with them. And the females of the trans population are trans men. 90-something% of all trans debates, all trans issues, all trans drama, right, is based off trans women, and they are the males of the population. So the issue is not the fact that they're trans, the issue is the fact that they're male, and how allowing males, right, to access rights that are meant for females sets them up for a collision, and it creates a problem in society. That's the issue.
Thank you, Sugar Belly. David, hold on 1 second. I'll come right back to you, I promise. I have to introduce First Lady to the stage because she doesn't stay long. How you doing, First Lady Chief?
Hey, JB. How are you?
That's my boo!
Hey,
How are you? So, First Lady, the question to you is, being trans a mental illness or a sin in your opinion?
Wait a minute, what happened? Being what?
Is being transgender a mental illness or a sin?
Oh, I wouldn't dare answer that question.
It's mental illness. That's the answer.
Let's go back to David, let him land his plane, and then I want to welcome Black to the stage. Dave again.
Actually, I forgot the statement I was going to say, but yeah, I'll go ahead and pass.
Thank you. Let me welcome Black Greatness. Hello, Black Greatness. Black Greatness, are you there? Last call, brother. All right, guys, we're going to go popcorn style. Please respect the one mic policy. Let somebody land that plane before you jump all over 'em.
Blessing to the space, I guess.
Oh, Trayvon, man, I'm so I fucking missed you again. How you doing, my brother?
Man, I know how Clubhouse is. It's all good, man, love. But I'm gonna have to interject real quick. It's gonna be relatively brief, and I'm gonna say this, man. Being a trans ain't no mental illness, you feel me? I don't feel it's a mental illness. I think as soon as I pull up the statistics or whatever factual information I need, that will prove otherwise too. But I don't feel that being trans is a mental illness. I don't feel like being gay is a mental illness. I don't feel like being straight is a mental illness. Your sexuality doesn't really have anything to do with mental illness. I think the biggest thing to be looking at is the traumas or the reasons as to why some people choose the lifestyle in which they live. I'm going to leave it at that. Pass it back. Love, peace, and blessings out.
Thank you. Guys, we're going to go popcorn style. Jump in anytime you want. Just respect the one mic policy. Nobody.
That was the realest. That was the realest shit ever on the topic, Trayvon. I gotta say.
Yeah, I like Trayvon. Y'all, you wanted to jump in?
Yeah, I appreciate it. I was just gonna say, from my research, Aman Khalif, there's no evidence that she was ever a man. According to all the information available, she was a woman.
That's a whole man.
Oh, John, that's what evidence.
And what's interesting is they keep asking this man to prove you're a woman, and her team has yet to do it. It was so. I mean, we can Google this, and just a couple months ago, it came up again about some committee, some sporting committee, some boxing committee said, you know what, she won't be allowed to participate until she confirms her gender status, and her team has yet to prove it. If she's born a woman, just prove it and shut these haters
and naysayers up. It's really not that difficult.
But don't you think that could potentially violate the Equal Protection Clause? I mean, men aren't being asked to show that they have balls and penis. So, I mean, don't you think that that might be a constitutional issue to put that requirement for specifically women? Because again, you have to.
But we're talking about someone who's being attacked publicly and in the media. And listen, Iman Khalif, and if I'm saying the name wrong, my apologies. Her gender is her business. She technically doesn't have to prove anything to anyone, right? It's her business. However, when you enter the world sporting arena and you're boxing against women and your gender is a point of contention and taking away from your skill and the sport, then yes, I would like to think you would put that issue to bed and just say, fuck it. Here's the proof. Let's put it to bed and let's continue to play the sport.
But see, you and I are very different, though, Nye. Because I'm sorry, you and I are very different, Nye, in the sense that I'm going to pursue every pathway to preserve the integrity of my rights. Yeah, it would be easy to go down that road, but it's also setting a precedence. I can understand why people are resistant to do it. I don't agree with men playing in women's sports, but we have to be constitutionally and juridically consistent.
Yeah, so Slippers, let me just shed some light on the Iman Khalif situation. So the Khalif situation is very interesting because we're not dealing with a transgender individual at all. As far as I can tell, at no point in Iman Khalif's whole issue with the Olympics did Iman Khalif ever claim to be trans, have a trans identity, or be transitioning or anything like that. So that's not the problem. The problem specifically is, okay, so first of all, in certain sports, so boxing, obviously, everyone understands the reason why you have to separate boxing by sex, because if you just allow, males to box against females, the females will get injured, right? So that's the first thing. The second thing is that the way the IOC, that's the Olympics Committee, were handling, the eligibility requirements was interesting, and that was that they were leaving it to... For sports that had a governing body, so I think the swimming had I can't remember what it's called, but it's International Natation something, right? So if that sport has a high governing body, they would set the eligibility requirements. That's the reason why the swimming organization banned males from participating in female swimming. In the case of boxing, the highest organization was the IBA, the International Boxing Association. But the problem with the IBA was that the IBA was embroiled in some other issues with corruption, Russian influence, and so on and so forth. And so they got stripped of their authority, right, to make this decision. So that then made the authority default to the IOC. Now, the problem with the IOC is that the IOC goes by the sex that is recorded on the passport, right? So basically, the issue with Khalif is that sex recorded on the passport derives from the birth certificate. Now, Khalif's birth certificate was issued many, many years after Khalif was born. So Khalif in particular's birth certificate is practically worthless for certifying what actually happened in the delivery room, what actually happened when they were born. It's practically worthless because it was issued so many years after their birth, right? Now, as for the gender test, it's a simple PCR test. So basically, it's a cheek swab. Nobody has to show anybody their genitals. You just have to open your mouth. They will swab your cheek and they'll do the test. Now, the IBA had a press conference saying that they had tested Iman Khalif and another athlete, Lin Tin Tu Ying. Sorry if I'm mispronouncing it. But they had tested these two athletes on two different occasions. And in both occasions, they both failed the test. They both came back with DNA that said that they were male. They both showed they had XY chromosomes, right? So the IOC then had a conference after the IBA's conference where the IOC said, whatever is written in your passport, we go by that. The problem with the passport issue is that if you come from a country that says it's okay for you to change the marker on your passport, effectively the IOC is admitting that they're letting males in. Now, when they were asked what kind of testing they do to determine who's male or who's female or whatever, they said they don't test who's male or who's female, and the proof of this, and you can find this in, online in public, like on IOC's website, is that they abandoned gender testing many years ago. I think sometime around 2008 or like it's a long time, sometime around that time frame. They basically stopped testing people for sex.
You need to be a little more concise, please.
Yeah, I'm rounding up. I'm rounding up. The last thing I was going to say is that, like, what the IOC tests people for is testosterone level, right? The problem with going by testosterone level is that males can artificially suppress their testosterone level. This was the same issue that they had with Casa Semenya, because Casa Semenya was excluded from the female category because of having male testosterone levels. And Casa Semenya, how we know that Casa Semenya is male is that when Casa Semenya filed the appeal, right, against being excluded, they filed on the basis of having an intersex disorder, and then inside the court documents, the specific disorder is revealed, and that disorder is a disorder that can only happen to males, and that conclusively medically proves that Casa Semenya is male, and it's suspected that Khalif has the same problem. So yeah, I'm done.
Thank you, Sugar Bell.
Well, let me announce this new poll, this stimulating poll. Do trans athletes participate in female sports? Well, we got no way. Or yes, they should. What do you guys think? Let me see. I'm going popcorn style.
Can I just say something? And I was sitting at a stoplight and looked at the chat. Trillian, supporting trans people is supporting violence in 2025. Can you maybe walk me through the statistics and the data to support that, in contrast to the support of young white men in them being overrepresented in walking into K through 12 institutions and blowing away children in America? Can we maybe go through those numbers?
Yeah, and statistically, I'd like to address that like 6% of Asians are, hermaphrodites. So, like, that's 1.7% of the population. You guys are denying some part of their existence. It's like in my culture for thousands of years.
Wait a second. Hold on a second. AK, you stole me some Cuban rum, Joe.
I still have that rum, bro. I gotta just come by and drop it off.
All right, yeah, continue your soliloquy.
I just say that, for thousands of years in Asia, like, we've accepted these people in, like, ancient texts. They were part of our community. They were, like, seen as good luck, and we take care of them because God made them that way. Those are my sentences. Okay, thank you.
Yeah, so forgive me, I'm stuffing my face because I'm Team Big Back. Look through my photos.
Hell yes!
Look through my photos so you can confirm. But yeah, I think the data might take too long, and also this room isn't about white men who are young and shooting people. I don't like them either.
Well, it could be if they identify as trans.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, then we're talking, then there's that, and I agree. But yeah, hello, did he ask Trillian or who's this?
AK, let her land because she don't play around.
You can speak for me if... I don't give a fuck, because I said what I said. I think promoting trans in 2025 is promoting violence. I don't think I need any data.
But what's your statement from the standpoint of promoting transgenderism or defending?
Promoting, defending.
Do you see that as being the same thing?
Yeah.
Okay.
Also, I do have one trans friend. She has her penis still, which sounds crazy to me, but I call her what she wants to be referred to as. I've known her for over a decade. We don't talk about weird shit. I don't feel intimidated by her when we've been in the bathroom. I met her when I was in my early 20s.
But you don't feel that calling her is defending, and
so
you don't feel like calling her is defending.
A relationship, I've never had an issue with trans people because my introduction to the trans community was through her, and I never felt weird about it. I started feeling weird when I'm seeing men with fake fucking prosthetic titties on the news assaulting women and other men who are identifying as trans in high school attacking girls in school, and when I see men dressed as women again in women's sports. I'm not an athlete, so it doesn't affect me, but that's what it's evolved to. I don't like it. Is there some normalcy? Really quick, are there good, clean, kind, fun, loving, and all these other great things of trans women or men? I'm sure. But I only have one person to base that off of. Like, are you gonna base my one opinion off anyone in this room or any of the mods? I hope not.
Wait. Go ahead, Trillian.
Yeah, I mean, just based on, I don't know, I can pull up these articles where women are being assaulted by trans men. I can pull up some stuff. I'm stuffing my face. I think bigging my back is more important. But if it was how it was back in the day when I was in my 20s or even before that, I think, is Tall still here? I like Tall, she said she grew up in that community and everything was fun and good vibes. Yeah, but in my opinion, from what I've seen, it is not fun and good vibes anymore. I don't want anyone to hate me for saying what I said per se. If you do, I'm also okay with that. But I don't know how else to say. I kind of said what I said. That's how I feel.
And I hear you, but even in your defense of what you said, which you didn't have to defend yourself, you said what you said. But I respect you for taking the time and actually explaining what you meant by what you said. But even the fact that you're calling, your friends a she, do you not feel that is promoting and defending a trans person by calling him a she?
Well, I said earlier, it could be. So let's say yes and no, because I'm sure someone feels no, you feel yes, whatever. But I said earlier, if you were born Samuel and you want me to call you Samantha, I'm gonna respect that. But in my head, do I have my own opinions? Yeah, and I keep them to myself to be respectful. So yeah, I met her as, let's say, Samantha, and then 2 years into our friendship, she told me she was fucking born as Samuel, and I was like, oh well, I'm not just gonna be a bitch and start calling you a man.
Oh, so you guys were friends under the impression that she was a female, but born in biological. Okay, and let me ask you this: were you attacked by this person?
I know you heard the other stuff I said.
No, I know, but I just want to make it very clear. You didn't know that this person had a penis, because you did mention that they still have a penis. Did they ever try to do anything funny with you? Did you ever feel disrespected, violated, or compromised in your womanhood?
Flippers, I think you're an intelligent person.
Yeah, that's why I'm asking these questions.
Because maybe you didn't hear me, I don't know if I broke up, but I did say she's the one person that has introduced me to that life, and it was a level of normalcy. This was over a decade ago. I'm in my late 30s. Look at my photos. I know I look great. It's unbelievable.
No, you're not. Anyway. You're 25. Stop lying.
But wait, let me ask you a question. What if your child came home and told you that they were trans? Would you love them less? What would you do in that situation?
I would. First of all, if you were a girl, I have a son, guys. As of now, I have a son. I don't know. Tomorrow he may be my daughter. Who knows? But I have a son, and the same rules that would apply if he was my daughter. Neither of you bitches are allowed to wear makeup outside the house. When you're 18 or 21 or whatever the fuck you're ready to fly and be whatever, be your, independent, you do whatever you want. I'm still gonna love my child, but I'm not gonna like some of the choices they fucking make. It would be the same if he decided he wanted to be a felon, and no disrespect to felons, but my son is black. We don't need any more nigga felons on earth. So that would disappoint me. So I don't know if that answers your question. I would still love him, but I would not allow certain things. No, you're not allowed to wear dresses. You're not allowed to wear nails. Shout out to Brent Man's rock mother, but that's not allowed in my house. When you're over a certain age and you settled in, because here's the thing, these kids are changing their minds. And I'll say one thing, I don't want to take it dark. I was molested by a female as a little girl. And it made me confused, and I thought maybe I liked girls, but I didn't. It was that I was fucking molested by a little girl, as a little girl. So I would, have a conversation and ask, what is this really about? If he, to his core, wanted to be a woman, then he has to give himself time to really figure that out. Because let's not act like these people are not changing their minds. Some of them are, especially as children. You change your fucking mind. A lot of girls, I'm gonna land here for real. A lot of girls, they go through a tomboy phase. Then they change their mind, and then they're the girliest of girls. So,
my first experience with a trans person was one of my best friends from high school that I played sports with. You know, we went to 2 different colleges, but kind of lived together during college briefly when he was going through a rough patch, and lived in my family home. So, you know, one year for Halloween, we all thought that, you know, we were going to a frat party, and he thought that was around like the metrosexual time, you know, and he dressed up as a girl, and all of the compliments that he was getting from actually women, like, and mind you, this dude was in drag, okay? He never stopped dressing as a woman. And now he is fully transitioned. He works for Jeffree Star and has a very lucrative and successful business, and is married to a Middle Eastern man, which is, I mean, it is what it is. Can I say that the friendship fell apart because of the transgenderism? No. The friendship fell apart because this person had an affair with one of my parents' neighbors' husbands.
Adams, hold on 1 second. Adams, I can hold on, Sugar Bill. Adams, I'm going to mod you. Help run the room with the knives till I get back. Please. Thank you. I'll be back in a little bit.
I got you, Jay. But yeah, Trillion, he ended up having an affair with one of my parents' neighbors' husbands. And the affair started at a party. My parents went to Mexico. I threw a party at my house. My neighbor's husband came in with his wife, actually. She got too drunk and went home. And then I caught my friend and my neighbor's husband making out in the backseat of my friend's car. So, yeah, you know, I mean, that's why, you know, the friendship fell apart.
Wow. Okay. Sorry, I just wanted to say, Trillion, so, I think the thing you said about, like, your friend and everything, like, that's cool. I think my only problem with what you said is, like, I've heard a lot of women who are like, oh, you know, I have a trans friend, or, oh, I don't mind, or, like, you know, I've never felt threatened by, like, you know, a trans person, you know, sharing the same bathroom as me, I don't mind, and that's cool. But the problem is, like, you can waive your own rights for yourself, and you do have the right to waive your own rights for yourself, but you can't consent for any of the other women. And I think, like, it's a serious problem. And then to Jarl, because, like, Jarl and I are having kind of an intersex conversation off the heels of the Khalif thing. So the comment that you made where you said that, you know, maybe a woman could have, like, testosterone higher than a man, and then she could outperform the man. This is exactly what I mean when I say that a lot of people that have positions of this issue don't understand the basis of what they are talking about. Natural male testosterone is between 5 times and 30 times the maximum level for women. So if a woman has testosterone in the male range, she's either dead, right, or she is on her way to dying of a serious medical problem. And this is exactly the issue. People think, oh, you know, well, what if some women have more or have, like, naturally high testosterone? No. The woman with the highest natural testosterone still has less testosterone than the man with the lowest natural testosterone in the world. Like, it's a gulf. There's no overlap at all. And a lot of people just don't know that. They don't. So like, when we, you know, when people talk about, like, the performance difference, the biggest indicator of performance difference is going through male puberty, right? So once somebody goes through male puberty, there is a massive difference in, like, athletic performance, in speed, agility, all of these things. Massive. Overall, men are about 33% stronger than women, and then if you limit it to upper body strength, men are between 14% to 50% stronger than women. Like, there's no comparison whatsoever.
Okay, let me ask something really quickly. Oh, John, you want to respond?
Yeah, appreciate it. I'll be quick. So, you're right. Generally speaking, I don't know what you said. I don't know anything about the topic. But you're right, generally speaking, that, yeah, men have higher testosterone levels than women. It took like 2 seconds to find plenty of examples of women who have higher testosterone levels than some men. So I don't know why you said
Do you treat
they're in the hospital.
Do you treat friends, yes or no?
Can you give us examples, the examples that you found, please, and, like, what the levels were?
Hold on. Before we go any further, David, we're not doing this here, okay? Stay on mute. The we speak French, slurring your words, and doing all this other bullshit. Drink responsibly like a responsible adult, and if you're not going to, don't come off of mute.
Like, I'm not gonna pretend like it's not an extreme situations.
Well,
but
don't pretend. Don't pretend. Like I know French, so like.
Oh my god.
Yeah, he's in the audience. He's in the audience. Drink some water. Drink some water. Go to sleep. Go to sleep face down. Go ahead.
Yeah, so Joel, my point to you is like a woman with testosterone levels at that range, right, is in a disease state. She basically, if she walked into a hospital or she encountered a doctor and they tested her and they found out that her testosterone was at this level, they'd be like, hey, you have a serious problem. We need to treat this problem. If we don't treat this problem, bad things are going to happen to you. So when people make that argument, it's weird because people are acting as if you have normal, healthy women and they're walking around with testosterone in the range of men. No. If you have testosterone in the range of men, something is seriously wrong in your body. You have a serious medical issue.
So are we aware that there are... who's speaking? Who's that? I don't know. Give him the...
That was Cheryl.
No, go ahead.
No, that was Cheryl.
Go ahead.
Yeah.
Okay, I'll be quick. There are some men that can be as low as 100, nanomoles per liter. There are some women who can go up to 150 nanomoles per liter. Men can go up to 1,000, and women generally are below 100. I understand that's a huge difference, but it can happen that some women can go over some men. There's also studies.
You think that it could happen. What I'm saying is that, if it gets to that point, it's disease state. That's my point, right? So my point is that, people are talking about. When people are talking about and they're also talking in terms of competition, right? When they're talking about this stuff, the fact of the matter is that if you look at women as a group, our testosterone levels are much, much lower than men's. And I kind of want to get away from testosterone, and the reason why I want to is because people get so caught up in testosterone and they forget that the real problem is male puberty. That's the real problem. It is basically male puberty. Yeah. So what I mean is that for example, if you go to this website called Boys versus Women, there's a really good chart of this, right? And what that chart is that it basically takes all the women who are the Olympic gold medalists of different sports like running, things like that, and then it charts them against high school boys, right, who participate in these national competitions of track.
Sure, Billy, can I ask you a question? Are you an endocrinologist?
No.
Oh, okay. Have you had any endocrinology training?
No.
Got it. Okay,
yeah.
Go ahead. Proceed.
Yeah, so basically, it plots them against high school boys, participating in national track competitions, and it tracks the age at which the boys start to surpass the Olympic women's performance, and generally it kind of ranges around 15 to 18, and that's the effect of male puberty. And what I mean is the structural changes that boys experience as they go through puberty and turn into men that give them a physical advantage over women, right? That is the real reason why you have all this controversy over men in women's sports. It's because men have denser bones, they have more muscle mass, they have greater lung capacity, they have bigger hearts, their hearts are able to pump more blood, they have narrow pelvises which make them more aerodynamic, they have more fast twitch muscles, things like this compared to women. So when people kind of get stuck in the weeds about who has more testosterone, blah, 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 you're missing the point, really.
Well,
I think it's all probably done. Go ahead, actually I'm done. I'm sorry.
No, go ahead. I want you to be able to respond. Go ahead.
The last thing I'll say is, and I'll look for it after and post it in the chat, but my understanding is a lot of the fastest Olympic female runners have very high testosterone levels. And not to negate anything you said, Sugar Belly, because all of those things are true, but testosterone definitely plays a part. That's all I wanted to say.
I'm not disputing that testosterone plays a part, so we agree completely on that point. We completely agree on that point.
So let me ask you a question. From an endocrinology perspective, do you understand why women who are in menopause actually get testosterone treatments?
Do you mean estrogen replacement treatment?
No, I don't.
So testosterone treatments? Yeah,
right.
Because when they're in menopause.
And what physical and biological function does it support for them to behoove them
Yeah.
to do
So first of all, both men and women have testosterone. It's not it's not an exclusively male.
We know this. Can you maybe answer my question?
Yes, I'm trying to answer your question, but I'm not an endocrinologist, right? So I don't think your question is like relevant to what I'm saying.
No, it is.
I don't.
It's very relevant because a lot of women in the middle of menopause, and I think that I probably have a lot more clinical training than you do. A lot of women in menopause actually get testosterone injections to support higher energy, right?
Okay. So
a higher sex drive, and also to address matters of bone density.
Yeah, so I would like to ask a question, just so
Wait. I have a question to this point. I'm not trying to be disgusting.
Yeah, sure.
I've heard that a lot of women, when they go through menopause slippers, that cootie cat kind of gets dry. Does the testosterone help with the moisture? I'm just curious. I'm just curious.
Yeah, so
Not the cootie cat.
Yeah, sorry. I just want to verify something, just so I'm not assuming, right?
Wait, is your question is testosterone? Does it address?
No.
Yes, it can. It can actually alleviate vaginal dryness. Yes.
Okay, sorry. The thing I want to verify, please. Did anybody in this room hear me claim that I was a doctor or an endocrinologist? Because I'm trying to understand Slippers' line of
No, and I'm not a doctor either. But I do have a lot more advanced biology education and clinical training.
Yeah,
but I'm not a doctor. Right. So I'm going to start from the standpoint of science of being intellectually honest.
Yeah.
So when you say these.
Barreling over me though.
No, I'm not barreling over you.
You kind of are though.
No, I'm just presenting facts that aren't consistent with your usual talking points.
Again, Slippers, it's fine for you to disagree. I don't have a problem with you disagreeing with every single thing I'm saying. But the truth is that you are getting a bit hostile and combative, and I don't know why.
Oh, now I'm being told police. This is crazy.
No, but you are though. I was having a perfectly fine conversation with Jarl, right? But then you first of all came off and you're like, oh, are you an endocrinologist? And then when I said no, it was laugh emojis, and then now you're asking me irrelevant questions.
Well, Sugar Belly, it's very relevant. You speak from a standpoint and authority from a clinical perspective, and I just wanted to give context as to your lack of clinical training. That's it.
So again,
that's it. It's not a gotcha moment. It's not a gotcha moment.
So I would just like to remind everyone in the room, right, that the statement that you speak from a standpoint of a clinical perspective, of authority of a clinical perspective, is a lie. Because at no point did I ever represent myself as a doctor or represent myself as
you gave that perception.
Right?
You definitely have given that perception. And you actually have. Sugar Belly, listen. Sugar Belly, you know what you're doing. You know what you're doing, and Nicholas called it out for what it was. You are very good at gaslighting, right? Because you're not responsible. Because guess what? You're not licensed.
And now you
right? You're not licensed. You are talking from the standpoint of a clinical authority that you do not have.
You just muted me because you're being
aggressive. Yeah, no, I muted you because you won't shut the fuck up.
No, because you were talking over me.
Right, because you won't shut the fuck up. And in case you haven't noticed, I have a green bean and you don't. Right? So when I mute you, that's not an invitation to keep flapping your gums.
This is mod abuse.
No, it's not mod abuse. It's not mod abuse. No, it's not mod abuse. What you're doing,
you're abusing
go ahead, Knife.
Power.
Hold on. I want to respect Slipper's position as a mod, but at the same time, I want to give her an opportunity to respond. So can we find some middle ground? The two of you, please.
Yeah, sure, absolutely. I'm picking up my take now.
Okay, great. So I just want to point out, right, that a couple of things have happened in this conversation. Jarl and I were having a conversation about, these rules they have at the Olympics, about, who can compete, who can't compete, whether it's about testing testosterone levels or so on and so forth, right? That is directly what Jarl and I were talking about. We're also talking about Iman Khalif and the recent Olympic situation, right? I want to make it clear to everybody in this room that Slipper's asking me if I'm an endocrinologist, and then furthermore asking me why menopausal women, who are not even in the group of people, right, who we're discussing in the first place, would take testosterone injections is utterly irrelevant to the point. It's just an attempt to derail. It's basically an appeal to authorities, or a reverse appeal to authority, oh, well, if you're not an endocrinologist, you can't have this conversation. You don't have to be an endocrinologist to understand that men, right, after they go through male puberty, they gain physical advantages that put them much, much higher than women when it comes to athletic performance. Nobody has to be a doctor to understand that. So, and this is exactly what I mean, like people who are either like sympathetic to this trans cause, they kind of engage in a lot of, obfuscating, derailing, trying to just like ask you irrelevant questions or trying to like poke holes because they don't actually have a counterpoint to, to defeat what you said. I was enjoying the conversation with Jarl. I think that Jarl, was engaging very politely. I was being polite to Jarl. But Slippers, you were being really aggressive to me for no reason.
Okay, so I just want to switch the conversation just briefly because what I've noticed, what hasn't been mentioned in this discussion today, are biological males being put in women's prisons. And we've heard stories, and I know somebody's going to say, well, I haven't heard about this. So I'm going to go ahead and give you just at least 2 names, and then I encourage anybody who's interested to go to Google and just type in trans women attacks in women's prisons or some variation of those keywords, and you can find other examples. So I'm curious how folks on the stage and in the room, anybody in the Google wants to come up and share, how do we feel about convicted male criminals being housed in female prisons? There was a controversial case out of California last year that involved a man, a 6-foot-tall, 225 biological male named Tremaine, Tremaine Carroll, who was charged with 2 counts of rape. He had to be pulled from a women's prison for allegedly raping an inmate. There was also a case out in Canada, a trans inmate formerly known as Adam Laboucan, Laboucan, forgive me if I'm pronouncing that wrong, was accused of viciously assaulting a female inmate in Canada. Just recently, there was another story I'm trying to pull up of another trans inmate. I mean, literally just last week I read it. I'm trying to find that story so I can give you that name, who also was accused of viciously attacking a female in the prison. There is an article, the headline from the Daily Mail, 2005, September 3rd, female prisoners fear they could be attacked by high-risk trans inmates. We've even had trans advocacy groups, particularly in the case involving the California transgender Tremaine, who acknowledged there was no evidence that he identified as trans before he was convicted and sentenced to prison. When he was sentenced for his crimes, it was then that he identified as a woman, and they put him in a women's prison. And this trans advocacy group worked overtime to get him, they helped get him out of that prison because he's not trans. When I've had these conversations in spaces similar to this, you know what I've heard from men and women, but especially women? They have said, well, what's the big deal? Because the male guards beat and rape the women anyway. So they don't care. They don't care that the trans women are, again, before somebody comes off the mic and says, well, not all trans women are attacking and raping women. We're not saying all. But the fact that we have 1 case is alarming. The fact that we have 2 cases is alarming. The fact that we can pull up a handful of articles, possibly more, about trans women attacking and raping females in prison is alarming. And anybody who pushes back, they're called a TERF, they're called transphobic, they're put into an other category and made to feel ostracized or their opinion is invalid because you dare want to defend women. So I'm curious what the stage with the mods, folks in the group, feel about trans women being housed in women's prisons.
So I'm going to be very open and honest. I feel like the reason why a lot of this specific issue has not gotten attention is because it's prison, right? Prison isn't made to be comfortable. Should men be housed with women and exposing them to violence? Absolutely not. I'm just simply pointing out why this issue has not gained esteem to the point of having a conversation to solve the problem.
Yeah, I would
If you don't want to get raped, don't go to prison.
There you go.
I also believe that. Yeah, I agree with what Slipper
And that works for men too.
Yeah, I agree with what Slipper said.
Well, calm down.
Also, if you don't want to be in jail and get fucked whether you're a man or a woman, you should just try to live a life where you're not gonna be in prison, like Mother said.
It actually comes down to prison is a rampant issue, right? Regardless of which cell people are in, men raping other men in street and fucking prisons, women abusing other women and playing with the cootie cats. Like, this is a problem in prison everyone knows about, but we just don't care because we consider these people to be subhuman to the rest of us in the general population, so we don't waste time thinking about them or resources.
Wait, I love that you.
Thank you. I just want to say that, like, I find some of the responses to this specific prison issue very strange, right? So it's true, yes. Like,
give other people a second to breathe, because you're about to talk for like 10 minutes.
Sorry, that's quite rude, actually.
TA, did you want to say something?
Thanks, Jill. Yeah, I'll be really quick.
like Sugar Belly.
Hello, I wasn't trying to be rude either. Like.
Okay, for the record, you don't have to answer that question.
The thing with Sugar Belly is, it's like, hey, you know, this honestly with Sugar Belly.
Do you want me to speak to you?
One at a time. One at a time. Go ahead, Jeremy.
I appreciate it. I'm super Canadian, so I'm sorry if I mute up really quick.
And hello, by the way.
Hello, guys. I was going to say this. I think this one's different than the professional sports. I actually think it has to do with like post-op, pre-op, like the equipment, right? Because I agree. Like, listen, horrible things happen to prisoners all the time, hetero, gay, everything. But I think the reason we separate is because of the type of biological equipment that people have, and I think uniquely prisons, it actually should come down to like what you're packing post-op, pre-op.
Let me just ask something. If anybody, for folks on the stage, really quick, if you have a daughter, and she was wayward, and she got herself in trouble and ended up in prison, and her cellmate ended up being a 6 foot, 250 pound man who raped her senselessly and beat her on a daily. So y'all would be okay with that because she committed a crime and ended up in jail. Is that the...
No,
we're not.
Anyone is saying that.
Well,
even if
hold
it was
on.
a stranger, it's horrible and painful. Even if it's a stranger if it was someone I don't like, I would think it's heinous and horrible.
It is, but I also feel like to some degree in the underbelly, this is not a pun at Sugar Belly, but I feel like the underbelly of, you know, the establishment feels like if they're not correcting the issue and women truthfully persevere, it might serve as a deterrent to not engage in criminality and end up in said prison. So, I mean, in my personal opinion, I feel like from the standpoint of, and I know you guys are going to jump on me, okay, but every once in a while, I jump out with my radical conservative ideas. Maybe prisons should be, you know, maybe they should be mixed sex. You know, maybe they should, you know, put men in with women. Maybe that would be a deterrent for people to not engage in criminality. I'm sorry. And especially once you commit certain crimes, I'm not really necessarily worried about how comfortable you are in prison.
Sorry.
So yeah, co-ed prisons might be a deterrent.
Hold on. Okay. This is what we're gonna do. Hold on. This is what we're gonna do. TA was speaking. We're gonna go TA. At Sugar Belly, we're gonna give you a minute to respond. BB might want to respond, and welcome Marshall to the stage. So go ahead, TA. Sugar Belly.
Yeah.
Thanks, Nate. Really quick.
Yeah, it was. I'd actually rather record Crazy Adams and Stupid Nine.
The deterrent for crime shouldn't be rape, it should be rehabilitation. It's the idea that we want to bring these people back in, right? Only unless they are never going to re-enter society. In which case, again, don't torture them, just keep them locked up. I don't think torture should ever be a part of rehabilitation or...
Well, let me just be very clear. Hold on, Marshall. Hold on.
Ooh.
I do not condone sexual assault
Hit the ball.
in any way, shape, or form. Okay? So I just want to be very, very, very clear. And I know that you didn't imply that I did, but I want to be very clear in what I said. I said what I said. Okay? Maybe if they had co-ed prisons, that would wake up a light in people's head to not engage in criminality. That is what I said.
So you're saying rape is a good deterrent so that people don't...
Y'all going right back to the bullshit. Let me be loud and motherfucking clear. I said that perhaps having co-ed prisons could be a deterrent to prevent people from criminality. Nobody ever talked about assault. Nobody ever talked about any of that other bullshit. Y'all are being hyperbolic and adding more shit to what the fuck I said.
You're saying that you don't regard
William, you're going down to the audience. I didn't say that. You're hearing voices.
Okay, I think we're gonna
wait a minute. Wait. Sugar Belly's gonna go. Marley, I got you. We're gonna go Sugar Belly. BB, if you want to go, then Marshall.
Yeah,
and then
I would like to hear Sugar Belly.
Hey, bring Brother William back up, y'all.
William can come back up. But
He's not well. He's hearing voices.
But also,
Okay,
what's the
so
conversation?
I just want to say three main things. What is it? The first thing I wanted to say, I think it was to what. It was about like the responses, right, about the prison issue, and I feel like a lot of the responses are a bit strange because, okay, we can acknowledge the fact that there's already a rape problem in prison, whether it's guards raping prisoners, whether it's like other prisoners raping prisons and so on and so forth. There's a pre-established rape problem in prison, which is terrible, and that needs to be fixed. But then the whole trans prison argument is an argument about introducing a policy, right, or making a change that facilitates additional rape in prison. So more rape on top of the pre-existing rape. And it's always very strange, like when people kind of dismiss the challenges to that idea by citing pre-existing rape. Like, these two things are a problem. You don't have to kind of pit them against each other. Even just because we haven't solved the existing rape problem does not mean that we should then allow policies that would then allow additional rapes to happen. That just doesn't make any sense. The second thing I wanted to say, I think it was to like what T.A. said, when he said that, like, it's because of like the equipment, like the difference in genitals. I would partially agree that is like partially the reason for, separating, but I would also say that it's not just limited to the difference in genitals. It is also difference in strength and, most importantly, difference in behavior. So men worldwide, regardless of country, there are no exceptions, as a group are about 800% to 1,000% more criminal than women, no matter the country, no matter the culture, no matter the time period, no matter the, nothing. This is very, very consistent around the world. So if you imprison men and women together, the people who are most likely to victimize the other group of people are the males. Okay, the men or the male prisoners are going to consistently be the majority of people who are victimizing other people, and they're going to be the minority of people who are being victimized by the female prisoners in return. And that is the primary reason why imprisoning males and females together is an internationally recognized human rights violation, because it consistently results in rape, right? And so this is to say that, like, the statement of, like, oh, maybe this would be a deterrent to people going to prison, that is a pro-rape statement. I'm sorry. I don't care how you feel about it. That is a pro-rape statement.
Thank you, Sugar Belly. BB, did you want to go?
No, because unlike Sugar Belly, I have to actually take this in and think about what she said for a minute and trying to make sense of what she said, because I don't even think she knows if she makes sense or if she doesn't make sense. And this has always been my thing with Sugar Belly, and I don't understand.
Damn,
what
y'all got
you
beeping smoke. Hold on. Y'all got beeping smoke detectors in the UK? Like, this is crazy.
Like, I don't understand. Who are you?
But I've got people coming in and fixing it. I bought the battery, but I can't do it myself. So
who
I've
are
got
you
people coming in tomorrow to do it. No, Sugar Belly, I would love to.
Do you have a point, or did you climb the stage to talk about me?
Digest what
hey, BB, if you fly me out, I will definitely wear a banana hammock as I'm changing those batteries.
Okay, let's not. I don't want to derail the conversation by attacking Sugar Belly. If you want,
what is the conversation here?
BB, well, I had asked about prisons. How do we feel about men being housed in female prisons? And so, if you want to respond to her comments, that's fine. Okay, go ahead. Wait, let her respond uninterrupted, please.
So BB doesn't know the topic, but just came here to talk about me. But you don't know the topic.
She brought her ass up and didn't even know the conversation. Everybody else is waiting to talk.
This is obsession.
And you get off the mic and then ask people what is the
Because whenever
conversation.
Sugar Belly is in a room,
damn
I have to
weirdo.
think
An
about
obsessed
why.
weirdo.
Girl, leave that girl alone.
You're
I don't want
because
her.
I'm not
Leave that girl alone.
You're a
So weird
stalker.
ass. Stop pausing that damn girl.
Hold on. One mic. Go ahead, Mike. Hold on, nosy. Come on, sis. Like, come on.
So what do we think about men
Okay,
in female prisons? But the thing is, it's like, it's not that simple, because first you have to go back and you have to determine what is transism. What is a man thinking that they're women? It's very rarely it's the other way around when it goes wrong. So I think like thinking about prison systems, that's when it's out of control. That's the worst case scenario, and that's actually when it actually proves to you that whatever it is not working. So I think we need to go back and we have to think, so how are we going to treat this problem? Are we going to treat it as a mental issue? Because majority don't have this issue. Majority of men don't think they're women. Majority of men don't think that women, they are very quite proud of being men. They know their genitals, they know how biology works, they know how science works, they have a level of honesty. And so for us to take this all the way down to the whole prison system, it's like, who the fuck even like got us this far that we had to go all the way down there to like sort of like
it's just a conversation,
baby. Problem. I think we need to nip it at the bud. So okay, I give you an example, right? I live in Britain. I have another minute or two, and I can speak. So
what you mean you got another minute or two? No, you don't. What's going on?
Baby, you up until 2, 3 o'clock in the morning up on this app on the weekend. Stop it.
What's happening?
So
did you just tell us what she has? What's going on? Somebody mute this lady now.
Can I speak or no?
No.
The answer is no. You've had enough time. BB, I love you. But I just want to clarify something now. What was the present question? I'm a little confused.
Well, what I noted was, I said, and in the conversation, and wait, let me do a quick room reset while I
answer. Okay. And while you're doing the room reset, Curtis, I sent you a message in your back channel. I just want to publicly say I apologize. But yeah, check your back channel. Thank you. Go ahead, Mama.
So just for those who just came into the room and you're probably like, why did we open this room? So JB stepped away, so he'll be back. JB opened the room because we were talking about, we were inspired by the reports that came out in the last, day or two, that the Charlie Kirk killer lived with his transgender lover or partner. The media's framing it as partner. So that was the kind of catalyst, the motivation for opening up the room to talk about the killer and apparently his trans partner / roommate is working with the FBI. Okay, and JB posed the question, is trans a mental illness or a sin? So that was the conversation that we were having, and it's been a very positive, healthy, it's not been an attack on trans community. And so as the conversation, we're now here in hour two of this conversation, and I said what's interesting, what's missing from this conversation, or not missing, what we haven't touched on, because we've talked about testosterone levels, indirectly, what is a woman, what is a man, who's stronger, who belongs in sports, and are men allowed in sports? And I said, well, curiously enough, how do we feel about trans women being housed in women's prisons? And I cited 2 or 3 examples of some controversial cases that have made headlines.
And you can throw me under the bus in saying that I advocated for co-ed prisons as a deterrent. So yes, let's throw that in there. Throw Adams all the way under the bus. I'm totally good. I got tire marks on my neck.
And it's all good. Everybody's opinion is welcome. And I cited 2 or 3 examples that have made headlines over the past couple of years about trans women who sexually assaulted and violently beat women in prisons. And I want to make clear for anybody who's new to the room, I and nobody else on the stage are suggesting that trans women overall who are being housed in women's prisons are violent towards women. I was just citing examples that have made headlines, engaging the room. How do we feel? If some of us feel that men can be in the sports and the spas and the bathrooms and et cetera, how do we feel about men being housed in the prisons? So just adding to the conversation, and so now here we are, and that's the room reset. And so yeah, just to make it clear, this is not an anti-trans conversation. This is not an attack on the trans community. It all started as it relates to Charlie Kirk's murderer's partner, trans partner, reportedly working with the FBI. Okay, and then it kind of went into, do we think transgenderism is a sin or a mental illness? We had a lot of great responses to that earlier. If y'all didn't miss it, nobody attacked trans, so I just want to make that clear. And so we have a queue going. I said Marshall's next. Marley wants to speak. I know William is here, and I see David. So Marshall, would you like to go?
That was a wonderful room reset. Thank you.
Thank you, First Lady.
Can we wish Trillion a happy Clubhouse anniversary?
Marshall, are you there? Did you want to go? If not, we'll go to Marley.
Yeah, I want to hear from. I think Marshall's busy. Go ahead, Marley.
Hello, everybody.
Hello,
Ladies
gorgeous.
and gentlemen. Hello, gentlemen who used to be or wish you were women, and hello, women who used to be or wish you were gentlemen. In case y'all don't know, you might not know who I am, so I'm just going to start out real quick with I am a lesbian, because I don't want to hear, she don't like trans people. I munch carpets, not just on the weekend, okay?
Are you really? I did not know
yes,
that.
Yes, I am.
I did not know that.
I'm a 1,000% carpet muncher. I was married to a dyke who turned into a trans man. See how I have so much to say about this conversation? Trans people are mentally ill. Now hold on. Because this is not me being scorned from my marriage. Because after I left that crazy transformer, I was still very pro-trans. But these hippity-hoppity frog-faced ass men who are putting on glittery eyeshadow and skirts these days are crazy. They're insane. And they're after your children. And I don't care who don't like it. These new, the trans girls, the old trans dolls, 45 and up, they don't seem to give a damn. They seem to just go and put on their girdles. They put that concrete in their face and hips, and they leave people alone. But these little young ones, these little new little funny boys, this is mental illness. And I blame the Democratic Party. And let me just say this too. And then I'm going to shut up. Putting men and women in prisons together is only going to stop women from committing crime because they don't want to be raped. Men will go out and steal Sprites and wait for the cops to come and get them so they can go to prison and have access to women that they want to rape. That's not going to solve the problem. Men want to be able to rape, recklessly, so they'll just go to prison more. Men do not belong in prisons with women. I don't give a damn how good their wig is. I don't care how good their breast implants are. If you were born with a penis, you go over there with the penis holders. Period. Nobody cares. You go in the bathroom with them. You go into prison with them because you are a danger to us. We've had trans women all over TikTok saying that they're going to slap women if we look at them wrong in the bathroom. And I was just talking about this last night, and Nye, you were there. That crazy one, Lily something, that crazy trans woman with the glasses and the red hair.
Lily T.
Yes, saying that a 3-year-old little girl made him feel uncomfortable in the bathroom because she was looking at me. You know how the liberals start melting down. You're literally committing violence by looking at me and calling me he. That little girl was probably trying to figure out why he looks like her father and he's in her bathroom. A 3-year-old is not committing violence against you. They want to silence everybody. They want to force everybody to confirm their delusional thinking. They want women who are mothers to say that they are chest feeders. Because when you say breastfeeding, you hurt my big 6'12", large-handed, large-footed, want to be a woman feelings. You hurt me.
Did you say 6'12"?
Yes, she did.
They're 6'12".
Wouldn't that be 7 foot?
And then I know it's 7 feet. Okay, I'm not done. And then this is my last point. Then they want to go and tell women that we can't talk about our periods because they don't have periods. You know, there are women like me. Our period almost killed us. I almost died from my period. And we can have conversations with women about fibroids and PCOS, and all of the issues that we go through because we have a uterus, because it makes them uncomfortable. So now we have to be silenced in that way. It's weird. I say put all them motherfuckers in mental institutions. Thank you.
Thank you, Marley. JB's back. Welcome, JB. JB, the last person I have in the queue here. Oh, David is not even here anymore. So, yeah, JB, back to you.
I came back in and I have to say, hey Marley, please, you don't have to hold your feelings back. Just always say what you feel. Please, you're welcome in my space.
You know, I'm just so tired, JB, because, you know, seriously, and, you know, I know people don't take me serious sometimes because they think that things that I say is funny. But no, I really almost died a year ago. Oh, I documented all of this. I had to have surgery because I have 9 tumors growing on my damn uterus. I had to get a blood transfusion. I was literally bleeding to death. I had a period for 4 months straight. And you want to shut down conversations that women are having about serious issues that you will never experience. Ever. I don't care how much goddamn silicone you put in your chest, sir. You will never understand that. They are online telling people, these are the transformers. I know what women feel like now with their cramps because I started my testosterone and I'm having cramps. Nigga, you got fucking gas. You have gas. That's gas trapped in your gut. That's not period cramps. You don't have a period. You don't have a uterus. You don't have a vagina. That piece of balagna meat that they scraped off your thigh and rolled it up to make a clit, that's not a vagina. Okay? Stop. They're mentally ill. I mean, like, it's gone way too far. We gotta pull this shit back. And I'm gonna say it one last time. They're after your children. And I don't care who don't like it. It's not normal to give these little girls zipper tits and tell these little boys that they should whack their little pee-pees in half and invert it to make a pretend vaginal tunnel.
Hey, just let me just say this. Marley, please cash in your pink ticket. I love you. Get TA.
A quick question about quick question about the prison question, right? And I know a lot of it goes back to kind of violence and assaults that happen. But if you had your kind of ideal prison system where it was about rehabilitation and you didn't have to subject prisoners to rape and violence, would you be okay with a post-op trans person being rehabilitated in a women's or man's prison based on their post-op gender?
I don't give a damn about post-op, pre-op, un-op, none of that. If you were born with the weed whacker, you go with the people who have weed whackers.
No, they deserve their own category.
Wait, somebody in the chat is asking to come up. Who? Oh, never mind. That's Slippers telling P to come up. Sorry.
No. So I'm now Dr. Slippers. PB, I would appreciate a real doctor if you would actually come up. Paging Dr. PB.
No, we don't want PB up here. She's gonna bring common sense.
No, that's exactly why we want PB up here. But Anne's coming up.
Here comes Anne Hero. What's up, Anne Hero?
Please don't do that to the room.
Well, listen. First off, I love PB. Second off, everybody, do me a favor. Wish Anne a happy clubhouse birthday and a real life birthday. Happy birthday!
Happy birthday!
Birthday square.
I need it.
I don't know where the conversation's at, but I'll just listen to it for a few minutes.
Oh, I thought Anne was going to speak. Go ahead.
I may or may not sing Anne happy birthday.
I think Slippers.
Let's get back to the conversation and what do you have to say?
Phoebe, you got the floor. I can't wait for you to speak.
Yeah, BB, you got the floor.
Oh, BB or PP?
BB.
Oh, well, I am a Persian. So inherently, no matter where the fuck I would I would be living in the world, by default, I am a conservative person. It's like, it's in my default, it's in my DNA system. A man is a man, a woman is a woman. And by the way, within our culture, we've had the transgender, trans, whatever it is, we've had this far before you guys did. It, for some reason, like Thailand and Iran, we have the biggest community of this. And when I was like 17, 18, I came across these like transgender people, Persian. But I could understand what it was about because it was genuine. They knew who they were. They were not men, they were not women. There was something in between, and you would, as even like as a teenager, you hang out with them. You can understand that it is something what it is, but they're not women, they're not men. And the most, it's my phylum. They know who they are, and they don't try and change your reality, and you try and understand their reality. So in that context, it works. But whatever is happening, but then again, it's the left, right? If they're not picking up the fucking misery of, the train drivers within the unions, it's like the minorities, it's the blacks, it's the Jews. It's always like they're always like going for something they can use against something else. And this is my problem with the left, and I don't understand it. And I feel, for me, it's like...
Respectfully, you should be more worried about you changing the battery in your fire alarm.
Yeah, I know. No, they're coming to do it tomorrow because,
She gonna burn up in that business.
So, no, what I do want to say is like we do live in a world where I do understand. It's like, I'm a little bit older, so I used to ride my bicycle. We didn't have fucking phones and iPads and whatever. We would hang out in different ways. I understand.
Okay, now back to your regularly scheduled program, guys. Back to you.
So we agree it's mental illness.
She actually didn't sound drunk. She didn't even sound drunk this time. You should let her speak.
Listen.
She was actually making sense. I appreciate it.
I have no idea what she was saying.
You're the only one that...
Wait, hold on. That is definitely the most sober I've ever heard of. But if you guys want to back up, bring her back up. I'm going to listen for a few minutes.
Yeah, she's a work in progress. She's a work in progress. But let's move on. Anne, exactly. How are you doing, Anne?
I mean, I have to give credit when credit's due, and this is the most sober that BB has been on this app, so, we should give her some flowers. And that is wild coming from me, considering I have her blocked. But, I was enjoying it.
That's insane.
The thing is, Iran is actually one of the only Muslim nations in the world that pays for sex reassignment surgeries. So, for a long time, the Iranian government, that the super.
Is that true? I just thought you were trolling it.
No. That's legit. That's not a joke. That's actually true. Yeah.
So let me ask you guys a question. If I could ping a transgender person that I actually know in my real life into this room, are you guys capable of giving that person grace enough to actually have a realistic conversation? I'm not talking.
Adams, I can, as long as it's not Brent.
No, stop. Stop. Stop.
I'm gonna be honest with you. I wouldn't want that person to get hurt. I wouldn't chance it, because some people just don't know how to behave. And even if they're not trying to be rude, sometimes they might say something that still could be rude. But it's up to you.
I apologize. I told you I'm a work in progress.
This particular person was my neighbor for 3 years, about a year and a half ago, and they're actually a licensed doctor, which is very something to be said about that.
You're gonna bring Sarah in?
No, I'm not gonna bring Sarah in.
Why do you keep calling the
And Sarah is also not a licensed doctor.
It's up to you. I would just, I'll try to protect the person as much as possible. I'll put them under my witness protection program, but I don't know how much of that I can do,
I don't know why, after 5 years on this app, that I feel even so bad every time Lady Chi chastises me. Nobody else, I don't give a fuck what anybody else is. When she yells at me, or hits me over the nose with a newspaper, I'm like, damn, I feel like shit.
She is unique on this app, bar none. End of statement.
I mean, I'm not gonna lie, Lady G and I, like, it got a little tense, you know, during the election, but I think that through maturity and a mutual understanding as to where we're kind of both at, like, I feel like that went a long way. So, Lady G, I just want to...
Wait, who got the maturity, you or her?
Both of us. Yeah, both of us. I'm not the same person that I was 5 years ago. You know what I mean? Life experience and education definitely has kind of changed my opinions on a lot of things.
You're not the same person you were 3 weeks ago, and I like the change. I definitely see a change in you, and I definitely like it.
And let me just say this, Dr. Slippers. I love that name. It tickles me. I'm sorry, wait a minute. All right. I'll just say that even during the election, for me, I never felt like I got upset with you. You may have gotten upset with me, but I never got upset with you because I felt like we had built community relationship before then, and I understood you. I understand what you stand for, what you stand on, and I respect that. That doesn't mean I have to agree with it. And a lot of times in these conversations, people get mad at me like, well, you siding with them. No, I'm not. I just respect the person's opinions and their choices. That doesn't mean I agree with them. Just simply means I respect them as they being who they are. And that's it. And being able to do that doesn't make me it just allows me to not judge people accordingly. So I appreciate that. I appreciate, the relationship that I have built with you over the years. So yeah. Love you. You're still like a little brother. Even though I'm like the grandmother, I'm 87 years old.
What are you talking about? You're 10 years younger than me. Like, hello?
Excuse me, sir. I am 87. Thank you.
I thought you was 86. You had a birthday for you, baby?
I have been 87 since I've been saying I've been 87. I have never said 86.
Okay, I misheard. Okay. Hey, you aged like fine wine. Good job.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
But I mean, it's kind of one of those things, and I greatly appreciate that, and I respect you in so many different ways that I can't even express. But, and it's not a butt towards you. I want to draw back to my initial point that are we the same people that we were when we joined this app 5 years ago?
I don't think so.
So let's wake it up. I mean, what type of positive changes have we experienced? What type of negative changes? What type of issues that are discussed on this app that are no longer congruent with a sense of importance?
That's good right there.
Another question. I want to answer and say I stopped telling women to have self-esteem and stop spreading their legs because they love to fuck losers and bums. So I just left them alone and let them keep doing it.
Great.
The only positive thing that happened with me was like my dick got big.
Well, that's good. How'd you grow it?
Well, that's a good accomplishment.
I knew you wasn't gonna last long when you said that. They put him out.
I mean, I don't want to know his secret because, again, if my dick was any bigger, I couldn't imagine that it would be pleasurable.
Oh my goodness! Would you guys literally? Would you guys say that you've engaged more with people who have different opinions than you on this app? I think that's probably the thing I do the most on this app is actually engage with people who have completely different lives and opinions.
100%. And I would also say I live in a very homogenous area now. I used to not, but a lot, my now
how life is, and I don't get these kind of conversations. So yes, you're right, totally, and I love that. I also think I've become a better listener. I'm better at active listening and like slowly explaining my points, I guess, instead of rapid fire. I don't know. I think I've gotten better at just listening and also tempering my thoughts and statements a little.
Well, let me announce this new poll. Clubhouse has had a positive influence, negative influence, neither. Well, I'm obsessed. Everybody please vote. And I want to shout out PB, who just adopted 2 orphans from Uganda. PB, if you want to put the link to your GoFundMe to help support those young people, by all means, put it in the chat.
Are you serious?
Yeah, that's PB.
Beautiful.
Oh my God, that's just amazing. PB, I did not know that you were going through that journey, and I'd like to talk to you about it a little bit, but that's amazing.
He's joking.
No, I'm not joking.
No, I mean JP is fucking joking.
Oh, is he really?
I'm pretty sure he's joking. He says it every time.
Oh, that's bad. We trying to, you know what, JB? You're going to get a phone call.
JB is part of the problem.
You
No, I'm
see
kidding, I'm kidding.
He's trolling.
We wanted the Ugandan kids to have shoes.
Damn, what if she was adopting 2 little white babies? Would you have the same celebratory?
So let me tell you what Clubhouse has been positive for me.
You met me.
I met you. I met a lot of wonderful people on this app. Good, bad, and indifferent. I still see it as an opportunity of being able to add to my knowledge. You know, whether it was, a negative conversation, for me it was a positive because I got to understand somebody else's thought process. And to be able to handle that next conversation or that next situation that might prepare me for something else. So I just try to look at any and everything as a learning opportunity or a growing opportunity. Either way, I feel like I'm just adding to it. I do see how it can be negative sometimes if you allow it. And when I do start
She's
feeling
a real educator, ladies and gentlemen.
And recharge myself, recharge my thoughts.
Hey, Chi, my love. Did you see what this guy who's on stage now, The Wire, he wrote in the chat, First Lady C, listening to you is a mental masturbation.
Why? Why would you say that?
Why would you say that, The Wire? Iron Man?
I just meant, like, she's intellectual and she sounds intelligent. That's what I said.
That didn't sound like a bad thing to me.
Thank you, Mr. Wire. I appreciate that.
Yeah.
See, and that's another thing. I've learned something very important on this app, and I've exercised it. I exercise it more and more, is not to assume. Because I could have assumed that meant something else and then responded to what I think it means. But instead, I was just like, oh, wait a minute. Why'd you say that? I asked the question. I asked for clarity before I responded.
I call Cap. He knew exactly what he was saying. He didn't mean it in a positive manner. But if you want to go with that because you are a positive person, be my guest.
I really don't think he meant anything bad about that. I've heard men say that to me on I'm a phone sex operator, so I've had men say that before, and it wasn't an insult. But I don't know. Maybe he meant it that way. I don't know. That's not a term that he just made up.
I meant it in a good way. I'm sorry if I offended you.
Yeah, it's not a made-up term that he just made up. I've heard that before.
Yeah.
Masturbation is not necessarily a bad thing, you know?
It's not. Men actually enjoy it a whole lot.
And women don't?
I'm sure women do, but I don't have women callers. Men call me. And they enjoy it.
Well, is masturbation only used in terms of sexual like isn't there another way to use that word that's not just sexual?
Okay, okay. If you see it that way, I don't think men do, but okay.
No, I'm just asking.
Tell us how, Holly.
Oh, maybe I'm wrong. Maybe that's the only way. I just thought for a minute.
We don't go to the masseuse for muscle masturbation. We go for massages. But let me ask you guys this: it's like I think that like one of the things I love is that every single person on Clubhouse is an expert in something that you're not. Like my favorite question on Clubhouse, like, what are you an expert in? And if it's like frying chicken, I could ask you a billion questions about how you're an expert in frying chicken. You know, whatever it is. Like I think that's the coolest thing is you get to learn things from experts. Like everyone's an expert.
Wow. By the way, I'm an expert at frying chicken. Just so you know.
Any questions for you?
Wings or thighs? Or legs?
Or
breasts?
Anybody frying no breast.
Here's the real question: Do you wash your greens in the bathtub?
If I got enough, yeah, I might.
Do you cleanse the chicken with soap?
Hell no, that's retarded. you know better than that. Only weird people do that.
I just bring the chicken off.
I've seen people literally put detergent on their chicken. Okay.
Seriously, somebody put Dawn on their chicken?
Yes.
I have people put drops of bleach. I have people use bleach in there. Like, I literally a drop of bleach. Like, y'all going too far.
No, they told us to do that on CNN during the pandemic. I watched the Democrats on CNN tell people to watch. I saw that. I saw it.
I ain't never seen nothing like that.
Wait a second. Did they also tell you to shoot yourself with bleach like Trump did?
Trump can do no
Put a black light up your butt.
At this point, Trump can do no wrong in my eyes. If he say take the bleach, listen, y'all might want to consider the bleach.
Marshall, I just wanted to tell you, rinsing off your chicken thighs or whatever, raw chicken, is actually higher likelihood to contaminate your countertops than opposed to the chance of you actually getting harmed by cooking chicken that you have not rinsed off.
Still gonna rinse that shit off.
That's like my
ritual.
Listen to an expert. You need to look at what the experts tell you, because that is not the recommended strategy. You want to anything you cook, it's gonna kill any bad bacteria anyway.
It's not that. I have a ritual. The ritual is part of the ritual is I wash my chicken in the sink. Like but I like.
You're risking contamination. That is not recommended. Even the
contamination from what? Fluoride?
That's because it hurts you to begin with. What are you talking about?
Let me just say this really quick. Historically, black folks, since we got hold of a damn raw chicken, have been washing chicken, and no one's gotten sick from washing a damn chicken.
Thank you.
So I don't know where y'all get this that we can't wash the chicken because everybody's going to be contaminated. Like, y'all need to stop with this now.
That's Caucasian.
I have a question.
Like, what's more problematic? Is it white people's lack of chicken or their legs? Like,
Why do you want to wash their legs?
No, I know for a fact white people don't wash their legs because I dated a white woman and that woman did. I was done. They say the shampoo runs down from the hair and down the legs, and that's how their legs get washed. I swear. When she told me that, and then I saw white people saying that on Instagram, and they said that only poor people use washcloths. But they wonder why we look so young.
Same level of respect, even though that man was flawed. Do you see what I'm saying here?
So, let me ask you a question, KP, because again, I did not see the totality of the interview that you're speaking of, or the back and forth that you're discussing. So let me ask you this, that maybe you have. Was that the only point that he made? Was there a broader point being made about it? Was it his cheated on his wife and he's the worst person that ever existed?
Even if the great Dr. MLK Jr. cheated on his wife, I'm not excusing that behavior.
Sure.
Hold on. I'm not excusing that.
But for me to call him, for him to call that man awful and not worthy of respect, yet is Thomas Jefferson, a man who had done more evil things to humanity when it comes to owning slaves. That's one of the worst things you can do in society, own a slave and rape a woman.
But
right?
KB, did he say that?
Let me finish, bro. Let me finish. Charlie Kirk would have not called Thomas Jefferson an awful man. He wouldn't have said that other stuff about Thomas Jefferson. Yet, this man owned slaves and also raped a woman. Do you see the hypocrisy there?
Well, those women would have probably.
I'm gonna be honest with you. I don't, KP. I'm gonna tell you why. Because again, because listen, I'm working with limited information here because I don't know the full context. I'm just listening to what you're espousing, saying that he came back. Because I'm for example,
everything he said was a verifiable fact.
Wait, no. I'm talking about brother. I'm talking about context here. Okay, I'm not saying what he's saying is incorrect. There's context.
Context. What more context do you need that one?
Okay, I was like,
hold on. What more context do you need than one of the president's founding fathers, right, had sex with a 12-year-old slave?
I don't need context for that.
And then
You know what? Can I tell you what I gathered from that?
Well, before you do that, please allow me to ask my question to KP. The question that I'm asking is, was it Charlie Kirk that just decided to say, whatever conversation they were having that was completely irrelevant to it, he brought up MLK and said MLK was a terrible human being? Or was there someone talking about MLK saying MLK XYZ, and he said, well,
Tom is like, I
think he's a horrible human being.
Wait, Tom, I know what you're trying to say, bro. Like, I know what you're saying.
Hold on, Tony, real quick. I'm right here. I'm not going to be long-winded. So, to KP's point about Thomas Jefferson, they said that Charlie Kirk is almost Charlie.
I'm still in that river now.
He's still in the other room,
Well,
yeah.
you said George Washington was what it was. But anyways, one of our founding fathers, Thomas Jefferson, raped a woman.
Get a burner account. Look for Jay Bresta. His name is CH Clippers, Clubhouse Clippers.
Sure,
That's the name of his account, and then if you do that, you can find his house, community and conversation.
That doesn't mean that
or just type in trans, and then you can find it. Active room.
Okay. I was gonna say something after. Like, bro, what's the point? Because
I'll tell you what the point is.
My thing is, all right, you want to go, you go.
Okay, let me go for a second. Okay, the way I see it, and I'm a person.
Damn, what was that about? That was crazy. That was crazy, bro.
I don't remove people. I'm not like others, right? But my thing is, he did say it.
What the problem is? You are an adult.
Thomas, I don't see the point in trying to find grace in what he said. I saw what he said in context. And what he said in context, I think that black people have a right to feel a type of way about it. But I just like to get to the honesty of the human condition and what we're dealing with here. There's a lot of people who feel like this is karma. This karma because of his rhetoric. And there's a lot of people who are apathetic at best because of his race and his political disposition. To be honest, a lot of people don't care. And someone in the room said that they're happy that his children are probably lucky because now they don't have to grow up learning how to be a racist. So my thing is, why can't we just be honest? If we're going to be on fuck white people, let's be on it. If we're going to be on Malcolm X time, let's be on that time. Can we stop trying to act all PC and be politically correct? We're on Malcolm X.
What are you talking about?
Actually, no, he's right. He's saying stop pretending like y'all don't like his points and y'all just really racist, to be honest.
No, I'm saying that's fine. Let's do to white people what we think they're doing to us. And I'm saying, why can't we just be honest about it?
I agree with you. He's right.
Hey, real quick, KB. I just want to make a statement. Y'all might find it controversial or whatever. That's fine, but it's completely factual. There is no such thing in reality as white people or black people. It doesn't exist. It's false. It's completely made up. It's just how we characterize each other based on the amount of melanin in our skin. It doesn't exist.
Yeah, you're right.
You might have missed everybody. Can we all agree?
Thank you for that. Thank you for that.
All right, thank you. So with that in mind, continue.
Yeah, I mean, listen, KP, assuming that everything you're saying, your logic does check out. If Charlie Kirk actually said that, right? If Charlie Kirk actually said that MLK's, I don't know what he said. I'm not going to pretend like I do.
I read the quote. He actually said it.
Hold on. I'm not going to pretend like I know. Yeah, I'm not going to pretend like I know exactly what he said. But if he actually did say that MLK Jr.'s, he enjoyed multiple women or whatever the case may be, and therefore his entire legacy and everything that he stands for should be removed and all of the praise. If he actually said that, then your logic checks out. I don't know what he said. I don't know what he said about MLK Jr. I didn't hear. So, I guess the question that I have is what did he actually say? I know, he mentioned that he did some things that he didn't agree with, but did he actually say that his entire legacy should be destroyed?
Right now, so you can.
Yeah,
It's not about what he said.
But if he actually,
I can read that. Hold on, you say you post an article or the video? Is this an article?
I don't believe it.
Yeah, if he actually said that, then I definitely don't agree with that part of Charlie Kirk and what he said.
I'll post this right here, right? Beautiful, it's right here. So let's click on the link. Let's go to the link, and then KP, you can also.
Also, can I ask you a question, Chase? Because I feel like you're a smart man, and you white and I'm black. I just want to ask you this: do you think it's divisive for people of your race to advocate the Great Replacement theory?
Yeah, that sounds bad. But
I gotta be real, bro. I don't even know what that means.
Okay, all right. Let me tell you what it is. So it's basically it's a white nationalist trope, which pretty much says that that white people are dying out, and that there's an active genocide against them. There's some entity out there that's stopping them from reproducing, stopping them from multiplying. That if to protect the great white race, white people should only have sex with other white people, and to preserve and continue the white race.
And your question is,
and real quick, just to add this little caveat to what he just said, we all unanimously just agree there is.
Hold on, bro. Let's build real quick.
So your question was do you think it's okay to advocate for that?
Bro, that's not the replacement theory, bro. The replacement theory is that.
I'm paraphrasing, bro. But
that's not even. But you're off.
Okay,
the replacement theory is that they're not having children. They're getting a lot of abortions, and for a long time, mass migration has been a problem. And these other demographics from South America are going to basically move in mass and outpopulate them and eventually become the dominant population. And American civilization is going to collapse because there is no American civilization.
That's what I said in the story, bro.
No, but you said that they're advocating for only that they're saying, hey, we need to only have sex with white people.
But that's part of it, though. That's
I've never heard that being a part of it. It's mainly about.
No. They were saying that when white men and white women need to procreate more and have more babies, and anybody who does not have kids, if you're a white woman and you have kids with a black man or any other race, and vice versa, you are a race traitor. That is part of Great Replacement theory.
No, I think that there are crazy people of all races. I think there are plenty of black people who call other black people who date other races divestors or whatever. I think that there are white people who get pissed. There definitely are white people who get pissed when white women go date black men or whatever the case, or Latino, whatever. I don't really care. Me personally, if that's what they want.
Salons, even when I was living in LA for 20 years, and to Adam's point, I had to go all the way to the hood to get black hair products. I was living in Hollywood, North Hollywood. The Asians own the hair salons there too. But even in the certain areas of LA, right? If you didn't have a large black population, you didn't have black products in the stores. You had to go all the way down to the hood to get some black products. And guess who owns the stores when you go in there? Koreans or Asians. Every salon in my neighborhood is owned by a Korean. The workers are black. And we know, if you listen to black women in hair care, you know, on TikTok, for instance, for those who don't, have a direct connection to the culture or the community, go listen to some black female entrepreneurs who are trying to break into the business, who are trying to open up black-owned salons in the community, and the roadblocking and the stone walls and the pushback they get
any
from
type,
Koreans and Asians will not give them products, will not introduce them to sellers, will overprice them, right? They can't keep products on the shelf because they can't restock because they are phased out. They aren't even allowed in. Imagine that. Imagine being a black woman trying to open a black salon with black hair care, and you've got to go to the people who have cornered the market, the Asians, because listen, our people aren't making the products. It's like we can't go to black manufacturers of the conditioners and the shampoos and the oils that we need. Now, I'm not suggesting they're not out there, but it's not enough of us to keep us in business, to keep us, that we can go to and buy from. We have to go to the outsiders, and the outsiders won't let us in. So that's what we mean by the Asians control this market.
I was talking about the manufacturing process. And I used to work in a clinical testing laboratory where we tested for safety and efficacy, and the Asian manufacturers had really sophisticated, really safe, really good products, and the products they sell for skincare are some of the most expensive on the market. So I'm not talking about at the retail level, I'm talking about the manufacturing level.
So why are we not talking about the... Oh, sorry, Jay.
It's okay. No, I'll go right to the segment. I was just going to make a suggestion tonight. So unfortunately today, Miss Nye decided to take the day off, and we didn't get to hear her room and her gossip and all that other stuff. So, Adams, after you're done, if Nye's up to it, let's talk some Hollywood gossip, Nye, if you're up to it.
Guess absolutely. I may need to move down depending on her topics. But, as far as
Adams
the
knows
Indians
the
are
QT.
concerned, why is nobody talking about the Indians? Okay, Indian Remy and that Indian hair is something that's sought after. You know what I mean? And people pay top dollar for that. Why are people just selectively going after the Koreans?
You say Asians. They got Asians as well. Indians and
That's a
Asians.
fact. That's a fact.
But somebody else mentioned Koreans specifically.
Listen, them little Indian girls, the way they be crying and screaming and cursing and putting curses and spells when they're getting their little heads shaved off and shit for them wigs. Yeah, maybe the people are tired of being fucking possessed by demonic wigs, so...
One thing that plays into this is U.S. immigration policy. Like, if you're a wealthy foreigner from South Korea or India, you can buy citizenship in the U.S. and then you come here and you have connections in your country that manufacture these products, allow you to give you a leg up on the American person who doesn't have these connections. Like, if you ask someone whose last name is Patel, if they work in the hotel industry, there's an 80% chance that they're going to say yes. Because people from the Patel family in India came to America, they bought hotels, they had their family work for free, they made a shitload of money because there was low labor, and they bought another hotel, and now the Patel family owns, a large percentage of motels and hotels in the U.S. Also, black cosmetic businesses owned by Asians and Koreans.
Well, I heard that Patels actually, this could be a myth, but I did hear that Patels even in India are known to be like landlords, landowners, kind of in that sphere as well.
What about Cash Patel?
1,000%. If you can succeed as a hotel owner in India, yeah, you can really kick ass in America, because if you can do it there, you can.
Hold on, let me say something for a second. And I know this is going to be shocking to a lot of people.
Let me just say, after you're done, I'm going to do a room reset. Then I'm going to hand the room over to Nye. We're going to start talking some Hollywood gossip. Get it?
Absolutely. Cash Patel should resign. Okay, what he did this past week was extremely irresponsible. It was extremely unprofessional. Okay, and that man should resign. The fact that you have that old senior citizen with his pants down to his ankles and without the FBI doing their vetting, I don't care what he said in the crowd, believe but verify, especially if you're going to go onto a national stage and release that information. The fact that they didn't was because the man was emotional. And that in and of itself, in my opinion, somebody who is heading up the FBI, so you're lucky. It's okay. Just drive safely. Sorry, somebody almost ran me over. But somebody who is heading up the FBI making that type of mistake, it's unacceptable. It's completely unacceptable.
Thank you. I'm going to do a quick room reset. Community conversations and collaboration. What impact has Clubhouse had on you? But special one time only, Miss Nye McGee is going to run a Hollywood gossip space. Nye, to you, huh?
Oh my word! Well, thank you. Yeah, I didn't host my room today because I was really tired. I needed to sleep, and so I didn't prepare a lot of topics today. When I finally woke up and went on Twitter, one thing that tickled me to death was Jalen Green and Drea Michelle. So if y'all don't know Jalen Green, he is a NBA star. He's a
Apart from me, there is no wisdom, no knowledge, no understanding. And before the fire, hidden within it, I am the pure knowing. When soul forms flow forth. Apart from me, there is no wisdom, no knowledge, no understanding. And before the fire, hidden within it, I am the pure knowing. When soul forms flow forth. Apart from me, there is no wisdom, no knowledge, no understanding. And before the fire, hidden within it, I am the pure knowing. When soul forms flow forth. Apart from me, there is no wisdom, no knowledge, no understanding. And before the fire, hidden within it, I am the pure knowing. When soul forms flow forth. Apart from me, there is no wisdom, no knowledge, no understanding. And before the fire, hidden within it, I am the pure knowing. When soul forms flow forth. Apart from me, there is no wisdom, no knowledge, no understanding. And before the fire, hidden within it, I am the pure knowing. When soul forms flow forth. There was from me, there is no wisdom, no knowledge, no understanding. And before the fire, hidden within it, I am the pure knowing. When soul forms flow forth. Apart from me, there is no wisdom, no knowledge, no understanding. And before the fire, hidden within it, I am the pure knowing. When soul forms flow forth. Apart from me, there is no wisdom, no knowledge, no understanding. And before the fire, hidden within it, I am the pure knowing. When soul forms flow forth. Apart from me, there is no wisdom, no knowledge, no understanding. And before the fire, hidden within it, I am the pure knowing. When soul forms flow forth. Apart from me, there is no wisdom, no knowledge, no understanding.
The master has no possessions. The more he does for others, the happier he is. The more he gives to others, the wealthier he is. The Tao nourishes by not forcing, by not dominating. The master leads. Is the source of all movement. Thus the master travels all day without leave. The master has no possessions.
A prayer for help and a praise for its answer. The psalm of David unto thee, O Jehovah, will I call. My rock, be not thou deaf unto me. Lest if thou be silent unto me, I become like them that go down into the pit. Hear the voice of my supplications when I cry unto thee, when I lift my hands toward thy holy oracle. Draw me not away with the wicked and with the workers of iniquity that speak peace with their neighbors, but mischief is in their hearts. Give them according to their work and according to the wickedness of their doings. Give them after the operation of their hands. Render to them the desert, because they regard not the works of Jehovah, nor the operation of his hands. He will break them down and not build them up. Blessed be Jehovah, because he hath heard the voice of my supplications. Jehovah is my strength and my shield. My heart hath trusted in him, and I am helped. Therefore my heart greatly rejoiceth, and with my song will I praise him. Jehovah is their strength, and he is the stronghold of salvation to his anointed saint. A prayer for help and a praise for its answer. The psalm of David unto thee, O Jehovah, will I call. My rock, be not thou deaf unto me. Lest if thou be silent unto me, I become like them that go down into the pit. Hear the voice of my supplications when I cry unto thee, when I lift my hands toward thy holy oracle. Draw me not away with the wicked and with the workers of iniquity that speak peace with their neighbors, but mischief is in their hearts. Give them according to their work and according to the wickedness of their doings. Give them after the operation of their hands. Render to them the desert, because they regard not the works of Jehovah, nor the operation of his hands. He will break them down and not build them up. Blessed be Jehovah, because he hath heard the voice of my supplications. Jehovah is my strength and my shield. My heart hath trusted in him, and I am helped. Therefore my heart greatly rejoiceth, and with my song will I praise him. Jehovah is their strength, and he is the stronghold of salvation to his anointed saint. A prayer for help and a praise for its answer. The psalm of David. Wow. Species. When a critical mass is achieved within a species, the behavior is instantaneously transferred to and exhibited by all members of the species. When a critical mass is achieved within a species, the behavior is instantaneously transferred to and exhibited by all members of the species. When a critical mass is achieved within a species, the behavior is instantaneously transferred to and exhibited by all members of the species. When a critical mass is achieved within a species, the behavior is instantaneously transferred to and exhibited by all members of the species. When a critical mass is achieved within a species, the behavior is instantaneously transferred to and exhibited by all members of the species. When a critical mass is achieved within a species, the behavior is instantaneously transferred to and exhibited by all members of the species. When a critical mass is achieved within a species, the behavior is instantaneously transferred to and exhibited. When a critical mass is achieved within a species, the behavior is instantaneously transferred to and exhibited by all members of the species. When a critical mass is achieved within a species, the behavior is instantaneously transferred to and exhibited by all members of the species. When a critical mass is achieved within a species, the behavior is instantaneously transferred to and exhibited by all members of the species. When a critical mass is achieved within a species, the behavior is instantaneously transferred to and exhibited by all members of the species. When a critical mass is achieved within a species, the behavior is instantaneously transferred to and exhibited by all members of the species. When a critical mass is achieved within a species, the behavior is instantaneously transferred to and exhibited by all members of the species. When a critical mass is achieved within a species, the behavior is instantaneously transferred to and exhibited. When a critical mass is achieved within a species, the behavior is instantaneously transferred to and exhibited by all members of the species. When a critical mass is achieved within a species, the behavior is instantaneously transferred to and exhibited by all members of the species. When a critical mass is achieved within a species, the behavior is instantaneously transferred to and exhibited by all members of the species. When a critical mass is achieved within a species, the behavior is instantaneously transferred to and exhibited by all members of the species. When a critical mass is achieved within a species, the behavior is instantaneously transferred to and exhibited by all members of the species. When a critical mass is achieved within a species, the behavior is instantaneously transferred to and exhibited by all members of the species. When a critical mass is achieved within a species, the behavior is instantaneously transferred to and exhibited by species. When a critical mass is achieved within a species, the behavior is instantaneously transferred to and exhibited by all members of the species. When a critical mass is achieved within a species, the behavior is instantaneously transferred to and exhibited by all members of the species. When a critical mass is achieved within a species, the behavior is instantaneously transferred to and exhibited by all members of the species. When a critical mass is achieved within a species, the behavior is instantaneously transferred to and exhibited by all members of the species. When a critical mass is achieved within a species, the behavior is instantaneously transferred to and exhibited by all members of the species. When a critical mass is achieved within a species, the behavior is instantaneously transferred to and exhibited by all members of the species. When a critical mass is achieved within a species, the behavior is instantaneously transferred to and exhibited by species. When a critical mass is achieved within a species, the behavior is instantaneously transferred to and exhibited by all members of the species. When a critical mass is achieved within a species, the behavior is instantaneously transferred to and exhibited by all members of the species. When a critical mass is achieved within a species, the behavior is instantaneously transferred to and exhibited by all members of the species. When a critical mass is achieved within a species, the behavior is instantaneously transferred to and exhibited by all members of the species. When a critical mass is achieved within a species, the behavior is instantaneously transferred to and exhibited by all members of the species. When a critical mass is achieved within a species, the behavior is instantaneously transferred to and exhibited by all members of the species. When a critical mass is achieved within a species, the behavior is instantaneously transferred to and exhibited by species. When a critical mass is achieved within a species, the behavior is instantaneously transferred to and exhibited by all members of the species. When a critical mass is achieved within a species, the behavior is instantaneously transferred to and exhibited by all members of the species. When a critical mass is achieved within a species, the behavior is instantaneously transferred to and exhibited by all members of the species. When a critical mass is achieved within a species, the behavior is instantaneously transferred to and exhibited by all members of the species. When a critical mass is achieved within
like me in echo chambers.
Please don't scroll. It's of America. We, the people of the United States, in order to form a more perfect union, establish justice, ensure domestic tranquility, provide for the common defense, promote the general welfare, and secure the blessings of liberty to ourselves and our posterity, do ordain and establish this Constitution for the United States of America. Article 1, Section 1. All legislative powers herein granted shall be vested in a Congress of the United States, which shall consist of a Senate and House of Representatives. Section 2. The House of Representatives shall be composed of members chosen every second year by the people of the several states, and the electors in each state shall have the qualifications requisite for electors of the most numerous branch of the state legislature. No person shall be a representative who shall not have attained to the age of 25 years and been 7 years a citizen of the United States, and who shall not, when elected, be an inhabitant of that state in which he shall be chosen. Representatives and direct taxes shall be apportioned among the several states, which may be included within this union, according to their respective numbers, which shall be determined by adding to the whole number of free persons, including those bound to service for a term of years, and excluding Indians not taxed, 3/5 of all other persons. The actual enumeration shall be made within 3 years after the first meeting of the Congress of the United States, and within every subsequent term of 10 years, in such manner as they shall by law direct. The number of representatives shall not exceed 1 for every 30,000, but each state shall have at least 1 representative. And until such enumeration shall be made, the state of New Hampshire shall be entitled to choose 3, Massachusetts 8, Rhode Island and Providence plantations 1, Connecticut 5, New York 6, New Jersey 4, Pennsylvania 8, Delaware 1, Maryland 6, Virginia 10, North Carolina 5, South Carolina 5, and Georgia 3. When vacancies happen in the representation from any state, the executive authority thereof shall issue writs of election to fill such vacancies. The House of Representatives shall choose their speaker and other officers, and shall have the sole power of impeachment. Section 3. The Senate of the United States shall be composed of...
Article 2.
District in Illinois. Go to johnforcongress.com. Article 3, Section 1. The judicial power of the United States shall be vested in 1 Supreme Court, and in such inferior courts as the Congress may from time to time ordain and establish. The judges, both of the Supreme and inferior courts, shall hold their offices during good behavior, and shall at stated times receive for their services a compensation, which shall not be diminished during their continuance in office. Section 2. The judicial power shall extend to all cases in law and equity arising under this Constitution, the laws of the United States, and treaties made or which shall be made under their authority, to all cases affecting ambassadors, other public ministers and councils, to all cases of admiralty and maritime jurisdiction, to controversies to which the United States shall be a party, to controversies between 2 or more states, between a state and citizens of another state, between citizens of different states, between citizens of the same state claiming lands under grants of different states, and between a state or the citizens thereof and foreign states, citizens, or subjects, in all cases affecting ambassadors, other public ministers and councils, and those in which state shall be party, The Supreme Court shall have original jurisdiction. In all the other cases before mentioned, the Supreme Court shall have appellate jurisdiction, both as to law and fact, with such exceptions, and under such regulations as the Congress shall make. The trial of all crimes, except in cases of impeachment, shall be by jury. And such trial shall be held in the state where the said crimes shall have been committed, but when not committed within any state, the trial shall be at such place or places as the Congress may by law have directed. Section 3. Treason against the United States shall consist only in levying war against them, or in adhering to their enemies, giving them aid and comfort. No person shall be convicted of treason unless on the testimony of 2 witnesses to the same overt act, or on confession in open court. The Congress shall have power to declare the punishment of treason, but no attainder of treason shall work corruption of blood, or forfeiture, except during the life of the person attainted. Article 5, Section 1. Full faith and credit shall be given in each state to the public acts.
The U.S. Constitution.
Who strive for the effortless, savor the savorless, exalt the low, multiply the few, requite injury with kindness, nip troubles in the bud, sow the great in the small. Difficult things of the world can only be tackled when they are easy. Big things of the world can only be achieved by attending to their small beginnings. Thus, the sage never has to grapple with big things, yet he alone is capable of achieving them. He who promises lightly must be lacking in faith. He who thinks everything easy will end by finding everything difficult. Therefore, the sage who regards everything as difficult meets with no difficulties in the end. What is at rest is easy to hold. What manifests no omens is easy forestalled. What is fragile is easily shattered. What is small is easily scattered. Tackle things before they who strive for the effortless, savor the savorless, exalt the low, multiply the few, requite injury with kindness, nip troubles in the bud, sow the great in the small. Difficult things of the world can only be tackled when they are easy. Big things of the world can only be achieved by attending to their small beginnings. Thus, the sage never has to grip. murmur of the wind, the ticking of the clock, the various organic feelings you may happen individually to possess, do these make a whole at all? Is it not the only condition of your mental sanity in the midst of them that most of them should become non-existent for you, and that a few others, the sounds I hope which I am uttering, should evoke from places in your memory that have nothing to do with this scene associates fitted to combine with them in what we call a rational train of thought? Rational because it leads to a conclusion which have some organ to appreciate. We have no organ or faculty to appreciate the simply given order. The real world as it is given objectively at this moment is the sum total of all its beings and events now. But can we think of such a sum? Can we realize for an instant what a cross-section of all existence at a definite point of time would be? While I talk, the strains of my voice, the lights and shades inside the room and out, the murmur of the wind, the ticking of the clock, the various organic feelings you may happen individually to possess, do these make a whole at all? Is it not the only condition of your mental sanity in the midst of them that most of them should become non-existent for you, and that a few others, the sounds I hope which I am uttering, should evoke from places in your memory that have nothing to do with this scene associates fitted to combine with them in what we call a rational train of thought? Rational because it leads to a conclusion which have some organ to appreciate. We have no organ or faculty to appreciate the simply given order. The real world as it is given objectively at this moment is the sum total of all its beings and events now. But can we think of such a sum? Can we realize for an instant what a cross-section of all existence at a definite point of time would be? While I talk, the strains of my voice, the lights and shades inside the room and out, the murmur of the wind, the ticking of the clock, the very...
Warning. Come on, right in here.
Om has several meanings. It is the sound of all sounds, the sound of the universe, the sound of creation, the beginning of life. Om contains 4 separate parts. Om, silence. Sit comfortably with your back straight. Inhale. On the exhalation, begin chanting Om. Remember the 4 distinct parts. Pause. Inhale and exhale. Chant twice more. I am part of life's joyful sound. Benefits, releases tension, dispels negative energy, promotes a feeling of total peace, releases powerful spiritual vibrations, fills the entire self with luminous energy. Om has several meanings. It is the sound of all sounds, the sound of the universe, the sound of creation, the beginning of life. Om contains 4 separate parts. A-O-M, silence. Sit comfortably with your back straight. Inhale. On the exhalation, begin chanting Om. Remember the 4 distinct parts. Pause, inhale, and exhale. Chant twice more. I am part of life's joyful sound. Benefits, releases tension, dispels negative energy, promotes a feeling of total peace, releases powerful spiritual vibrations, fills the entire self with luminous energy. Om. Om has several meanings. It is the sound of all sounds, the sound of the universe, the sound of creation, the beginning of life. Om contains 4 separate parts. A-O-M, silence. Sit comfortably with your back straight. Inhale. On the exhalation, begin chanting Om. Remember the 4 distinct parts. Pause, inhale, and exhale. Chant twice more. I am part of life's joyful sound. Benefits, releases tension, dispels negative energy, promotes a feeling of total peace, releases powerful spiritual vibrations, fills the entire self with luminous energy. Om. Om has several meanings. It is the sound of all sounds, the sound of the universe, the sound of creation, the beginning of life. Om contains 4 separate parts. Ah, O, silence. Sit comfortably with your back straight. Inhale. On the exhalation, begin chanting Om. Remember the 4 distinct parts. Pause, inhale, and exhale. Chant twice more. I am part of life's joyful sound. Benefits, releases tension, dispels negative energy, promotes a feeling of total peace, releases powerful spiritual vibrations, fills the entire self with luminous energy. Om. Om has several meanings. It is the sound of all sounds, the sound of the universe, the sound of creation, the beginning of life. Om contains 4 separate parts. Ah, O, silence. Sit comfortably with your back straight. Inhale. On the exhalation, begin chanting Om. Remember the 4 distinct parts. Pause, inhale, and exhale. Chant twice more. I am part of life's joyful sound. Benefits, releases tension, dispels negative energy, promotes a feeling of total peace, releases powerful spiritual vibrations, fills the entire self with luminous energy. Om. Om has several meanings. It is the sound of all sounds, the sound of the universe, the sound of creation, the beginning of life. Om contains 4 separate parts. Ah, O, silence. Sit comfortably with your back straight. Inhale. On the exhalation, begin chanting Om. Remember the 4 distinct parts. Pause, inhale, and exhale. Chant twice more. I am part of life's joyful sound. Benefits, releases tension, dispels negative energy, promotes a feeling of total peace, releases powerful spiritual vibrations, fills the entire self with luminous energy. Om. Om has several meanings. It is the sound of all sounds, the sound of the universe, the sound of creation, the beginning of life. Om contains 4 separate parts. Ah, O, silence. Sit comfortably with your back straight. Inhale. On the exhalation, begin chanting Om. Remember the 4 distinct parts. Pause, inhale, and exhale. Chant twice more. I am part of life's joyful sound. Benefits, releases tension, dispels negative energy, promotes a feeling of total peace, releases powerful spiritual vibrations, fills the entire self with luminous energy. Om. Om has several meanings. It is the sound of all sounds, the sound of the universe, the sound of creation, the beginning of life. Om contains 4 separate parts. Ah, O, silence. Sit comfortably with your back straight. Inhale. On the exhalation, begin chanting Om. Remember the 4 distinct parts. Pause, inhale, and exhale. Chant twice more. I am part of life's joyful sound. Benefits, releases tension, dispels negative energy, promotes a feeling of total peace, releases powerful spiritual vibrations, fills the entire self with luminous energy.
Social future to never-ending taxation.
Om has several meanings. It is the sound of all sounds, the sound of the universe, the sound of creation, the beginning of life. Om contains 4 separate parts. A-O-M, silence. Sit comfortably with your back straight. Inhale. On the exhalation, begin chanting Om. Remember the 4 distinct parts. Pause, inhale, and exhale. Chant twice more. I am part of life's joyful sound. Benefits, releases tension, dispels negative energy.
Where people had to be fed in the various regions of the world.
But I think another...
Saying my point, and that's
In that space, that guy was talking about going in and slapping or hitting and taking out.
Put this in reverse and tell me what song.
Your holy land, that it flame as flashes of fire from the inmost of man as a profound heart, as if but this very day did the Lord set his spirit upon us, a spirit of generosity, when the people volunteer to consecrate themselves unto the Lord with a full and liberal hand, with one increase after another from year to year, rising over the head like unto the measure of Kodesh Ha'elyon, which radiates to the Holy Land. It is constantly renewed and increased, as it is written, forever are the eyes of the Lord upon your God, upon it, from the beginning of the year to the end of the year. Now the phrase to the end is apparently incomprehensible, for at the end of 1 year begins the 2nd year. Thus it should have said for everlasting. However, this matter will be understood by considering the scripture, the more like... And if the Gentile had been in the cellar, there was a question. The next step, democracy daughters, ferocious fascism, cackling communism, equally frauds, cavort crazily all over the globe. They are hemming us in. They are abortive births of the child, the new eon of Horus. Liberty stirs once more in the womb of time. Evolution makes its changes by anti-socialistic ways. The abnormal man who foresees the trend of the times and adapts circumstance intelligently is laughed at, persecuted, often destroyed by the herd. But he and his heirs, when the crisis comes, are survivors. Above us today hangs a danger never yet paralleled in history. We suppress the individual in more and more ways. We think in terms of the herd. War no longer kills soldiers. It kills all indiscriminately. Every new measure of the most democratic and autocratic. The next step, democracy daughters, ferocious fascism, cackling communism, equally frauds, cavort crazily all over the globe. They are hemming us in. They are abortive births of the child, the new eon of Horus. Liberty stirs once more in the womb of time. Evolution makes its changes by anti-socialistic ways. The abnormal man who foresees the trend of the times and adapts circumstance intelligently is laughed at, persecuted, often destroyed by the herd. But he and his heirs, when the crisis comes, are survivors. Above us today hangs a danger never yet paralleled in history. We suppress the individual in more and more ways. We think in terms of the herd. War no longer kills soldiers. It kills all indiscriminately. Every new measure of the most democratic and autocratic. The next step, democracy daughters, ferocious fascism, cackling communism.
Just to agree to
Yea, I am and the sign of continuation learned by this, O Israel. But never do I cease my self-expression, therefore is it written, Le'olam, throughout endless ages, My going forth is a perpetual instruction, for verily in the path of Tav hath its beginning in the foundation of instruction. Now the burden of the instruction is this end and beginning of one. When then is the end, which is the beginning also? Behold, in THV Tav is it concealed. For THV is ATH, Atta also, and thus is it made clear that thou, even thou, art beginning and end, and the window of vision which looketh inward to the source and outward to the goal. Through all the shifting changes of existence, I remain myself, and yea, I am Tav, and the sign of continuation learned by this of the firmament with this work of yours, which is the book of splendor, Sefer HaZohar, the splendor of the Ilah, repentance. With these no trial is needed, because in the future Israel will taste from the tree of life, this book of the Zohar. They will leave the exile with it with compassion. With them shall be fulfilled that the Lord alone will lead him, and there is no strange God with him. And the tree of God and evil, prescription and permission, impurity and purity will no longer domineer over Israel. The sustenance will be from the side of the tree of life alone. There is no question from the side of the evil. If the question refers to spiritual matters, the fool means idea, thought, spirituality, that which endeavors to transcend earth. But if question is material, it means folly, stupidity, eccentricity, or even mania. Skill, wisdom, adaptation, craft, cunning, or occult wisdom or power, change, alternation, increase and decrease, fluctuation, whether for good or evil, depends on the dignity, beauty, happiness, pleasure, success. But with very bad dignity, it means luxury, dissipation, war, conquest, victory, strife, ambition. Death. The companions of life are 13, the companions of death are 13. And when a living person moves into the realm of death, his companions are also 13. How is this? Because he draws upon the resources of life too heavily. It is said that he who knows well how to live meets no tigers or wild buffaloes on his road, comes out from the battleground untouched by the weapons of war. For in him a buffalo would find no butt for his horns, a tiger nothing to lay his claws upon, and a weapon of war no place to admit its point. How is this? Because there is no room for death in him. Tao gives them life, virtue nurses them, matter shapes them, environment perfects them. Therefore all things without exception worship Tao and do homage to virtue. They have not been commanded to worship Tao and do homage to virtue, but they always do so spontaneously. By Mr. Tabor. Some impression which actually led to some state free from sorrow, and this is not the case. Freedom from sorrow depends on freedom from impression. Yet it would not be fair to say that this state of indifference was akin to that dullness which succeeds the acute spasm of sorrow. It is not the anesthesia of a nerve worn out by excess of pain. There is never any place in the curriculum of a magician for passivity. Of course, we here accept what what may be called the active or willed passivity described in Liber LXV. Indifference is to be an intensely active condition. One may compare it with the ease of a skilled fencer who meets and deflects every possible attack of his antagonist with equal vigor, conscious of his acts because he has trained his eye, wrist, and even his blade to think for themselves. Thus, indifference is the spiritual form of the automatic consciousness of the adept. In this resides
The Kabbalah is the mystical system of the medieval Jews. Its exact origins are buried in antiquity. Its primary symbol, the Tree of Life, is said to be a glyph of the essence of God, the origins of the cosmos, the soul of man, and a model of how to live in accordance with the divine plan. It is also the most important symbol used by magicians and other practitioners of the Western esoteric tradition. For our purposes, we will focus upon the Tree of Life as a uniting symbol, an image of the individuated psyche. The tree itself is composed of 10 sephiroth, spheres or emanations, which are listed.
There is a light before thine eyes, O prophet, a light undesired, most desirable. I am uplifted in thine heart, and the kisses of the stars rain hard upon thy body. Thou art exhaust in the voluptuous fullness of the inspiration. The expiration is sweeter than death, more rapid and laughterful than a caress of hell's own worm. Oh, thou art overcome, we are upon thee, our delight is all over thee. Hail, hail, prophet of Nu, prophet of Had, prophet of Rahorku. Now rejoice, now come in our splendor and rapture, come in our passionate peace, and write sweet words for the kings. There is a light before Jax loses possession of his inner self. If he no longer values himself, how can he value others? If he no longer values others, he is abandoned, he has nothing left. There is no deadlier weapon than the will. The sharpest sword is not equal to it. There is no robber so dangerous as nature, yang and yin. Yet it is not nature that does the damage, it is man's own will. He who walks in hiddenness has light to guide him in all his acts. He who seeks to extend his control is nothing but an operator. While he thinks he is surpassing others, others see him merely straining, stretching to stand on tiptoe. When he tries to extend his power over objects, those objects gain control of him. There is no deadlier weapon than the will. The sharpest sword is not equal to it. There is no robber so dangerous as nature, yang and yin.
Then people on psilocybin. So we know for he didn't mislead you. He didn't pull some sneaky shit and say, hey, this I have been in here. How can they Yeah, like a nature-based hero.
But there is a certain uniform deliverance in which religions all appear to meet. It consists of two parts. One, an uneasiness, and its solution. One, the uneasiness reduced to its simplest terms is a sense that there is something wrong about us as we naturally stand. The solution is a sense that we are saved from the wrongness by making proper connection with the higher powers. In those more developed minds which alone we are studying, the wrongness takes a moral character and salvation takes a mystical tinge. I think we shall keep well within the limits of what is common to all such minds if we formulate the essence of the religious experience in terms like these. The individual, so far as he suffers from his wrongness and criticizes it, is to that extent consciously beyond it, and in at least possible touch with something higher, if anything, higher exists. Along with the wrong part there is thus a better part of him, even though it may be but a most helpless germ. With which part he shall identify his real being is by no means obvious at this stage, but when stage 2, the stage is...
Are we, in fact, approaching we are approaching that possibility. Now, nobody knows.
This is Congressman elect John Kitover in the 16th District of Illinois, Rockford, Peoria, Bloomington. I need your help. I need your support. The sun, keyword, sun. Highly creative energy, awareness, fulfilled love relationship, wisdom, spirituality, transformation. The sun radiates as the center, in the middle of the 12 astrological signs, and bathes everything in its light. From its interior blooms the rose of realization. Its light is the essence of clarity and highest consciousness and awareness. Two children with butterfly wings dance on the green mountain of creativity. This is a symbol of a liberated partnership between man and woman. The freedom gained is expressed in ecstatic joy and enthusiasm. Now all energies are fully available for a common creative process. The energies will no longer be wasted in struggles over dominance, jealousy, or boundaries. The wings of the combined creativity. The sun, keywords.
I'm hoping he does. Not because I think that it's going to be massively successful, but I think it'll call a lot of attention to the fact that there's a danger in. I'm hoping he does.
I can't get it.
Empty yourself of like that sort of real, like it's like a real.
We not season one firm grip now as I hold you lip to lip, the serpent of event. Hold hard its slipping coils, its writhe, retard, and snap its spine. Delicate hands you have, the work is difficult. Effort that holds and understands may do it. Shall our foes exalt, the daughters of Philistia laugh. The girls of Ascalon rejoice, writing for us this epitaph. They chose and were not worth the choice. You are so pure, I am a man. I will assume the courage tried of yonder luckless suicide, and you awaken if you can the courage of the courtesan. To sea, the ship is trim, the breezes bend the sails, they chant the necromantic hymn of rouse Arabian tales. To sea, before us leap the waves, wild white combers follow, invoke ye melancholy slaves, the morning of Apollo. There's phosphorus. We not season one firm grip now as I hold you lip to lip the
Years, because you're going to see way. Really, when we're talking about mysticism and spirituality, I think awareness is perhaps the most important element. So there's an active stance, an active role that you can fulfill or strive to fulfill, and there's an openness and awareness that will allow for the connection. It's a great question. Cheryl has a question. So Cheryl, I'm muting you.
If an expert does not have some problem to vex him, he is unhappy. If a philosopher's teaching is never attacked, he pines away. If critics have no one on whom to exercise their spite, they are unhappy. All such men are prisoners in the world of objects. He who wants followers seeks political power. He who wants reputation holds an office. The strong man looks for weights to lift. The brave man looks for an emergency in which he can show bravery. The swordsman wants a battle in which he can swing his sword. Men past their prime prefer a dignified retirement in which they may seem profound. Men experienced in law seek difficult cases to extend the application of laws. Liturgists and musicians like festivals in which they parade their ceremonial standards.
We seized this incursion as another justification, potentially.
Fathom Fathomless it seems to be the origin of all things. It blunts all sharp edges. It unties all tangles. It harmonizes all lights. It unites the world into one whole. Hidden in the deeps, yet it seems to exist forever. I do not know whose child it is. It seems to be the common ancestor of all, the father of all things. Heaven and earth is not sentimental. It treats all things as straw dogs. Sage is not sentimental. He treats all his people as straw dogs. Between heaven and earth, there seems to be a bellows. It is empty, and yet it is inexhaustible. The more it works, the more comes out of it. No amount of words can fathom it. Better look for it within you. The spirit of the fountain dies not. Fathomless it seems to be the origin of all things.
We discuss that. Okay? If you're on an app and you're saying
Number 14. The 4-2 symbolize the powers
so I can go for days.
Charlie! Isn't Charlie!
The propaganda is on every channel. They think we stupid like the truth is just too hard to handle. But on your camera with your culture war and load the ammo. They want Antifa ruling everything like it's Seattle. And they want anyone who's fighting to be dead and canceled.
Let me ask you, none of your business. Who do you plan to vote for?
People who promote supremacist ideas.
Every crime they commit. No ordinary gentleman with many scars.
Border is disaster. Your border is a disaster, what's going on. And you just...
We have breaking news concerning.
Não cessa do fim de semana, só rolê bom. Ela chega e desencana com passo bem soa, passo bem.
Every crime they commit.
Don't take your guns to town, son. Leave your guns at home, Bill. Don't take your guns to town.
Charlie!
It's just another fucking day. Shows us our nature as humans. And do I believe that we're all good, born to be good? Now that you have this piece of shit, JB, that's like, for whatever reason, you want.
Can't you? That's what she's talking about. Just like a dirty ass yellow teeth bitch. But I know keep running your mouth. You're a catfish. Wow. You're over here trying to. What makes you like this is crazy. That's how this goes.
You can make your claim.
Please stop it. Wait, look, hold on, Pepe.
Or, alright, excuse me, Craig. My Craig.
Well, it's very, like, offensive because it's always...
AIs of me doing random things.
Okay, I'm gonna try this.
Beautiful.
Oh, but you're in the States, right? Right, Royal?
Do we not have that Snapchat?
Because in Canada, I don't know, in Canada I tried, my niece tried it and they said it wasn't available here. It might be now, but like 2 months ago, it wouldn't do it.
Let me see if I can do it.
Yeah, maybe you have to update it. I'm gonna make some tea. I'm feeling kind of under.
I like the cow one, man, that you're standing beside the cow. It looks like, it reminds me of that 70s show, a little bit.
Oh, I love that show. Classic.
But doesn't it give you that vibe, like when you guys look at it, it's like, I don't know, there's just something about it. Jordastan.
Yeah, thank you. I know, I thought the shirt was funny. People keep asking me, they're like, are you from Jordan? I'm like, no.
But what's the bottom say? Wait, hold on. Let me try and do what the app say. Wait. Sortacher. But it's Sortacher. So, yeah. Sortacher. Bro, they fuck up the writing like crazy with AI. It's the funniest shit.
Yeah, I don't need the language that's supposed to be. What's up, Travis?
Just chilling, drinking, then played video games with my mans earlier.
Did you beat him, or did you let him win?
We're collaborating.
What were you guys playing?
Civ 6?
We're playing Crusader Kings.
Okay, crusade him and backstab him.
Okay. We
This is
our first time playing together. We were playing in the Byzantine Empire, and he made himself the emperor. So
I, also vying for Emperor, decided to just go ahead and assassinate him.
I was gonna say, you should have assassinated. Okay, good. Perfect.
Yeah. Yeah.
Oh, now I'm missing my Animal Crossing. I haven't played her in a while.
Oh, yeah, Animal Crossing.
I love it. Do you remember when I told Leah Balestine I friended her, befriended her on Animal Crossing, then I went to her island, raped and pillaged everything, and then unfriended and blocked her on Animal Crossing?
That's insane. Hello?
Fucking bitch. Oh god, there's so many funny times on this app.
That's so mean.
She was such a bitch to me.
No, it's true.
It's horrible to me. So you know what? Fuck you and your island. Oh, my little axe of payback. Wonder whatever happened to her.
Hard to say.
So funny.
He really was a crazy bitch.
Frank, hurt off them.
You remember Esther? Remember Esther that used to be on here?
Yeah, she's on Twitter Spaces, still going crazy.
Is she?
Yeah, she has rooms every day, or Spaces, or she did. When I was on there.
Who?
Yeah.
Esther. Remember Esther?
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
Who's the guy that had the picture of him davening, and I think he may have been Baal Teshuva or something? He used to have religious rooms on here. I don't know. The pair of them have like doubled up on Twitter Spaces.
Rabbi Litvin?
No, it's not Litvin. It was he wasn't a rabbi.
Shlomo? No, it wasn't a rabbi.
What's his name?
Oh.
Moshe, do you remember who the name of the guy is that she does the rooms with? He was on here.
Moshe is like an encyclopedia, bro, on this app. He knows. Oh, he's about to speak. I'm on my way to shul, bro, because of him.
Baruch Hashem, Baruch Hashem. What's up?
Do you remember the name of who's the guy that Esther holds all the spaces?
Joe Paul. I don't go on
Joe
Twitter.
Paul.
Oh, Joe Paul. Fuck yeah, he's a California realtor.
Yes, Joe Poe, that's it. Yeah, they still have spaces on Twitter and stuff.
The father.
Wow, they stuck together.
Yeah, they're still friends, yeah.
You remember too that girl she used to do Gigi, there was an ex-prison guard, she used to live in California, and also this girl Gigi that Sonu went to go visit her. C went to go visit her, and she was in like university or something. She had like the Gaza strip club as like her PTR. Do you guys remember that?
I do remember.
Fuck, what was her name?
Leia.
Yeah, she's on Spaces.
Leia.
I'm in a group chat with her, or I was.
And then the other one that used to freak the fuck up. She could beat the shit out of you. Do you remember she used to be really fucking mean? She kind of reminds me.
Ooh.
Do you remember? What's
her name? Who is this?
Heard.
You're breaking up.
Fuck.
Can you hear him?
Opened the whole room.
No, they got losing it.
About me one day, they were trying to.
You're in the Matrix.
It was all. Do you remember they opened the room about me? They were trying to attack me. You remember they opened like a courthouse about me.
Oh,
and it was.
Yeah.
It was.
I remember that. Yeah.
Yeah. Bro, I remember even where I was standing that day.
Laying
Oh yeah, I was ready to fight. There was a girl from New York or Buffalo. Wait, hold on.
Joe Rogan?
Research this. I didn't even have to go.
Or the other one, Madeline.
Oh, Asaf, yeah. Oh,
Remember Kava, the girl?
Oh,
Do you guys remember?
Madeline.
Yeah, that's right.
She said we met from her dead cat one time. Because we.
Do you remember she was big friends with M Capara.
We got into a fight over whether or not women can have dicks. I said obviously women can't have dicks, and then she sent me a picture of her dead cat on Instagram and was like, "I hope you see this every night. You burn in hell, bitch."
Bro, they chased me around on here for a week one time because I said my stance on birth control. Bro, then they opened up that it was the crazy. It was 2 or 3 years ago, but. So it was Chava. There was a guy that remember Asap. But you remember the girl got her husband on, and they said they were gonna come fuck me up, and I'm like, come on, motherfucker! I was freaking out, going nuts.
Who was that? BB fucked
There was
a
a
tranny.
chick.
BB fucked a tranny.
Oh yeah.
You fucked a tranny in the ass, BB. You're disgusting.
So, were you there? Were you there?
Are you the tranny?
Are you the tranny? Because I don't recall the memory, man. You weren't that great, bro. I don't even recall this, bro. Fucking what a weirdo, man. These fucking people are obsessed that I'm fucking with sickles and one pops up. No, but do you remember?
He will just come here and say anything. He keeps calling me a terrorist and
piece of shit. I hate that. Do you remember there was that girl? So she used to work in a hair salon. Everybody ended up doxing this chick, and then So there was a girl with J-Lo would for sure remember. I remember you would remember. So they clicked up. There was another Jewish girl too that she was born Jewish, and then she didn't know anything about Judaism, and then she was a very proud Jew, but she had some weird views. Her husband was black. He was a black guy, but he was like a African American, and she was like, so she would go all the black rooms. And then
Ryan, that's how you're not even gonna believe me, but you can just research this. I don't even have to go down a dark hole and where you can just literally open Wikipedia. It is so in our faces, and yet we don't learn about this. And now I understand why they are very upset with me.
No, so it was Lumi, Esther, that girl's Gigi, whatever the fuck her name is, and this other chick, she was M. Capara's good friend on here. And then they end up getting in the huge war, like Darren and everybody, because we were like, yo, Em, you don't see this chick's fucking crazy? And then she brought her husband on, her boyfriend, whatever, and he's like, yeah, fuck your kid in the ass. And then I went fucking apeshit. And then I'm like, and then whatever, something happened. And then like 2 days later, they held a whole court case about me. And then they kept me in the audience and then brought me up and they were asking me, it was like, crazy as shit. People were nuts. And I took over the room at the end. They fucked up, had a loose link, and it was this, it ended up winning, and then I ended up going like crashing out like crazy. So many crazy fights on this album. Crazy ones. Remember with Rabbi Litvin and Shlomi and bro, there was a fight one day. It was massive. There was like a lot of people in the room. And fucking, it was like the craziest shit. I've seen rabbis on here go like unhinged, man. I'm like, there's no way. And then Rabbi Litvin had a brother.
Shlomo Litvin.
Yeah, and his brother was amazing. Yeah, he was really cool.
Yeah. He does a lot of like work with ADHD kids. He has ADHD or something too. And he's just like the polar opposite.
But they sound exactly alike, so it was confusing.
And they look exactly like
yeah. So they would come on and you'd be like, yeah, motherfucker, what's up? And he'd be like, it's not me. Because they have this very cocky... Smoothly, that's it, yeah. But Litvin was extremely... like overconfident.
Yeah. That's how you're not even gonna believe me, but you can just research this. I didn't even have to go down a dark hole and Reddit. You can just literally
and then, you remember also the Muslim guy? What was it? Imam Talwidi?
Oh yeah, Muhammad. Yeah.
I love that guy, bro.
Yeah. He got married to a Persian girl I know here in Montreal. Yeah.
He's moving to Canada.
He does, yeah. He lives in Quebec now.
Yeah.
I remember him making a comment in a clubhouse room against you. He was like, "You're gonna go to hell" or something. I don't know if he's joking.
What happened?
I remember Imam Kahini in the clubhouse room made a comment in like in the comment section of the room saying like, "Yeah, you're gonna go to hell."
Oh no! Probably like as a joke.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What number account am I on? I'm like 80. I'm like my 80th account. One day, we were getting banned like 3-4 times a day, bro. Me and Harry would open a room, they'd ban us because of the title.
Yeah, I remember that.
Crazy as shit, I remember. I was like, what the fuck, because of a title? Like, I get banned. I just checked an account tonight, and it's been like 4 years, it's still banned.
I have a question. Yeah, is it true that Sasha and the staff were actually like collecting information on Jews?
Yeah. Well, I don't want to say they were collecting information on Jews because they are Jews, but yes, they definitely collected information or like screenshots going back years and years, like kind of shit.
That's
I don't know. Really.
Do you guys remember Fionn? Remember Fionn?
Gosh, I forgot about it.
Oh my god, that was crazy. I remember that, and people were really convinced he was like in a robot or.
Bro, because he had the creepiest fucking voice, man. And he would do news reports. Do you remember? He would do like news.
I'm standing here. I just got attacked. They're outside my apartment attacking me right now. I'm really frightened.
Yeah, he was every time. He's like, so I'm sitting in my apartment, and they're out the front door. And but the way he would do it, if you wow. And he's like, if this is the last time you hear from me,
Come back.
Come back the next day, you'll be like, yo, I think Fiona's getting killed. And then it's like the craziest.
I seen this fake.
He was a controversial person.
He used to have his Telegram channel, and like he would do these like voice video calls thing on the Telegram channel, and it'd be like those like few like people like on that like that would go to his rooms on that video call. And I joined for a second, and he turned off his camera immediately. That's not his face.
He was like.
Yo, who was that other guy, bro? Yeah, you guys all know this guy. Moishi, you used to be friends with. We all were friends with, but he was an ex-Muslim and he lived in Austria or something. Remember what the fuck was his name? I have pictures of him.
Checking in real time, fact checking in real time. The Kurdish ones, no.
No. I remember we were on Instagram and he FaceTimed me and the guy was he called us on Instagram and he was in the shower and didn't know that the video was on. Sam, bro, and I started taking screenshots. Like crazy, and they wouldn't take screenshots. So I had to use another phone, and I took it, and he would open up rooms. He'd start attacking Jews, and I'm like, I sent him a picture. I'm like, keep it up, motherfucker. And he never opened up a room again. It was the craziest shit.
He probably thought you had cameras in his house.
Yeah, he was like, how the fuck did that? And I'm like, oh, bro, we got everything.
Is that why you love
it? This is how I remember it. I think we were in a group chat, BB, and I think he accidentally called or something.
Yeah.
And he thought he meant to call, but it was a video call, and then BB answered, and he was sitting on the toilet.
Yeah.
But I remember.
That's hilarious.
He was naked sitting on the toilet.
He was naked sitting on the toilet, and I'm looking at the screen, and I'm like, and he didn't know. And he had his phone down, right? It's the most fucked up shit, bro. And I fucking seized the moment. I'm like, screenshot. No, they were threatening him, bro. No, they were threatening to kill him on here like crazy.
No,
I saw this video once of this woman in the UK. She was on a funeral. It was a Zoom funeral. That she didn't fucking realise that her camera was on videoing. She's like getting in the shower. It's crazy at a funeral.
Oh, I feel bad for her because she's a woman.
Oh, that's bad.
I know.
This guy Sam, yeah, he was a piece of work. The guy from
I used to play.
Was he from Austria or Czech Republic or something?
He was. He lives in. I'm not gonna say. I'm not gonna dox.
Yeah, he was.
I remember when I was in the corporate world, that so everybody would they used to do all hands on deck, and everybody had to go on Zoom. And this guy had like a dress shirt on, and it's like 300-400 people, and not like a bunch of people caught it, but not too many. But so the guy was trying to hold his phone down by his waist and like hold his camera up, like to look at himself, but he had the camera opposite, so he had a dress shirt on,
and no
pants. And all you're looking at is his cock. This guy's talking in the screen, like he's talking, and everybody's like awkward. Nobody's answering. He's like, "Hello, is the mic working?" And I'm like, "Yo, what the fuck? Who's gonna tell this guy, right?" And then the guy got he figured it out, and he turned the camera around, and he acted like nothing happened. And like, bro, it's the craziest.
That's the kind of thing that somebody would like commit suicide over. You're putting your dick on
100%.
to hundreds of people. Ugh. I remember one time I peed with the microphone off, and somebody asked if I was frying chicken, and I was like, oh my god.
Bro, this is Persian girl who used to come to our rooms. She used to be like, she's like ex-Muslim, very anti-Muslim, whatever. And I remember she recorded, you know how like they first did these weird audio message things, like you record and go in the hallway and just
Yeah.
So how am I gonna take an untruth narrative and try and willfully know that that narrative is not right, and then try and cling on? I mean, that is just, it's like just stupidity beyond. It's like, even if you did that, it's like everybody else can fucking see it except you. But you can't see it, and you still think you're smart, and you still push for it, while everybody else is fucking laughing at you and cannot understand it.
This is why you shouldn't have asked a question.
That
You shouldn't have asked
cannot
her a question.
understand it yourself.
Never
And
ask
you
a
had all
long-winded
this
ass person a
fucking time
question.
to understand it, but your stupidity and then
Discord, what you're kind of missing is.
Did the white community fail Charlie Kirk?
Well, hold on, but she kind of brings up a good point, because if we.
and even we want to try to take away from you.
I get it.
Even in that sense, we want you to benefit. We want you to do better on your own. You still
Pepe,
think
what were you
that
trying to say? I
is
can't.
the
Let's
best.
just talk over
How
here.
many other fucking ways do you want to a reality to be
It's
told
never
to
gonna
you,
end.
to be punched into your faces, to be enslaved by it, to be fucking dragged around by it, and still resist it? Because why? You still want to not believe what the majority consensus is, and you just want to hold
white
on to
people
something.
No, hold on.
Lucky that it was.
Well, hold on, BB,
And then
BB.
you blame the Jews for it because you
BB.
they played the victim. They played the victim.
Well, hold on. I just want to say this. So she is kind of bringing up a point. So like,
She didn't answer my
you guys
question.
have to look at it. Hold on. So you do have communities that do better than whites. Like we cannot deny it. The Asians and the, the Indians and whatever, they do better than us in the United States. And for fuck's sake, do you think they don't notice the same behavior that other, or even Hispanic people, which, some of them are high-skilled labor, but most are definitely not. I mean, they do notice this. Think about this. Let's just say you're Hispanic. You have some people who are quote-unquote high-skilled labor. They come here on, a different way, on either an H-1B1 visa or some other visa, and then. But even if you look at the poorest amongst them, they're like very proud people. They're very, very paternal people, and macho in a way. And so it's kind of like, I would ask you this: how are they supposed to look at the black? I didn't even have this room. I didn't want to talk about black people.
Yeah, it's dumb.
But they like, they're gonna look at they're gonna. All of these groups are going to look at black people and kind of come to the same conclusion. Like, why don't you guys just kind of change your behavior?
Did the white community fail Charlie Clerk when they popped him?
We already said that no, and this dumbass question though.
Okay, okay, now listen. We want to talk about black people having an identity crisis.
They didn't pop him. They fucking popped you all over again.
Hold on. When white people don't know if they leftists, left wing, right wing, then Nick Fuentes right wing, Republican right wing, they don't know if they support Zionism. They don't know if they So white people have.
What the fuck are you talking about, man?
Right now, and that identity crisis is what killed Charlie Kirk, because it was an infight within the right wing between Nick Fuentes.
How was that person who killed him a right winger?
Because he's fucking retarded. No, he wasn't. He had a boyfriend. He had a fucking boyfriend that was transgender.
Fuentes, who recently called out Charlie Kirk for supporting Israel, because Nick Fuentes believes we're under a Jewish fascist system. So if you watch the video that Nick Fuentes made about Charlie Kirk 2 weeks ago, he fucking obliterated him.
It's the
Okay, so this is a war.
identity crisis that
Yes,
makes a
it's an
black
identity
person
crisis amongst
think
white
that
people.
Whoever
They don't know what they want to do.
was in the
Their government has been hijacked.
benefit.
Their
That's
government
the
has been
background
hijacked, and they're trying to figure out who to
crisis.
follow. Nick Fuentes, motherfucking Charlie Kirk, Candace Owens, and all the motherfuckers on the far right that you don't even see. It's an identity crisis in America.
We don't need to entertain this. This is dumb. And I'm not trying to dismiss you, but this is really dumb.
You want to punch down on black people didn't shoot Charlie Kirk.
No.
We're not talking about black people, dummy. We're not even talking about black people.
White boy did, nigga.
We're talking about lefty. Jesus Christ. And I made this very clear. In this room, when it came, with the shit that's been said about Charlie Kirk, mostly it's coming from other white people. It's not. Yes, there's black people that are chiming in, but it's the white people that. And the reason why I focus on them the most is because they're the people who grew up around me. They're the people that. I guess I can say that, like, in a weird way, it's just, I want to see how much different can they believe, are their beliefs than mine. And I see it, and I'm just like, holy shit, these people are just like, they're so fucking gross and disgusting.
Just so I can reply to what you're saying, one, we're on YouTube, so say hi, YouTube. But also, the thing that bothers me, and I understand that it's really disturbing when people are mocking someone who died, and I know I'm saying that ironically with a picture of him next to Jesus and MLK, but it's just that we have to acknowledge that you cannot police how other people are going to view somebody when all they may know of that person is only negative things.
So I got a question for you.
Well,
do you think it's an ideal thing to try somebody for their murder 2 days after it's happened? I can't prevent people from doing that. Don't you think that's quite yucky?
Is everybody that's on this stage drunk right now?
No, and you don't have to like the fact that I've been drinking or not. The question is legitimate, which is why you know the fact that I was drinking. You didn't want to ask me why. Please answer me.
No, it's just that, like, BB seems inebriated. You seem inebriated.
Bro, I've been...
Pepe, I'm sure you've had a couple shots.
I drank tonight, but...
You very cheated.
Okay,
I drank tonight, but hold on. I drank tonight, but you're not answering his fucking question.
Okay, it's just that it's hard for me to pay attention to what he's saying when I was mid-sentence when you interrupted me. Go ahead and ask your question again, Marshall.
Hey, Discord, you gotta give him a break. Marshall's from Austin, man.
I'm from South Boston. Fuck you.
I just thought it was hilarious that, like, literally, I feel like I'm in a bar right now trying to have a conversation with some randoms, but...
I don't give a fuck.
What was the question?
Answer his
I'm asking. Chill out.
Are you asking or are you axing?
BB, first of all, BB, you can't say a damn thing about that with your chirping smoke detector in the background. So don't you dare come at me. Don't put a battery in there, alright?
Hang on. My smoke detector.
Yeah, go put a battery in there.
BB, give somebody
Marshall,
BB
what
a
was
black
your question?
card. Somebody give BB a black card.
Wait,
What
are
was
you
your
talking
question,
about
Marshall?
me
I wasn't
on
listening when
stage
you
or
asked
the
it.
Israeli BB?
So at this point, I don't even remember my question. We've gone over so much shit. So let's just go back.
I just want to finish what I was saying then. So, again, we shouldn't be policing how other people are going to react. It ultimately doesn't matter, because of course blue-haired weirdos are going to be like, yeah, this fashion's just...
Now we're weirdos?
Now I remember.
Yeah?
Now I remember.
Are you blue-haired, BB?
Now I remember.
What is
Okay, go ahead.
I'm a very patriotic.
Jesus Christ, let Marshall talk.
It seems gross to hold the court for somebody whose murder was committed a day and a half ago, 2 days ago. It seems really yucky. It's not like you can't do it, and it's not like people don't have the privilege to do it.
What kind of room is this?
Just let me finish. It seems like a very, very yucky thing to do. To have a guy murdered 48 hours ago at max, and then to be trying his murder in the court of public opinion. The court is the mob. The court that Americans are, to be frank, not supposed to try shit in. We're supposed to try shit in a court of law, not the court of public opinion. And this shit is tying in the court of public opinion, and I've yet to understand what benefit it has to be taking apart his murder at 48 hours. It doesn't make any sense. You wouldn't have done it with fucking John McCain. You wouldn't have done it with Jimmy Carter. We wouldn't have done it with other Americans that have political import. But really, this motherfucker, it's okay.
Marshall, hold on. I just want to ask him.
He's going to finish. Can you?
No, he did finish. He didn't finish. I knew he was ending. That's why I was going to ask a question before anybody else popped off. So, Marshall, I just want to clarify your question, or your it sounded more like a statement. You're
More
saying
of a
that
statement than a question, yes.
Okay, so it's mean and it's a big mean to be judging somebody for the things that they've done after they died. Is that the case?
No, I don't think that's the right interpretation. I said I think it's slimy and low class to do that.
Okay, that's the same thing as big meanie.
No, it's not
the
being.
thing is that people did the exact
slimy, same. No. Being slimy and low class implies both a bad character trait.
Cool.
And it implies performing below the ability of your training.
I got it. Okay.
No, but Discord, this is where you don't got it. Okay.
No, I need to reply.
No, you don't. You don't.
Oh my God.
Because.
I want to reply to him before I forget what I'm going to say. I think it would be so much better.
Okay, just go ahead.
Thank you, Pepe. So the reason why I think what you just stated there, Marshall, it's fair that people are acting the way they are. It is annoying that people are pretending like the other side, quote unquote, didn't do the same thing immediately after George Floyd. There were people like Steven Crowder who imitated the act and tried to prove that it was just a fentanyl thing. You have people like Alex Jones who tried to deny an entire school shooting, saying it was all a setup. We have to look at everything here and just try to get away from our feelings a little bit. It's okay that people disagree with you, and there are some people who have no class and want to mock the dead. It's okay. Just ignore them. We don't need to make this huge divide just because we can no longer say that the shooter belonged to that group.
Yeah.
I think that's all people are trying to do.
No. 100% right there. My irritation is my own private irritation. It really genuinely should not take people and influence them the other way. It's just my frustration. My frustration should not transfer to other people's frustration.
Well, I strongly disagree. No, I strongly disagree, Discord. And here's the difference. There's a significant difference. With making fun of people after they die and how that comes about. I think, generally speaking, that's not a good thing. People made fun of George Floyd, as Blake said, pretty much was just mocking the left for trying to glorify this guy's a martyr or some shit like that. I didn't see anything coming right after he died, up until after the riots and all that stuff transpired. As a matter of fact, most of America, the right, since I'm on the right, also thought it was fucked up until information came out about him being. So what?
Yeah.
Hold on, let me finish up. But most of the right that I saw, that I witnessed, if you have that, that's fine. I guess we could go back on Twitter. You also said something earlier that I don't believe to be true. You said AI, they was making AI memes, and AI didn't come out around that time. AI came out way after George Floyd situation. Anyhow, the bottom line is with Charlie Kirk situation being this, Africa, you're off mic, I can't, I don't know what's going on with timeout. With Charlie Kirk situation and similar incidents, political assassinations are typically not good because it creates a discourse that's not healthy for the country overall. So that's assassination in itself. The actions after the assassination advocated for said people like this needs to be pretty much deleted. You advocate for more activities like that. Same thing with what happened with the healthcare guy who got shot. Of course, Trump getting shot, etc. And what we're saying is the left is kind of making this a normality, say this is acceptable. I don't think they'll feel that same way if this happened to someone on their side. It's just bad practice. If it's well after the fact where we're just talking about, hey, this guy's a bad person, I'm not going to shed a tear, that's fine. But when you advocate for this to be a thing, like, hey, we got a bad person now, and I was on this app today, and pretty much since it happened, and that's what a great deal of the rooms is to what Pepe is saying. I was in a space full of white men saying this was good because he was not a net positive for society. So I'm like, okay, so you're saying we should remove people who believe it's not a net positive? And essentially they were saying yes. So if you believe that, then what do you think is going to follow? You're creating a system, and I'll end on this. You're creating a system to where we start practicing deleting people who we don't believe is a net positive.
Right, so we got to stop pretending like this is the beginning, especially when you're already naming cases that have already happened. Things like this have been happening for forever when it comes to American history. We need to stop pretending like it's a left issue. This is an American culture
that's
issue.
dangerous.
We're getting to a point now where we are not allowed to have a conversation with each other without somebody trying to fight somebody. As somebody who used to be a Trump supporter, I remember being afraid wearing my MAGA hat because I thought that somebody was going to beat me up because I used to see videos of us getting attacked all the time. I know that this is a thing that's been happening, but it is not just on the left. We have to acknowledge that a lot of people on the right were making fun of George Floyd the moment it happened. Maybe you didn't see it, I did. And when I mentioned like the AI videos, I meant that it's happening currently. They've been making fun of George Floyd since that day because they think that black people worship him. It's a weird thing, but if you go online and just see the millions of different accounts that have George Floyd as their picture, as George Floyd.
Man, we're not even talking about George Floyd right now.
He mentioned it though, so I'm just
This
kind of
is
like.
about this white.
Okay, but I want to touch on that point. So like when it came,
I want to finish before.
Okay,
I got interrupted just now.
Odell, shut the fuck up.
Oh, God,
Okay,
Rich
so-
is in there. Damn.
But anyways, I'm just pointing out that like we want to pretend that this is a left and a right issue, even though the killer was clearly a person that would have been one of his target audience, a straight white male. Like we have to just acknowledge that.
How much straight? No, hold on. This is where This is where I'm gonna stop you. Okay, first of all, I've seen his goddamn roommate, Lance Twiggs. That's his name.
He's in my PTR.
And so you have a non-passing tranny. No, I get it. There are I believe they call them traps. I don't know what they call them, but particularly, but I have seen the online the
gang.
Amazing. What I have seen is the trannies that yes. Okay, let me okay. Who's fucking talking? I'm just have to start like moving people. Like you get the trannies that will absolutely pass as a female and they might look more attractive than some most females. Okay, fine. However, this individual looked like a fucking dude. He had his videos where he would talk and it's just like sounds like a dude, amazing. And I'm just saying, if you were fucking that, you're gay. I do not know how else to put it.
Pepe, do I need to pull up all the right-wing Republican senators and congressmen that got caught soliciting boys and trans men in the bathrooms?
That's not even relevant to what I was saying.
You see what I'm saying?
What else is not relevant?
It's a right-wing, left-wing thing.
His roommates.
Right-wing Republicans are getting just as much boy tranny coochie as, you know what I'm saying? So it's not.
But that's not relevant.
That.
But what else is not relevant is his roommate. We don't know anything about it, and the only article I see there is from an Indian news article.
It's relevant. It's relevant because the OWO that was inscribed in his bullet is part of the is part of the furry community. It's part of the furry community of which this roommate belonged.
That is internet culture. Everyone knows Ulu.
Yes,
that's not gay.
Yeah, but to be fair, his roommate.
That's a stupid point.
Okay, no, Discord.
Yeah.
His roommate, to be fair, was wearing the furry outfits and stuff, and all over social media we can all see it.
Pepe, did his roommate kill Kirk? Was it his roommate that did it? Why are we talking about his roommate?
Oh, sure.
If you have a roommate...
But I would say this. What's really weird...
Why are we even discussing the validity
reality of this guy's motives. Why are we even justifying what he did?
We're not
justifying it all.
No, why is it
We're
not
attributing
even
it.
trying to
You're too
justify
drunk.
Another white school shooter. There's a problem here. Why are we?
Yeah, that was the main
It's
point.
a
The main point is that this
justification
guy
of
is the
his
demographic
actions,
of
Discord, if you're going to ask a question,
I'm not
let
asking a
people
question.
answer you. If you're
I'm not
going
asking a
to
question, I'm
ask
answering
a
somebody else.
question, let people answer.
I agree with you, Alan. I will just say this. Okay, we understand there's a school shooter problem, which, yes, a lot of them are white boys. Yes, it is a problem we need to solve. Now, what I find it very convenient about you so-called, Jesus Christ, when I have to listen to black people tell us how, like, oh, we're so concerned. The number one cause of death for black male teenagers and young black men is murder at the hands of other black men. It's not the same for other racial groups. You guys, and it's like this fucking deflection. When we even can look at the crime statistics, which Alan loves bringing up, where it comes to like white on black violence, which is pretty uncommon, versus black on white violence, which is much more common, it's not the fucking same. So you're saying we should not be able to talk about an issue because that occurs between the communities and within your own community because you have school shooters.
You need to you need to talk about your community just as much and everything that you commit.
No, I don't.
Yes, you did. It was two school shooters.
No, I don't, because you literally. No, I don't. No, you say just as much. You say just. Okay, you say just as much, but this is where your point is fucking.
Two school shootings.
Oh my god.
Days.
Oh my god, you fucking retard. This is where you're fucking retarded. So it was just barely over 50% of the homicides in the United States going out to like 2018-19 were African.
What is causing these?
Okay, you don't know how to shut the fuck up. So just over 50% of the murders in the United States, were committed by African Americans. Now, if we were to look at after the COVID-19 pandemic, it jumped up to like over 60%, literally.
Charlie Kirk.
And so it doesn't matter. Now you're laughing, but at the end of the day, imagine a country if we had 60% less homicides, but there was a minority of people that we had to deal with. This is where people like you just become obnoxious. You're just trolling.
Who shot Charlie Kirk and who shot up the Naval Academy the next day?
It's not even relevant.
Oh, it's not relevant?
No.
I mean, but if it's not relevant, then why?
Congratulations, everybody. You're in a safe space. I want to welcome you all here with Cleo, our wonderful host, who keeps real.
Amazing. So, okay, you want to, I understand, when you guys are literally a small minority of the population, you commit more than half of the homicides, and you want to refocus the conversation on us. No, I think we can have that conversation. However, what I think is disingenuous is you're acting like, well, we need to focus on the white, homicide rates because why? Well, because you don't want us focusing on yours. It's fucking retarded, dude.
Bingo.
Hey, may I go, Cleo? May I go, Cleo?
About it, Steve.
Because there's a big problem in our community. Instead of addressing that, we want to address everything else. So it's an obfuscation. It's to pacify the situation by saying, hey, will you do it too? Like, yeah, but that community is not suffering like our community. It's not as extreme in their community as it is in ours.
But mind you, none of this thing regarding Charlie Kirk and his assassination has anything to do with black people anyways. We don't even need to center it about it. My main point was that both sides like to mock each other as people's dying. That's all it is. And we need to stop pretending like it's the first time every single time it happens.
So again, it's not
Alan.
Go ahead.
I can make him.
Yeah, thank you, Discord, for giving us the All Lives Matter argument of the Black Lives Matter movement. We don't have to acknowledge anything. Thank you for giving us the whataboutism that I've heard for the last 4 days. The left owns this assassination. They are doing everything they can in their desperate hope that they can somehow mitigate their responsibility for what they did and what they caused. For the last 10 years, the left has been spewing hatred and demonizing not only conservative politicians and calling for their violence, but calling for violence against conservative voters too. And so now that Charlie Kirk has been assassinated by a person who, why is it important what his roommate does? Well, we can assume with a high degree of certainty that a person's roommate, even if they're not in a sexual relationship, that they care about each other, that they have empathy for each other. And then when you align that with the fact that he put Antifa messages, engraved them on the bullets, and that OWO is part of a code word for furries, which is also part of the entire trans ideology, that we can reasonably conclude that number one, he was pro-left, that number two, that he was radicalized by the messages coming from the left, and we're not going to let the left off the hook. So I think that is what the left is terrified. So we're seeing all of this, and we're seeing black people who are attached to the left seeing the threat as well, trying to fight against it and assist the Democrats in their cope. So that is the main thing that I wanted to say about everything I've heard. The second point is this. For all of those people who have a little difficulties in their pronunciation, say the word ass, then say k, the K sound. Ass, k, ask. Now say the word ask and say the word king.
Do we really need this lesson right now coming forward?
Ask king. Now,
what
this
is
is
going
really
on right
hard
now?
one.
Alan's being a retard right now. Can we move
Yeah.
Real quick,
Thank
let me, Alan, if you don't mind, let me get back to him.
Yeah, no, I'll finish. Say the word ask.
Free, you can control the
Say
room a little bit, even
Discord.
with Alan
I'm
as a
still
mod.
talking. I heard your stupidity.
Respect Alan too much and not let him finish.
You respect this clown? Free.
Yeah, well,
Don't debase yourself.
Well, Alan, try to finish up so they can.
Okay.
Yeah, seriously, though,
Say
yeah, I
the
didn't think
word
Alan.
ask. Say the word
Alan,
ask.
you're the one
Then
slurring here.
and then
You're
All right, Alan, we got it.
now, yeah, I know.
Eat a sandwich, drink some water.
Now back to something serious, which is
You got this
also
drunk
a problem.
guy
You've
trying to
heard
give me a
Discord
grammar
shut
lesson.
up, you know.
Not
Alan,
everybody.
If you don't shut up,
Not
I will make
everybody
you
is
shut
drunk.
up. Now,
But this guy,
you've heard of the 7 stages of grief. The first is shock, then denial, then anger.
He left, Alan. He's not here no more.
Oh, well,
Oh, you moved him down. Oh, okay.
Yeah, no, I didn't move him down. But we've heard of the 7 stages of grief. How about we just let people process their grief? And the difference is conservatives are grieving because someone they liked died, and they're angry because Kirk was killed. I think the left is angry because they understand what he represents, and that's what they're afraid of. Okay.
So, thank you, Alan. So, really quickly, back to your discourse. So, I'm hung up on this point that you said both sides do it, because I hear that a lot. And the reason why that's important, because I do think there's a distinction. More importantly, if I shame that side, I have to shame my side for the same reason. So, back in 2020, when George Floyd was killed. Twitter was not owned by Elon Musk, and we were still in a hypersensitive state. So to come to the conclusion with the idea that the right was making fun of this man during that time, it's hard to believe. They would have removed it out the site immediately. People would have been doxxed, counseled, etc. So this is why I don't buy that bull. Let me not call it bullshit. I don't buy your claim that the right was making fun of George Floyd. And like I said, when they were, because I do see the current memes now, like I said, it's in response to the culture of the left kind of trying to praise him. I really want to drive this home because I don't think that's something we do on the right. Hence, it would be hypocritical to say that the left is doing something extreme with Charlie Kirk. If this was Destiny, which is, I'm pretty sure some of you guys are familiar with him. He's a left-leaning activist. Kind of spoke, he does some of the stuff that Charlie Kirk does. Or Rachel Maddow, Joy Reid, etc. We wouldn't be making fun of this shit. Don't get me wrong, there'll be a lot of people online that would say certain stuff or whatever, but I don't think people would go this extreme to celebrate it. And again, like I said, this creates a shitty precedent in our culture to where will likely expect more of it because the left is essentially saying this is the way we go about things. And before you got in here, I think before you got here, we're saying that if we start speaking the same language, because it seems that this is the only thing they understand, which is violence and intimidation. Again, we go through cancel culture, doxing people, all the shit that the left does. Harassing people, all this other shit, showing up to judges' houses, sending off death threats and all this type of shit. If we start playing that game too, there will be no peace for a while. There will literally be a civil war, and I'm not just throwing that term out loosely. I'm saying that's really what's going to happen. So the left really needs to check itself before it gets that bad.
Yeah, just to reply to you before Alan goes on another 3-hour sermon. So again, just because you didn't see it doesn't mean it wasn't happening. So around that time, because everyone was sent home during 2019, or at least a lot of people were, because it was kind of spreading around that point. I was on Twitter Spaces and I was talking to white supremacists, Kuipers, and all of them. They were using that, and they were just making new accounts. They were either using the Pepe Frog or they were using George Floyd after 2020, of course. They moved over from using the Pepe Frog to using different forms of him. They would get their accounts banned after they were reported, and they would just make new ones and make rooms with the titles making fun of him. Just because you didn't see it doesn't mean it wasn't happening. It was happening, and it wasn't even the first time. We already acknowledged that people were making fun of Trayvon Martin. People were making Aubrey, again I forget his name, but the guy Ahmaud Arbery. These things do happen. We need to just acknowledge. I'm not even trying to make an excuse for it. I'm just tired of people pretending like this is the new thing. It is disappointing that it's gotten to this point, but it's been at this point since like 2014. We just need to acknowledge.
Just want everybody to know that not all Jews are liberal cucks like Discord.
And also, while I'm in the middle of my sentence,
I just want to point that out. We're not all part of the secret cabal of liberal.
Okay, but let him finish. You go next,
like Discord.
But let him finish, please.
Yeah, cool. Anyways.
Yeah,
so
in the context
Alan, eat a sandwich, drink some water, sober up.
Why do we have to acknowledge that the
Alan's not drunk?
If I could finish what I was saying, you would understand, and then you can reply to what I'm actually saying.
And he's Armenian, so there's that.
Okay. So anyways, what I'm saying is that I'm not even trying to justify the hateful rhetoric that's going around all over the place. These people on TikTok that are dancing and cheering. You have to get over it because it's been like this since 2014. It's always been elated since Trump has been a presence around politics. And there's always been people who disagree with whatever or don't like somebody else or is happy that somebody died. Why are we acting like this is new? It's not a good thing at all, no. But again, there's people now who are saying we need to go and fight or we need to go and we need to go and attack the left, even though this isn't a right and left. I'm not Jewish, even though this is whatever. Anyways, there's a whole bunch of people right now, a whole bunch of right-wingers who are saying we need to fight the left. This is not a left and right issue. Again, this guy came from a conservative white family. This is not this left and right issue. But everyone's pivoting because it no longer fits the narrative because this guy didn't come out as a trans black Muslim. We need to grow up a little bit here. Be less sensitive. You can go ahead and feel sorry. You cannot force other people to feel sorry for this guy. understand that the things that he was saying, other people disagreed with. Understand that people didn't even know who he was and only know him as the racist guy, and they're going to move on from their life. They're trolling you, and you're getting caught in the bait.
Okay, Discord, thank you very much.
That
you know,
was
I
so-
used to work.
that
No,
was-
I am
that was just
talking.
very
Thank you
disgusting
very
to listen
much.
to. This-
I am talking. Thank you. You know, I'm going to get a job at a funeral home, and when people come in because they're grieving over their relatives, I'm going to say yes. We're sorry for your loss. We're sorry your grandmother died. But you know, grandmothers die all the time. So really, you need to get over the grief that you're feeling because it happens all the time. Thank you very much. Number one. Number two, the whole thing, he comes from a conservative family. Oh, geez. And how many kids think their parents are stupid and purposely choose opinions and political viewpoints that are different than their parents on purpose? The fact that he came from a conservative family is meaningless. Again, this is cope from the left. It is a stupid argument, and since you called me stupid earlier, Discord, I'm going to say your stupidity knows no bounds. So please, stop with the stupid arguments. Stop coping. You know what the right is looking for? The right is looking for the left to say, yes, we are responsible for this. We fucked up, and we're going to do better next time. But instead, we get these stupid, lame, dumbass arguments from the left trying to deflect from the fact that they did this. And this is the natural result of what they've been doing for at least 10 years. So yeah, that's where our anger is coming from. And we're going to be pissed.
I definitely agree with him on that.
You guys don't realize he contradicted himself already, like several times?
Well, that's why. How is that?
He contradicted himself. Earlier he was saying that Tyler was convinced and tricked and whatever and converted over by his trans so-called roommate.
No, I didn't say that.
Because
I didn't
roommates
say that.
influence
Stop
people,
talking.
and people care about
Stop
their roommates.
talking.
To the point
That's
where they'll start
mistake number
believing
one.
their ideology.
That's
But at the same
mistake
time,
number one.
he also
Now,
said that
what's
people
the other
in their
thing?
own families disagree. And I guess he just doesn't acknowledge that people can have roommates that they don't even like. We think that this roommate has such a huge impact on his life. We don't know anything about that. You're trying to make it a left and right issue instead of focusing on the fact that this shouldn't have happened in the first place.
You're trying desperately not to make it a left and right issue.
Why would you want this to be a left?
Well, let me address that.
Why can't
we
you
don't want it to be.
What?
Well, here's the issue. Here's the issue. Our people are getting shot at and killed and threatened, etc. So that's why it stands out. Our side, the right-leaning people generally are not doing this to left-leaning people. Like for all the riots and again the doxing and all this extra shit that's been going on from the left to the right, we don't see it the other way. So when you come in here and try to make it to undermine it, it's like you're saying that you're pretty much gaslighting us, saying we're not saying what we're saying. This case may not be what we think it is, and that's fine, but so far the evidence suggests it is. Okay? He killed a prominent right-leaning person, Charlie Kirk. Okay? He come from a conservative family, but he can deviate from that and be his own person, which seems that since he shared a room with what is considered a transgender person today, there's a chance he empathized with that person, whether they was in a relationship or not, but he tolerated that, and there's a chance that he was motivated to kill someone who espoused views that was against their partner's gender or whatever the fuck it is. So that seems to be the motive as of now, and that's what we're sticking with until we're shown otherwise. But this ain't the first case of this. We can go on and on and on. Now, real quickly, last thing I'll say. You say this happened on both sides. I can't. Can you give me any comparisons of things where right-leaning people sought to kill or threaten or do anything to this sort of left-leaning people? Because that's where the real argument lies.
So right now, if you currently hold on, Alan, he asked me a question.
Wait, can you guys hear me?
Now we can, Mom.
Yes, Mom.
Okay, can somebody please invite Othello back up?
Sure.
Pepe's gone. Thank you. It won't allow me to do it.
So currently, and I'm not sure if you want to ruin your algorithm, but if you were to search up on TikTok, I don't know.
You said you were TikTok?
Hashtag, No. Hold on. I'm saying, because I don't want you to really destroy your algorithm. I purposely don't look this stuff up because my TikTok is really wholesome. But if you were to look up on TikTok, you can find a ton of far rights or just right wingers or Republicans who are saying that they need to have revenge to the left, that they're under attack.
Now?
This is war. Alan, please shut up.
Now?
That this is war. We need to fight back, and all this stuff. Even though
Real quickly, before you go forward, I just want to clarify something really quickly. Are you saying they're saying that now in response? Because that's the difference. I want to see something now, and that's why I think this is going to be real dangerous. When the right start responding to the left, I think a lot of people will think that we started this or that we're just the same, and that's not the case. If I sock you and you beat the fuck out of me, people can't then say, "Hey man, why you beat that dude up?" It's like he hit me. But like, yeah, you beat him up. Like, I started it. So no, it's not towards you. It's towards Discord. So I'm just trying to clarify: are you saying that now or prior? Because right now, revenge seems like it's a response and not an initial action. Sure.
Hold on. No. Let me just answer him real quick, and then you can go right after. So that is happening now, but the whole reason why it is still a right issue for this in particular is because it's not a left issue. The left are cheering because they didn't like Charlie Kirk because of all the things he said. And most of those people, they only know him for all the bad things he said, and that's justified. They don't have to like somebody that didn't like them. Now, all the right people are making this an issue towards the left, saying we're going to come after you, even though we know. So far, all the documentation is showing this guy comes from a conservative household. His family is Republican. His views are still right-wing. It doesn't matter what his roommate believes. If he tolerates his roommate, sometimes people are just stuck with that. And even then, he dropped out of college anyways.
What right-leaning view he has? Sure.
Wait, what did you say, Free?
What right-leaning view he has to consider him right-leaning at all?
Yes.
So far.
So there's some, or we're going to see how it goes, but there's some evidence that are showing that he might have been even a groyper. He does have more right-leaning views, and it makes sense. It makes sense of where he grew up and how he grew up and where he, like, his household and all that stuff. We need to just stop pretending. Like, we don't need to make this a left or right.
Okay, so
the issue. Hold on.
I'll let you finish. Yeah, sure.
The real thing that we should be focused on, because again, it's a bad thing that Charlie Kirk got killed. It's a terrible thing. I cannot police how other people are going to respond. I do not think that we need to even focus on people trolling, because if you focus on it, they'll do it more. I know this because that's what people did with George Floyd. The moment that people were upset about him being memed, it happened even more. You guys are falling into it. It already happened back then. It's happening now on the other side. Just don't fall into it. This is not a left and right issue. This is a shooting issue.
Okay, I'll give you an example.
No, 1 second, Othello. No, Othello. Let me go ahead. Nope, because you're about to bring us some bullshit. But I still want you to speak. I'm going to bring you back up. Let me finish with him, because I know you're about to bring up some shit that had nothing to do with anything. You're probably going to bring up the Nancy Pelosi bullshit or something like that. But we'll get there. Anyhow, back to you, Discord, really quickly. When I asked that question, you didn't give me anything. You gave me some circumstantial was not good enough. Yeah, he came from a conservative background like a lot of people do, including me, including black people, which votes 95% Democratic. A lot of us come from a conservative background. That still doesn't make us conservative, right? Especially politically. There's a high chance this guy has changed his political view because a lot of us, especially around that age, tend to be rebellious, trying to find our way, integrate into a world that is not conservative. If you have social media and you're a young person, it's almost impossible to be conservative. Honestly, it is. I'm not saying you can't be. I'm just saying it's tough to be because that world doesn't really favor conservatism. But like I said, the weight of the evidence suggests that he's likely, one, because of the person he targeted, which is Charlie Kirk. He also, on his social media, made fun of Trump, which is people were trying to say he was dressed as Trump. No, he wore a costume to where he was dressed like Trump was a donkey or something. He was carrying him around. That's what the suit was, and the leftists had to erase it immediately because they realized it was not praising Trump. So again, for the fact that he has antagonized the right in his history, that seems like he's actually against the right and more left-leaning, if not independent. So again, this seems like we're correct on this thus far. We could be wrong, but the way the evidence does
show that he's against the right and most likely left leaning.
Well, the biggest thing here is that it doesn't matter. We want to keep putting this as left and right. If you want to make it as a left and right issue, it's not the entirety of the left that is killing. They're not.
Okay, listen.
Hold on. I'm going to let you quick. And it's not the entirety.
No, I'm not rushing you. Take your time.
It's not even the entirety of the right. The fact that it's not every day and every hour that people are going out and getting killed, like the fact that that's not the case is why this is not as critical as you think. It is terrible because it sets the precedence of this happening regularly. Because we had that insurance guy killed by the Italian guy. I forget his name. Sorry.
Yeah. I forgot his name too. Luigi.
Yeah, Luigi Trump was almost assassinated, and then this one happening here. The fact that it's happening so often is terrible, but I just hate.
Well, you see it from one side to the next, though, right? You see the pattern, right?
Hold on, I'm saying my point is that it should not have gone to this political violence. Is literally where people are not able to go out anymore, where people are getting killed on the street or killed at their rallies or whatever. It's terrible, but I think it's just so pathetic and low IQ to constantly pit each other together instead of questioning why is the president not speaking against this. Biden did, Obama did, but Trump keeps on inflaming the rhetoric. He's not helping.
Yeah. Also, so it is. I know other people want to get in, so I won't continue to dominate stage. But I do enjoy the back and forth, and I think we were making progress. I want you to understand that there's particular aspects you have to consider. Trump was almost assassinated. Now his followers are being assassinated, and now he was not only almost assassinated once. He was also almost assassinated several times, and which the media act like doesn't even exist. They don't even talk about it no more. Like, think about it. We talk about assassination of other people much more than Trump. You know, like, which is insane because he's the active president right now. But anyhow, when you have that type of animosity towards this person, and you think they're supposed to sit back and think like, well, how can I fix these things with you? The issue is, you can't, because people are determined to fucking hate you, okay? After all that Trump went through, what can he say to change these people's mind? And that's really bothers me the most. I'm trying my best not to rant on this, but the bottom line is, for a lot of people on this app and just general left, you cannot change these people. There's nothing he can say or do to make them like him. And I think he understands that. Same thing with Charlie Kirk and the rest of us. I'm a black libertarian, but I align a lot with the conservatives. I know in these spaces for the fact that I support Trump. There's nothing I can say to make people like me or change their mind about me. Once that's out there, that's it. I'm the devil to these people. I'm Satan to a lot of these people because of that. And when someone has that type of perspective on you, you tend to give a shit less about them because they don't want to try to bridge the gap. They don't want to understand you. They just want you to basically fucking die. And that's how it is with Charlie Kirk. And that's why I think the left has painted a path that you don't want the right to go down, but you believe we are on that path. We're not. We're saying we can get on that path if that's where you want to go, but you guys made it this way. So when we start responding, don't start playing fucking victim. Okay? We didn't get here.
This is dangerous rhetoric.
Oh, shut the fuck up, man. Shut the fuck up. Get down. Shut the fuck up. Sick of you, man, because you keep trolling and saying stupid shit. Shut the fuck up. People are fucking dying and lives are being destroyed because of your stupid shit. And people like you, shut the fuck up. Bottom line is, this shit is keep going down this road, and we don't want it to be this way, but you guys won't stop. And I'm not saying you particularly Discord. I don't know your position. I know you say you should be a Trump supporter, but I'm saying you cannot put us in the same boat. Charlie Kirk only wanted to fucking speak to people, man. He just want to have a conversation. But these people wanted to kill him. They wanted to cancel him. They protest him in front of the shit. And not just him, tons of right-leaning people. They tried to fight fucking Rand Paul for trying to get the no-knocking act for Breonna Taylor. And he was trying to help them, and they still wanted to fucking hurt him. So it's like you cannot do anything for these people who are determined to fucking hate and destroy you. And I just want you to understand that, but I'm sorry for ranting or whatever. I'm just saying I really think there's a major disconnect, and they're gonna regret this. That's all I can say.
And I you know what, I think we can just disagree on certain things, but agree on other things. Yeah, like I'm not left, so I didn't take what you were saying directly to me or anything like that. I think I kind of followed the same kind of path that Tyler probably went on, because I used to be a strong Trump supporter and fell out of that for a while now. But yeah, I just think that what you're saying as well doesn't help. I understand that you're seeing it more as a retaliation, but I feel like this back and forth, like, it's not going to help anybody. I do not take the people on TikTok dancing and parading and cheering for the death seriously, because most of them don't know anything about Charlie Kirk. They only know it from that Jubilee video where he made an ass of himself. And just like I don't take anybody seriously that's making fun of George Floyd, because they're probably idiots anyways, I think that when we keep on escalating these things and think that we have to retaliate, that's what inflames things. And literally, this guy saw Charlie Kirk. Sorry, I keep on swinging his name up. He saw Charlie as somebody who was causing this division. I guess he didn't anticipate that him killing Charlie would only cause the division even further. But anyways, this was a good chat.
Yes, same here. Appreciate it back and forth. Post your YouTube and the link for me if you want to.
No,
Send it back
it's
channel.
not
Check it
my
out.
YouTube. Somebody was in here recording the room. It made me uncomfortable, but I didn't know if you guys were fine with it. But
No, I don't know. It's Pepe room. I let him run the way he run it. He mods me, and that's what it is. But good back and forth with you. I do respect the back and forth. I really do. I enjoyed it. Unlike Othello, who's about to be an asshole on here. But man, if you want to chill in there, that's cool. I'll let the stage open. I know, right? I'll open up the stage for everybody to get in, because I don't want to just be us. But let's have this conversation, man. Go ahead, look.
Royal's a piece of shit. Just want to say that.
Oh, real quickly, Monica, I did invite you. I don't know if you can come up or not. So as you leave the room, come back. I don't know if it helps, but I did accept your invite to send you another one. So I don't know what's going on.
Oh no, Monica's not coming on stage. Oh, what was me?
So let me tell you why Free is pushing a dangerous rhetoric. He's one of these people that want to see the left and the right go to war. Right? Just last year in Minnesota, we had Vance Bolter go in and kill a Democratic House leader. I think her name was Melissa Hortman.
What's his name again? Vance what? What's his name?
His name was Vance Bolter. MAGA supporting, Trump supporting Republican killed a Democrat in her home and her husband. Right? So you pushing this rhetoric talking about the left and the right, if we get you for tit for tat, when real families and real towns are coming together saying that we need to stop this left and right shit, and we need to have town halls right now because the kids are being radicalized.
When you see them in the restaurant, you need to drag them outside. You need to terrorize them and beat them. When they go high, you go low.
I get them glitching when I talk. So this is some real shit. Where these town halls are being had between the left and the right, and they saying, "Whoa." You know what I'm saying? Charlie Kirk just died for nothing by a white boy in the white ring. In the white.
Yeah. Before you go forward, Othello, how do you know that Vance Bolter was a Republican and he did it for that reason?
Oh, all you got to do is look it up. They got his voting cards. They got his voting. Who he voted for.
Well, his wife said that he died as a martyr, and one thing he's brought to front, especially on this app, that black people cannot dialogue with each other. I just had to remove a person the other day, because whatever's not active, I just remove it, like that, because, I couldn't dialogue. And, I wasn't going to stand on my faith. That person just wasn't ready. But it just shows how fragile the country is. There's so many places that you cannot dialogue with people.
Whoever's pushing
in the presence of
after Charlie Kirk died.
Well, that's what the wife got out there and said. It's on the tape. She said he was a martyr.
Yep. Vance Bolter. Now look, if you still pushing right versus left rhetoric and trying to paint this kid as a leftist, you a real demon. Free, you a real demon. A real demon when the U.S. is supposed to be healing right now.
I want you
United States supposed to be, and they're really healing around the country in these town halls. They healing right now, and you trying to push this dangerous rhetoric. Somebody should slap the shit out you if they see you on the street.
Bro, what are you talking about? Look at the irony of what he just said. Look what I. This is what I'm talking about.
No.
Discord, you still here? Discord.
Last bitch.
Let me help you out, Othello. Give me a second. I'm gonna put you down for a second. So this is the same thing that happened earlier, not in this room, but in another room. It's always left-leaning fucking idiots, always threatening violence, right? Someone should slap me for my opinion. Do you understand? Now, I've been in this room and he's been here for a while. I haven't threatened anybody at all. This is what I'm talking about. So if I fuck this guy up after he just threatened me, I'll be the bad guy, and now it's both sides doing it. But no, that's my point. He's a Democrat threatening violence. Oh no, of course, of course. I don't expect anything at all from him. But that's my point. What I'm saying is to Discord is when the left does this shit, they don't see it as a problem, and then we only get thrown in the fucking bus because we tell.
And we're evil.
Yeah, right.
On the right.
Right, and that's the bullshit narrative. And that's the thing. Listen, Discord, there's nothing we can do that's right, dude. Do you not understand that? If we say nothing, it's wrong. If we go along, it's wrong. If we fight back, it's wrong. There's no fucking winning. So I'm gonna pick my better loss, which is actually fucking fight back.
Yeah,
so if I saw this dude Othello, he believed this shit, I will fuck him up.
She's never gonna let you be right.
I'm not sure if it was rhetorical, but I will respond. You know what? Sure. It's all good because I already left the States anyways. I'm good. Y'all can burn the entire country down. I feel like both sides are really hungry for a civil war. Frankly, I loved that movie. So if you guys can remake it, that'd be awesome. Because in that movie, the Canadian dollar went skyrocketing. So please,
who do you think would win that war, the left or the right?
Easy.
Military.
A bunch of fat feminine fruits cannot be a bunch of men who actually works out.
Experience and stuff.
They're not fucking win. And that's the sad thing about it. The reason why the left exists is because
cash out in the chat so you can pay your electric.
Like seriously, we let it exist because we don't fight back, we don't say much. We hear the stupid fucking ideas and we're like, okay, let's have a conversation because I think this is out of line. But we actually use the same tactics the left use, that shit wouldn't exist. We would just fucking beat you motherfuckers into submission and be like, yeah, you're gonna have to do what we say. But we show a lot of mercy to the fucking left. And now that shit is dying. It shouldn't even be there no more.
Hey, Gus.
They just want to give them the fucking war.
Gus, isn't it wild that the female alerts didn't activate all the nanites from the vaccines and we'd all didn't die or turn into zombies? Do you think Make It Pop actually hid under that little cave out in the desert?
Hold on, before we get into a schizo room here.
Yeah.
You
need a Gus. Okay, cool.
Let him share. So let's respond. Go ahead.
It's sad. I get where you're coming from. Obviously, I just want to point out that it was very, very disappointing that he died. As somebody who didn't like what he had to say, I did not wish to see him die like that. It was very, very sad, and I don't like the way that dialogue and discourse has been completely destroyed. I remember, because I will say that when I was a Trump supporter, I had to constantly tell the people, I was in your shoes, Free. I was constantly saying that there's a whole bunch of these people who are attacking people just for wearing the red hat, and it was annoying. I remember I would get persecuted because I was in college at that time for wearing it. So I completely understand that, yes, there's a lot of that coming from one other side. But I've also witnessed it. I'm just saying that I've witnessed it on both. But either way, to me, I wish that people could either just get along somehow or just leave each other alone. But if you really want to fight each other, have at it.
Oh, yeah, that shit all ended after Charlie got shot in the neck. Yeah.
But what are you really going to
I have so many combat trained.
I'm just wondering what the end game
they want
really
war, they can have buckle.
What is the end game?
Hold on a second. Gotcha. Well, here's the thing, Discord. That doesn't have to be an end game in any of this shit. That's the whole thing about it. We was trying to stop it from getting there. The end game would be to get it back to even battlegrounds where people get back to civility to say, okay, we don't want this war. Let's have discussions. That's really the better end game. The other end game could be one side dies and the other side rules. And I don't want that for either side because I actually like the diversity in thought. Even how stupid and crazy it fucking is, I'm actually okay with that because I like the ability to talk about things that I don't believe in and the ability to essentially grow, because sometimes I might change my mind, but I also may learn how to communicate better to maybe help somebody else change their mind. So that would be typically the end game, but I don't want that outcome. I wish we could just literally, like I said, go back to civility where we could have discussions like we used to, but it seems like one side doesn't want that.
And it will be disappointing if say somebody like Destiny, who I watched too, were to meet the same end. even though he's been spouting the same thing, one of the biggest excuses that he uses is that the president doesn't try to nullify any of this. He doesn't try to turn down the temperature, so why should he? And I don't think it's like a strong point.
Did you like when Destiny laughed at the firefighter who protected his family and was shot in the Trump assassination? That's wild.
No, but just like
laughing and cackling about it. He's like, oh yeah, this fucking maggot, fucking Trump-tard fucking idiot, who was there, shouldn't have been there, caused his own death by jumping to protect his wife and daughter, and got shot.
So anyways, just like what I'm saying.
That's how you want a champion, huh?
Roger, let him land.
I wish you would have listened. But anyways, what I'm saying is that it would be disappointing to see that too. Not because I love Destiny or anything like that, because he says a lot of wild stuff. And I agree with his take. But like he is more so on the left, like you mentioned, and I think that would be kind of like the equal, like the I guess like the equal thing, or maybe Cenk Uygur. I don't want to see people who may have different opinions.
Oh man, Cenk's the one that said that Charlie Kirk would have loved to die as a martyr. That was amazing too. Yeah. Or how about Hassan Piker, who said that we should go out and cut the throats of every
I think you're missing the point here, man. I think you're missing.
I get your point, but they did say a lot of shit that kind of stood the flame. But the bottom line is, I get your point. Just go ahead.
Yeah, I'm saying that like, but that's the point, because those people are still stoking the fire and all that stuff. It will be disappointing to see people like them, regardless of how I feel about their. Because I stopped watching The Young Kurds a long time ago. It'll be disappointing to see Cenk Uygur get shot, or Hassan get shot, or Destiny get shot, because nobody should be going around killing each other over political views. Debate each other. What Charlie was doing was the right thing to do, was debate people. And it's disappointing that this is just going to continue to happen, and that now the right is completely going to go against the left, even though, again, because the biggest thing here is that this is not a left and right issue.
Yeah, it is.
The shooter was not left-wing.
Yeah, he was. His partner's trans. And you call Charlie Kirk a fascist on the casing of the.
There's pictures of him with LGBT trans.
Yeah, literally, his partner roommate is a trans dude, or whatever, biological male.
A roommate doesn't determine your political views.
Oh yeah, definitely being part of the LGBTQ community and writing fascist on a shell casing, saying catch fascists, fascist catch, that definitely doesn't align with like the fucking left.
You don't really know how to have a conversation.
Groyper's openly Groyper's actually openly called himself fascist, right? Like fucking Nick Fuentes. He calls himself
I'm center left, and it's very hard for me to live with a trans roommate. Let's be frank here. If somebody is living in the same house with a trans roommate, there's something.
And guys, real quickly, let Discord finish, please, really, because I do want him to get his thoughts out too. Why? Because it's respectful. It's respectful. Yeah.
Discord, it's really dark in here. I wish the light was on.
No, everyone's allowed to talk, but he was talking first.
He's been talking for the last 10 minutes. I've been out here smoked 2 cigarettes and he's still fucking talking.
Okay, so yeah, when he finished, you can hop back in. Just let him finish.
Yeah,
let Augustus talk about nanites.
All right, I'm gonna say. Anyways, I was quiet for a little bit, but for you had mentioned me again. But so I don't know why these guys are interrupting, but I'll finish. But my main point is that like it's sad to see that it's gotten to this point. It's sad to see that it's not going to get better from this point. But at the same time, I do believe, just because the narrative doesn't quite fit and people are kind of forcing this puzzle piece in a place that it doesn't belong, that this will eventually kind of be forgotten in like a week or two.
No.
Mommy,
30 million people who follow.
Mommy,
okay. I don't know if you guys know this, but
I don't know. I listen to black people every day talk about George Floyd.
Pop in. You didn't even know I was black. You came in here thinking.
And Trayvon Martin, like every fucking day we have to listen to black people talk about that. But you don't think they're going to talk about Charlie Kirk in 6 months?
You don't have to. Nobody's forcing you to be here. Right. Nobody's forcing you to be on the app. Nobody's forcing you on social media. You could go touch grass. I don't know. Go kiss ass. I don't know. Something different. I don't know why you can't control yourself. So that is completely fine. But anyways,
literally brought 30 million people.
I think that it would be great if people could turn down the heat a little bit, but it doesn't seem like it's going to be that way. But go ahead, Augustus.
Tell us about nanites, Augustus.
Listen, this isn't going to ignite the right. Okay? Charlie's death is not going to